Greetings, unfortunate survivors. Welcome to a dark post-apocalyptic world where you must find ways to stay alive. To survive in this wasteland, remember the following rules. First, this is a territory engulfed in unknown radiation. Order has collapsed, society has fallen apart, humanity has perished. All places except shelters are saturated with radiation. Long stays in the open air will lead to contamination. Second, due to radiation exposure, the local fauna has undergone unpredictable mutations. Zombies and mutated creatures can attack at any time. Be prepared for their threat. Third, the climate of the post-apocalyptic world is broken. There is an eternal blizzard and bitter cold. Resources are extremely limited. Food, clean water, warm clothes, all this will become real currency here. Fourth, shelters are the only relatively safe areas. Build your survival around them. Fifth, each survivor receives a survival radio that will help you adapt better. Finally, to make survival easier, everyone can choose 3 items from the survival kit. Click confirmation to receive. Dark apocalypse, survival, stay alive. Lu Shen woke up from a deep sleep, rubbed his throbbing temples, and looked around in horror. Where am I? The semi-darkness spread before my eyes. The air was filled with a musty smell, as if people had left this place long ago. A piercing cold followed. The temperature dropped to -10 degrees, which instantly cleared his clouded mind. Hastily getting up from the floor, Lu Shen finally took in the surroundings. It looked like this was an underground shelter. He looked around with distrust. The dim and cramped room, only about 5 square meters in area, was underground, the cold air carrying an earthy smell. Looking at the entrance to the shelter, he saw a sloping passage upward, covered by a flimsy wooden board that barely held back the outside wind. The same blackness penetrated through the cracks in the board. The howling wind tirelessly penetrated inside, causing the board to make dull blows, which not only inspired fear, but also significantly lowered the temperature in the shelter, forcing Lu Shen to wrap his clothes tighter. He was wearing only an autumn jacket, and in such frost, he was already shivering from the cold. But the cold wasn't the main problem. The current situation was much more frightening, and he quickly began to study the shelter. At the very back stood a very shabby single wooden bed, barely big enough to accommodate an adult. There were blankets and bed linen on it, covered in a thick layer of dust. Clearly no one had lived here for a long time. Next to the bed was a small wooden table of primitive construction, also covered in dust. The thing that attracted the most attention was the old radio on the table, the only source of light in the entire shelter and the source of that voice. Is this the survival radio the voice was talking about? Lu Shen guessed that this old radio could give him more information. In addition, the voice mentioned that the survival radio would help him survive better and allow him to obtain 3 items. Lu Shen picked up the survival radio. It was an old-fashioned brick-sized model. Its military green body was covered in rust, and the sound was full of static. On the front panel was an electronic screen, the only source of light. An image of a parcel appeared on the radio screen with a caption of 6 hieroglyphs. Confirm receipt? After thinking for a moment, he pressed confirm. The screen blinked and showed 10 items, from which he could choose 3. Lu Shen quickly glanced at the list. The survival kit contained a variety of common items. Winter insulated suit, concentrate 500 grams, clean water, 1.5 liters, axe, lighter, water purification tablets, X10 reusable, mini first aid kit with bandages, anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, insulated sleeping bag, salt, iron pot. As many as 10 survival tools, including food, water, warmth, medicine, basic supplies. Each item was extremely important. Lu Shen frowned, stretched out his hand several times, but could not decide on a choice since any of the items were critical in the current situation. He had to find the 3 most necessary things among these important things. I definitely need to take a lighter. In these conditions, I won't last a night without fire. Lu Shen muttered to himself, first choosing the most important lighter. After much hesitation, he also took a winter suit and water purification tablets. He had to take into account the current situation. At -10 degrees, if he did not strengthen his protection from the cold, he could freeze to death that very night. In addition, the availability of clean water was also a key factor for survival. After all, The radio clearly reported that this was a world contaminated with radiation, and everywhere, except for the shelters, there was radiation contamination. Without water purification tablets, water supplies will become a major problem. It's a shame I had to give up the first aid kit and salt. After confirming, 3 items materialized in front of him. A winter suit in the style of a storm jacket, which looked very thick with a fur lining and excellent thermal insulation properties. Lu Shen quickly put it on without hesitation and immediately felt a wave of warmth as his trembling body gradually calmed down. In addition, a compact lighter and 10 water purification tablets suddenly appeared on the table. This miraculous phenomenon amazed Lu Shen even more. What power brought people to this terrible wasteland? It doesn't matter. I'll study the radio in more detail later. First, I need to make a fire, otherwise the temperature in the shelter is too low. Lu Shen looked at the entrance to the shelter. The dilapidated board did not protect at all from the outside wind, which penetrated inside along with the snow, causing him to shudder from the cold. Only the shelter behind him gave him some sense of security, slightly reducing his fear. Wrapped in his winter suit, Lu Shen casually sat down on the wooden bed and picked up a lighter, trying to figure out how to use it. But the next moment there was a loud crack. Before Lu Shen could react, he fell straight into the bed, raising a cloud of dust in the shelter. Lu Shen winced, took a few seconds to come to his senses, and then couldn't help but say, "Damn it, what a botched job." Perhaps, due to the long period of time, the wood has weathered heavily and become extremely brittle, having long since lost its original properties. Including the bedding on the bed, it also turned into dust. At the slightest touch, it crumbled into small particles, mixing with dust. There was nothing left to do but disassemble the entire wooden bed. It was clearly not suitable for sleeping, but it was quite suitable as fuel for a fire. After piling up the boards and cloth, Lu Shen set them on fire with a lighter. A fire blazed up in the shelter, the orange-red flames illuminating the room, creating a cozy atmosphere and driving fear from the heart. Lu Shen hid in the farthest corner of the shelter, looking at the finds in his hands with some surprise. While disassembling the bed, he accidentally discovered hidden supplies, apparently left by the previous occupant. There were few things: 1 briquette of concentrate, a rusty iron mug, and some salt. All of this was wrapped in rotten rags. The remaining items, resembling food and household items, had completely rotted and lost all appearance. Only these 3 things could still be used somehow. The concentrate remained in the packaging, weighing approximately 100 grams, but due to the severe damage to the packaging, it was unclear whether it had expired. However, upon opening the package, Lu Shen smelled a pleasant aroma. If there is absolutely nothing to eat, you can temporarily satisfy your hunger. Food poisoning is still better than death from starvation. Some of the salt spilled out, but Lu Shen carefully collected it and poured it into a rusty mug. This was also a very valuable resource in the current conditions. After putting everything in order, Lu Shen calmly lay down on the floor, huddled in a corner, and began to study the survival radio. It had 4 different sections, corresponding to different functions of the device. This was of great importance for further survival, so it required careful study. There were 4 main areas: communications, shelter, weather, and store. Opening the communications section, he saw a blank page with an explanation that the radio could receive signals within a 50-kilometer radius to communicate with other survivors. Lu Shen thought for a moment, but decided not to activate this function for now. Having just found himself in a post-apocalyptic world, he still did not understand the surrounding environment. It was unwise to accidentally contact other survivors. What if they turned out to be criminals ready to start a conflict for the sake of looting survival equipment? Although he had not experienced an apocalypse before, he understood that in such conditions people can become friends. But it is much more likely that they will become enemies. The shelter page showed general information about the shelter. Initial shelter. Shelter area, 5.32 square meters. Within these limits, there is no radiation exposure. Upgrade conditions. 100 survival coins. Apart from the area and the conditions for improvement, there was nothing else. It looked extremely laconic. Survival coins? Is this the currency of a post-apocalyptic world? Lu Shen thought with some confusion, but did not delve into his thoughts. Living here, sooner or later he will encounter the monetary system. Opening the weather section, he saw the current climate conditions. Weather, Temperature, minus 18.2 degrees Celsius. Climate, continuous heavy snowstorm, wind force 17. Radiation, high. If you go out for more than 4 minutes, radiation will penetrate the body. During the day, the radiation level decreases relatively. Even just reading this information, Lu Shen couldn't help but shudder. The natural conditions of this post-apocalyptic world turned out to be much harsher than he imagined. The freezing temperatures and incessant snowfall meant that even with warm clothing and a fire in his shelter, he was still at risk of freezing. Hurricane Force 17 winds and high radiation seriously limited the ability to get resources. However, the explanation about radiation gave some hope. Perhaps during the day, these harsh natural conditions would soften a little, and then there would be a chance to go out for reconnaissance. But the specific situation remained unknown. Finally, Lu Shen checked the shop page, and the reality was a little different from his expectations. There were no survival items on display in the store, just one line of explanation. One update is available daily. 3 random items appear that can be purchased with survival coins. It seems like the shop doesn't provide basic survival resources and only randomly upgrades some items. It's quite troublesome to not be able to get stable basic life resources. Lu Shen frowned and muttered, "If those 10 survival tools were available for purchase in the store, your chances of survival would be greatly increased." And with an accidental update, the situation became much more complicated. After studying all the information, Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. The survival radio only helped in survival, but did not bring any significant benefit, which left him a little disappointed. The pressure of survival kept his mind in constant tension, and now he felt tired. But sleep would not come. However, reason told me that staying awake for a long time was extremely draining for the body, especially in such harsh conditions, so it was necessary to rest as much as possible, preserving energy. Suppressing the fear and anxiety in his heart, Lu Shen curled up in the depths of the shelter, relying on the warmth of the fire, and forcibly forced himself to close his eyes and rest. The fragile shelter offered no protection at all from the harsh external conditions. The howling cold wind sounded in the ears. The board covering the entrance to the shelter continuously made knocking sounds. The firelight was constantly flickering in the gusts of wind. As the night gradually ended, Lu Shen woke up, rubbing his eyes, his face showing fatigue. For him, this night had not been very comfortable. But be that as it may, he still regained his strength a little. Getting up from the floor and brushing off the dust, Lu Shen walked to the entrance of the shelter, and through the cracks in the board, he dimly saw the outside light. It seemed not so dark anymore. At night, it was pitch dark outside, like an abyss. But now, it was much lighter. Like dawn, a faint light was penetrating inside, although everything was still gloomy and oppressive. For safety's sake, Lu Shen did not go outside immediately. Visibility was still quite low. It was better to wait for better lighting. It would be safer that way. Unfortunately, his plans were not destined to come true. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was never a bright sun. Only endless darkness and gloom. Heavy clouds always covered the sky. After waiting for half an hour, the sky only brightened a little, reminiscent of early morning. But there was still no sign of the sun. Moreover, the cold wind and snowstorm continued, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Shen realized that the current weather conditions might already be the best possible. Taking out his survival radio, he checked the weather again. There had been a noticeable change. Climate data. Temperature, minus 15.6 degrees Celsius. Weather conditions, constant snowfall, force 9 wind. Radiation level, moderate. If you stay outside for more than 46 minutes, radiation will penetrate your body. As night falls, the radiation level will increase steadily. The temperature had improved significantly. The fierce blizzard had turned into a normal snowfall, the wind had noticeably weakened, and the radiation had dropped to an average level. It was time to go on reconnaissance. However, the research time was only 46 minutes, which required quick action. Lu Shen put out the fire, wrapped himself up carefully, and taking the survival radio, pushed aside the barrier at the entrance to the shelter. Instantly he was hit by a fierce stream of Arctic air which rushed straight into the shelter. The snow masses hit like sharp blades, almost knocking us off our feet. At the same time, in the hurricane flow, in addition to the freezing cold, there was a disgusting smell of decay, which made you wince and hold your nose. A world destroyed by unknown radiation? Lu Shen thought gloomily, but after a short thought, he resolutely stepped out of the shelter. If this is truly a post-apocalyptic world, then resources must be extremely limited and living conditions unbearably harsh. It was necessary to find food urgently, otherwise survival would become an insoluble problem. Standing at the entrance to the shelter, he looked around at the surroundings. Everywhere stretched the snowy wastelands of the end of the world, landscapes of destruction covered with a thick layer of snow. Only to the west, not far from the shelter, were a few strange dried-up trees visible, still steadfastly resisting the storm. It was impossible to determine the species of the dried trunks. They looked eerie, with branches growing randomly, reminiscent of creeping ghostly shadows, as if they had undergone a mutation. Turning towards the shelter, he saw a semi-buried shelter of primitive design. Just a hole dug in the ground, which did not inspire any confidence. The only consolation was that the shelter was located behind a small hill, which partially protected it from the main mass of snow and wind. Lu Shen thought about the current situation intently. The most important thing now is food and warmth. We must find food and gather wood for a fire at any cost. Survival in this place required several key elements: shelter, fire, a source of water and food. The shelter had already been decided. Water could be obtained by collecting ice and snow and purifying it with filtration tablets. Therefore, all that was left to do was to keep the fire burning and look for food supplies. But as he looked around the area with the shelter in the center, he didn't see any particularly promising places to search, except for that rare grove of dead trees that might provide some resources. Okay, the concentrate will last for another day or two. First, I'll collect firewood. The wood from the bed won't last long. After careful consideration, Lu Shen carefully walked towards the deadwood grove, moving extremely slowly and carefully, observing the surroundings. It wasn't that the snowstorm was too severe. As the day wore on, although the sky remained gloomy and overcast, the wind and snow noticeably weakened, making travel less dangerous. The reason for the slow pace was because Lu Shen remembered the zombies and mutants mentioned in the survival radio. Although he had never encountered them, he knew from their names that these creatures were definitely not from Pleasant, and they are best avoided at all costs. Moving cautiously towards the grove of dead trees, he spent almost 10 minutes covering just 500 meters. As he approached, Lu Shen couldn't help but gasp in horror. From a distance, the trees simply looked strange, but up close, they were even more eerie than he had imagined. They looked like charred, poisonous snakes that had crawled out from under the ground and intertwined with each other. The bark was covered with black woody scales that grew crookedly and haphazardly, with signs of corrosion, as if they had been soaked in acid. Fortunately, despite their terrifying appearance, the dried-up trunks posed no visible threat. In the snow under the trees, he found several buried branches, which he did not fail to dig up for use as fuel. These branches felt very hard, probably a type of hardwood, which meant they would burn very well, certainly better than rotten bedboards. It was worth considering that last night, almost the entire bed burned to the ground. The expense was considerable, and these dried trunks were obviously much better quality. They were just all lying under the snow, which made digging them difficult. Lu Shen collected fuel while keeping an eye on the time on his radio, avoiding staying in the radioactive environment for too long. 20 minutes later, having collected a bunch of hard branches, he immediately stopped working, preparing to return to the shelter. The journey from the shelter to the grove had taken about 15 minutes. Now he spent 20 minutes getting ready, leaving 11 minutes for the return journey. It was better to have some extra time. He also feared that long-term exposure to radiation could be harmful to health. Moreover, he was already beginning to feel how the constant icy wind was causing a burning pain to exposed areas of skin, and an itch had appeared in the respiratory tract. Extremely alarming symptoms. Prolonged exposure to low temperatures resulted in numbness of the arms and legs, indicating significant energy expenditure requiring immediate return. As he rose with an armful of hard branches, preparing to return to cover, his attention was suddenly drawn to a distant sight. What is this? To the west of the grove, in the distance, some buildings were dimly visible, but the snow curtain made it difficult to see the details. Lu Shen looked more closely and could make out the outlines of the city ruins rising up in the snowstorm, with the silhouettes of destroyed buildings. Lu Shen was finally convinced that he was definitely not on Earth. Such harsh conditions, radiation-damaged trees and crumbling buildings could not possibly exist on his home planet. The appearance of these city ruins made him think, "I wonder if there are any useful resources in those ruins. Maybe I can find something valuable," Lu Shen muttered. Perhaps there was no food left in the city ruins over the years, but some household items might still be preserved. For example, pots, bowls, ladles, basins, knives, salt, non-perishable food. If he could find even a couple of things, it would significantly improve his quality of life. However, looking at the radio, he saw that there were only 7 minutes left. Lu Shen understood that he would hardly have the opportunity to explore those ruins in the near future, since the time spent outside was too limited and his body was already showing signs of fatigue. It was necessary to immediately return to the shelter. Gritting his teeth, he no longer hesitated and quickly ran towards the shelter. Into the shelter. Flames shot up, dispelling the darkness and cold. Phew! Finally home? Lu Shen sighed with relief as he sank into the depths of the shelter. He laid the collected hard branches near the fire, trying to dry them for further use. However, in an inconspicuous place, as the temperature rose, something inside the branches slowly awakened. The hard branches were of excellent quality. Not only did they burn for a long time, but they also gave off much more heat than the rotten wood, quickly heating up the cramped shelter. In the depths of the shelter, Lu Shen cleared a relatively clean area, sat down on the floor, and began to study the survival radio. On the one hand, he tried to use the communication function to receive messages from other survivors. While he did not plan to send messages casually for safety reasons, nor did he plan to thoughtlessly seek out allies, if other people passed on information, he was willing to listen and learn about the situation of other survivors. After activating the reception function, the radar began scanning the area within a radius of 50 kilometers, but in a short time, it did not give any results. On the other hand, he had one opportunity to update the goods in the store, which was worth taking advantage of. He also wanted to see what kind of items would appear in the store. 3 product icons started to spin. He could vaguely see various survival tools flashing before his eyes. Then the speed gradually slowed down, and 3 items appeared in front of him. Lu Shen looked carefully. Black bread, X2, price 8, survival coins. Winter boots, price 20 survival coins. Talent awakening, price 20 survival coins, guaranteed to drop in the first 3 times for all survivors. Oh, talent? Lu Shen's attention was immediately drawn to this strangeness. Behind this bizarre world, there seemed to be a side to it that was still unknown. While he was thinking about what this so-called talent was, a hard branch in the fire next to him suddenly fell out of the fire with a crash, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Shen's expression did not change, initially not paying much attention to it. These hard branches had been lying under the snow for a long time. The moisture inside had not had time to dry out completely, and deformation under the influence of flame was a completely normal phenomenon. However, the next moment, the branch that had fallen next to the fire moved slightly again. This time, Lu Shen's gaze became stern. He hurriedly stood up from the ground, firmly convinced that he was not mistaken. Without any external influence, the branch moved by itself. A chill ran down his spine. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this branch? Lu Shen instantly became wary, took a few steps back, grabbed a burnt stick, and jabbed it at the hard branch several times. When the branch turned over and he saw what was on the other side, Lu Shen could not contain his shock. In the charred area of the hard branch, there was a tiny round hole, inside of which a dark shadow seemed to be moving. Before he could take a closer look, the black shadow quickly crawled out. What is this? Lu Shen instantly broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly retreated. But the dark shadow moved with incredible speed, giving him no time to react. In just a few seconds, it reached his ankle. The next moment, ah! A piercing pain shot through him. Lu Shen couldn't help but scream, and in an instinctive reaction, he immediately raised his leg, shaking it while slapping his ankle. After a few powerful blows, he managed to knock the black insect down in a panic, then hit it a few more times with the stick, trying with all his might to crush the creature. Only then, in the light of the fire, he was able to discern the shape of this insect. A strange black beetle lay on the ground, its body the size of a fingernail, flattened, dark green liquid oozing out of it. It was still twitching weakly, not completely dead. Even more terrifying were its 8 thin, long legs, like a spider's, covered in black hairs. Just one look caused physical disgust. What kind of insect is this? Lu Shen looked at the hard branches with a bit of fear. It was from them that this creature crawled out. Without daring to hesitate for a second, he grabbed a piece of the remaining cloth from the bed, wrapped the still burning hard branches in it, and threw them out of the shelter. Because of the radiation, he simply threw them into the snow outside. Lu Shen had already roughly guessed that these creepy insects were most likely hibernating inside the hard branches, but the increase in temperature from the fire had awakened them, which led to this incident. And it was very likely that it was some unknown mutated creature. Lu Shen pressed the wound, panic in his heart. The biggest problem now was the wound on his ankle. Until now, he could not believe that this insect managed to harm him even through such thick winter clothes. This was far from normal. But he didn't know whether this black beetle that looked like a spider was poisonous. If it was poisonous, or if the wound didn't heal well, then under the current conditions, treatment would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Lu Shen felt regret for the first time. These dead trees, able to survive in an icy post-apocalyptic world full of radiation, and at the same time having such a strange appearance, should have aroused his suspicions long ago. In no case should he have dragged them into the shelter so recklessly. But now, no matter what he said, it was too late. Lu Shen had to roll up his pants and examine the wound by radio light. The injury was very minor, about the size of a pinprick, probably caused by the long leg of a spider beetle, with slight bleeding but no noticeable redness or swelling. The wound did not look scary, but Lu Shen's face did not brighten at all. Many poisonous snakes also do not leave a reaction for a short time after being bitten, but after only a few minutes, the toxins spread through the blood throughout the body, completely eliminating the possibility of treatment. Facing this unknown insect, he did not dare to have any optimistic hopes. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen opened the shop on the survival radio. He suddenly remembered that the shop, in addition to buying goods, had another function, exchanging for survival coins. Survivors could hand over the life resources they had collected to be evaluated by the store, and receive corresponding survival coins depending on the different values of different goods. Lu Shen had already tried it last night. Items such as wood, rotted cloth, and earth were not recognized by the store and could not be exchanged for survival coins. However, survival tools and food were recognized by the store. For example, warm winter clothes, a lighter, 10 water purification tablets, 100 grams of concentrate, a rusty iron mug, salt. All of this could be exchanged for 1 to 10 survival coins. And in the process of assessing the cost of items, a short description of the goods appeared, which could help in the current situation. Lu Shen bent down, scraped the crushed spider beetle off the floor, and brought it to the survival radio. Soon, information appeared. Name: Black arthropod worm corpse. Description: a mutated creature exposed to radiation, capable of surviving extreme cold and radiation in a state of suspended animation. Can be exchanged for 3 survival coins. Fortunately, a description of the insect actually appeared, confirming that it was a mutated creature that had suffered from radiation. But unfortunately, the information did not indicate whether the insect was poisonous, which further darkened Lu Shen's mood. Now the only thing left to do was wait and hope that the wound wouldn't get worse. The only sounds in the cold air were the pounding of the heart and the heavy breathing. As time went on, after 5 minutes, the worst happened. The hard branches were thrown out of the shelter. The fire was deprived of fuel. Only a few coals remained, emitting weak sparks. The temperature in the shelter dropped rapidly, but after a few minutes, Not only did Lu Shen not feel cold, but his entire ankle area was blazing hot, accompanied by an intense itch. Lu Shen immediately realized that the black arthropod worm was very likely poisonous, and the toxin had already begun to spread. He tried to squeeze the poisoned blood out of the wound, but after several attempts, he discovered that the damage was too small, and this method was practically useless. Now, all that was left was to hope that the poison of this insect was not too strong, and his own physical condition was strong enough to survive this ordeal. At the critical moment between life and death, Lu Shen, on the contrary, curbed his inner fear and became even more cold-blooded. The most important thing now is to conserve energy. Provide all the body's functions with enough energy to fight the invasion of toxins. Taking out a rusty iron mug, he collected snow from outside, heated it on the remaining coals, then purified it with a filter tablet, obtaining a cup of hot boiled water. The quality of the water was poor, with a rusty taste, but it gave his body extra energy. At the same time, he took out the carefully stored concentrate. Previously, when he could not find a stable source of food, he did not dare to eat it. But in the current situation, there was no point in saving. It was necessary to urgently restore the body's energy. A cup of boiling water, plus about 20 grams of concentrate, helped Lu Shen feel some restoration of strength in his exhausted body. However, the burning in the ankle showed no signs of relief. The only consolation was that the heat did not spread further, remaining only in the area of the wound. The injured right leg was already causing discomfort when moving, accompanied by attacks of pain. This promised to be a sleepless night. Cold, fear, and anxiety constantly tormented his heart, and the snowstorm was still howling outside the shelter. About 10 hours later, when Lu Shen examined the wound again, he found that it had become even worse. In addition to the burning, there was redness and swelling. The pain had intensified, indicating inflammation. The general condition of the body also worsened. Fever and chills gradually appeared. Even consciousness began to cloud. The ability to think was reduced. The body, exhausted by years of work, was on the verge of collapse. Lu Shen, with difficulty, cheered up, realizing that this could not continue. In the current harsh conditions, no medicine, no food to restore energy, extremely low temperatures, the body will definitely not survive. Something must be done. But looking at the empty shelter, Lu Shen felt completely helpless. Only a day had passed since he had entered the post-apocalyptic world, and he had very few survival tools. If you count exactly, only warm winter clothes, a lighter, water purification tablets, concentrate, a rusty iron mug, salt. If it came down to it, the black arthropod worm could also be considered part of his wealth. It was just a pity that none of these items could help in the current situation. If he had chosen the mini medicine kit back then, perhaps there would have been some hope. No, wait, maybe one thing might be useful. Suddenly, Lu Shen's eyes sparkled. He quickly opened the store. The 3 products from today's update were still on the shelf. Ignoring the black bread and winter boots, he focused on the product Talent Awakening. He didn't understand what talent was or what it was for, but at the moment, he had no other choice. Well, nothing to lose. I hope it helps. Lu Shen sighed. To exchange for Talent Awakening, it took a whopping 20 survival coins, which meant selling off almost all of his survival tools. He had already noticed that when exchanging life resources for survival coins, the value was significantly lowered, and the amount of coins received was very small. On the contrary, when buying goods, even 2 ordinary black breads cost 8 survival coins. Quite expensive. That is why, when 3 goods were updated earlier, he was in no hurry to buy. His pocket was empty, and judging by the prices, the benefit was questionable. However, the situation had changed dramatically now. He could easily buy Talent Awakening without selling his survival tools, although there was a certain risk involved. Lu Shen thought for a moment, realizing that there was no other choice, and no longer hesitated, standing up with difficulty on his injured body. Then he brought some hard branches from the street back to the shelter. But this time, he didn't set them on fire, and for safety's sake, he didn't even bring them close to the fire, although it was almost out. At the entrance to the shelter, in an area with a lower temperature, Lu Shen used the light of the survival radio to search for tiny holes on the hard branches, then forcefully opened them. As expected, there was indeed a black arthropod worm hiding inside, indistinguishable from the previous one, only sleeping. 8 black-haired legs encircled a small body, no larger than a bean, and unless you looked closely, it was completely impossible to tell that it was a living creature. Having learned from his previous experience, Lu Shen was especially cautious. He knew very well how dangerous this tiny insect was. So when he found the sleeping black arthropod worm, he immediately struck it several times with his stick, using almost all his remaining strength to turn it into a pulp. The life force of the black arthropod worm was extremely tenacious, even surpassing that of cockroaches. Even with its body broken, it continued to wriggle on the ground. It usually took many blows to finally kill it. Looking at the black arthropod worm that had turned into a corpse, Lu Shen forced out a pale smile. This tiny bug cost 3 survival coins, not cheap at all. Considering that the 100-gram concentrate also only cost 3 survival coins, one can imagine what a huge treasure the black arthropod worm was. Moreover, by killing the first black arthropod worm, he confirmed his guess. These creatures hid inside hard branches in the harsh, cold, post-apocalyptic environment, existing in a sleep-like state and waking up only when the temperature rose. He also tried bringing one sleeping black arthropod to a fire. Even with a slight increase in temperature, it showed signs of awakening. And black arthropods in extreme cold, even when touched or killed, did not show obvious resistance. Having figured out the habits of these creatures, Lu Shen naturally felt less afraid. After successively opening all the hard branches and extracting the black arthropod worms, he found that their number exceeded expectations. The harvest was quite rich. When Lu Shen completed his final check, he had managed to extract 8 black, segmented worms from the branches. On average, there was 1 worm for every 4 or 5 branches. This discovery left Lu Shen cold with horror. It's a good thing he found them in time. If all 8 of them had woken up at the same time and crawled around the shelter, the consequences could have been catastrophic. One such worm is deadly in itself. But what if there were 9 of them? It was unlikely that he would have lasted long. He would most likely have died within a few hours. However, there was a benefit hidden behind the danger. The black-jointed worms, although deadly poisonous, were of great value. Lu Shen carefully laid out the bodies of all 9 worms in front of his survival receiver. The store recognized them instantly. Each was valued at 3 survival coins. After pressing the sell button, the worms' bodies disappeared, as if carried away by an invisible force, leaving 27 dark metal coins on the table in their place. "These are the survival coins," he muttered, picking one up. The coin was compact, heavy, and smooth. It was impossible to tell what it was made of, but it felt solid. Without further thought, he immediately used 20 coins to buy Ability Awakening. A few seconds passed. No item appeared on the table. Instead, a pleasant warmth suddenly spread throughout his body. A wave of energy engulfed every cell, causing Lu Shen to shudder. His blood seemed to swirl, and his consciousness dimmed for a moment. Everything that was happening seemed indescribably strange, almost irrational. And only after some time did the effect begin to weaken. Opening his eyes, he realized that he was soaked in sweat, and a piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. Ability: condensation. Description: allows one to attract and concentrate matter or energy. Just 1 line, and it described the essence of the power. At first, Lu Shen didn't understand anything, but then it dawned on him. Perhaps this ability could help get rid of the worm's poison. He concentrated, put his hands on his inflamed ankle, and felt an invisible energy activate. The poisonous blood began to come out on its own. Thick and dark, it shot out and covered the floor with a red stain. He immediately felt relief. The swelling went down. The itching and burning almost disappeared. "It works," Lu Shen smiled with relief. "Incredible." Another 5 minutes passed, and the swelling was completely gone. Although his body was weakened, His overall health had improved noticeably. He exhaled heavily, lay back down, and gave himself time to recover. This ability, although not a cure-all, gave him hope. In a world where every morning could be his last, such powers could make all the difference. Condensation, attraction, and compaction, he muttered thoughtfully. And where else could this be applied? His thoughts began to form into concrete ideas. For example, you could compact the earth, strengthening the walls of the shelter, or increase the strength of wooden branches to use them as weapons. There are probably other uses for it. The only problem is that his current use of the ability is too weak. Even the operation to pull the poison out of his ankle took away most of his strength. He needs time to recover and use it again. However, the fact remains. Now he has a chance to hold out longer in this dangerous world. Although one ability is not enough. Food, protection from radiation, life in harsh conditions, without normal resources, you can't last long. The most important thing now is to get food. Tomorrow we should go out on reconnaissance again. I hope we'll be lucky. And we also need to strengthen the shelter. It's too cold here, he said quietly to himself. Having thrown some branches on the fire and made sure that the flames wouldn't go out, he finally allowed himself to sleep. Lu Shen slept for a long time. His body was exhausted. He needed rest. He woke up only the next morning. Outside the shelter, it was still pitch dark. Only the reflections of the flames illuminated the room. He began to lose track of time. He had to navigate by temperature and weather. Usually, midday is the safest time. The temperature is slightly higher, the wind and snow have died down, and radiation is minimal. But at night, it's the opposite. Bitter cold, a snowstorm, complete darkness. At such hours, the danger reaches its peak. Judging by the weather outside the shelter, he estimated that it was now around 7 or 8 in the morning. It was a little warmer, but still not safe to go out. He poured himself some hot water, ate a couple of sips of the remains of his army dry rations, about 30 grams. In total, he had eaten no more than 50 grams of food in the last 2 days. This is negligible for an adult. His body is exhausted. If he didn't find food urgently, death from starvation became a very real threat. To distract himself, he took out his survival receiver and began scanning messages within a 50-kilometer radius. Surprisingly, new signals arrived after a couple of minutes. His eyes lit up with hope. He immediately turned on the message. "Hey, is anyone here? Is this all real? Can someone explain what's going on?" A middle-aged man's voice was heard, distorted by radio interference. "If I'm not mistaken, I'm also from Earth. Although, judging by your accent, you're from Sichuan, brother." Someone answered with a grin. "Listen, brother, now is not the time for accents. Everything okay there?" I, frankly, almost froze. My shelter does not hold heat at all. The temperature drops below -10. From the intonation, it was clear. The survivors are not in the best condition. The voice trembled as if from cold and fear. A woman intervened in the conversation. "I think everyone chose warm clothes and a flint at the beginning of the game. That should be enough for the first time. And then, to insulate the shelter, at least somehow. Yes, there is no other way. But food is a real problem. I've been wandering around the area all day today. There's snow and ice all around. Not a single living creature." "Ha, you're lucky." I just dozed off, and there was noise outside the door. I looked. A zombie was wandering around nearby. "I can't even go out." "Zombie?" Hearing this word, Lu Shen involuntarily frowned. Apparently, by zombies, the interlocutor meant those same rotten creatures that had been mentioned earlier in the receiver. Do they really exist? Apparently, it is precisely about rotting dead people, he muttered. I saw them too, when I went outside the shelter. Suddenly, an alarmed voice came over the air. "Listen, has anyone's throat started to burn after drinking water? I can already feel the heat. My body feels like it's aching. Is this normal?" Another man, who sounded older, calmly replied, "Excuse me, but have you by any chance drunk melt water straight from the snow without boiling and filtering it?" "Well, yeah, I just melted it and drank it. What? Brother, what are you talking about? Almost everywhere except for shelters, there is radiation contamination. Snow is no exception. Drinking such water is harmful to yourself. Damn, I didn't even think of taking a filter. And I actually chose a first aid kit instead of a filter. Oh well, if it's just a little, maybe it's nothing. The most you can do is cause a mutation in the future. It's not the first time. Minus, guys, does anyone live nearby? Maybe we can team up. It's easier to survive together. If anyone finds food or resources, let's trade. One can't survive. Although there was little talk, Lu Shen still learned a lot from it. It seemed that the other survivors were not doing any better. They all found themselves in similar conditions. No one got a perfect start, except for a few who were a little luckier. For the immediate future, everyone has the same goals: find food, water, and warmth. In simple terms, you need to get wood and food and strengthen your shelter. No one, by the way, mentioned abilities. Probably, collecting 20 survival coins in a short period of time is simply unrealistic for most people. Spending such resources on an unclear ability activation is a risky step. If it weren't it for the extreme need, he himself would hardly have decided to do it. But now that he had felt the power of his ability, Lu Shen was sure that it was the right decision. The money was well spent. Checking the weather conditions, RCT temperature, minus 13.6 degrees Celsius. RCC weather. Light snow, wind up to 7 points. RC radiation. Low, staying outdoors for more than 72 minutes is fraught with accumulation. Radiation levels will increase towards evening. Today's situation looked a little better than yesterday. The temperature had risen, the wind had died down, and the radiation levels had dropped. The best part was that he could now go outside for up to 72 minutes. This meant that Lu Shen would be able to explore more remote areas and perhaps find new resources. Opening the door of the shelter, he felt a cold wind hit his face, but it was not as strong as the night before. The sky was overcast, the air was grey and heavy, oppressive. Every time he went outside, he felt pressure. The world was dead, and this lifeless environment weighed on his psyche. After running his hands over his face and gathering his thoughts, Lu Shen stepped out the door. He looked around and thought, since he had more time today, maybe he should go to the ruins of the city he noticed yesterday. He estimated that it was about 500 meters to the edge of the forest with dead trees, and from there to the city itself, another 2 kilometers. In total, 2.5 kilometers. On foot, at least half an hour one way. But walking in the snow is much more difficult. And if you also allow time for exploration, then there and back in 72 minutes will not be possible. After thinking about it, he decided not to risk it. Better to retrace the route to the dead forest and gather wood again. The fire in the shelter needed fuel, and as much as possible. It needed to be replenished. Luckily, these hard branches had many advantages. Apparently, they belonged to a mutated tree. Very durable, burn for a long time, and heat well. In addition, those same worms were often found inside. Each individual cost 3 coins. This was a direct way to earn money. If food is really bad, you can exchange the worms for black bread in the store. That would be enough for today at least. The weather was calmer, the path was already familiar. In just 10 minutes, he reached the forest. There was little light, and Lu Shen began to look for branches right in the snow, crawling on all fours. There were few supplies left because yesterday he had already collected a decent part. Today's search was more difficult. He had to dig deeper into the snow. He had no tools. He had to dig with other branches. Slow and inconvenient. But there were advantages. The deeper the wood lay, the thicker it was. Some branches were the size of a child's hand, and they could be used for heating for several hours. If you collect 20 of them, you can solve the heating issue for at least a day. And if you save money, even longer. He understood perfectly well. The dead forest is a limited resource, and it must be used wisely. And digging snow is not easy. The layer reached a meter, and at the depth, a hard ice crust had already formed, which did not give in. So he had to be content with only what was closer to the surface. 40 minutes later, Lu Shen was sweating. But he had collected quite a few branches R2 bundles, twice as many as yesterday. And the quality was better. He had prepared long strips of fabric in advance. He had made improvised ropes from an old shirt so that it would be convenient to carry the catch on his back. The winter jacket provided warmth, and the old clothes were a second chance, this time as auxiliary equipment. He was about to go back, but at that moment, something terrible happened. Grrrr! A dull, hoarse roar was heard, as if someone had forced it out of themselves. It penetrated his ears and went right to the bones. Lu Shen turned around abruptly. In the gaps in the snowy fog, he noticed several silhouettes. They were moving slowly but persistently. Their steps were heavy, their movements were constrained, and from their mouths came guttural groans. It was difficult to see them, but he had no doubt. These were not survivors. With an effort, he peered closer, and then he saw. Their bodies were disfigured, their skin was decomposed, their flesh was rotting, and in some places their bones were exposed. Rotten corpses. Lu Shen's pupils narrowed sharply, his heart began to beat in panic, and he immediately ducked down, hiding among the trees. Seeing the approaching rotten corpses, he was afraid to breathe even once more. He had only heard about them on the radio before, but at the time the stories had seemed exaggerated. Now, seeing them with his own eyes, he was overcome with real horror. The half-decayed flesh, exposed bones, and twisted faces were repulsive. But worst of all, one of the corpses seemed to have noticed him. Although he was hiding, the monster changed its trajectory and went towards the dead forest. Oh, what the hell? How did it find me? Lu Shen's face turned pale. Did it hear me? Sense me? Such a distance. He rushed back to the shelter. Staying here would be suicide, and the time spent outside was limited by radiation. Waiting out the danger in the open air was too risky. He could only hope that if he disappeared from sight, the dead man would lose track of him. Lu Shen ran, sparing no effort. Fortunately, the monster moved slowly and soon disappeared from sight. But he wasn't sure if it would follow him. Having reached the shelter and slammed the door shield behind him, he only calmed down a little. Leaning against the door, he began to watch through the crack, to see if they were following him. 5 minutes passed, and then, from behind the curtain of snowflakes, 2 silhouettes appeared. They approached slowly. Hoarse groans carried through the wind. What kind of bad luck is this? Ah, he hissed, sweat pouring down his forehead. Ah, first the worms, now these dead people. What kind of beast is cursing me up there? He gritted his teeth and tried to pull himself together. From the pile of branches, he chose the longest and strongest one. The one that was as thick as a child's hand and was about 1 meter long. He pulled it out of the frozen ground with great difficulty. Initially, he wanted to make an axe out of it, so that in the future it would be easier to chop down trees rather than dig. But now, an axe is not an option. He had to fight from a distance. So the spear. Ah, okay, the axe can wait. Survival is more important now, he muttered. He concentrated, activating his condensation ability, directing it at the tip of the branch. The energy was just enough to condense the tip, making it as sharp as possible. After a few minutes, the tip had narrowed to the size of an awl point, about 10 centimeters long. The shaft, however, remained the same, strong and sturdy. He hit it on the floor. A metallic ringing sound was heard. The wood was already strong, but now, with this treatment, almost like metal. His self-confidence had returned a little. He gripped the weapon tightly and turned his gaze to the approaching dead. His eyes were filled with determination. There was no doubt now. These creatures were heading straight for the shelter, right on his trail. While he was modifying the weapon, the zombies had closed the distance to 300 meters. In 10 minutes, they would be at the door. They had to act quickly. Lu Shen cut a hole in the doorboard, just the right size for a spear, so he could attack without exposing himself. The shelter was narrow, and the shield was his only defense. When the zombie came within 2 meters, Lu Shen gave up hope that he would escape. He slowly extended the spear forward. A long roar escaped from the rotting mouth of the monster. The stench of carrion hit his nose. In a split second, he struck, aiming the spear straight at the chest. Ooh! The spear pierced the flesh, but had almost no effect. The dead man didn't react, as if he hadn't felt anything, and continued to furiously break down the door. His white bones scraped against the boards, causing a chilling screech. Damn it, he's dead! I have to hit him in the head, Lu Shen realized. Without wasting a second, he pulled out the weapon and aimed it higher, at a 75-degree angle. Blow after blow, all aimed at the head. The zombie roared so loudly that it was deafening. The grinding sound increased. The boards creaked louder. It worked, he exclaimed, feeling that the attacks were having an effect. Yes, that has it. He struck more and more often, with fury and precision. But the zombie also seemed to sense the end. Before dying, he threw himself at the door with a last desperate effort, began to gnaw and break it furiously. Lu Shen could already hear him wheezing right behind the board. No more than 30 centimeters separated them. He could even hear the gurgling in the monster's throat. Well, and with a cold, huh? He snorted, not ceasing to attack. The wooden shield was cracking at the seams. The hinges were already starting to break. The cracks were getting wider. Realizing that one zombie was down, he immediately turned the blow to the second. He aimed for the head again. The battle was approaching its climax. The shield was about to crumble. And then Lu Shen made a decision. With one powerful foot, he kicked the board. With a crash, it flew out, along with the dead. He jumped out after it, and without giving the zombie time to come to its senses, he furiously plunged his spear into the head of the remaining one. Again, and again. A few seconds later, both enemies lay motionless. He stood over them, breathing heavily, almost out of strength. Looking at the mangled door, he muttered angrily, "The creatures even smashed my damn door." And for good measure, he landed a few more blows into the heads of the already dead bodies. Back in the shelter, he tried to repair the door, but it fell apart in his hands. All that was left was a pile of boards and splinters. Wonderful, he sighed, shivering from the cold. Just wonderful. There were no other options. He began twisting rags and branches into some kind of barrier. He tied them together as best he could, just to partially close the entrance. But the improvised protection was full of holes. A piercing wind blew outside. Snowflakes flew inside, making him cringe. "It looks like we cannot do without a new door, he exhaled, sitting down on the floor and looking at the ceiling. Another day of struggle lay ahead of him. Lu Shen's face was filled with despair. 2 days had already passed, and he had not obtained any food or useful tools. Moreover, his shelter was damaged, and now he risks freezing or starving to death without ever getting out of here. The only hope is the store. Perhaps the next update will add useful items that can somehow improve his survival conditions. Unlike other survivors, he had an important trump card: survival coins. Thanks to the black worms he collected from the branches, he had a constant source of income. This was his personal gold. At the entrance to the shelter, he opened several branches, pulled out the sleeping worms, and exchanged them for coins at the store. To his delight, the dead and living specimens were valued the same, 3 coins each. 10 minutes later, he looked at the heavy black coins in his palm, experiencing conflicting feelings. Kind of happy, but still a little disappointed. Although he brought back twice as much wood as yesterday, there were only 10 worms. Why? It seemed to be a matter of depth. The worms were only in the branches that were closer to the surface. Those that were deep in the frozen ground had been there too long for the worms to reach. He sighed, trying to convince himself that 10 was not bad. 30 new coins was still a big purchase. He had 34 coins. He could afford to buy some food and a few other things. The fire was warming the room. He settled in the back of the shelter and opened the store with excitement. The upgrade had not yet been used. He wondered, was it worth buying 2 black breads for 8 coins? It seemed expensive, but there was no choice. His rations were almost gone, and without new food, he would not last. Better to be full and alive than to regret the coins spent, he decided. He pressed drink. The coins disappeared, and in their place appeared 2 heavy, dark loaves of bread. Lu Shen breathed a sigh of relief, looking at their size. They were about the size of a palm, dense, hard, with an impressive weight. Yes, it was definitely worth it. He smiled. Each loaf of bread would last at least a day. He had just bought himself 2 more days of life. There was one more item left, winter boots for 20 coins. But Lu Shen decided not to take them. His own hiking boots were of high quality and kept him warm very well. He updated the shop. 3 new products appeared. AC beer, of 2. 10 coins, AC portable heater. 25 coins, AC shop upgrade card, 5 coins. He immediately realized that the only really useful product was the heater. In the confined shelter, a compact heat source could greatly increase comfort. And most importantly, it allowed him to save the wood he had worked so hard to obtain. He usually lit a fire only in the coldest hours, since he could not afford to use wood around the clock. Most of the time, he sat in the dark, holding his breath so as not to lose heat. But with a heater, the situation could change. Less expense, less risk of fire, more heat. Beer and an upgrade card were more of a treat. Drinking beer in this cold would be harmful to yourself. And the map is just a chance for something worthwhile. Maybe you'll get lucky, maybe not. It's better to spend the coins on something that will definitely come in handy, he decided. When he bought the heater, he was surprised by how compact it was. About the size of a laptop, covered in metal plates, with a long retractable pipe for exhausting smoke. He installed it in the back of the shelter, closer to where he usually slept. Using a spear, he cut a hole in the ceiling and brought the pipe out. The fire from the campfire moved to the stove. There was a little less heat, but it consumed much less wood. This meant that he had extended his life again. Lu Shen leaned against the earthen wall. The fire crackled in the stove, and a tin mug of snow boiled above it, turning into boiling water. He clutched the hot mug and turned on the radio to listen to the other survivors. Someone, please, give me some food. I'm not kidding. I'm starving. There's nothing here. Just ice. His voice was weak, broken. Hey, brother, I have some food. Tell me if there are any landmarks nearby. I'll try to find you. Food? Where did you get food? Share your secret, I beg you. I was lucky. The shelter came with supplies. There were army dry rations and some sugar left. It will last a long time. Damn it. My shelter is just a mockery. The entire roof is leaking. It doesn't hold the heat. Just a couple of empty cans, that's all. I have a large area, almost 20 square meters. It's no use. Not a crumb of food. Minus Lu Shen squinted. From the scraps of conversation, he realized that everyone's shelters were different. Size, configuration, even starting resources. Everything was random. Some were lucky, some were not. His own 5 square meters were pathetic compared to someone else's underground garages with ventilation, insulation, and food supplies. Well, he muttered, I have less, but I'm alive. And I have worms and a spear, which meant it wasn't the end yet. Lu Shen turned around and looked at his shelter with bitterness. Snow was already flying straight into his face. It was a miserable and hopeless sight. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the radio. Hey, brother, if you're dying of hunger, tell me what's near your shelter. Maybe we are not far from each other. I will help with food. People should help each other, especially at a time like this. Thank God, I still have some supplies. Lu Shen frowned. Even in the old society, where laws and norms were in effect, such altruistic speech was rare. And now, in the world after the catastrophe, oh, where does all this virtue come from? At that very moment, the air was interrupted by a voice that sounded especially loud and confident. Attention, survivors. I am an employee of the fraud department. Registration number 32 *****. In the current conditions, the number of scammers has increased dramatically. Be vigilant. Do not share personal information. Do not take strangers' word for it. Remember, protecting your safety is our job. Damn you, Lu Shen cursed, covering his face with his hand. They even stretched out their tentacles here. They react to every signal. The name of that officer is Zhao Zhongyang. He really did sound like a hero from a propaganda video. Although Lu Shen appreciated the attempt to seem helpful, he knew that in this world, you can't trust anyone. Here, everyone is ready to tear your throat out for food. There are no idealists here. He didn't expect help from others. All he wanted was to be left alone. As he continued listening to the broadcast, he suddenly became wary. A message appeared, sounding alarming and sincere. Guys, has anyone encountered these zombies? One got stuck behind me and is now circling the shelter. I can't get rid of it. The voice was genuinely scared, broken by heavy breathing. This was clearly not a performance. Lu Shen thought for a moment, clicked add as friend, and immediately sent a message. I can't say for sure, but it seems that zombies rely on hearing, sight, and warmth. It's hard to escape from them. If he's already at the door, it's easier to kill him than to wait for him to leave. The answer was not long in coming. A new contact was added, a user with the nickname Lei Lei. Brother, thank you very much, but I don't dare fight him. What if he bites me? Will I become a zombie myself? Who told you that? Lu Shen answered. Have you been watching too many movies? Yeah, they say everywhere that bites turn you into zombies. You know what? You're still trapped. Better attack him first. The main thing is to hit him in the head. It's the most effective way. If you're not a weakling, you should be able to handle it. I'll try. Thanks, brother. The answer was short. After it, the air died down. Lu Shen thought about it. He had long wondered how these creatures navigated in space. Given the blizzard and the roar of the wind, their vision and hearing should not work normally. Moreover, with their decomposed organs, what do they hear or see at all? So, most likely, they have thermal perception. They feel a living body, like a thermal imager. But as for infection, the question remained open. He did not know whether those bitten really transform. But one thing is clear. A wound from a rotten hand is a path for 1,000 infections. Without medicine, it was almost a death sentence. He gave advice from the heart. What would happen next was beyond his power. Tired, Lu Shen dozed off by the stove. Too little to do, too much time. Out of the day, only a little over an hour was suitable for going outside. Everything else was boredom and cold. Suddenly, the radio came to life again. A private message had arrived. Brother, I made it. The zombie is dead. But, I think I still got scratched. Anyway, thanks for the advice. Damn, Lu Shen muttered. I still got hurt. That wasn't a good sign, but it was none of his business. Every man for himself. Then the message came again. Brother, listen. Do you know that there was something strange in his head? It looked like a core. I looked in. I can exchange it for coins. Lu Shen even sat up in surprise. What? In a zombie's head? He was confused. Who in their right mind would dig around in the skull of a decomposed corpse? Butter, exchange for coins? He jumped up, grabbed his spear, and ran outside. The bodies of the two zombies were still lying at the entrance, barely visible in the snow. They had long since frozen and blended into the landscape. He carefully stuck the spear into the skull of one of them, cracked it, and immediately shuddered. Everything inside was stinking, hardened, and disgusting. But he did not retreat. With effort, he raked away the remains of the brain and found a small, dense black clot, like a knot in the center of the skull. Inconspicuous, asymmetrical, and completely unremarkable. If he saw it on the street, he wouldn't even notice. However, as soon as he put this clot into the shop interface, a description appeared. Name: Dead Man's Radiation Core. Description: Formed as a result of radiation exposure to the brain of an infected person. serves as a source of energy and residual activity, exchanged for 5 coins. Oh my! Lu Shen exhaled. He immediately exchanged both cores, and his almost empty account was replenished with new coins. Leaving something like that in the shelter is a bad idea. It's basically a source of radiation. Better to get rid of it right away and make a profit. Twisting the new coins in his hand, he grinned. It seems that goodness does return after all. I gave the guy a hint and found a useful thing myself. Out of politeness, he wrote back, my advice to you, don't keep this thing with you. It's radiation. Exchange it for coins and forget about it. Thanks, Brother Lu. I'll exchange it right now. You've helped me a lot this time. If you ever need help, just say so. I, Chalet, will do everything I can. Lu Shen smiled reservedly. You're welcome. It's your merit that you stayed alive. I just gave you a hint. The main thing is not to hope to pull it all off alone. If we want to survive, it is better to share experiences and stick together. You can't survive here alone. He understood. In this icy hell, where there is no law or order, every union can become a salvation. You can't rely only on yourself. This is a utopia. And yes, he added, don't call me brother, just call me Lu Shen. I think the name is visible in the interface. Okay, Shen Gei. If anything happens, I'll contact you. And if I get infected or the wound doesn't heal and I don't survive, I'll leave the coordinates of my shelter. Maybe you'll find it useful. Lu Shen smiled bitterly. He speaks sincerely, directly, without embellishment. Perhaps this chalet really is someone you can rely on. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, the shelter was still dark. The stove was barely warm. The last of the coals were burning out. The heat had almost disappeared. Lu Shen sneezed. His throat was sore. He was starting to get sick. The temperature in the shelter was too low, and if nothing was done, his body might not withstand it. The problem was that there was no solution yet. No tools. The materials were minimal. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he reached for the radio. The weather markers showed that it was now around 4 in the morning. Outside, it was still pitch black, as if the night had never ended. There were many messages online, but not a word from Chalet. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. He got up from the floor and stretched a little. His body felt like cotton wool. The last few days, he ate pitiful crumbs. He didn't even get the minimum ration. He had almost no strength left. To restore his energy a little, he ate a stale bread and washed it down with hot salted water, which he boiled on the stove. His condition improved, but not much. There was still time before dawn, and he decided not to waste the chance. The store could be updated. 3 new items appeared. Mechanical alarm clock. 5 coins does not require batteries, already calibrated. Gas mask. 15 coins reduces effects of radiation. Gives plus 30 minutes on the surface. ACC. Hunting traps. Times 2 minus 10 coins. Lu Shen's eyes lit up. These were all great finds. First place goes to the gas mask. It allowed one to increase the time spent outside, perhaps even reach the city ruins. Its value was colossal. The alarm clock and traps were no less useful. In this world, without day or night, where everything was drowned in greyness and snowstorms, the body was thrown out of order. Time lost its meaning. With the alarm clock, he could establish a rhythm of life, not lose control over the day. Traps also opened up new perspectives. Maybe there were at least some animals in the forest. Even mutants. It was better than starving. But the 3 of them cost 30 coins, and he only had 11. He thought about it, and eventually bought the traps. Maybe I'll be able to catch something. Today's weather temperature, minus 10.8 degrees Celsius. Snow, strong wind, 10 points. Radiation, light. Allowable time outside, 2 hours, 8 minutes. What luck! Lu Shen couldn't believe his eyes. This is the first time. By noon, the radiation had already dropped to the minimum level. This was the best chance in days. 2 whole hours on the surface. With that time, you could not only reach the city, but also look around. The forest with dead trees was useful, but monotonous. Yes, there were worms and wood, but no trace of food. The city promised new opportunities: tools, canned goods, medicine, and simply a chance for something unexpected. The decision was not easy. Returning to the forest was stable. Collecting branches was safe, predictable, but the future required risk. Without an attempt to get out, he was doomed. He took a deep breath. He gathered the radio, spear, traps, and left the shelter. The cold burned his lungs. He coughed. The air was still filled with radiation, albeit in an acceptable dose. He knew the specified 2 hours were not a completely safe time. It was simply the limit that the body could still withstand. Cross the line and mutations could begin, or gradual decomposition, or something worse. So he wrapped himself tighter. He even covered his face with a rag, leaving only his eyes. The first target was still the forest. It was the only place nearby where there could be living creatures. There he chose 2 large dead pines and set traps at their foot. What was the point of traps if not to try? He didn't know where the animals were. He didn't know how hunting worked. But there was a chance, and he took it. And then he turned around and headed towards the abandoned city. Towards the snow. Towards the unknown. Towards what might be his only chance for salvation. It was far from an easy road. The snow cover reached a meter in places, and with every step, Lu Shen sank deeper and shallower. One careless move, and he could get into trouble. To make it easier to move, he tore 2 wide strips of bark from dead trees and used rags to attach them to his boots' improvised skis. Because the pressure was distributed over a larger area, he sank into the snow only a few centimeters deep, rather than waist deep, as had happened before. With these homemade skis, he slowly but surely moved forward, and after about 40 minutes, he finally reached his destination. When the picture of the destroyed town appeared before him, his heart sank. Old, chipped houses, the walls of which were wounded by time, crumbling plaster, exposed grey concrete and red bricks. Moss covered with frost was pushing through the cracks. Everything seemed to be frozen in an icy grave. It was clear from the setting that this was the outskirts of a small settlement. Judging by the scale, there were few houses here. Most of them collapsed. Only a few buildings remained. The smell of desolation and death hung in the air. Dead bodies lay here and there near the walls. Frozen, with white faces, as if frozen in the moment of death. Lu Shen could easily imagine how quickly the old world had collapsed. Nations had ceased to exist, morality had vanished, radiation had engulfed everything, and people had turned into monsters. And yet, he breathed out, all who survived are unlikely to have gotten very far from them. He pushed the thoughts away and forced himself to focus. There was no way to go back without results. He would have to take a risk. He noted an interesting detail. Around, within a few kilometers of the center of the ruins, he noticed thin wisps of smoke. These were not visible shelters, rather signs that other survivors were hiding somewhere under the snow. It seems I'm not alone here, he frowned. The possibility of encountering other people was alarming. Survivors were not always allies. In such circumstances, anyone could be an enemy. Nevertheless, he decided to move on. He hoped that the others had not yet decided to make such a long raid and were still sitting in their holes. Lu Shen crept up carefully and entered the ruins area. He did not know what awaited him: zombies, mutants, or something more dangerous. He walked without losing his vigilance. The area of ruins was huge. It would not be possible to search everything at once. So he decided to start from the outskirts. He chose a house, a 3-story building in the style of a country mansion. Half had collapsed, but the rest was standing. And it was located on the edge, strategically convenient. Coming closer, he noticed several zombies. They were wandering around the perimeter. Fuck! There are dead people! He quickly hid, trying to avoid their attention. But as he expected, these creatures sensed him again. As if they had a built-in locator, they confidently walked towards him. There was no point in retreating. Lu Shen dove into the house with a jerk. Fighting zombies in the open is suicide. If they even slightly hurt you, the wound will almost certainly never heal. Shilei's case is a clear example of this. To increase his chances, he hid behind a door and clutched his spear. Now he knew what to do. Aim straight for the head. After the last battle, he studied the internal structure of the skulls of the dead. Their entire brain had decomposed, but deep in the skull there remained a so-called radiation node, the center of their activity. He aimed each blow precisely at it. And then he began to rotate the spear, tearing apart this core. The zombies immediately went limp and fell. Luckily, there were only 2 of them this time. Using the walls and doorway as protection, he quickly dealt with them. "Oh, 2 more coins in the piggy bank," he chuckled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now he could look around. The living room was chaos. Everything was covered in dust, the air was stale and heavy, the furniture was upside down, split, broken. He went straight to the kitchen. The main target was sugar. In the apocalypse, it was becoming the currency. It was long-lasting, provided energy, easily transportable and universal. But, alas, the cabinets were almost empty. Dust on the surfaces indicated that a person had not been here for a long time. But someone came here earlier. Perhaps those who lived here to the end. Still, he did not give up. Cabinet after cabinet, drawer after drawer, he looked for at least crumbs. And then, luck. In the far corner, he found a sealed jar of honey. Without thinking, he put it in his pocket. 150 grams. It would seem like a trifle, but from a survival point of view, it was a treasure. He could live on it for several days. Then, the pantry. And there, an even nicer surprise, a bag of dried corn. Yes, the grains looked bad. Some had fallen off. Others were dry. But this was food, real, dense, high calorie. Lu Shen couldn't believe his luck. His heart was pounding with excitement. He quickly found a sturdy bag and transferred the corn there. In total, about 3 or 4 kilograms. "That's enough," he whispered. "That's enough for me for a long time." For him, it was a real breakthrough. With this corn, he closed the food issue for at least the next week. And in his situation, that was almost a victory. At the same time, Lu Shen was finally convinced. Looking for food in the wild is an almost impossible task. But such abandoned city ruins are much more promising for survival. He continued the search. He went through all the rooms, checking everything that could be of any value. The bathroom was not a pleasant sight. All the glasses, basins, and bowls had cracked from the frost and were as brittle as paper. No use for anything. As for the metal utensils, pots, buckets, colanders, Lu Shen did not even try to examine them. Everything had long since been cleaned to the ground. What outraged him most was the empty, shining rice vat. Not a grain left. Not a single one. Nothing at all. He was even surprised. How could the looters of that time have missed a bag of corn? Did no one eat it? Or did they just not notice? However, too many years had passed. He could no longer find out the truth. He just looked thoughtfully at this empty clay vat. Judging by its appearance, it was a strong, thick-walled vessel, weighing about 70 kilograms. It could be filled with hundreds of kilograms of rice. A good, valuable thing. If it weren't for the weight, he would definitely take it with him. But, alas, this vessel was too heavy and completely impractical. Lu Shen regretfully abandoned this idea. There was nothing useful in the bedroom either. All the blankets and mattresses had long since disappeared, and the clothes in the closet were only summer ones. And even that had turned to stone from the frost. If you pulled, the fabric would break like glass. Room after room. Everything was either looted or ruined by the permafrost. There was almost nothing useful. But a small surprise awaited him in the attic. Pencils, paper, and some office supplies were scattered across the floor. The house was 2-story, and judging by the furnishings, the attic clearly served as a nursery. There was a single bed and a desk. Everything of any value was taken out, but the pencils and paper remained. Lu Shen, deciding that it wouldn't be superfluous, collected everything. After all, in the post-apocalypse, even paper is a rarity, and making it anew is not so easy. Who knows, maybe it will come in handy someday. Having finished his inspection, he went downstairs. Despite some loot, disappointment did not leave. 2 floors, and almost nothing useful. If you count everything, a jar of honey, a bag of corn, and some office supplies. That's all they managed to find. He was about to leave and look for other buildings, but suddenly noticed something strange behind the house. In the courtyard, right under the eaves, a rusty metal edge was peeking out from under a layer of straw. A basement? Lu Shen's eyes lit up with interest. Such a cellar sunken into the ground is a classic for rural areas. It is often hidden from view and can go unnoticed. He carefully approached and tried to open the hatch. The lid was stuck due to rust and frost, but with effort he managed to lift it. The creaking sound was sharp and drawn out, as if someone had opened a sarcophagus. A narrow passage opened up before him. The light from outside only slightly illuminated the darkness inside. The room turned out to be quite small, only 12 to 15 meters. But everything was visible. The first thing that caught my eye was a frozen body leaning against the wall. Apparently, it was the owner of the house, trying to hide here when the end of the world began. But apparently, death had caught up with him anyway. In addition to the body, there were simple utensils in the basement. A table, chairs, pots, bowls. Almost everything was cracked from the frost and had become unusable. However, in one of the corners, Lu Shen noticed something unexpected. A whole box of alcohol. He hurried there, tore open the packaging. 9 bottles of clear, strong alcohol appeared in front of him. White vodka, by the look of it, over 40 degrees. He pulled one out, sniffed it. Yes, it looked like 52 degrees. A real find. What a stroke of luck. His eyes lit up. 9 bottles of strong vodka, in a world where even water is in short supply, were real wealth. In the conditions of eternal winter, a sip of alcohol could save from hypothermia. Moreover, alcohol was an excellent disinfectant for wounds and could be used for sterilization. But most importantly, it was a source of psychological relief. Constant stress, hunger, fear of zombies, mutants, radiation, all this exhausted the survivors. Alcohol, like tea, coffee, cigarettes, became a luxury and a necessity at the same time. It gave temporary relief, allowed to exhale. And therefore, it became an extremely valuable resource. Lu Shen was sure that people who had even a little food in reserve would be ready to give a lot for 1 or 2 glasses, especially in conditions where alcohol production had almost ceased. After all, no one spent food on distillation. That is why such distillates cost fabulous money. Without delay, he began collecting bottles. He didn't have a bag, so he hid them under his clothes, packing them as best he could. His belly was swollen, like a smuggler's. He knew he had to stop there. The loot was already generous. The weight was significant. Taking into account the bag of corn and these bottles, he had more than 50 kilograms of cargo on his hands. The road back will be difficult. That's enough for today. There are definitely more useful things here. I hope the weather will be good tomorrow. I'll come back and continue. He decided these ruins would be his priority search area. Many houses were still standing. If he searched everything thoroughly, he could gather valuable supplies and fortify his shelter, especially since there were no other survivors here yet. Perhaps he would be the first to get there. But when others realize that there are resources left in the city, competition will increase, and with it, conflicts, hostility, risk. I started first, so I must use this advantage, he whispered, walking towards the exit. We need to collect as much as possible in the next few days, before the place becomes common. He was already making plans. But whether things would go according to these plans, no one could say. The way back. The burden was heavy, and the return became much more difficult. Each step sank into the snow by about 30 centimeters. Step by step, He seemed to leave deep craters in the snowdrifts. If it weren't for the homemade skis made from tree bark, he definitely wouldn't have managed to return to shelter in time. When Lucian ran inside, there were less than 4 minutes left until the end of the allowed reconnaissance time. He was in a cold sweat from fear. Just a little bit, and he would be stuck outside in the raging storm. But as soon as he looked at the supplies he had brought, a smile broke out on his face. The haul today was truly impressive. AC, 150 grams of honey. AC, about 20 kilograms of dried corn cobs. AC, 9 bottles of strong 52-degree moonshine, 1 pound each, as well as a pack of notebooks and pencils. The food problem was temporarily solved, and he now had plenty of rare resources. He felt rich. As expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Having closed the door of the shelter, he rested for 2 hours. During this time, the darkness outside thickened again, to such an extent that you could hardly see. The wind blew with renewed vigor. The snow raged. Only in the shelter, only in its gloomy silence could one somehow calm the inner anxiety. Phew. Lu Shen exhaled heavily and carefully laid out all the provisions he had obtained on the floor, then sat down next to him. After resting, he lit the fireplace. Most of the hard branches collected the day before had already been used. The rest would have to be saved, otherwise they would freeze at night. Having settled down by the fire, he thoughtfully looked around the shelter. There is food, almost 20 kilograms of corn. We can hold out for some time, but the shelter itself needs urgent repairs. We need to somehow improve its thermal insulation and safety. Firstly, it was too small. You can live here temporarily, but if you want at least a little comfort, the shelter will have to be expanded. Secondly, it is not even a shelter in the full sense of the word. It is just a hole dug in the ground. It is too primitive. And finally, it is too close to the surface. The doorboard at the entrance barely holds, often letting snow and wind in. It is almost impossible to keep the heat in. All these problems need to be solved urgently. Oh, but how? Move? Expand? Neither option looked good. If you thought about it, that basement with the bottles of alcohol was much more comfortable and reliable than the current shelter. But reason told him, under no circumstances should he move there. The ruins of the city were too visible. Once the survivors have settled in a bit, they will definitely start exploring. And the first target is always the city buildings, especially ones like these ruins. Moreover, over time, the city can turn into a kind of hub for meetings and exchanges between survivors. Settling there would mean exposing yourself, putting your neck under the knife. So even if there was an opportunity to change shelter, the ruins of the city were definitely not the best option. Moreover, Lu Shen began to fear that even his current shelter was too close to the city. In time, it might well be discovered by others and then disaster. The city ruins were a source of both danger and opportunity. Neither could be ignored. After thinking about it, he still had no solution. So Lu Shen simply pushed the thoughts aside and looked again at the trophies that lay at his feet. The first thing he did was assess their value. Any resource can be considered from 2 sides. 1, its practical usefulness. 2, and its cost in survival currency, the so-called survival coins. Name, pencil times, 16. Description, household item. Price, 3 survival coins. Name, paper times, 56. Description, daily item. Price, 8 survival coins. Name, dried corn cobs, times 37 pounds. Description, food. Price, 35 survival coins. Name, white vodka, 52 degrees by 9. Description, strong alcohol. Price, 90 survival coins. Lu Shen frowned in displeasure. He immediately realized that exchanging these things for survival coins was pointless. The prices were too low, especially for vodka, only 10 coins per bottle. That was robbery. He knew very well that if you sold such a bottle directly to another survivor, it would be snatched up for 30 coins. And the store itself, if it suddenly decides to put such vodka up for sale, will clearly not limit itself to 10. Selling there means losing. The same applies to corn and office supplies. Their real benefit is many times greater than the offered price, especially corn. Most people have one thought in their heads: boil it and eat it. But in the apocalypse, this is a waste of resources. You need to think differently. According to Lu Shen's plan, corn is good for two uses. 1. Sowing. Choose the largest grains and try to germinate them. Corn is an unpretentious crop, does not require much water, grows quickly, almost ideal for these conditions. The main thing is that the seeds do not lose their germination over the past years. 2. Flour. Grind the grains and the cobs themselves into flour. Add salt, honey, and you will get nutritious cakes. They are convenient, filling, have a long shelf life, and do not take up much space. In survival conditions, this is first-class food. He knew that few people would eat dry cobs, but they are edible. If processed correctly, you can squeeze the maximum out of them. After a short rest, Lu Shen got up and began sorting the corn. He carefully selected the largest whole grains. There were several hundred of them. He carefully packed them. They would be useful for sowing. Then he set about the flour. It was real work. Without a millstone or mortar, grinding corn with an ordinary stone is long and difficult. At least he had plenty of time. A maximum of 2 hours a day are spent on reconnaissance. 10 hours of sleep. That leaves 12 hours, which there is nothing to do anyway. At least this kind of work distracts. He knew. Loneliness is the enemy of all survivors. If you don't keep yourself busy, you can break down. While he concentrated on grinding corn, a radio whispered nearby, a receiver for communication between survivors. At first, there were just conversations, chatter. But then a topic came up that suddenly caught his attention. Has anyone bought Awakening the Gift? Does this thing even work or not? Bro, you've come to the right place. I spent 20 survival coins on Awakening Gift before, and nothing happened. I just threw my money away. Are you serious? There's no way the item is completely useless. The store shouldn't lie, right? Who knows? I'm ashamed of myself, but I also thought it was some kind of good stuff. I sold one of the survival tools, barely scraped together 20 coins. I drank it, and the result was the same. Nothing happened at all. Maybe it just doesn't show up right away? Yes, I would feel it if something changed in my body. This crap is pure deception. Listening to the dialogues on the survivors. Radio, Lu Shen could not help but frown. Awakening the Gift doesn't work, but his own experience said otherwise. Is there really some secret hidden here? Soon, a new voice appeared on the air. One of the survivors, named Wang Chang, reported over the airwaves, "It can't be. It's probably yourselves. After activating the Gift Awakening, I actually received the ability." "Are you serious? You're not lying. What kind of gift is this?" A few minutes later, the same Wang Chong went on the air again. "It's a physical enhancement. I call it strengthening the physique. It's mostly about increasing strength. I've become much more powerful. But there's a downside. After waking up, I started to want to eat more. I used to eat 2 or 3 meals a day, but now I can eat everything in one sitting." Damn, is this true? Is it really possible to get a gift? Is this the end of the world or X-Men? Soon you will start flying, and I will be running around on the ground like a fool. Bro, where do you live? Can I join you? What the hell? Why do some people get gifts and some don't? Maybe your gift is the absence of a gift. Damn you. % number, sign yen times yen. Apparently, gifts don't act like those who swear too much. Yum fa. Ooh, damn. Gradually, other survivors joined the discussion. It turned out that quite a few people had already saved up 20 coins and bought Gift Awakening, but the results were very mixed. Of all those who bought it, the majority did not awaken the gift, and only a minority actually experienced the effect. Moreover, for almost all of those who worked, the gifts were associated with physical enhancement, and they could be conditionally called strengthening of the physique. However, even in this form, The gifts varied. Some gained strength, some gained speed, some gained endurance, some began to endure the cold, and some received a slight increase in all parameters. All these gifts were unique, although similar in direction. Finally, a man named Zhao Zhongyang, a policeman by profession, spoke on the air. Friends, as for me, gift awakening is a completely functional thing. It's just that not everyone has a hidden gift ready to be activated. So for those who haven't bought it yet, I advise you to take this into account carefully. Wait a minute, Zhao. You speak so confidently. Did you awaken the gift yourself? Yes. Tell me the details. After a short pause, Zhao Zhongyang's voice sounded again. Calm and confident. Yes, I awakened the gift. What kind of ability exactly, I will not say, let it remain personal. But I want to remind you, gifts are for survival, not for fighting among ourselves. I hope we will all strive for peace and mutual assistance. Listening to this, Lu Shen fell silent. Hope is a good thing, but reality is much harsher. Conflicts between survivors are a matter of time, and no beautiful words can prevent them. However, the very fact that Zhao calls for goodness made Lu Shen slightly change his opinion of him. Apparently, he is a man with a conscience. It seems that Zhao himself realized that he sounded a little naive, so he added, "By the way, resources can be found without robbery. Near the shelters, there's probably plenty of useful stuff there. Explore, trade, there are plenty of options." Hearing this, Lu Shen's face lengthened. He cursed, "Damn you! Damned chatterbox! Kind people don't live long." He was just planning to quietly search the ruins for a couple of days while no one was bustling about, to stock up on rare items and gather strategic resources. And now, after Zhao's words, everyone would flock there. The situation would become much more dangerous. He sighed heavily. If he were to go into the ruins tomorrow, he would do so with extreme caution. He needed to review his equipment and plan of action. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive. While Lu Shen was thinking about everything in his mind, he suddenly received a private message. He only had one friend on his list, so he immediately knew who it was from. A hoarse but excited voice came over the airwaves. "Shen, brother, I was just out on a mission, and I came across this cool thing." Lu Shen was wary. In this world, every find could be of great importance. "What exactly did you find?" "It seems to be a means for insulation," Shilei spoke excitedly. I was digging snow, thinking maybe I'd find some edible plants, but I came across some strange grass, about 1.80 meters deep. It looks like some kind of felt plant. It grows right under the ice, yellowish, with thin fibers. And there's a lot of it there. I brought it home and dried it over the fire. It tastes inedible. But when it dries, it turns into a super soft, insulated fiber. If you sleep on it, it becomes noticeably warmer. And if you stuff it into cracks in the door, it keeps the heat in perfectly. Shilei spoke faster and more joyfully. He was delighted with the find. Face also lit up with a satisfied smile. The warming agent was a top-notch item. In a world where snowstorms rage, keeping warm was a matter of life and death. The value of such a find was almost equal to food. And the fact that Shilei did not be greedy, but immediately shared, deeply touched Lu Shen. However, the joy quickly gave way to anxiety. He remembered, when he was digging in search of solid branches, he also almost reached the icy layer, but he didn't notice any such grass through the ice at that time. But after thinking for a while, he realized that Lei had no need to lie to him, so there was only one possibility. This kind of velvet grass was not available everywhere. Lu Shen asked in a deep voice, "Brother, where did you find this velvet grass?" Dong Lei also knew everything. "By the river. After all, I want to dig up wild vegetables. The river should have more water, which is more suitable for the growth of wild vegetables." Lu Shen blinked and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, look outside. What do you see?" "Sure. What happened?" "After the snow melts, damn it, it's all water. Look at my stupid brain. I must have been looking in the wrong place. No. Lu Shen shook his head slightly and said, You found the right place. If it is a deeper river, the riverbed should not be completely frozen, and there should be spring water with a temperature of around 0 degrees Celsius, which is indeed more favorable for plant growth. Lu Shen suddenly realized that he may have been careless. He thought that since the ground was covered with snow, there was no need to look for a river. However, it should be noted that areas adjacent to rivers are full of running water and are likely to have more plants, the best example of which is the marigold. After all, under a thick layer of snow, the velvet grass cannot get water from the snow. Rather, it absorbs water from the soil, which is warmer, through its roots to survive and grow under a 1.8-meter layer of ice. Brother Shen, I have collected a lot of velvet grass. Do you want me to send you some? Lu Shen thought for a moment, but still decided to refuse. Not now. I will first inspect the shelter. If I really have nothing, I will ask you. When it comes to exchanging resources, there are still many issues that need to be considered. The parties are not sure of each other's position, so it is difficult for them to meet in person. Moreover, it is unacceptable to take advantage of someone else without compensation. It is best to exchange benefits in order to maintain the relationship. They talked for a while, and then Lu Shen suddenly asked, By the way, Brother Shen, I saw you talking about the city ruins. Do you think it's worth going there? Hearing this, Lu Shen was shocked and asked, Have you seen the city ruins? Yes, it's not far from the shelter, only 1.5 kilometers away. But I never dared to go there because I'm afraid there are too many rotting corpses inside. Lu Shen's eyes sparkled as he asked a few more questions. What do the ruins of the city look like? How many houses are there? What is the surrounding area like? And we need to confirm if the city ruins Alay saw are the same ones explored today. The survival radio can receive messages within a 50-kilometer radius. Ash may be very close to Ye or very far from Ye. If two people are very close to each other and their shelters are next to each other, they can actually explore the ruins of the city together and the safety will be greatly increased. Whether you encounter corpses and mutated creatures or face competition from other survivors, the competition will be stronger. Lei did not understand what was happening, so he described the situation in the ruins of the city in detail. The more Lu Shen listened, the more excited he became, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The city ruins described by She. Acts were most likely the ones that had investigated. The details of the ruins and the landscape around the city were completely consistent. Containing his excitement, Lu Shen did not immediately inform Wang Lei of the situation or make an appointment with him. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. The only way to communicate between the two sides is through survival radio. Goodwill can be feigned, but it is unclear whether it is real or false, so be careful. After careful consideration, he chose a safer approach. Brother, I also saw the ruins of the city that you saw. They are also near my shelter, but quite far away. Right? Then the distance between us shouldn't be too great. I used to think that we were tens of kilometers apart. This is truly fate. Lei's voice rose a few notes, and he was clearly excited. Lu Shen nodded and said, If the weather permits tomorrow, we can explore the ruins of the city together. But if you don't have much time to explore, you can only go alone. I'm far away and might not make it there and back. Ha 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 ha, no problem. I'll contact you tomorrow before I leave, and I'll bring you a bag of velvet grass. Lu Shen didn't refuse. He really wanted to see what kind of character the other person had. If he was an honest person without any ulterior motives, then you could definitely be friends with him. Humans are social animals. Living alone in a multicultural environment ultimately leads to weakening and the inability to independently obtain the resources necessary for life. But if you can find other reliable survivors, trade with each other, share resources, and even collaborate on research, the difficulty of survival will be greatly reduced. For example, this velvet grass is truly a survival resource that desperately needs. Ash hadn't reminded him. It would definitely not have known about it. And there is a high probability that this velvet grass with excellent heat insulation properties grows in a certain area and only Lei can find it, so Lei can only get this resource through trade. Once again, it is necessary to consider whether it is worth going to the ruins of the city tomorrow. If you want to go, you should make some preparations and develop a plan to ensure your own safety. I opened the survival radio and went to the store page. For a long time between the mechanical alarm clock and the gas mask. For safety reasons, if you go out tomorrow wearing a gas mask, your safety will certainly be greatly increased, and the fail safety will also be guaranteed. But after thinking for a while, he spent 5 survival coins to buy a mechanical alarm clock. That's why I don't buy gas masks for many reasons. First, after selling the 2 corpse radiation cores obtained today, you will only have 11 survival coins left. To buy a gas mask, you need to sell other supplies for survival coins. Secondly, if such an important item as a gas mask falls into the sight of other survivors, it will most likely cause their greed and lead to disaster. Therefore, it is better to buy a mechanical alarm clock, which will help you better control your time and regulate your work and rest schedule. When Lu Shen saw the time on the mechanical alarm clock, he could not help but be surprised. According to my initial time calculations, it was probably somewhere between 1 and 2 p.m. But the actual time was already 5:36 p.m., much later than expected. This means that the time when the wind and snow are the weakest and radiation is the lowest is not at 12 noon, but around 2 to 4 p.m. No wonder I've been feeling a little down lately. It seems that my usual way of life has been seriously disrupted, and I need to make some adjustments. Lu Shen has been secretly making plans in his heart. As a self-disciplined young man of the new era, he must make a schedule for himself. Even if he didn't know where day was and where night was, he would still have to live by the schedule of the new era. Taking paper and pen, he began to write something down. Schedule of activities. Wake up at 7:30. Eat at 7:35, 2 hours of work in the afternoon, grinding corn and planning research activities. Go outside and explore. Time is flexible. Afternoon work, 2 hours. Grinding corn and counting the harvest. Dinner at 7 p.m. 2 hours of evening work, grinding corn. Listening to the radio for useful information and maintaining social contacts. Go to bed at 10 p.m. Of course, planning is one thing, but it is not clear whether it will be possible to implement it in time. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the corn flour was ground, and Lu Shen began to cook his dinner. Due to the current food shortage, I can only eat very little every day. In 3 days, I ate 2 pieces of black bread and 100 grams of pressed cookies. The strength I spent was not replenished at all. Even if he did not have enough corn, he did not deprive himself and ate as much as he could. If you are in a state of hunger for a long time, it can easily affect your health, and your mental state will seriously deteriorate, which is not conducive to your further survival. Take corn flour. Cornmeal from the corn mill is yellow, and corn cob meal is light yellow. In a mixture, they are not much different from the bran that birds eat. Put it on a strip of cloth, mix a little hot water, salt, and honey, and knead the dough with flour. However, the lack of flour makes the dough relatively sticky and difficult to knead. The last type is a hard, dry, yellow corn tortilla about the size of a palm, similar to a pressed cookie. Although it may not sound appetizing, at this stage food is no longer for pleasure, but simply for survival, so there are not many specific things. The corn cakes were placed in front of the fireplace to bake, and soon the aroma of burnt corn spread throughout the shelter, instantly whetting Lu Shen's appetite. He deliberately pressed the cakes flatter so that they would be relatively easy to bake. Once both sides were golden brown, they were ready to eat. When I took a bite, the crisp, burnt yellow crust crumbled, and a burnt aroma spread throughout my mouth. And then, well, Lu Shen's face turned red. After taking the first bite, he chewed for only a few seconds, after which the movement in his mouth gradually slowed down, and his face became increasingly ugly. At that moment, only 3 words remained in his head. This is so disgusting. The grains are rough, taste like wax, and there is no oil or water at all. Extremely tasteless. Except for the slightly salty and sweet taste, the texture is extremely unpleasant and not at all like human food. But in essence, They are not much different from the bran that birds eat. This is the texture of corn on the cob, so it is not surprising that they taste unpleasant. Lu Shen forced himself to chew it, trying to make it as tender as possible, and then swallowed it with hot water. This improved the taste a little, and he was able to eat it. It's just that they take a lot of water to make because the tortillas are so dry and very easy to choke on if you don't wash them down with water. It took me more than 10 minutes to eat the entire tortilla. Although the taste was mediocre, I must say that it was very filling. After the food in his stomach was absorbed and digested, he clearly felt that his spent physical strength was restored and his general condition improved. It was the first time he felt full since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world, and his condition did not improve, as if he had come back to life. Tortillas are quite tasty. If you add some butter, flour, and other seasonings, the taste should be better. Lu Shen secretly planned to increase the survival rate of the food when the conditions became better. After his physical strength was restored, he had another distinct feeling. It seemed that his talent could be used many more times. Previously, if you used your talent slightly, you would feel tired and unable to use it for a long time. But now things have changed significantly. Arriving at the shelter, he tried to press his hand on the door panel, using the force of the hardness to pull the door panel and the hard branch, slowly bringing them together. Soon, the hard branches attached to the door panel naturally grew together with it, and the damaged door panel was slightly repaired. Lu Shen's face showed joy, and he could hardly contain it. On the one hand, this was due to the fact that the door leaf was repaired, and on the other hand, due to the fact that the level of his talent increased. Previously, the talent was only able to make a spear, but he was already exhausted and could not use it. Now, after repairing the entire door panel, there was still some condensed energy left. This shows that the number of uses of talent is related to the physical health and physical strength of the person. After the door panel was put back, the shelter became much more airtight, keeping out wind and snow. The fireplace also increased the temperature significantly, and I felt a warmth that I had not felt for a long time. Back in the depths of the shelter, lying by the fireplace, feeling the warmth coming from the burning coals, he also began to think about tomorrow's trip. He had two choices: go to the dead forest or to the ruins of the city. Have their pros and cons. The dead forest is safe and stable, and can also provide hard branches for firewood. Black stick insects can also be exchanged for a large amount of chew coins, and this time he could also try to find a stream and bring back some velvet grass. If you go to the ruins of the city, you will know everything. He needed to contact Shilei. Without knowing the details, it was dangerous to meet anyone. He also had no idea about Shilei's character and personality, and in the process of exploring, he might meet other seekers, live together and trade with each other, or whether they will plot against each other is beyond his control. Therefore, he must be prepared for both situations. If tomorrow's weather is good, and we can work in the radiation zone for a longer period of time, then it would indeed be more expedient to go to the ruins of the city. In that case, he needs to think about his own safety. For now, the only thing that could give him a sense of security and increase his strength was his talent for solidity. Feeling the remaining solid strength in his body, Lu Shen picked up a rock from the ground and tried to compress and gather it. This was actually the only choice. Other materials in the shelter, so he could only use stones for his experiments. The stone was squeezed more and more tightly, and in his hand it changed shape. Soon it turned into a small stone dagger. Although the hardness of the dagger is limited by the texture of the stone, it is still very fragile. It is suitable for regular use, but a little stretched for use as a weapon. Lu Shenjing thought deeply, thinking about what material would be best for making a weapon. Finally, he actually found the right material. Moreover, this type of material is extremely common and very common in doomsday worlds. Using it will not attract the attention of others, and it is very strong. If he could use it perfectly, even without weapons and protective gear, he could ensure his safety when he was alone on the street. Having made his decision, Lu Shen decided not to waste his energy anymore. He lay deep in the shelter and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Shen woke up in a daze. Look at the time. 8:50. Lu Shen was silent for a while, picked up a piece of paper and a pen lying nearby, and changed the wake-up time on the schedule to 8:50. If you can't follow the rules, change them. By the way, he also took out a piece of paper and wrote down today's date, January 4th. The first day of this future end of the world will be January 1st. Now that it has passed, it is January 4th. After waking up, simply brush your teeth with charcoal, wash your face with hot water, and start a new day. Doing shelter duties, grinding corn flour, listening to survival radio, or recording something. Around 2 p.m., Shilei called me. Brother Shen, the wind, snow, and radiation have reached a minimum. I am ready to go to the ruins of the city. If you have the opportunity, we can explore everything together. If not, I'll go first. Open weather. Weather temperature, minus 9.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, light snow, wind speed 6 points. Radiation, weak. If you stay outside for more than 2 hours, 48 minutes today, radiation will enter your body. As night falls. Today's weather is even better than yesterday's. Light snow and force 6 winds. This is the lightest snowfall I have ever seen in history. Moreover, today's outdoor time is more than 2 hours and 48 minutes, which is a record. If there are no other factors, today is definitely the most suitable day for long-distance exploration. However, there was no excitement on Lu Shen's face. Everyone thinks today is the best day for long-distance exploration, so what about the other survivors? Will they go to the city ruins today? Yesterday, in a message, someone mentioned the city ruins and expressed their intention to explore them. However, the city ruins mentioned by fans are slightly different, and it is very likely that they are the same city ruins. The place where everyone is probably in the suburbs outside the city. Here. But they are all large in area, and most of them have only a few dozen houses, forming the ruins of the city, which are visible to all. Lu Shen calculated that there was a high probability that other survivors would explore the ruins of the city, but the actual number of people would probably be too large. Judging by the frequency of conversations in the message, one can roughly judge that there are not many survivors within a 50-kilometer radius, and the distance between them is quite large. Thus, there will not be many survivors in the shelter area, a few dozen at most. In addition, some people are too timid to go out, so the real danger will not be too great. Even the slightest vigilance can lead to a tragic situation. But what is more important, the value of urban ruins is really very great. Yesterday's harvest literally turned them from rags to riches overnight. So you need to seize the initiative and gather more important resources from the ruins of the city before everyone else reacts. After all, resources are fixed, and first come, first served. After thinking about his plan of action, Lu Shen decided to go to the ruins of the city again. But when he answered Shilei, he did not answer too decisively, but only calmly replied, "I might go. You wait for me at the edge of the ruins for 5 minutes. If I don't come, forget it. No problem. If you see someone without hair, look for me. Just come to me." Hearing this, Lu Shen immediately frowned, and a feeling of caution arose in his heart. No, a bald man. He must be a strong person, so he must be treated carefully and not be careless. Lu Shen began to prepare for the trip. Take a survival radio, a wooden spear, 2 skis, 2 cakes for recharging, and a small bottle of white wine. It is worth noting that we are not talking about a whole bottle of liqueur, but about using the ability of hardening to turn a solid branch into a sealed small cup that holds almost 100 grams of liqueur. In the conditions of the end of the world, people become cruel and must be extremely careful in communicating with each other. Lu Shen set 3 principles for himself. Try to reduce the number of transactions. Try to reduce the amount of each transaction. Try to change the location of the transaction. Maybe I think too much, but for my own safety, these thoughts are necessary. If other people knew that he had a lot of precious resources, it would definitely make the other survivors jealous and come to rob him, and Lu Shen would have no place to cry. After preparing himself properly, Lu Shen went out to face the wind and snow. Today, the wind and snow were obviously much lighter, which made movement more comfortable. He didn't go straight to the ruins of the city, but went to the dead forest first. He had set 2 traps there, and he needed to go and check the situation. However, I didn't have much hope. Outside, that there could be a lot of wild animals around. There was even a high chance that the strong wind had already blown the trap away, so it was hard to say whether it would be possible to find it. But in the end, the traps were still there, just covered by a thick layer of snow, and they all went off. Lu Shen also knew that it was the wild animals that triggered the traps, and the wind and snow were the cause of the traps. After checking, not a single hair was found, which was expected. Continue to set traps on the roots of the dead tree and wait for the prey to come. Lu Shen continued to run towards the ruins of the city. Judging by yesterday's experience, all he needed to do to be safe was to follow yesterday's route. When he reached the edge of the city ruins, he began to slow down, deliberately hiding his location and observing his surroundings. Today, everything is the same as before, and there are probably other survivors hiding somewhere. But I soon realized that I was probably worrying too much. Even now, at the best time of day for travel, the sky is still terribly gloomy. Visibility is very poor, and everything around is white, with snowflakes swirling around, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The other survivors can see each other, and each survivor can see each other, so it can be said that it is very safe. Yes, it is possible that I can see the other survivors. After quickly looking around and thinking that I had found nothing, I suddenly noticed a smooth, shiny object on a distant hill. What a bright mind! Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. I saw a sturdy man, wrapped in a plush winter coat, with a bamboo basket on his back, standing in the cold wind, with a shiny bald head, which made me think that the higher you go, the colder it gets. Lips twitched. Is it Shilei? I had only heard that voice before, low, hoarse, with a hint of timidity that was completely incompatible with the image. At that moment, Lu Shen took out the survival radio from his hands and tried to transmit a message to Shilei. I am here. Then his gaze fell on the bald figure. After a few seconds, the man actually reached out and took out a survival radio, then turned his head and looked around. Soon, a soft voice came from the survival radio, accompanied by the howling of the cold wind. Brother Shen, where are you? Why can't I see you? Lu Shen said, Go to the valley to the east of the city ruins. After thinking it over carefully, Lu Shen decided that it was necessary to meet. Shilei could become his ally or his enemy. Regardless of the outcome, this risk was necessary. Moreover, he had the ability to take this risk. When Shilei rushed over, he was also making preparations, and the hardening power attached itself to the ice and snow on the ground. There was nothing unusual on the surface, but underneath the snow, everything was quietly changing. Ice and snow are definitely the most suitable materials for hardening things. Its supply vast and inexhaustible, but its texture is soft and easy to compress and pull. It takes very little energy to move large volumes of snow. As long as he takes precautions, the snow surrounding him is his best defense and can effectively guarantee his safety. When Shilei ran over, Lu Shen's face became serious. Whether he was an enemy or a friend would be clear in an instant. Appearance was even more shocking than he expected. He was nearly 2 meters tall with a strong build. Combined with his shiny bald head, he gave off a strong impression of being an oppressive being, like an iron wall. However, his relatively youthful face and simple smile do not match his terrifying body shape and appearance. Brother Shen, I finally found you. You have been drifting in the wind for 10 minutes. Shilei smirked and ran over, shouting without the slightest trace of hostility. But Lu Shen still didn't dare to pay attention to it because he keenly noticed that when Shilei ran over, he actually reached into the backpack behind him with his right hand, as if taking something out, which made him wary. When the distance was only 3 meters, Lu Shen used the solidification technique, and the snow on the ground suddenly condensed into an icicle that appeared in front of Shilei's feet. The next moment, a muffled bang sound was heard. Shilei lost his balance and fell straight to the ground, falling into the snow. As for Lu Shen, he was already holding the spear tightly, but if something unexpected happened, he would simply strike forward. Moreover, the snow around him was becoming increasingly solid, like a ring of ice brick walls surrounding him and ensuring his safety. In order to meet this meeting, he had made sufficient preparations, demonstrating unshakable talents and abilities. But in the next moment, a huge hand rose from the snow, and a velvet bag appeared in front of Lu Shen. "Shen, brother Shen, your velvet grass." Lu Shen's lips trembled. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up, examined it, and found that everything was in order. Moreover, this velvet grass was really soft and retained heat very well. In the current apocalyptic conditions, it must be a very valuable resource. Shilei stood up from the snow with difficulty, scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a stupid smile, "Sorry, I ran too fast and lost my balance, so I fell." Although Lu Shen was still on guard, he relaxed a little. Judging from Shi Lei's behavior, it seemed like he didn't have a chance. "Brother Shi, why are you standing on top of the mountain?" "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by other survivors?" Lu Shen asked. He also wondered if this guy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid by just standing on top of the mountain. Ouch, the visibility is so bad because of the snow and wind. I'm afraid you can't see anything. So I'll just wait for you at the top of the mountain. Lu Shen. As for the other survivors, Shi Lei smirked and said, "Look at this situation. It's lucky that the other survivors weren't scared. Who will have time to make trouble?" Lu Shen was stunned, looked him up and down, and couldn't help but say, "Damn, this makes sense." No matter which survivor saw a 2-meter tall, strong, bald man, as long as he didn't suffer from a mental disorder, he wouldn't consider him an object of attack. Shi Lei scratched his head and said, "Brother Shen, shall we go in? I have been watching for a long time and have not seen any rotting corpses or mutants. It should be safe inside." Lu Shen nodded slightly and looked up at Shi Lei a little more. He realized that this was not a reckless act, but a well-thought-out one. So he said, "Of course I have to go, but why do you call me Brother Shen? Let's see how much better you are." Brother Shen, I'm 19 years old." 19 voice gradually becoming disheveled. After overcoming the wind and snow, the two of them reached the edge of the city ruins, which were also covered in a thick layer of snow, creating a quiet and deserted atmosphere. Looking at the building in front of him, Shi Lei asked, "Brother Shen, how do you think we should conduct our research together? Should each of us find a home?" Lu Shen thought for a moment and said, "Let's work together first. Once we've confirmed that there's no danger, we can spread out and gather supplies." Although he'd been here once before, he wasn't sure that there was no danger. It is quite possible that some unknown crises are hidden here. We approached a relatively finished building. It was also a 3-story house, built by our own efforts, but it was better finished than the one we had yesterday, and its facade was more impressive. Obviously, it was a private house. Apparently, the house was almost not destroyed because the material is more durable, but the outer wall collapsed, looking very old and covered with a thick layer of ice. However, the internal structure was almost intact. The two approached, but did not immediately enter. They wanted to inspect the interior through the frosted glass. Appeared, their limbs twisted, their bodies rotting, their appearance hideous and terrifying. However, their heads were gouged out, and they were lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Shen was not at all relieved. Instead, he looked around with extreme vigilance, looking for other creatures. And sure enough, in the direction of the kitchen, they found a rotting corpse that was even larger and had an even more hideous face. It was clear that this corpse was more solid and harder to deal with. Lu Shen muttered to himself. Could it be that he became even stronger because he ate the radiation cores of other corpses? This assumption is not groundless. Why did the other zombies die? Why were their heads gouged out? Why was there only one stronger zombie left? It's not hard to guess when you put these two facts together. Brother Shen, should we go in? It looks like this corpse will be hard to handle. Lu Shen glanced at him and said, "You're such a big guy. Are you afraid of this rotten corpse? It's terrible." Shilei looked at him in fear and said, "Last time, I was scratched by a corrupted body and almost died. It is better to stay away from this creature." Lu Shen nodded slightly and after a short silence said, "There is indeed a certain risk. Let's go to another company." Jurgyud. At first, sticking to the principle of safety, Lu Shen gave up on this house without hesitation and turned to other houses. After all, there was only one building here, so there was no need to stick to it. In the distance, I saw a new house. Has only 2 floors and appears relatively small. It occupies a large area, but overall, the structure is relatively well preserved. After a thorough inspection, no traces of a decomposed body were found in the house, and no traces of blood or a struggle were found. After making sure everything was safe, the 2 men entered through the window. Before they could start looking for supplies, Lu Shen grabbed Shilei and said, "Let's agree in advance that all the resources we find must be taken out to avoid conflicts." Shilei nodded and said, "No problem, Brother Shen. I understand." The 2 of them spread out and searched every room for things that could be used. The place had been looted, and many useful things were often found, such as food in a rice jar, bedding on the bed, and clothes in the closet. Lu Shen could only pray that the people who had looted before had good eyesight and left behind some useful resources. Rummaging, he found several bowls and iron basins in the kitchen cupboard. Apparently, they had been left there, so he naturally took them without hesitation. In addition, a backpack, a kettle, and a bag of plastic bottles were found in the room on the 2nd floor. He also understood why these 3 completely different things appeared in one room. It must be a child's room. The presence of a school bag is understandable, since it is a school item. The presence of a kettle is also understandable, since it is convenient for drinking water at night. But why is there a bag of plastic bottles under the bed? Lu Shen was too lazy to think and took everything. After all, there were many things that could be used. After that, I found a batch of wooden boards and iron sheets in the store on the 2nd floor. The wooden planks were weathered and broke into pieces when lightly touched. They were completely unusable and were also inconvenient to return. However, the quality of this batch of iron sheets seemed good. Although they were rusty, the overall texture was good. They were definitely very good materials, and Lu Shen bought them without hesitation. When he returned to the 1st floor with his harvest, Shi Lei was already sitting on a chair, waiting. "How are you, Brother Shen? Did you get anything?" Shi Lei asked with a sneer, and then filed a complaint. "This place has been searched many times, and everything useful has been taken away. This is really infuriating." Lu Shen waved his hand and said, "It would be great if we could achieve something." Then he put the harvest in his hand into the living room, and Shilei's harvest was also there. After a quick cleanup, Lu Shen found a total of 6 bowls, 2 iron basins, a backpack, a kettle, 56 water bottles, and iron sheets weighing tens of grams. The supplies Shilei found were relatively few, but all of good quality. 4 boxes of 150 grams unexpired chocolates, 6 packs of cigarettes, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, a deck of playing cards, and a box of flying chess pieces. The more Lu Shen looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed to him. What the hell is this? Chocolate and cigarettes are fine, but aren't the last 3 too much? Why are you taking someone else's pad if you have nothing better to do? Are you planning on using it? Shilei was stunned. "I don't need it, but I can exchange it. There must be someone who needs it." That's right." Lu Sheng's brain circuit slowed down for a moment, and his tone softened. However, when he saw the flying chess and cards, he couldn't help but ask again, "Then what are you doing with the toys?" "Leisure and entertainment. Are you bored in the shelter?" This is really useful, so take it." Lu Shen curled his lips helplessly. He was really limited. These things were really useful. They began to divide the harvest, taking even and odd amounts of fruits as needed. Lu Sheng took 3 bowls, a swimming pool, a backpack, 28 bottles of water, about 7 pieces of iron sheets, 2 bars of chocolate, 3 packs of cigarettes, 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, and a set of flying chess. After the distribution was completed, Lu Sheng saw that Shilei seemed to be hesitant and indecisive, so he said, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. The distribution of resources can be discussed." Shilei hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head and said, "Brother Shen, we need iron sheets and so many water bottles. We need to eat regularly." So Wu, hearing this, Lu Shen immediately understood what he meant, but also expressed his understanding. Given Shilei's physique, he has to eat more than an ordinary person, and his nutritional needs must be higher. As for the water bottle and iron sheet, they are really useless to him. Lu Shen thought for a moment, then threw down the chocolate he was holding and said, "Here is the chocolate. Give me the iron plate and the water bottle." Shilei smiled and happily took it. Thinking that Shilei had brought him the precious velvet grass, Lu Shen took out a cake from his pocket and threw it to Shilei. The food tastes mediocre, but it's very filling. I'll trade it with you for velvet grass." Shilei smiled and thanked, with gratitude in his eyes. Food was indeed more important to him. Lu Shen checked again to see if there were any basements or secret rooms. Then he gathered the harvest, stopped the horse, and went to another house. "Today, I have more time, so I have plenty of time to look for another house. The second house is smaller, only one floor. It is a clay house, which looks very narrow." They looked at the small, dirty house with a hint of disdain in their eyes. However, this house was the only relatively undamaged building nearby. If they wanted to look for other houses, they would have to walk a lot and climb over ruins, which was really inconvenient. Hesitantly searched for Suchia for a while, but unexpectedly found the biggest reward this time. The inside of the mud house was indeed empty, and there were almost no useful things. But the house had a basement. In the basement, they found a jar of pickled radish and a jar of pickled vegetables. The can was not big and weighed only 20 grams. When it was opened, a rich aroma wafted out. After shooting a few pieces of black bread, pressed biscuits and corn cakes, Lu Sheng suddenly felt hungry. Lu Sheng was also surprised. He didn't expect that the pickled radish and pickled vegetables inside were not rotten. It was probably because the salt content was extremely high and the temperature and humidity were suitable, so they could be preserved for such a long time. Shilei, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In this gloomy environment, this was a valuable resource. Pickled radish and pickled vegetables contain a lot of salt, which can replenish the human body's need for salt and replace table salt to some extent. There is another important point that is of exceptional importance for survival in the conditions of the end of the world. This is replenishment of vitamins and minerals. Radishes and pickles are vegetables rich in vitamins, which are exactly what survivors need, but it is difficult to replenish them with supplies. Thus, in terms of value, it is already more valuable than hard currency such as liquor, food, and insulation materials. As for the excellent taste of pickled radish and pickled vegetables, a yi was the icing on the cake. "Brother Shen, do you want radishes or pickles?" Lu Shen's eyes darkened and he said, "I want both. Half of each." "Good idea." The two of them took out half the radishes and pickles and filled the jars one by one, making sure that each jar was half full of pickles and half full of pickled radishes. The jar felt heavy in my hand, which made me very happy. This is definitely one of the biggest achievements of the day. When the two of them walked out of the basement with smiles on their faces and were about to leave, Lu Shen suddenly reached out and grabbed Dong Lei, lowering his voice and hurriedly said, "Take cover. Something is happening." Wang Lei was stunned, but he quickly lay down, not daring to make a sound, and looked around the house with extreme vigilance. After a long time, Wang Lei lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "Brother Shen, what did you find? There is someone nearby." Lu Shen looked at the house seriously and explained, "Do you see those footprints outside? What is wrong with the footprints? Aren't they ours?" Lu Shen said calmly, "I have already hidden our tracks so that no one can know our whereabouts." "These tracks are not ours." Wang Lei's eyes narrowed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at Lu Shen with some curiosity, as if he had a vague idea, but he said nothing. When Lu Shen went out to scout, he always insisted on one thing: covering his tracks. Using his talent durability, he can easily control the tracks he leaves behind, returning the snow to its original state, as if no one had walked on it. He could even control snow and intentionally imitate similar tracks. Compared with the compression of hard branches, the removal of snow is much easier because the density of snow is very low, almost 10 times less than the density of hard branches. So the removal of traces does not require much energy, but the effect is surprisingly good. When he entered the house, he had already erased all traces of the two people. Then the traces along this path must belong to other people. Lu Shen walked closer to the window and looked in the direction of the traces. His eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Is it to enter a room with a rotting corpse? Just when he was thinking about this, a fight suddenly broke out near the building where the footprints led to, and it was extremely fierce. Wang Lei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, walked closer and asked, "Did someone really go in there? Should we go and take a look?" "Don't go too close, it might be dangerous." Lu Shen thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Whether it is the danger from the corpses or the danger from the survivors, you need to pay special attention. Moreover, this is a special corpse that is larger in size and devours other corpses. This survivor dared to explore the ruins of the city alone and even entered a building full of rotting corpses. There are two options. Either this man is mentally ill or he is incredibly strong. However, he soon realized that this man must be sick in the brain. Slam! The door of the neighboring building suddenly swung open with a sharp sound. A woman of about 30, wearing a padded jacket, pushed the door and ran out. The clothes on her hands were torn and stained with blood. She was staggering and was obviously seriously injured. Blood dripped onto the snow, instantly turning a large area red. Lu Shen frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. The woman ran to the exact place they were hiding. This mud hut was the only place nearby that could serve as a shelter, and naturally it became the woman's escape route. As she approached, Lu Shen immediately stuck his head out, lowered his voice and shouted, "There are people here. Go somewhere else. Don't bring that thing here." That was no use either. There was no back door to this mud hut. If the woman had broken in with the body, she would have been likely to get hurt if she had fought in such a narrow space. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of character this woman had. If he had any conscience left, he definitely wouldn't have brought danger here, so there would be nothing wrong with saving her life. But if no ifs. Hearing the sound, the woman stopped in fear, but then joy immediately appeared in her eyes, and she quickened her pace again. Seeing that something was wrong, Ak showed off his tall stature and said sharply, "Don't come here, or we will be rude." The voice was like a loud bell, carrying a strong sense of oppression, and there was even a hint of hostility in his eyes. Lu Shen saw Wang Lei like this for the first time, and he couldn't help but respect him. He knew that Wang Lei was not stupid, but extremely smart, and he behaved very restrainedly. Despite her fear, the fleeing woman did not stop and continued to run towards the two men. Behind her, a larger corpse was rushing towards her, roaring and roaring. The disgusting, putrid stench from the corpse had already begun to spread around. Seeing that the woman had made her decision, Lu Shen's expression darkened. He put his hand on Lei's shoulder and said calmly, "Since she doesn't want to, don't blame us for being unfair. Step aside. I'll handle it." Wang Lei was stunned and stepped back, giving Lu Shen his place at the door. Lu Shen slowly squatted down and put his hand into the snow. A mysterious force began to spread, and the snow swayed slightly under its force. The next moment, the woman walking in the snow suddenly lost her balance and fell straight to the ground, sinking into a thick layer of snow. It is clearly visible that at the last moment, when she fell, her face was full of fear. At this critical moment, with the corpse directly behind her, she must have foreseen the consequences of the fall. The rotting figure rushed at him from behind, and heart-rending cries rang out in the cold air, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn and chewed. Seeing this scene, Lu Shen couldn't help but frown and sigh. He was trying to protect his own safety, not be bloodthirsty and murderous. This scene was really hard to accept. At this moment, Dong Lei, who was standing to the side, suddenly said, "Brother Shen, it seems like the corpse has found us. Should we hurry up and run?" Lu Shen had already seen how sharp the corpses were. He understood why they noticed him when they were so close. Lu Shen thought for a moment. His gaze became firm, and he said, "No need, let's leave the room. Perhaps this is not our opponent. We should get rid of him immediately to avoid further trouble." He still remembered the two corpses he had encountered earlier. Even after losing sight of them, they continued to grope their way toward the shelter. The strong sense of the corpse's presence made him extremely vigilant. If he didn't deal with him today, he would probably find a place to stay in the future, and the situation would become even worse. Shilei had obviously thought about this. After all, he had been badly injured by the rotting corpses and almost died. Therefore, without thinking twice, he grabbed the door panel with both hands, pulled it with all his might, and held it in his hands like a shield. Lu Shen froze, feeling the house shaking slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy is really fierce. "Brother Shen, I will hold the front, and you take measures to deal with it." After finishing speaking, Shilei walked out of the house, staring at the corpse and waiting for it to approach. The next moment, a familiar sight appeared before me. The corpse suddenly staggered and fell to the ground with a thud, leaving Shilei stunned. "Don't just stand there, hit him on the head," Lu Shen growled. Shilei instantly responded by lifting the door panel high and slamming it onto the corpse's head. With a powerful blow, he raised the surrounding snow and pinned the corpse's head to the ground. But that wasn't the end. Shilei knows that the snow on the surface will act as a buffer, and the corpses will most likely not die so easily. So, he picked up the stone slab again and began to smash it furiously again and again, leaving a hole almost a meter deep. Every time he smashed it, a dull clang was heard. That was the sound of a head hitting the ice. After Shilei hit him more than 100 times in a row, he stopped moving. Lu Shenxiao supported the attack, and the spear pierced the corpse's head, shaking it several times and completely ending its life. I'm so tired." Shilei threw the door panel aside and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Lu Shen walked over and pulled out a black stone from the corpse's head. It was the corpse radiation core. However, this radiation core was significantly different from the ones previously obtained. It seemed to be more transparent and smooth, and should be of higher quality. After that, Lu Shen walked over to the surviving woman. Most of her body had been eaten, and she was simply unbearable to look at. But he still suppressed his nausea and searched the body, hoping to find some supplies, but to no avail. Next to the woman was a cloth bag containing a flattened piece of bread, 2 cans of beef, and her survival radio. But after her death, the survival radio stopped working and appeared to have lost all function. After checking it, Lu Shen put it away, hoping that it would be useful in the future. Lu Shen threw the bread and the can of meat to Shilei and said, "I will take the can of meat and the radiation core. You will suffer a small loss, and next time I will bring you food as compensation." Shilei made a gesture of approval and immediately agreed. After this cooperation, the relationship between the two became much closer and the trust increased significantly, so there is no longer any conflict over the radiation core. After sorting out the harvest and about to return to the mud house, Lu Shen suddenly glanced at the ruins nearby and whispered, "Are you hiding there, hoping to reap the harvest?" It was completely silent. Hearing this, Shilei immediately became wary. Lu Shen continued, "Are you going to come out yourself? Or should I pull you out? If the situation becomes too awkward, it will not benefit anyone." There was still no answer. Shilei stepped forward and said energetically, "We have already found you. Why don't you hurry? Do you want me to help you get out?" After saying this, he was about to walk forward, but Lu Shen stopped him from behind. "Okay, it seems to be okay. I was too worried," Lu Shen said calmly and turned to the earthen house. Shilei scratched his head awkwardly. He had no choice but to do so, The noise was too loud, especially the scream of the surviving woman before her death, which could be heard throughout the ruins. If there are still survivors in the ruins of the city now, they will surely know what happened here and will most likely come to check the situation, just in case. But now it seemed that there really was no one around. After packing their luggage and stuffing most of their things into backpacks, they headed home, carrying plastic bottles and metal bags. There were only 50 minutes left until the end. Although there is still plenty of time, there is no time to inspect other buildings. I need to return as soon as possible. They said goodbye in a depressed mood and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Lu Shen suddenly asked, "Brother Shi, you are so strong. Have you managed to awaken your talent?" Chalet was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes, I was once scratched by a decomposed corpse and almost died. I ended up spending all my survival coins on wisdom awakening and barely managed to escape this time. I understand." "Brother Shen, you should fall like this too, right?" "Well, I'm lucky to have woken up. I look forward to our next meeting." Good. After a short farewell, they went home. With a deeper understanding of the hardness talent and more experienced use of it, the speed of movement increases significantly. Moreover, there was plenty of time, so when we passed the dead forest, there were still 20 minutes left. So Lu Shen collected a bunch of hard branches in the dead forest and brought them back. The amount was small, just enough to warm up most of the body. To make the collection easier, he immediately broke off the branches of dead trees, thanks to which he was able to collect a large number of solid branches in such a short time. When they hurried back to the shelter, there were only 5 minutes left before the end of the exploration time. Seeing the familiar and secluded refuge, he let go of his worries and lay down peacefully, feeling happy both physically and mentally. A nest of gold or silver is no match for your own doghouse. Although the shelter is very narrow and simple, it is the only place that can give him a sense of security. It is also the only place where he can take refuge in this radiation-filled apocalyptic snowstorm. Light the fireplace and let the warm light illuminate your shelter. Take out all the supplies and spread them out on the floor of the shelter. It looks full and gives great satisfaction. During these 2 explorations, more and more resources were collected, and the initially empty shelter was filled. This time, I collected more than yesterday. For warmth, I took a large roll of velvet, about 7 to 8 jin, which I lightly spread under my body like a mattress, and the warming effect improved. However, the amount is still a bit small. I will try to collect more later, or exchange it with Shi Lei. As for essentials, we got a backpack, 3 bowls, 1 basin, 56 plastic bottles, a kettle, and 15 kilograms of sheet iron, all of which we used for their intended purpose. In addition, there are flying chests, 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, as well as items for recreation and entertainment, as well as for exchanging accessories. From food, I took a jar of pickled radish and pickled vegetables, as well as a 200-gram can of beef. Finally, there is a radiation core, and it is said that the harvest will be extremely rich. After a short rest, Lu Shen began to sort things. It was the most exciting work. First, remove the black stick insects from the hard branches. There are only 6 of them, and they can be exchanged for 18 survival coins. By the way, if you hand in the corpse radiation core to the shop for inspection, it will also be converted into survival coins. However, the information in this radiation core was clearly different, causing Lu Shen's eyes to light up. Name: A. Corpse radiation core level. 1 introduction. Corpse radiation core level 1. After absorbing a large amount of corpse radiation core level 1, its energy becomes purer and richer. Survivors can absorb this energy, which can improve their abilities and cause radiation damage. Can be exchanged for 30 survival coins and a shop refresh card. A level 1 corpse core? This is clearly a higher level item. Based on the survival coins that can be exchanged for it, it is worth 6 times more than a level 1 corpse core. Moreover, the introduction shows another function. Survivors can absorb energy and improve their talents to a certain extent. But what does the possibility of being subject to radiation corrosion mean? Lu Shen thought for a moment and decided to exchange it for survival coins without any risk. Moreover, in addition to being able to exchange for 30 survival coins, it can also be exchanged for a special shop refresh card, which is obviously very good. Although I don't know what this special refresh card is for, since the shop gives it out, I have to use it. It can be very valuable. At this time, Lu Shen had 47 survival coins in his hand, and his deposits had reached the highest level in history. First, spend 15 survival coins to buy a gas mask, then click the refresh button to use today's refresh opportunity. Before my eyes. Gloves, 8 survival coins. Instant noodles times 1, 18 survival coins. Facial cleanser, 12 survival coins. These 3 items made Lu Shen feel very conflicted. Are they useless? They are actually useful in some way. But are they really useful? It seems they are not that useful. For food, he should have gotten instant noodles, but the price of 18 survival coins did not allow him to make a decision. As for the facial cleanser, although it is relatively useless, he would like to buy it if it is inexpensive. So, after careful consideration, he finally bought gloves. The temperature is really too low, and I often have to work. Now have frostbite on my hands. If I had gloves to protect them, the situation would be much better. As for the other 2 items, they are relatively useless, so I will discard them. Lu Shen took out the special store refresh card again and decided to refresh it again. The goods on the screen were constantly rotating, and a halo appeared. It was slightly different from the usual, and I could vaguely see some goods that I had never seen before. When the rotation slowly stopped, 3 new products appeared in front of him. Seeing their names, Lu Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Name: corpse, breathing, grass times 2. Introduction: a special plant that had mutated due to radiation. Its juice has the ability to mask the smell, preventing the pursuit of corpses. The effect lasts for about an hour. Price: 10 survival coins. Name: mission card. Times: 1. Introduction: the shop system issues a mission card, randomly updating the mission. Upon completion, you will receive a reward. Price: 5 survival coins. Name: purple Nintendo times. 3. Introduction: a special vine that has been mutated by radiation. Boil it to get juice that promotes rapid healing of wounds, suppresses bacteria, and promotes healing. Price: 30 survival coins. Tip: since you are using a special upgrade card, you can choose one of 3 items and get it for free. If the item costs more than 100 survival coins, this function will not work. Damn, this is a cool thing. Lu Shen couldn't help but exclaim. When killing the corpse, he and Shi Lei cooperated with each other, and the process was relatively simple, which led him to believe that the corpse was weak, so its radiation levels were low. But now it turns out that the strength of a first-level corpse is definitely very strong, and the original value it exudes is far beyond anyone's imagination. This is truly a great advantage. Next time, I'll have to compensate Shi Lei for this. Lu Shen muttered, but his gaze was fixed on the 3 items, and he did not want to leave. The goods upgraded with the special shop upgrade card are of very high quality, and each of them is very useful. Corpse breath grass is a life-saving item. Now, when I go outside, I'm most afraid of encountering rotting corpses and mutants. 1 or 2 is okay, but if there are many, then there's no escape. Moreover, Lu Shen believed that if all the people in the Doomsday world turned into corpses, the number of corpses would be very large, especially in some cities where humans originally lived. The level of danger would certainly be extremely high. Therefore, it is necessary to consider the danger posed by decomposing corpses. At the same time, another piece of information was obtained from the introduction. Perhaps the corpse relied not on the perception of temperature, but on the sense of smell, which is, of course, somewhat surprising. He didn't quite understand what this mission card was for, but it probably wasn't useless. Purple tin was also a strategic material, and its price was even higher than some hard currencies. After all, it was a vital item, equivalent to high-quality medicine. After some thought, Lu Shen decided to buy them all. The special store update also gives you the right to choose one item for free, and it just so happens that you can get the most expensive purple condensation vine for free, which is an unexpected surprise. Lu Shen was very happy to spend 15 survival coins to obtain these 3 extremely valuable items. After placing the purple serene ivy and the corpse breathing grass, he took out a quest card, a small card not unlike a business card. On it was written a string of small words, A, C, Yay, which means mission. Mission, hunt down 10 level 1 corpses and 2 level 1 corpses. Reward, 50 survival coins. The difficulty of the mission is average. Not particularly difficult, but not easy either. The rewards are average and not particularly exciting. After all, 10 level 1 corpses plus 2 level 1 corpses emit the main value and have already reached 110 survival coins, so the 50 survival coins reward can only be considered as the icing on the cake. This quest can only be completed randomly. Searching for corpses to kill is pointless. On the one hand, they are impossible to find, and on the other, it is dangerous. Just let nature do its thing, and after a certain period of exploration, you will still have a good chance of finding 10 Tier 1 corpses and 2 Tier 1 corpses. Looking at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Shen had eaten the cake as his main meal of the day. As for the night time, he had to work a lot, such as squeezing the juice from the corpse grass, boiling the purple vine, and grinding the corn flour. The night promised to be eventful. I worked until 10 p.m. and finally finished the job, collecting 2 small bottles of juice. One of them is grey, weighs less than 10 grams, but has a very sharp smell. It is the juice of the corpse grass. In addition, about 500 milliliters of a liquid that is grey-violet in color and looks like mucus is evaporated from the purple vine. After carefully hiding, Lu Shen finally lay down peacefully on the velvet grass and listened to the survival radio broadcast. Damn it, I finally got to see the ruins of the city today, but I was almost killed by a beast. Don't tell him who you are, or I'll fight you to the death. Haha, if you don't have the strength, just keep quiet. If you really die in front of me, you'll only have yourself to blame. Stop lying and show us your true abilities. Stop arguing. Solve the problem confidentially. Don't leave it here and waste state resources. Alas, the ruins of the city are not easy to explore either. I was there today, but not only did I not find any resources, but I was chased by a dozen zombies. Now they are still outside the shelter, and I don't know what to do. Brother, think positively. The zombies will guard your shelter, and your safety will be guaranteed. You don't have to be like that, be. Brothers, if anyone has extra food, would you share it with me? I can move to your shelter, and I will be very obedient. Height 170 centimeters, long-legged school beauty. Don't talk nonsense. Your family can't even meet the most basic needs. Who needs you? Food is much more valuable than you. Hey, come here, little sister. I need a lot of food. Ha ha ha, that's right. You are my brother's main food supply. Tsk, 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 brother, you have such dark thoughts. In just a few days, Lu Shen clearly felt that under the pressure of the struggle for survival, the relationships between the survivors had undergone minor changes. At first, they were relatively friendly to each other and maintained the morals and ethics of a peaceful society. They even helped each other, and the relationship was relatively clear. But now the hostility has increased several times, and the desire is also expanding. Moreover, there are certainly survivors who have robbed other survivors. This is not uncommon in the conditions of the end of the world. I can't help but sigh. These changes are inevitable. In order to fight for the limited resources needed to survive, competition between survivors will become increasingly fierce. Especially in the coming days, many survivors will be short of food. Even if they do not want to leave the shelter, they will have to find it. Moreover, the city ruins should be the best choice. By this time, many survivors will inevitably gather in the city ruins, arguments will begin, and the danger level will increase dramatically. I have already decided that tomorrow may be the last time I go to the city ruins. From now on, I'll have to stay away from there and survive in the shelter. Slap. In the middle of the night, Lu Shen woke up and slapped himself in the face. Why are there insects in the shelter? In the light of the fireplace, Lu Shen frowned, looked to the side, and saw that he had killed an insect that was no different from an ant. He was immediately wary. If it was a mutant creature, it could be as dangerous as a black stick insect, and he could get seriously hurt if he wasn't careful. Luckily, after checking, it turned out to be just a normal ant. But how could ants suddenly appear in this icy and snowy place? Lu Shen got up to check and found that there were many small insects in the shelter, many of which were surrounding the secret fireplace, as if trying to keep warm. This phenomenon is somewhat similar to that observed in the black stick insect. Many creatures find it difficult to survive in a cold environment, so they hibernate. But when they sense the temperature, they wake up and move closer. Among the icy snow, the shelter was the only place with a temperature above zero. For these little insects, they all gathered here. It's just that this situation is really inconvenient for survivors. If I hadn't had thick clothes on, these insects wouldn't have been able to crawl in. Otherwise, it would have been even more unpleasant. Unfortunately, living in this filthy pit forever was not a long-term solution. Lu Shen had thought about it many times, wanting to renovate the shelter or even move it to a more suitable place to live. But it was always just a thought, without any real action. But then, if conditions permit, the question of shelters may indeed be put on the agenda. Half lying in the shelter, under the influence of these insects, I had no desire to sleep. He added a few more logs to the fireplace and, by the light of the fire, poured himself half a bottle of white wine, drinking it and thinking about his plans for the future. Food is still our main goal, and we must find a stable and constant source of food, preferably growing it ourselves. We also need to continue searching for living resources. Shelters are also a big problem. As resources increase, so does the demand for shelter. It's still too crowded here, and the relationship with other survivors, cooperation, trade, competition. Thoughts constantly came to his mind. Lu Shen wrote down important ideas and made plans for the future. Rustle. In the quiet shelter, except for the howling wind outside, the only sound was the tip of a pen rubbing against paper. Many survivors, due to various factors, have very light sleep at night, and they often wake up in the middle of the night. The next day, around 2 p.m. Temperature, minus 12.4 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow. Wind speed 10 points. Radiation, moderate. If the sun rises today for more than 73 minutes, radiation will enter the human body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to increase. The weather today has deteriorated significantly compared to previous days, and the time for exploring the area has been reduced accordingly. However, if you add 30 minutes of using a gas mask and time for reconnaissance, this time can still be about 100 minutes. I'm also thinking about where I should go today and what I should explore. If we continue heading towards the city ruins, time will be short. If something unexpected happens, we might not make it back in time. However, if you go to a dead forest, there will be fewer resources and the harvest will be much smaller. More importantly, in the future, more and more people will explore the ruins of cities. If you don't seize the initiative, the remaining supplies will be looted by other survivors, and naturally, you won't get any share. After much thought, Lu Shen finally bit his tongue, cast aside his greed, and chose the safest plan, heading to the dead forest. Just don't understand that this choice will allow me to avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. At this time, a call came from Lei Lei. "Brother Shen, are we still gathering at the city ruins today? Let's do something else." Number Lu Shen refused. "Today's schedule is too tight. No time to go back and forth. I can't go." "No time to go back and forth? Brother Shen, you're so far away," Lei said regretfully, and then added, "Then I'll go alone this time. If I find anything useful, I'll leave it to you, Brother Shen." "Okay, then be careful. Today, many people will probably go to the ruins of the city. If there is any danger, take care of your safety." Lu Shen reminded him that although the relationship between the two parties was not particularly close, during this apocalypse caused by the snowstorm, they could still be considered half friends. Shi Lei nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Lu Shen took his equipment and walked towards the dead forest through the wind and snow. This time, in addition to the survival radio and spear, Lu Shen took 2 more pieces of equipment: backpack, bag, axe. The backpack and bag are the supplies he got yesterday. This morning, he made an axe, using the sheet of iron he had acquired yesterday, and his talent of hardness to shape it into an axe, then added a wooden handle. Making this axe took almost all of his strength, but after eating 2 tortillas in a row, he gradually came to his senses. The density of iron is too high, and its strength is too great. It is extremely difficult to transform it using your talents. Even the axe in his hand was not gripped too tightly, as if it were a mixture of steel coils mixed together, devoid of any natural sensitivity. However, if it was used only for cutting wood, it was more than enough. When he reached the dead forest, he checked the traps as usual. The situation was exactly as he expected. Empty, not even a single hair could be seen. Lu Shen shook his head helplessly. He hadn't eaten anything for many days, and his condition was getting worse. It was a pity that the trap wasn't very effective. Not just today, but perhaps for a long time to come. The traps will not bring food. Lu Shen did not force the situation and concentrated on collecting firewood, which was the main purpose of his coming here today. Since no one has come for firewood in the past few days, there is a catastrophic shortage of firewood. During the day, people are in no hurry to light a fireplace. Today, I spent about 100 minutes collecting as many hard branches as possible. He chopped the snow on the ground with an axe, found hard branches buried in it, and collected them. With an axe, even hard snow can be easily split, and the efficiency of the process is obviously much higher. However, after several days of collecting, the number of hard branches buried in the snow became very small, and soon they disappeared completely. Therefore, Lu Shen turned his gaze directly to the dead tree. In fact, it would be more convenient to cut the forest directly and quickly get a large amount of wood, but he had never done it before. On the one hand, it is very difficult to cut dry trees without tools such as axes. On the other hand, it is also necessary to consider sustainability issues. There is only this area of dead forest around the shelter. If we cut it down right away, where will we get the wood from? The lack of resources forced him to carefully manage each of them in order to extract the maximum benefit from them. As for the current situation, there is simply no other way out. There are too few solid branches on the ground, and a lot of firewood is needed for heating, so he has to cut down dry trees. Find a relatively large dead tree, as thick as a bowl, about 2 meters high, which looks relatively thin overall. Lu Shen swung his axe and chopped off the thin branches of the dead tree. The hardness of a dead tree is very high, even higher than that of a hard branch, so it is very difficult to cut down. It often takes 7 to 8 consecutive blows to cut it down. However, compared to 1.8 meters of snow, digging up solid branches piecemeal is much faster, and the harvest is relatively larger. Not counting the time to get there and back, we have about an hour to collect firewood today, which is quite enough. During these 6 minutes, Lu Shen did not allow himself a second to rest. He worked with maximum intensity, chopping continuously. Finally, today we managed to collect a total of 4 large bundles of hard branches. He tied the strips of cloth together, stuffed 3 of them into a sack barely big enough to hold them, and carried the remaining bundle on his back. As he carried the branches on his back and prepared to return, his gaze suddenly turned toward the wind and snow to the north. One quick glance, something caught his attention. To the northwest, there was a path left by the survivors, which stretched all the way to the ruins of the city. Lu Shen couldn't help but raise his eyes. When he went out, he had deliberately covered his tracks. After all, he was very talented in snow. But other survivors are not so lucky. If you are clever, you can use fairly wide homemade skis to walk. The tracks they leave are fairly shallow and are quickly covered by wind and water. They are not easy to spot. However, if someone were to walk on snow that was more than 1 meter thick without stepping on it, They would leave a very obvious footprint that would be easily discovered by others. And this person was in such a situation. Lu Shen slightly squinted his eyes. With this obvious footprint, he could easily find the enemy's hideout. Whether it's looting resources, taking over shelters, or even killing people for treasure, it's all easy. It's not a peaceful era, and there's no need to talk about humanity and morality. If you can get a lot of supplies in a short time to increase your chances of survival, then it's quite possible. After carefully looking around and memorizing the route, Lu Shen carried a hard branch on his back and returned to the shelter. If anyone saw this, they would see a completely magical scene. Lu Shen dragged the firewood forward, leaving deep footprints behind him. But as soon as he passed by, the snow would automatically return to its original state and become the same as before. This was the advantage of his talent. He was like a ghost in the snow and was difficult to notice. Back at the shelter, he immediately began to sort through today's harvest. The hard branches not only represented firewood, but also a large number of survival coins. The extremely dangerous blackstick insect became his main source of survival coins, for other survivors to obtain survival coins. They can only exchange them for essential items. They are certainly rare items on Doomsday. But for Lu Shen, the dead forest is a huge treasure trove that can bring him a large amount of survival coins. Of course, this method of obtaining survival coins was also exchanged for his life. He squatted at the entrance of the shelter, chopped the hard branches one by one with the butt of the axe, pulled out the black stick insects that were still dozing in them, and exchanged them for survival coins. This time there were a lot of solid branches, so the number of black stick insects actually removed was also quite high. Most black stick insects prefer to live in dead trees rather than in solid branches under snow. Although Lu Shen called it a dead tree, the tree was not actually dead. It just looked rather withered. This also means that if a black stick insect is living in a dead tree, it can use the sap in the branches to make its dormant environment more favorable, and the temperature there will be higher than on solid branches covered in snow. So all the hard branches were opened and a total of 28 black stick insects were collected, which were eventually exchanged for a huge amount of money, as much as 90 QE coins. It is logical to assume that each of the 28 black stick insects is worth 3 Chu coins, so there are only 84 Chu coins in total. But among them, there was a particularly large black stick insect, the size of a ping-pong ball. This black stick insect, which must have absorbed more radiation, was worth 9 Chu coins. So together with the remaining 9 Chu coins, he had a total of 99 Chu coins in his hands, and he instantly became rich. Not be an exaggeration to say that even among all the seekers, the wealth he thinks he has must belong to the upper class. And he only needs to get one more coin to upgrade his shelter. Until now, he had learned about the situation of other shelter seekers through Seeking Radio's daily messages. But he had never heard of any survivors upgrading the shelter. After all, collecting 100 Chu coins was no easy task. But because of this, Lu Shen was unsure what changes would occur after upgrading the shelter. Would its area increase? Or would it have more amenities? These unknown factors made him wonder whether upgrading the shelter was worth it. He spent a whole 100 coins, and if the harvest was not satisfactory, he would have nowhere to cry, and it would also seriously affect his survival rhythm. After thinking for a while, he decided to use today's store to refresh his skills. If valuable items are updated, buy them first. If the value of the goods you receive is low and you are not in a hurry to spend coins, then it is quite possible to upgrade the shelter. After all, upgrading the shelter takes up its own page, so it's unlikely to be useless and will likely make a big difference. Click on the shop to refresh it, and 3 items will appear. Name: Coffee X3, requires 10 coins. Name: Axe X1, requires 12 coins. Title: Jumpsuit, 100 coins. I was lucky. In addition to the rather unusual jumpsuit, I found 2 more valuable items. The effect of coffee is similar to the effect of cigarettes and alcohol. It can relax the body and mind, release emotions. It is valuable, but the benefit from it is small. Because whether it's cigarettes, alcohol, or coffee, The short-term effects aren't as bad as you might imagine. The vast majority of survivors can't even eat or drink properly right now and are constantly balancing on the edge between survival and poverty. How can they relax? Only after a certain period of time, when the survivors have enough supplies to maintain basic life, will the value of hard currency such as tobacco and alcohol be truly reflected. Therefore, in the short term, Lu Shen could not trade cigarettes and alcohol, and of course, he would not stock up on them. Although food and other goods were still more valuable to him. The 3 types of coffee in front of him were good, but the demand was low. He did not intend to buy them. As for the axe, for any seeker, it is a tool that must be acquired without any hesitation. However, for Lu Shen, the value of this iron tool must be significantly reduced. After all, as long as materials like iron sheets exist, he can easily make these tools using his talent for hardening. The best example is the iron axe I made yesterday. He even thought that after he settled down, he would be able to make special tools and trade with other seekers. These tools are an absolute rarity in this part of the world. It of high value, but it is also needed by every buyer and is the only one of its kind, making it a monopoly industry. According to the results of this analysis, the cost of these 3 products is low and there is no need to buy them. Lu Shen looked at the 99 chew coins in his hand, finally gritted his teeth and decided to upgrade the shelter. The rusty iron bowl was worth exactly 1 chew coin. After selling it and collecting 100 chew coins, Lu Shen pressed the button to upgrade the shelter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Looking around, nothing had changed. When I clicked on the shelter page again, I found that its contents had changed. Initial shelter introduction. Ye initial shelter. Initial shelter area. 5.32 square meters. This area is not affected by radiation. Upgrade conditions. 100 chew coins. But at this point, the message changed. Independent shelter. Introduction. The initial shelter cannot be moved, its size cannot be changed, and it can be occupied by other seekers. Independent shelters have a core shelter, and asylum seekers can choose the location of the shelter themselves. Core can cover an area of up to 10 square meters. Within this range, it is not affected by radiation. After playing, there is a certain chance to upgrade items for expanding the shelter, as well as blueprints for shelter buildings, in the store. Items and special refresh cards have a higher chance of refreshing. Looking at the table in front of him, he saw an ancient head. It was unremarkable and must be the so-called core of the shelter. From the information, the so-called shelter upgrade does not mean upgrading from level 1 to level 2 or from level 2 to level 3. Basically, you spend 100 chew coins to buy a shelter core and can choose the location of the shelter yourself. Also possible to use other items to transform and expand it in the future. It is very maneuverable for future development, so as not to be trapped in this small shelter. Although no surprise as he imagined happened, Lu Shen did not feel disappointed. This small shelter was no longer entirely suitable for survival. The resources around were scant, just a patch of dead forest. Once everything was cut down, there wouldn't even be enough firewood to keep the fire going. Moreover, this shelter was located on an open plain, with nothing around it except a small mound of earth, making it easy for other seekers to find it. There were air leaks everywhere inside, and the area of the room was only 5 square meters. It was already completely full just for storing supplies, not to mention planting corn and setting up other living quarters. If he had the chance, he would also have wanted to change the location of the shelter, and the independent core of the shelter gave him just that opportunity. But in the short term, he shouldn't consider moving the shelter. After all, the amount of work is considerable and it can't be done in a short time. However, he never imagined that unforeseen circumstances would force him to carry out many of his plans. The connection suddenly vibrated and a message came. "Brother Shen, we have a problem." Hearing the content of the message, Lu Shen couldn't help but frown, feeling a bad premonition. "What happened?" Lu Shen asked in a deep voice. Shilei's strength was very obvious to him. He was nearly 2 meters tall, had awakened talent, and had good physical fitness. His strength was definitely not weak. If it could cause him trouble, it would definitely be something out of the ordinary. Soon, Shi Lei's quiet and cold voice rang out. "Brother Shen, today I went to explore the city ruins and met other survivors." Other survivors? Lucian thought for a moment, made a vague guess, and asked, "Has a conflict started?" Shi Lei took a deep breath and said, "Yes, the 3 survivors who awakened their talents have banded together to occupy the city ruins. They are hiding in the darkness and ambushing the approaching survivors. As soon as I approached, they all pounced on me. If it weren't for my strong physique and awakened talent, I'm afraid I would have died there today." Shi Lei's voice clearly contained anger and fear. No one would feel good when faced with such a thing. Lu Shen asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure there are 3 of them? Are there no other survivors nearby?" "There should be 3, Shi Lei answered thoughtfully. "Only 3 came out to attack. There can't be anyone else nearby. But I saw several bodies of survivors. Must be the ones who went to scout and were killed." He spoke in a low voice, and Lu Shen deeply felt Shi Lei's depression. After all, he was only 19 years old. When he truly felt the cruelty of Japan and witnessed the life and death struggles among the survivors, his heart was deeply moved. Lu Shen was like that, living in a time of peace. How could he see such a thing? Although it was expected that fighting would inevitably break out among the survivors due to the lack of food and various resources, when it actually happened, fear still arose in my heart. Shi Lei was silent for a few minutes and then said, "Brother Shen, I can't handle them alone, but if we join forces, we can definitely defeat them. Let's do it tomorrow." Shi Lei didn't finish, but Lu Shen immediately understood what he meant and asked directly, "Can you guarantee 100% that they don't have any other guys? And can you guarantee that the 2 of us can easily handle them without getting injured?" No. Since you can't, you'd better be rational." Lu Shen's tone became more serious, and he firmly refuted his own opinion. If the conflict is caused by resources, then it is undeniable. But if it is caused only by the desire to vent anger, then this approach is too naive. Moreover, even competition for resources must be based on security. Lu took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "Shi Lei, the problem you need to think about now is not whether to take revenge on him, but another, more important matter." "What is the matter?" Shi Lei asked, puzzled. "When you escaped, you didn't intentionally hide your escape route, did you?" Hearing this, Shi Lei was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Shen then asked, "Wouldn't the other side be able to find the location of your hideout through the route you escaped?" "Damn, I completely forgot about it. I was just running away," Shi Lei said sadly. Lu Shen was also helpless. This was a common mistake made by many survivors. Or, strictly speaking, it was a problem that almost all survivors had trouble solving. Walking on snow leaves footprints. With the snow so deep, anyone who walked inevitably left tracks that could not be hidden. The tracks could easily be used to determine the location of the shelter. More importantly, due to time constraints, everyone has little time to get out and explore the surroundings, so people do not consider deviating from the route and prefer to go straight ahead. This means that if you look from a height or from afar, you can almost immediately see the road leading to the shelter. Shi Lei, first think about moving to the shelter. "We'll talk about the rest later," Lu Shen advised. Shi Lei involuntarily sighed and said, "I understand, but I'm seriously injured. Not to mention moving to a shelter, even being able to go out to explore tomorrow is a problem." Immediately after that, Shi Lei remembered something and added, "Moreover, only a shelter can block radiation. It is impossible to survive if you leave the shelter. The first problem is more difficult, but as for the shelter, this is the solution," Lu Shen muttered under his breath. "What do you mean?" Lu Shen did not answer, but continued to ask, "Are you seriously injured?" "It is very serious." Shi Lei nodded and said, "That beast over there got hold of a kitchen knife somewhere and gave me a deep wound. I am still bleeding, but I am in good physical condition, and I am also naturally gifted. If I am given time to recover, perhaps I can recover. Shilei said this lightly, but Lucia knew that the situation must be very dangerous, and under the current circumstances, where would he have time to recuperate? After much thought, Lucian said, "Shilei, if you trust me, I can give you advice. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether to listen to him or not." After a few minutes of silence, Shilei conveyed the message in a quiet, hoarse voice. "Just tell me, and I will think about it seriously." Lu Shen nodded slightly and said, "First of all, there is the issue of housing. I think we need to move. The chances are high that they have found your hideout. Even if they haven't pinpointed its exact location, they've probably pinpointed its approximate location. Maybe they'll come looking for us someday. But don't worry about it. By spending 100 survival coins to upgrade your shelter, you will receive an independent shelter core. Then you can leave your old shelter and find a new place to live. So the most important thing now is to first treat your injuries, try to recover as quickly as possible, and collect 100 survival coins as quickly as possible." Shilei was quite surprised to hear this and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Shen, you know so much about this. Have you managed to successfully upgrade the shelter? Better to solve your own problem first." Lu Shen raised his eyebrows, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he thought about the future and didn't go to the city ruins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten any benefit. Shilei said bitterly, "I feel very sad. Even if I sell all my resources, I won't be able to earn 100 survival coins. And I don't have any medicine." Lu fell silent, his gaze fixed on the purple grape juice. This juice has hemostatic, wound-protecting, bacteria-suppressing, and wound-healing properties. It is extremely effective for Shilei's injuries. However, isn't it necessary to give such valuable medicines to a stranger? Exchanging a small amount of purple vine juice for a relatively reliable ally might be a good deal, and perhaps I can get their supplies along the way as well. Lu Shengxin thought for a moment and had already made his decision. "Shilei, which direction is your hideout?" As Shilei paused for a few seconds before finally speaking. Northeast of the city ruins, about 1.5 kilometers away, Lu Shen's eyes moved slightly. He took out a piece of paper and drew a simple map on it. Taking the city ruins as the center, Shilei is 1.5 kilometers northeast, and the shelter where he is about 2.5 kilometers east of the city ruins. Therefore, the straight line distance between the two people is about 2 kilometers. Shilei asked, "Brother Shen, why are you suddenly asking for my address? Are you planning to come?" Lu Shen nodded slightly. "I have some medicine. Although the amount is relatively small, it will help you with your injury. I will send it to you tomorrow." There was silence on the other side for a few minutes. After a long time, 2 solemn words slowly rang out. "Thank you." Shilei had expressed his gratitude many times, but these 2 words were especially true. Please take precautions and try to collect as many survival coins as possible. This time, but if you encounter a similar problem next time, you will have to solve it yourself. Although Lu Shen was determined to help, he still made a reminder. Late at night, survival radio air. An emotional and electronic voice rang out. "Damn, today a beast hid in the ruins, attacked me, and almost killed me. Don't tell me who you are, or I'll never let you go." What is this? I saw the ruins of a city occupied by a group of people. There were several corpses lying nearby, and blood painted most of the space red. Seeing this, I didn't dare to approach. Has it reached this stage? Don't tell me who you are, beasts. Hey, I went to the city ruins today, but I didn't see anyone else there. Someone replied, "There should be many ruins of large and small cities in this area belonging to the suburban area. The ruins that everyone is talking about are probably not the same. Indeed, there seem to be ruins of cities to the south and north of the shelter. But it seems that some kind of bloody disaster happened today. I wonder what kind of creatures did this." Don't you want to take over the ruins of the city? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The resources to survive are limited, but only the capable can seize power. If you don't have the strength, don't worry. Haha, that's what you said. It's better not to regret it when you die. Do you think you were scared? Ah. The atmosphere of communication became increasingly tense, and the relations between them became increasingly harsh. When everyone is disconnected from reality and can't meet in person, it's natural to say hello to everyone, have a casual joke and chat, or even share useful information with good intentions. However, as soon as a conflict of interests arises, they immediately become hostile and even kill people without hesitation. In less than a week, human nature has undergone colossal changes in the harsh conditions of survival under the conditions of doomsday. The law has completely collapsed, morality is no longer limited, and for the sake of survival, killing and robbing become endless. Lu Shen turned off the survival radio, and the quarrels suddenly stopped, and the entire shelter became much quieter. The situation is becoming increasingly tense. It seems we need to prepare better, Lu Sheng muttered under his breath. Today's events have undoubtedly revealed two extremely important messages to you. First, the number of cases of resource struggle, robbery and murder is increasing, and the trust between survivors gradually disappears. Secondly, some survivors have formed alliances and begun to capture important resource points. The common harsh environment will become a serious test for future survival. The threat posed by survivors is likely to be more dangerous than that of corpses and mutants, so we must pay close attention to prevention. In addition to the need to hide one's location, shelter and protection of the shelter have become the most important task. It seemed that the shelter needed to be repaired to ensure its maximum safety. While Lu Shen was thinking, he opened weather to check the current situation in the department. Weather temperature, minus 19.9 degrees Celsius. Weather, heavy snowfall, wind 13 points. Radiation, strong. If you stay awake for more than 2 minutes today, radiation will penetrate the human body. As night falls, the radiation level will continue to increase. It was evening, and the weather had not yet reached its peak, but radiation levels were already high. The snow and wind were extremely strong, and the temperature was as low as ever. It was quite possible that the situation would be dire tonight. Current environment, if you don't take into account the influence of radiation factors, is still actually safe. Lu Shen put the core of the self-contained shelter in a bag, and the area of 10 square meters around it became a radiation-free zone. Lu Shen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If the world had allowed it, he could have taken the independent vault core entirely and traveled far, far away in search of shelter, living a wandering life. Unfortunately, the extreme cold and a terrible snowstorm did not allow him to leave the shelter for long, although he was not affected by radiation. At this moment, Lu Shen took the core and carefully entered the shelter, breathing in the air outside. In fact, there is no irritating smell of radiation. Effective? A smile appeared on Lu Shen's face. Although he couldn't get out of the shelter, it was more than enough to do some of the operations in the shelter. This meant that you could do more things, and you didn't have to spend all your time in the shelter. Especially after the incident with Shui Lei, his sense of security had dropped significantly. So this time, he planned to use his talent to turn the shelter into a fortress. A fortress made of ice bricks. Wrapping himself up as tightly as possible to avoid frostbite, Lu Shen walked out into the thick snow. His two hands pressed into the snow, and the talent hardening caused them to shrink and compact. Just a few seconds, the loose snow was compacted tightly. Its volume was reduced by about half, turning into a snow brick. However, Lu Shen did not compress the snow bricks into ice cubes because the hardness of the latter is very high. If he uses his natural talent to press, it will require a huge amount of energy. On the contrary, if you pour water directly, the snow bricks will also turn into ice cubes in a short time, which is comparatively easier. He planned to use his talent to turn the snow around the shelter into snow bricks of the same size. Then, using the shelter as a core, these snow bricks were used to build a semicircular fortress of about 10 square meters, completely covering the entire shelter. Make a rough shape of ice bricks, then slowly pour hot water over them so that the snow bricks gradually turn into ice bricks at low temperatures. During construction, water is poured into the joints of the ice bricks, which at extremely low temperatures quickly condenses into ice, becoming extremely strong and hermetic. It took several hours before the semicircular ice fortress was successfully built by 3 o'clock in the morning. The efficiency was unimaginable. Lu Shen had long considered the idea of an ice brick fortress, but he had never had the chance to implement it. After all, the time spent on research was too precious to waste on such things. He had to go and find resources to survive. However, with the advent of the Independent Shelter Corps, this problem was completely solved, allowing him to leave the shelter to work even if he did not spend time exploring the surroundings. The ice brick fortress plays an extremely important role. First, it can hide the shelter. Fortress is a semicircle shape. Covered with a layer of snow, it will not be very different from the hill and will be difficult to spot. Secondly, it is very effective in preventing the appearance of corpses, mutants, and even other survivors. Finally, the sealed ice brick fortress can improve the indoor living environment. At least the thermal insulation effect is greatly improved. Lu Shen also took into account another problem. The smoke from the fireplace is likely to attract the attention of other survivors. Therefore, he deliberately used ice bricks to make a passage hidden under the snow and direct the smoke in other directions. In this way, the entire shelter is completely hidden, and even if someone passes by, they will not be able to find the location of the shelter. The size of the shelter has doubled. Placing an independent shelter core in the center of the entire ice fortress, i.e., on the side of the original shelter that is closer to the entrance, can ensure that the entire ice fortress will be in a radiation-free zone. Looking at this igloo shelter, Lu Shen was in a great mood, and his range of activities had greatly expanded. Under the ice block shelter, it was pitch black. The howling cold wind carried snowflakes, which scraped the ice blocks like snowflakes with a sharp sound. Soon, a thick layer of snow had accumulated over the ice brick shelter, completely covering it. When we returned to the shelter, the temperature had risen. Initially, even after the fireplace was lit, the temperature fluctuated between 1 degree Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius, and the temperature became even lower if you were far from the fireplace. Due to the low temperature outside, a cold wind constantly blows, keeping the temperature low. However, the temperature in the shelter is now maintained above 5 degrees Celsius, and the whistling of the wind has become much louder. It must be said that the effect of the ice brick fortress is still quite obvious. This night was the most comfortable sleep he had ever had since arriving in this snowy world. No low temperatures or cold winds, and food supplies were relatively sufficient. I felt safe and content. I slept until 10 in the morning, but still felt a little dissatisfied. Getting out of bed and simply washing his face, Lu Shen began a new workday. The ice brick fort was built this evening, and today it still needed to be cleaned and tidied up. Lu Shen came out of the lower shelter and lit a fire under the ice fortress. After lighting the place, he began to clear away the snow. Under the ice fortress, there is an area of 5 square meters occupied by the lower shelter. After clearing the snow, it turns into very hard frozen soil. However, it can be found that the permafrost under the underground shelter is relatively thin. The main reason is that this underground shelter was dug relatively shallow, and its overall structure is relatively weak. If the low temperature had not frozen the soil, such a thin layer of soil would most likely have collapsed during operation. This phenomenon further strengthened Lu Shen's resolve. If possible, the shelter must be changed as soon as possible. In addition to the original shelter, there is an empty space of 5 square meters under the ice brick fortress. After clearing the snow, it looks like a courtyard. Lu Shen didn't waste water. He poured boiling water on the frozen ground, loosened it, and planted some corn, intending to develop crop farming. Although he didn't plan to live in this shelter for long, he still needed to start the planting experiment as soon as possible. First of all, we need to find out whether these corn seeds left over from many years ago have the ability to germinate. Secondly, we need to conduct experiments to find out what kind of soil environment can meet the requirements of growing agricultural crops. He is not a farmer or an expert in agricultural technology. These are unfamiliar areas for him, and he needs to master them gradually. Even if it means losing corn seeds, it is worth it. After finding an empty spot, Planting corn seeds and fertilizing them, Lu Shen returned to the shelter. Originally planned to use my gift to make a batch of tools such as shovels, picks, and other self-defense tools, but considering that I had to go out in the afternoon, I didn't use my gift as I saw fit. It was only towards evening that Lu Shen began to pack up for the journey. A1 Tuadig temperature, minus 19.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow. Wind speed, 9. Radiation, weak. If you go outside for more than 100 minutes today, radiation will enter your body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. The weather was quite good, and the 130 minutes spent in the fresh air made it easier to carry out his plan. After taking all sorts of equipment and purple vine juice with him and making sure everything was in order, Lu Shen set off to the northwest. Although it was only 2 kilometers from the Bailey shelter, the uncertainty of direction and distance cast a shadow on the journey. He made a decision. If he could help, he would help. If he couldn't, then forget about it. If you really can't find a place to hide from Elle and Lei, there's no need to put yourself in danger. And this time, he had a different goal, to find a place where the velvet grass grows. This material, which has excellent thermal insulation properties, is extremely valuable in extremely cold conditions. If you can get it regularly, it can be of great use, whether you use it yourself or barter with other survivalists. Before the action began, Lu Shen had contacted Dong Lei in advance. After all, asking him to look for shelter under the snow in the vast expanse of snow was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, when he walked northwest, Yi Hac would leave the shelter and head southeast. Because he was seriously injured, he could not go far from the shelter. After walking for about 25 minutes, Lu Shen stopped and looked around with a frown. Judging from the time, he had walked about 2 kilometers, and the shelter was not far away. But he still didn't see Dong Lei. This meant that there was a deviation in direction and needed to make adjustments. After contacting Shi Lei again, Lu Shen walked back a few hundred meters through some unfamiliar terrain and, after adjusting his direction, finally saw Shi Lei in the wind and snow. Indeed, there was a deviation in direction. Shi Lei's hideout was actually located at about 25 degrees northwest. The two hideouts were closer than expected, only 1.6 to 1.7 kilometers apart. "Brother Shen, come here," Shi Lei said excitedly. Lu Shen looked at A1 and saw that his face was pale and looked tired. It was obvious that he was in a very bad condition, and it seemed that his injury was really serious. "Go back to the shelter, don't die outside." "Well, okay, but I don't think I'll die." Lu Shen was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he went to the hideout in the village under Shi Lei's leadership. When I saw Shi Lei's hideout, my face turned green, and I couldn't help but sigh. Why is the gap between people so big? Shelter is an abandoned container measuring 15 square meters. It is lined with wooden planks inside and out. It is not only spacious, but also very effective in protecting against the cold and wind. If you consider the various amenities inside, it is much richer than the small shelter in Yaesa. Seeing Lu Shen's envious gaze, Shi Lei scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother Shen, don't think that my shelter is good. In fact, there are big problems." "Oh, what's the problem?" "The material of this container is very ordinary. It is almost cracked from freezing at low temperatures and will not last long. As for the inner and outer wooden boards, there are large gaps between them, and they have not been charred or treated with an anti-corrosion compound. Therefore, the actual lifespan of this shelter is pitifully short," Shi Lei said with a sigh. Lu Shen also nodded. When he first entered the shelter, he felt that the environment here was favorable in all respects. However, upon closer inspection, many problems were discovered, the most serious of which was quality. Some corners of the container had cracked from the cold and could have completely collapsed at any moment. The saying, "all that glitters is not gold," probably applies to this situation. If possible, I would also like to change the shelter quickly. This place is so terrible, I'm afraid it will collapse one day. Shi Lei was clearly extremely dissatisfied with the shelter. "We'll think about the shelter later. Once the shelter is upgraded, changing it won't be difficult." Right now, you need to think about your injuries. Let me assess the situation first, Lu Shen said calmly. Shilei nodded and sat Lu Shen down, unbuttoned his thick clothes and said, I was really careless this time. The injury is quite serious. When Lu Shen saw the wound, he couldn't help but gasp. His chest and abdomen were covered in bruises, most of which were caused by the gravity hammer's blow. It looked terrifying. But the most serious wound, a knife wound that extended from his right shoulder blade to his left chest, was simply bandaged with a strip of cloth. It looked deep and was still bleeding. Lu Shen was quite surprised and said, Tsk tisk, why are you still alive? Shilei said, with a sad face. Brother, I don't want to die yet. I'm holding on. This beast is so cruel. It's going to kill me. A sharp glint appeared in Lu Shen's eyes as well. Judging from the severity of his injuries, the three opponents didn't seem to have any intention of leaving him alive. Although this question is not directly related to Ye, if Yi kills Shilei, it will be tantamount to indirectly destroying Yi's ally, and will also indirectly affect Yi's future development and survival, reducing Yi's chances of survival. In short, the other side wants to kill you. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but feel even more angry. It's okay. We'll deal with it later. First, I'll help you treat your injuries. Lu Shen took out the purple vine juice from his pocket, then removed the cloth that Shilei had wrapped around his wound, revealing the terrible wound before his eyes. After examining the wound, Lu Shen couldn't help but doubt that just the purple vine juice was enough to heal such a serious injury. Because the wound was very deep, the deepest part was about 1 centimeter. The wound opened up, revealing bright red flesh inside, and there was no sign of healing. But despite all that, purple vine juice has the ability to suppress bacteria and heal wounds, which is certainly better than simply wrapping it in strips of cloth. Pour the sticky juice on the wound. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it hurts. As soon as the juice touched him, Shilei jumped and rolled over in pain, and his chest muscles twitched continuously due to the pain. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows and thought that the effect was really good. In my opinion, the more painful and bitter the medicine, the better the effect. Shilei, sweating from pain, lay on the ground, suffocating. He could not come to his senses for a long time. Brother, this thing is a good medicine, very expensive for treating diseases. Shilei. Shilei had a strong will to survive, and in the end, he endured the intense pain and allowed Lu Shen to apply purple vine juice all over his wound. All I remember is that, in the end, my chest muscles kept twitching and I almost rolled my eyes. After applying the bandage, Lu Shen looked at the wound that was the size of a canyon and seemed to be thinking about something. Then, with a strange expression in his eyes, Shilei reached out his hand to the wound. Shilei resisted and stopped him, saying, Brother, I like women. Don't do this 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere instantly froze. Lu Shen's face instantly darkened and he hit the bald man on the head. Fuck off, damn it. I'm %*1 yen yen bar bar a few minutes later. Lu Shen used his hardening talent to pull the torn wounds together and lightly connect them, as if stitching them with a needle. Shilei was also surprised when he saw this magical scene. Brother, is this your talent? It is so special. Eyes were cold as he sternly warned. Don't tell anyone about this, not even your own talent. I have a share. Shilei nodded seriously and said, Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, Brother Shen, I'm afraid I would have been in great danger. After hearing these words, Shilei forced himself to stand up from his seat, then rummaged around in the corner, took out a few things, and handed them to Lu Shen. What? A few goods. I understand the rules. There is no place for freeloading in this world. Senior brother, you spent time studying the outside world to come here and treat me, and you used such a precious potion, so I don't feel any remorse. Shilei held back his silly smile and said seriously. Lu Shen quickly examined the items handed to him, which included a compass, several unknown plants, and 8 nuclear bombs with radiation. Instead of refusing outright, she asked, What kind of grass is this? Corpse grass is a special plant that corpses eat to increase their strength. It grows in the snow. Many corpses came close to pick it. I thought it was special, so I picked it. Robbed. Lu Shen's lips twitched. This guy's strength was truly incredible. No wonder the corpse chased him and bit him. Then he looked at the radiation core of the corpse and asked, "Why are you keeping this thing? Aren't you afraid of being harmed by the radiation?" Shilei scratched his head and said, "Judging from his many years of experience reading novels, the crystals dug out of these rotting corpses should be very useful. Swallowing them can even increase your strength." Lu Shen's lips twitched. "You ate it?" "No, I'm not stupid," Shilei smirked, and then added, "But I lick it every day." Lu Shen looked at him with a stupid expression in his eyes and patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. "Brother, this thing is only level 2. It can still absorb a little energy from the inside, and there is a huge risk of contamination. As for the radiation core, level 1 is pure radiation." Finished speaking, he stood there in a daze. Lu Shen shook his head helplessly, took back the corpse grass compass, threw back the 8 radiation cores, and said, "These 2 items are useful to me, so I will take them. As for the radiation core, you can keep it. Collect 100 survival coins as soon as possible. The independent shelter core is very important and will help your further development." After saying this, Lu Shen did not say anything else and simply walked out. There was very little time to explore, and there was no time to waste. Now that he had returned to the shelter, he could also collect some firewood. Shilei looked after Lu Sheng, then at the radiation core in his hand, and a slight feeling flashed in the depths of his eyes. He just looks stupid, but he is never stupid. As he himself said, he is very cunning. These 8 radiation cores worth 40 survival coins are Lu Shen's reward for treating his injuries. Lu Shen took it, so today was more of a transaction. He used the 40 survival coins to exchange for medicine to treat his injuries. Although he was still grateful, and their relationship remained close, there was a possibility that this gratitude would eventually be rewarded. But if Lu Shen didn't want it, then it would be a favor. So, a few minutes later, Lu Shen was walking in the snow when he received a message. "Thank you, Brother Shen. The velvet grass grows 100 meters northeast of my shelter. You can pick some up when you have time. And I also know the perfect place to move the shelter. When I recover from my injuries, we can go there together." "Okay, thank you." Lu Shen smiled, thinking that this action was worthwhile. As long as Shilei is not a cold-blooded person who repays evil with good all the time, potions and energy he invested will be valuable. Take out the survival radio and check the remaining time. 50 minutes left. If you add 30 minutes from the gas mask, then the total is 80 minutes. Seeing that there was enough time, Lu Shen changed the route and headed northeast. It was a clear descent. From afar, a frozen river stretched across the snow, and several trees growing nearby could be seen. Unlike the dead trees, these few plants looked like willows. Even in the biting cold wind, they still have many tender buds, fluttering in the cold wind. Lu Shen walked to the river, picked up an axe, and began to dig, breaking through the thick layer of snow, and then forcefully chopped the ice underneath until the permafrost was exposed. At this time, it could be clearly seen that there was a thick layer of light yellow velvet grass growing near the riverbank. The rest of the permafrost zone was completely covered in ice, but the area where the velvet grass grew was very humid and even slightly warm. Lu Shen's face lit up with joy. He picked up all the velvet grass from the ground and put it in the backpack on his back. Although the velvet grass looks modest, it is of very high quality. It is a ball about the size of a millstone, but if you squeeze it slightly, it becomes only the size of a fist and does not fit in the backpack. After digging for about 40 minutes, Lu Shen filled his school bag with velvet grass that weighed tens of kilograms and finally, reluctantly stopped. Returning to the shelter and passing by the dead forest, I also checked the location of the traps. Due to the strong wind and heavy snowfall, one of the traps was blown away, and no matter how hard he searched, he could not find it. The remaining trap also did not catch anything and was buried under a thick layer of snow. Lu Shen could not help but feel a little regret. It was his own fault for acting rashly and buying two useless things. In such bad weather, not to mention catching animals, even the traps themselves can hardly be saved. What luck that we were not blown away by the wind. Helplessly, Lu Shen tied the remaining traps to a dead tree with ropes. Regardless of whether he managed to catch the animals or not, he had to make sure that the traps would not get lost. Shelter by the fireplace. A large quantity of velvet was laid out and dried using the heat of the fireplace. The velvet backpack may not look like much, but when laid out, it covered the entire shelter. It looked thick and was incredibly warm. If you mix them and press them tightly, you get a very thick and very soft mattress, about 10 centimeters thick. When you lie on it, it gives a little, no worse than bed linen. Lu Shen lay on the velvet rug for a while and found that it was incredibly warm. The temperature under his body reached more than 10 degrees, and the insulating effect was extremely strong. If you have another set of blankets, you will be able to completely protect yourself from the cold at night. What a wonderful thing. I will definitely collect more as soon as I have the opportunity. Lu Shen thought with satisfaction and suddenly realized that it was not only the supplies in the city ruins that could be truly important in this world. These animals and plants that were exposed to radiation but did not die completely but mutated also had exceptional significance and value. In some ways, it is even more valuable than ordinary items. It is just that the uses of these items are unknown, and we need to study and try them before we can know their specific use. Every new resource discovery is like finding a treasure, allowing you to gain an advantage among the survivors and thus gain a huge benefit. This is true for black stick insects, velvet grass, purple condensation vine, corpse grass, etc. It was almost night. Lu Shen contacted Shilei again to ask about his recovery and discuss the next steps. Shilei said that the injury did not affect his movements and he just needed to regain his strength. If everything goes well, we can go tomorrow and take Lu Shen to a place suitable for moving out of the shelter. If the place is suitable, you can focus on collecting survival coins and then prepare to move into the shelter. Place has been discovered and the container-shaped house is very visible in the snow. It is no longer safe to live there. Even if Shilei could move as soon as possible, he would not want to stay where he is. At the same time, Lu Shen was very curious about what kind of place Shilei could say was exceptionally suitable for building a shelter. Having decided on the meeting place for tomorrow, Lu Shen fell silent and prepared to rest as soon as possible. I threw some wood on the fireplace, leaned against the earthen wall at the back of the shelter, and slowly fell asleep, with vague thoughts floating around in my head. The thick, soft, and plush straw bedding greatly increases the comfort of sleep and makes staying in the shelter more cozy. Outside, a snowstorm roars. The air is filled with radiation, and the atmosphere of Japanese decadence is stifling. Inside, a fireplace burns, bringing peace and tranquility. However, at midnight, squeak, 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 squeak. A slightly sharp sound was heard, mixed with the howling of the cold wind. Lu Shen frowned slightly in his sleep, but he didn't take it too seriously, thinking that it was just some insignificant noise. But in the next moment, he suddenly woke up from his sleep. I suddenly thought that I had built a fortress of ice bricks that could block the wind and snow outside. So where did the noise come from? Lu Shen suddenly woke up, quickly got out of bed, and looked out of the shelter with surprise and doubt. Squeak! Squeak! A slightly sharp sound like someone was scratching glass rang out in my ears again, and I was sure that this was not an auditory hallucination. What awaits us? Lu Shen frowned, became wary, picked up the axe lying next to him, and carefully approached the door of the shelter. In the dim light of the survival radio, carefully observed the outside environment. But after looking around, Lu Shen couldn't shake off the strange feeling. There was nothing unusual in the ice fortress. The ice bricks were still sealed, the plants planted there were untouched, and the wood and iron sheets stored there were also intact. Everything seemed normal. Moreover, when he checked, even the hissing sound had disappeared. Lu Shen frowned and thought for a moment, confirming that he had not misheard. Something unusual must have happened. He just hasn't noticed it yet. When Is looked outside the ice brick fortress, his eyes suddenly froze. Since there is no problem inside the shelter, there is a high probability that something abnormal is happening outside the shelter. And the sound that just came out was very similar to the sound of claws rubbing against ice blocks. Lu Shen immediately became wary and clenched the axe in his hand. Could it be that this is a corrupted body? Not daring to show carelessness, he walked out carefully, slowly pushing the door made of ice bricks, holding an iron axe in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Ready. Whatever happens, the first thing I'll do is cut it down. I was just on a mission where I had to hunt down corpses, so I'll just call it warmth and survival coins. That's good, really. But when he opened the door, as expected, he didn't see a rotting corpse. Outside, blowing a pungent smell onto his face, causing Lu Shen to frown and step back. Where was the spoiled body? He still didn't dare to let his guard down, and looked around for any suspicious signs. But when I looked around, I didn't see a single rotten corpse. Lu Shen didn't give up. He took the independent shelter core and walked out of the shelter. Overcoming the strong, icy wind, he held onto the ice wall with one hand to prevent himself from being blown away, and then looked around. This is a dangerous day. Any carelessness or negligence can cost you your life, so you need to assess the situation clearly. Although it was difficult to move forward in the snow, he still did not abandon his plan. After taking a few steps and finding himself behind an icy wall, he suddenly touched something soft with his foot. What the hell? He quickly looked down and saw a thick-haired, extremely stupid-looking creature in front of him. Lu Shen was so scared that he stepped back, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a trap stuck in the creature's hind legs. The sharp iron teeth bit into the muscles of the hind legs with such force that even the bones were broken. Blood soaked all the fur on the hind legs, which looked terrible. Lu Shen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? Isn't this my animal trap?" This trap is made in the exact same style as the bear trap. Obviously, the creature in front of it probably suffered a serious injury when it accidentally stepped on the trap while walking through the dead forest. It then dragged its wounds towards the shelter, as if it wanted to break through an ice wall. Looking at the ice wall beneath the creature's feet, it was clear that a large hole had been torn through it. The creaking sound heard earlier was likely the sound of the creature digging into the ice wall. However, it seemed that the injuries he had sustained were too severe, and he lost consciousness before he could completely break through the ice wall. Soon, Lu Shen's face showed surprise. He really didn't expect something so good to happen to him. This was simply giving away treasures for free. The creature in front of me looked quite large, probably 30 to 40 kilograms. Thick fur exposed a strong body, and it was obvious that it had a lot of meat. Even after removing the skin and bones, there was still a lot of meat left. And it was meat. In Japan, meat is of great value. It replenished the nutrients needed by the human body, but it can also be traded for a large amount of valuable resources. As for fur, it can be used to make hats and gloves that effectively protect against the cold and are also a rare resource. Lu Shen was shaking with excitement. He picked up the creature and carried it back to the shelter. He also dug a hole for it and filled it with snow. Back in the shelter, he carefully examined the creature in the light of the fireplace. Probably a type of cat with extremely thick fur covered with grey and white patterns, short and thick limbs, a cute face, round eyes, a chubby mouth, and chubby cheeks. If you had to say what animal it resembles, it looks like a silver tabby cat, but it is much larger and a bit more ferocious, with sharper and longer claws. Or strictly speaking, like another dangerous creature, the Pallas's cat. After all, judging by its weight, it weighs at least 20 kilograms, maybe even about 30. It is a real fat man. Lu Shen picked it up and examined it, but did not kill it. After all, this creature looked truly rare. Moreover, it was the only creature other than insects that he had seen since arriving in the Japanese world. Place it in front of the survival radio and take the test in the store, and the information will come out soon. Name: Fat Snow Cat. Introduction: a creature mutated by radiation, able to withstand extreme cold and snowstorms. Its fur is extremely resistant and provides excellent warmth. It has excellent hunting ability, is a master at digging holes, and looks like a human. It can be exchanged for 120 survival coins. Damn, I found a treasure. Seeing the words 120 survival coins, Lu Shen's eyes instantly lit up, and he was absolutely incredible. This thing in front of me is actually worth 120 survival coins. But that seems to be okay. The currency exchanged at the store is calculated based on the value of the item in a doomsday scenario. If the snowcat in front of him were disassembled, it would be worth a lot of money. For example, the hair-e is specifically mentioned in the introduction. It is extremely thick and retains heat well, indicating that it is of truly high quality. Together with the flesh and blood, the weight is no less than 20 pounds. On average, 5 QRU coins per pound, which is equivalent to 100 QRU coins. Moreover, the one in front of him is still alive, and its value of 120 Q coins is more than enough. However, after thinking for a while, Lu Shen did not kill it directly or exchange it for Tubi coins, because in the introduction, a few words caught his attention. More humane. Those 5 little words may seem unremarkable, but they gave this creature a new quality: domestic ability. He planned to try. If he could tame it, it would come in very handy in this doomsday world. Helping with hunting, providing constant company, or even sheltering feet in winter are all functions of the EA. If it really cannot be tamed, then it will be too late to kill it and eat its meat. Thoroughly. After thinking it over, Lu Shen used iron sheets to make 2 shaped handcuffs, which he fastened directly to the snowcat's limbs, ensuring that even if the cat woke up, it would not be able to move freely. He then opened the Q trap on its hind leg. It was clear to see that the muscles of the back thigh were severely torn. The enormous force of the trap had penetrated deeply into the bones, and the whole body was deformed. Lu Shen was a little doubtful that this guy would survive tonight. Even if he did survive, there was a high probability that he would be left disabled. He had no intention of raising a freeloader in the shelter. If the creature became disabled, it would inevitably become food. Lu Shen ignored him and went back to bed to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, he heard a faint woo sound coming from the snowcat's throat. The snowcat woke up, but its eyes were dull and it looked tired. It lay lifelessly in the corner, looking warily at Lu Shen. The unfamiliar surroundings and unfamiliar smell made this animal, who had lived in the wild for many years, feel afraid. However, due to his serious injuries, he was unable to fight back. His physical strength had been at its limit last night. He could only lick the wound on his hind leg from time to time, his muscles trembling slightly from the pain. "It's good to be alive," Lu Shen said casually, then stood up, washed his face, and ate. He knew that this wild animal was overly vigilant, and showing excessive care and flattery would probably backfire. The snowcat needed to relax first so that it could let down its guard and adapt to the environment of the shelter. On the fireplace, boiled a cup of hot tea and got out 50 grams of canned beef and a few pieces of pickled radish for this morning's meal. This is a dream breakfast for many survivors. Includes basic foods, vegetables, meat, salt, and vitamin supplements. A complete diet can ensure the health of the body. The only unpleasant thing was that the flatbreads were so disgusting that he rolled his eyes and almost choked. In the end, there was only half a cake left, which was too hard to swallow, so he threw it straight to the snowcat. This guy managed to survive in such harsh conditions. In addition to excellent hunting skills, he was most likely an omnivore. The snowcat sniffed it cautiously, but obeying his animal instinct, he grabbed the tortilla and licked it several times. The tortilla was very hard, and I had to bend my head to bite it. I chewed it for a long time, showing no signs of being picky. But before he could take a few bites, he rolled his eyes and made gagging gestures, apparently choking. Lu Shen felt the same way. It turned out that he was the only one who didn't like corn cakes. This stuff was just disgusting. I handed the snowcat a bowl of hot water, and he licked it without hesitation. pausing for a few seconds before continuing to nibble on the cake. At this moment, the animal, although still very vigilant and huddled in a corner, not daring to come out, no longer showed such resistance to Lu Shen's behavior, who was giving it food. You're right. He didn't show aggression, and he has a rather calm character. Lu Shen nodded with satisfaction. In the conditions of the apocalypse, in addition to the survival crisis, each survivor has to face loneliness. Darkness, cold, hunger, fear. All this puts enormous psychological pressure on people. If they are not helped effectively, sooner or later, they will be crushed. After feeding and watering the snowcat, Lu Shenxiao tried to get closer to it and pet it. But as expected, he failed. The snowcat hid in the corner, constantly breathing heavily, and clearly did not want strangers to approach it. Lu Shenxiao did not care. Domestication is a long process and cannot be completed overnight. However, since I plan to keep this guy, I need to make some additional preparations. Most importantly, all the food in the shelter needs to be hidden so that this guy does not steal it. As for this matter, Lu Shen actually had plans for a long time. The shelter was overcrowded. After a large amount of life resources were collected there was barely enough space to move around. He had to replan and move some of the resources outside. Lu Shen immediately got to work. He collected snow near his home, condensed it into ice cubes using hot water and low temperatures, and then built a rectangular freezer. The freezer takes up a large area, only 0.5 square meters, but deep enough to hold a small amount of essential food. Lu Shen put ground cornmeal, salt, honey, canned beef, pickled vegetables, and pickled radish in it, then covered it all with ice cubes. He watered the corn seeds again, in this bed, but it gave him hope. It was logical to assume that there was no radiation in the shelter area, and the soil was relatively hard and cold, so it was quite possible to grow crops. If we can successfully grow seedlings, it means that we can develop the plant-growing industry and have a stable food supply, which is very important for the survival of the end humans. A busy day. A message from Shi Lei has arrived. Brother Shen, it's time to go. Lu Shen checked the time. It was about 2:25 p.m. The weather had improved, and the radiation level had dropped to a minimum. Okay, see you at the river. Lu Shen took his gear, fully armed himself, walked out into the wind and snow, and headed north from the shelter. This time, our destination is northeast of Shi Lei's hideout, across the river where Rongchao and I are, and we continue another kilometer north. For Lu Shen and Shi Lei, the journey was quite long, about 2 kilometers at most. Using the compass as a guide, Lu Shen moved with greater ease. He took a nearly shortcut and arrived at the river where he had picked the velvet grass yesterday in 15 minutes. Shi Lei had also arrived early, but his face was pale, his breathing was weak, and he looked listless. Lu Shen frowned and asked, "You won't die on the way, will you?" "Brother, don't curse me, cough, cough, cough." Shi Lei helplessly parted his lips and coughed several times in a row. Lu Shen's lips twitched. "Your wound hasn't healed yet, and you've caught a cold?" "I don't want to either. You have no idea how unlucky I am. Last night, in the middle of the night, a zombie snuck up on us and almost got into the shelter. Fortunately, I fought hard and finally got rid of it, but the container had a hole in it and was leaking badly," Shi Lei said with a sad face. Lu Shen shook his head helplessly. Life was truly miserable. He faced danger after danger. He was lucky to survive. "Stop talking and go your own way. Everything will be fine after this short break." Without another word, they moved north, crossing the frozen river. Ahead of them was an endless white snowfield. "Shi Lei, which place do you think is most suitable for building a shelter?" During the ride, Lu Shen asked curiously. Shi Lei smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Brother, what conditions do you think must be met to build a shelter?" Lu Shen thought for a moment and said, "We need to consider many factors. First of all, resources. The shelter must be provided with resources gathered by the people, including wood, food, and other supplies." Shi Lei nodded and said, "Indeed, I have thought about this matter. It should not be a big problem." Well, secondly, the geographical location. It must be located in a certain way from the city ruins, not too close and not too far, and the number of survivors around must not be too large. Hearing the second condition, Shilei asked in some confusion, "Why is that? Was it to go to the city ruins to get supplies?" Lu Shen shook his head and said, "The main value of the city ruins is not the resources stored there, but their role as iconic landmarks. In the future, they will probably become trading points, attracting many survivors and warriors. We cannot be too far away to be able to reach the ruins of the city and contact other survivors. We cannot be too close to avoid unnecessary conflict." "I see." Shilei nodded in agreement and said, "I definitely didn't notice that." Shilei lowered his head, thinking, and soon realized the reason. Although the situation was dire, no matter how harsh the conditions, the exchange of information between them did not stop. Lu Shen continued, "Finally, we need to decide on the location of the shelter. It should be as hidden as possible. It should be located on the windward side and above the water, preferably in the forest." "Brother, stop chatting. We have no conditions." "Ah, right." They walked for about 30 minutes, passed several corners, came to a relatively hidden valley, and finally reached their destination. "Brother Shen, he's right here. Look." Even from a distance, Lu Shen noticed what was happening and squinted his eyes to look around. "It's a hissing sound." Shilei grinned and said, "Hey, Brother Shen, let's take a closer look. This thing is still relatively intact." Lu Shen remained silent, but his eyes flashed with surprise. Only when he got closer did he realize that he was not mistaken. This is actually an abandoned train? It stretches for almost 10 meters, covered with a thick layer of snow, with a barely noticeable bluish coating of rust. Half of it is covered with snow, and it merges with the surrounding environment. The height of the thick iron carriage is more than 3 meters. Even buried under snow, it is incredibly impressive. Only now can we feel the greatness of civilization. If it were the end of the world, how many resources, material and human resources would it take to build such a train? Lu Shen took a closer look. Although the car was badly damaged by corrosion from time and radiation, the sheet metal of the body was still very strong and obviously of high quality. The crew, broken in the crash, was twisted into a bundle and lay aimlessly in the snow, completely covered by snow. But one carriage is still standing on the tracks. Its huge size and weight make it look very solid. Shilei smiled innocently and said, "Brother Shen, how are things?" I checked. Several carriages are in excellent condition. The iron sheets are very thick. They are perfect for shelter. "Shilei, you're so cool. Can you even find something so good?" Lu Shen was so excited that he lost his composure and hit Shilei's shoulder hard, causing him to grimace in pain. Compared to his own pitiful shelter, this high-speed train carriage is simply a first-class shelter. In terms of both warmth and safety, it is much better than the original shelter. Lu Shen tried his best to contain his excitement and began to look around. The more he looked, the more satisfaction he felt. Even though the car is really huge and stretches for several meters like a giant dragon, it is quite difficult to spot under normal circumstances. Because the surrounding area is covered with hills, and this railway is located in a lowland, it is hidden by the surrounding mountains. Unless you get close, it is difficult to see what is inside. Even if you stand on a mountain and look down, the thick layer of snow will make it difficult to see the train cars below. More importantly, there are pieces of wood scattered on both sides of the body. These are resources collected by hunters, and there are quite a lot of them. From all sides, this is a great place to build a shelter. At this moment, Lu Shen realized that Shilei's friend was not mistaken. The cost of this car alone could compensate for all his previous efforts and even far exceed them, making them incomparable. "Brother Shen, let's go inside the car and take a look. The snow is too thick and has blocked the doors." "Last time, so I don't know what's inside," Shilei said with some concern. No matter how good the outside conditions are, if the inside is uninhabitable, the value of this shelter will still decrease. Lu Shen nodded, found a relatively intact carriage, and tried to open the door. The car door was almost completely covered in snow, and first he had to clear away the surrounding snow, which required a lot of effort. The inner door was also jammed due to years of freezing, and it was difficult to force it open. No wonder Shilei couldn't get in even after exerting so much effort. Lu Shen checked and found that the doors of this train were slightly different from those on Earth. It was also a push-pull switch. Despite their enormous thickness, the principle of their operation was simple. He immediately used his talent to reach the delicate parts inside and, with considerable effort, forcibly unfastened the buckle. Boomer-bang! Even the car door was undamaged and opened easily. Since the car door had been in a faulty condition for a long time and was rusty in many places, the sound when opening it is quite sharp, and it is extremely difficult to open. But compared to the cost of the entire train, these defects are insignificant. Seeing the interior environment, Lu Shen couldn't help but hold his breath and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. A modern carriage immediately appeared in my field of vision, awakening memories of a civilized era in the depths of my heart. Neatly arranged sofas and armchairs, embroidered with patterns of modern art, smooth floors, and shiny glass. None of this existed in the world of the apocalypse. Looking around, I found that the carriage was small, about 10 meters long, a little longer than the train carriages on Earth, but taller and more spacious. Even more remarkable is that the glass in the carriage is similar to the glass in high-speed trains. It is very thick and illegible. All the glass is built into the carriage. The floor of the carriage looked quite dirty, with many things scattered on it. There were also several corpses lying there, but they were frozen. This is probably due to the fact that, when the end of the world came, the train also suffered and faced a crisis. The passengers in some carriages were unable to escape and eventually died here. However, Lu Shen also saw that the windows of some carriages were broken, and it was obvious that some people had managed to escape at that moment. But no one knows what happened in the past. At least now there are no living people in the carriage, and it is filled with the smell of old age and decay. At the same time, it is worth noting one more thing. Then the train in front of us, compared to trains on Earth, still has some differences. In addition to the large space, each carriage on this train is separated from the other. Each carriage is about 10 meters long and completely independent, like a room. Brother Shen, what do you think of this place? Is it suitable for building a shelter? Shilei found a comfortable place to sit down and looked around. It's perfect. Mind was full of thoughts. Whether it was the geographical location, the surrounding resources, or the degree of stealth, they were all almost perfect. Together with this train, its value would definitely exceed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The shelters built by other survivors after years of hard work and great effort are probably not as good as this harvest of human wisdom. You don't even have to occupy the entire train car. Just find a random train car and use it as a full-fledged shelter. When I first came here, I was cutting down trees on the slope and didn't notice this place at all. If I hadn't accidentally rolled down the slope, I wouldn't have discovered this huge treasure. Shilei proudly recounted his experience. Lu Shen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Has a lot of experience, but he's really lucky to be alive and well. Brother Shen, when do you think we should move the shelter here? Should we make further plans? Or should we look for some ruins within a few kilometers? Shilei held back his smile and asked seriously. Lu Shen thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "No, for a shelter of this level, there is no need to consider other factors. If conditions allow, we can move here today." Then let's go back, pack up, and move here directly? No need. Lu Shen chuckled and said, "It's a waste of time to go back and forth. Let's stay here and explore the area today, collect resources on the train, then spend the night here and come back tomorrow." Live here? Shilei was stunned, as if he remembered something, and asked, "Brother Shen, did you bring the core of the independent shelter?" Lu Shen nodded slightly, patted Shilei on the shoulder and said, "Rest here for a while. I will go to the other carriages to check the situation and collect as many useful resources and tools as possible." After saying this, he got out of the car. Shilei didn't bother to muster up his courage and simply found a sofa to lie down and rest. His injuries were still serious and his body was very weak. He had almost reached the limit of his strength to walk the 2 kilometers to the train ruins with him today. Lu Shen went outside and took a closer look at the entire train. According to statistics, there were 20 carriages in the train, of which 6 carriages, located closer to the front of the train, were completely destroyed and derailed. Now they are buried under snow, and only the rough outlines of the ruins are visible. The 4 cars at the rear of the train were also seriously damaged. Their windows were almost completely broken, and under the frozen ice lay bloodstains and bodies torn to pieces. Moreover, some of the corpses were already decomposing and looked disgusting and frightening. Thus, with this calculation, they can choose only from cars number 7 and number 16. However, this is already the best option. Not only 10 cars were preserved, but also those that are closer to the middle section. Typically, there is a dining car on the train, which is usually located in the middle of the train near car number 10, and some of the food is stored inside. Of course, many fresh foods, such as packed lunchboxes and fast food, are no longer fit for consumption after many years, but you can also store food such as instant noodles, cookies, canned goods, and sausages. If you are lucky, you can find quite a few. But unfortunately, after searching all the remaining carriages, Lu Shen still couldn't find a dining car. Of course, this train doesn't have a special dining car, and there's not even fast food or lunchboxes, which is a bit disappointing. Originally thought that he could find some kitchen utensils and unused seasonings in the kitchen of the dining car, but now all of them were gone. However, after this search, he had a rough idea of the situation of the various cars. The first 8 cars and the last 8 cars were ordinary passenger cars with neatly arranged seats inside, and they also contained many corpses. The 4 middle cars were more comfortable. The interior resembles a carefully furnished room, equipped with beds, sofas, TVs, tables, and other amenities. They are very spacious and comfortable. Even the material from which the carriage was made was stronger than that of other carriages. Lu Shen used several methods to open the door of the luxury carriage. After looking around only a few times, Lu Shen decided to use the premium carriage as a refuge because its layout and facilities were excellent. Even after all this time, the bed linen and blanket showed no signs of weathering or damage, except for a little dust, which was incredible. The sofa is soft and comfortable, and the finishing is made of high-quality materials. You will be able to use it immediately after checking in. The only thing you need to take into account is that the upper-class carriages are larger. Their length is 10 meters, width is about 3 meters, and the total area is about 30 square meters. The area that an independent shelter core can occupy is only 10 square meters, which significantly limits daily activities. But this problem can be solved sooner or later, because when upgrading the shelter, the system reminded you that in the future, there is a chance that the store will update the items that expand the shelter core. So, although these problems cannot be solved in the short term, they will not become a problem in the future. Lu Shen chose carriage number 10 and cleared it of all the corpses, trash, and dust, leaving only the habitable areas. After you clear it, use it as your home for today. Upon arriving, Shilei couldn't help but admire the luxurious furnishings inside. He was used to living in a dusty and simple dwelling, and suddenly he was transferred to a luxurious carriage, which was quite unusual. Shilei stayed in carriage number 10 to rest, while Lu Shen continued to go out and collect supplies from other carriages. In this train, in addition to the most valuable carriages, there is another extremely valuable thing: resources. A train with a large number of passengers probably carries a lot of luggage, which must contain various supplies. Food, clothing, medicine, tools, all these essential things for life are present. Lu Shen felt that compared to the ruins of the city, there might be more resources on the train. After all, the ruins of the city had been looted many times since the Day of Fate, and most of the useful items had been taken by the survivors, leaving only a small number of items of little value. Furthermore, the ruins of the city itself are little more than a small rural area. Even if they weren't looted by survivors, there wouldn't be much in the way of survival resources. But trains are different. This train is undamaged and hasn't been found by other survivors, so the supplies are probably still there, and they should be quite varied. Lu Shen first inspected the most fully equipped carriages, a total of 10 carriages, 4 high-class carriages and 6 ordinary carriages. Among them, only 6 suitcases were found in the 4 high-class carriages, and all of them were relatively light and did not contain many things. This also confused him a little. Don't these rich people need to take luggage with them? When he opened the suitcase and saw what was inside, he almost threw up blood. Various cards, cash, ties, belts, sunglasses, weird cosmetics, sunscreen, even contraceptive t-shirts, etc. There are a lot of things, but not many of them are really useful. The few things he had were extremely thin spring and summer clothes, most of which were women's clothes that were completely unusable. Lu Shen sighed helplessly, but did not throw them away right away. Easily, he put them back into the suitcase and placed them in carriage number 7. Carriage number 7 is an ordinary car that looks completely empty. Lu Shen plans to use it as a warehouse and store unnecessary suitcases and supplies here. He continued to check the other cars, in the regular carriages, and he found them one after another. This time, the harvest was much better than before. There were 52 suitcases in 6 carriages, which was significantly less than expected. On average, there were 8 to 9 suitcases in each carriage. It seemed that there were not many passengers on this train. All the suitcases were moved to carriage number 9. All the supplies in them were found, sorted, and found usable. This time, seeing the carriage full of resources, Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. We are rich. Firstly, the largest amount of clothes. Almost every suitcase contains a huge amount of different clothes, including men's, women's, and children's, as well as a lot of shoes, socks, underwear, and panties. However, there was one item of clothing of average quality, badly damaged by the weather. And another important point. There is not much winter clothing. I found only about a dozen pairs of cotton jackets and trousers, and their quality is rather mediocre. In terms of quality alone, it doesn't even compare to the winter cold protection the system provides. After sorting out all the clothes, including t-shirts, shirts, and other light clothing for spring and summer, they filled 32 suitcases. Socks, underwear, panties, shoes filled 3 suitcases. Thick winter clothing can be removed and used for its intended purpose. The second category of items includes mainly various tools, including chargers, power banks, watches, cosmetics, cash, luxury items, etc. D, which are collectively called useless things, they filled 5 suitcases and threw them in a corner. The third category of items is what Lu Shen cares about most, and it is also the most valuable item among all the supplies. Food. Many people store food in wat odanas. Although the quantity is small, after you collect it all, there is a lot left. I collected 5 large boxes of snacks. Although they are past their expiration date, they can be stored well at low temperatures and eaten in harsh conditions. However, these snacks are not very filling. Despite the excellent taste, their cost-effectiveness is much lower than expected in Japan. Instead of snacks, Lu Shen hoped to find a bag of flour or a bag of rice, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to take these things on the train. But fortunately, when Lu Shen was looking for the right carriage, he found a small warehouse that was supposed to store emergency food supplies on the train. There are 3 unopened boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned beef, 1 box of canned fruit, 1 box of pressed cookies, and 5 boxes of mineral water. This batch of supplies is several times more valuable than those 5 boxes of snacks. This is real hard currency in the Japanese environment. If you live frugally, you can at least avoid starvation for a month or 2 and still live comfortably. More importantly, he also found a first aid kit that was specially equipped on the train and contained a large number of essential medications and medical supplies. For example, iodine, alcohol, plasters, hemostatic dressings, cooling plasters, thermometers, medical masks, emergency flashlights, emergency blankets, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, painkillers, etc. These things can save lives in the sun. You can not only keep it for yourself, but also, by exchanging with other survivors, exchange it for many valuable things. The value is obvious. At the same time, drugs were found in the suitcase, but their quantity was relatively small and the types were relatively unprofessional. Most of them are vitamins, cold medicine, plasters, cough syrups, etc. Lu Shen didn't mind either. He packed all the professional first aid kits and scattered medicines into a suitcase, sorting them into categories so that they would be easy to find and use later. Probably 2 suitcases packed, which was quite a lot. Finally, there were many miscellaneous items that Lu Shen was unsure whether they were valuable or not, such as dolls, umbrellas, headphones, and other miscellaneous items, all of which were thrown in the corner and could be exchanged for survival coins. So, clothes alone took up 62 suitcases, snacks, 5, medicines, 2, and sundries, 5. In the end, there were still 8 empty suitcases left. As for the emergency food supply on the train, it was not put in the suitcase but carried back to car number 10 and used as everyday food. It seemed like there were a lot of things, and the suitcase took up almost the entire carriage, but in fact, there weren't that many useful things. If we talk only about food, Lu Shen had specially distributed and calculated it. Even if they ate moderately, it would be enough for the 2 of them for about 2 months. So, the amount of this batch of supplies was much smaller than Lu Shen had expected. At first, I thought I would find a freight car, and then a whole crate of emergency food, enough to feed us for a day or 2. But now, it seems that the trains in this world do not store so much food on purpose, which is, of course, a little disappointing. Lu Shen sighed. Now he understood one thing. Neither the city ruins nor the train ruins are the best choice in Japan. Do you want to survive in this world as long as possible by finding resources in the ruins? This is impractical. It is possible that the ruins do contain many items from the civilized era, such as food, clothing, tools, etc., but they are limited in quantity and can only be used in emergencies for a short period of time. If you really want to survive for a long time, you will have to develop your own crop industry or rely on the available resources to survive. However, the value of these items found in the train wreckage is still not small. Even if you exchange them for survival coins, it's a huge fortune. Shi Leijing got out of the car, holding the survival walkie-talkie, and started checking the prices of various goods. According to the trading system, computers, mobile phones, charging cables, power banks are all considered low-value goods. After all, electricity is a rarity in Japan. These electronic devices that require electricity without a power source are almost the same as garbage. They are not even as useful as the walkie-talkie. The value of daily tools is a bit higher and barely reaches 1 to 10 survival coins. Clothes are worth about the same. After all, these are essential items. Even if it is not sold in shops, it can be sold to other survivors for a large amount of resources and survival coins. If you sell all your clothes, you can get at least a few survival coins. Food has the highest value. Although it is only a snack, it can replenish energy and various substances necessary for health, such as salt and sugar. It is very tasty and is considered a rarity in Japan and China. Finally, Shi Lei sold a batch of useless tools and exchanged them for survival coins. After collecting 100 coins, he immediately upgraded the shelter. After reading the information about the Independent Shelter Corps, Shi Lei was quite surprised. Ha 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 ha! With this thing, we can completely move here. Shi Lei grinned, clearly in a good mood. Without an Independent Shelter Corps, Shi Lei was still a little worried about being affected by external radiation. But now, there is no need to worry at all. They took out 2 packs of instant noodles, canned beef, ham, dried tofu, and other snacks and cooked the most luxurious meal of their lives, eating it until tears came to their eyes. Lu Shen couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten such a rich meal. Every time I think about dry and hard rice crackers, I feel like life is hopeless. And these compressed cookies are no less disgusting. Instant noodles are very juicy, and their taste just explodes in your mouth. Canned beef, juicy and rich. After they had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, they both lay down on the soft cotton bed and covered themselves with a thick blanket, and a feeling of warmth and authenticity came over them, and they felt extremely contented again. This train shelter gives a sense of security that far surpasses that of the small shelter. It is both heaven and hell. Even Lu Shen could not find any fault with it. It was simply the perfect shelter. Brother Shen, I have always felt that there is nothing better in the world. Will there be any drawbacks to this shelter? Lu Shen's face darkened. Shut up and say something nice. Midnight. A dull roar echoed through the pitch-black snow. Heavy footsteps slapped the snow, and the stench of decay grew stronger and stronger. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud bang on the outer iron sheet of the train, and the entire carriage shook. What the hell? Lu Shen suddenly woke up and couldn't help but look out the window. The next moment, seeing the scene outside, I felt dizzy. Fear spread through my heart, and my whole body turned cold. What the? A slap hit Shilei's face. Don't sleep. Something important has happened. Brother, I'm already awake. Don't hit me. Shilei sat up with a heavy face, looking out the window, his eyes full of fear. Looking around, I saw that the windows on both sides of the carriage were tightly packed with rotting corpses. Sharp claws scratched the glass, making a sharp friction sound. Rotten flesh stuck to the surface, making people feel cold. Damn, how could there be so many rotting corpses here? Did we disturb a den of rotting corpses? Shilei's forehead was covered in sweat. In his hand, he held a baseball bat, a makeshift self-defense weapon. His hand shook slightly as he gripped it. Lu Shen was in a very bad condition, breathing heavily as he looked at the scene outside the window. Looking around, I saw that the corpses were tightly piled together, their rotting bones exposed, and they were constantly reaching for the inside of the car window. The glass was frozen with frost and was now covered in blood. Frost made it hard to see exactly how many corpses there were, but Lu Shen estimated that there were at least 50. It was the first time he had seen so many corpses gathered together, and he felt as if his heart had been grabbed by a giant hand. Madness. Disaster. Lu Shen cursed silently. Now they were both in a situation that was almost equivalent to waiting for death. These corpses are completely devoid of intelligence and rely solely on their sense of smell to find prey. As long as we two are in the cart, the corpses will most likely not leave and will be stuck here. 1 or 2 days would have been enough, but if the situation had lasted longer, they would certainly have broken through the train's defenses, burst inside, and devoured the two of them. Even if the carriages were strong enough, if the siege lasted for a long time, they would be completely trapped and die here due to lack of food and water. Shilei's face darkened, and he muttered softly, I knew this would not turn out well. How could this be an ideal shelter? This is a grave prepared especially for us. Grandma? Where did all these rotting corpses come from? I didn't see a single one when I came here today. Lu Shen looked at the pile of corpses outside the window and felt a little helpless for a moment. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't find a solution. Kill the zombies. The windows of the car are completely sealed and cannot be opened, and there are no windows, so you can't even take out your weapons. If you want to attack a corpse, just open the car door and face it. However, how can they, by combining their efforts, cope with so many corpses? However, Lu Shen still had one last solution: the corpse grass juice. This juice could mask the smell and avoid being chased by corpses. In addition, it was the only thing that could save his life. However, there was another very serious problem that Lu Shen had to consider. Even if they used this method to avoid the siege of corpses in a short period of time, the corpses did not leave immediately and lingered, which was extremely dangerous. This means that within a radius of hundreds or even thousands of meters, there are likely dozens or even hundreds of rotting corpses scattered about, ready to be sniffed out at any moment. Given this level of danger, these two would definitely not dare to continue living here. After much hesitation, Lu Shen did not use the corpse-breathing grass directly. This was his only backup plan. He was afraid that if he threw it thoughtlessly, no one would survive. At the same time, he was a little confused. Why is there not a single rotten corpse during the day, but suddenly so many rotten corpses appear at night? Is something suspicious happening? Or maybe there will be a turn. The two men, overcome with fear and anxiety, sat silently in the carriage, holding self-defense weapons in their hands and looking at what was happening outside the window. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Apart from the roar of the corpses, there were no other sounds. Even the howling of the wind and snow in the carriage seemed to be drowned out by the noise of the rotting corpses. Lu Shen looked at the time on the mechanical alarm clock. The seconds ticked by, and every second was torture. Until 7 o'clock in the morning, the carriage was still dark as fog. A gloomy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the semi-darkness of the carriage, and only the light of the radio and fire occasionally flickered. "Brother Shen, are we going to die here?" Lu Shen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, even if the worst happens and we have to open the car door and face the enemy, we will still survive." Pointing at the car door, he continued, "The door is narrow and cannot accommodate many zombies. We are easy to defend, but difficult to attack. As long as we hold out, it won't be hard to kill all the zombies." Shilei's mouth twitched. "Brother Shen, are we really that strong?" "Theoretically, it should be no problem, right, brother? Please stop being so uncertain. I'm just starting to have a little hope." Lu Shen shook his head helplessly. In this situation, he really couldn't do anything. However, just when the two of them were in despair, the carriage suddenly changed. The dense crowd of rotting corpses suddenly began to thin out, and the roars that had been heard one after another gradually died down. Lu Shen and Shilei glanced at each other, then quickly stood up and leaned against the window to look out. Through the dim shadows, I could barely make out the corpses retreating. Were the corpses retreating? Lu Shen was shocked and confused, his curiosity and confusion growing stronger. He really couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, there were a lot of rotting corpses, but with the dawn, they all suddenly disappeared. It was the first time he had seen something like that. I carefully opened the car door, opening a small crack to look inside, and I couldn't help but gasp. The corpses were receding like a tide, and their number was even greater than expected, at least hundreds. The quality was also incredibly high, with many of the corpses being level 2 and above. Lu Shen knew that even if he finally opened the car door and resisted based on his geographical advantage, he would most likely not be able to resist these zombies. Corpses were barely manageable, but the second-level corpses that were bigger and stronger, and even the third-level corpses were definitely not easy to handle. Fortunately, I managed to escape danger this time. Although I don't know why the corpse retreated, I still managed to save my life. After closing the car door and collapsing onto the bed, Lu Shen couldn't help but rub his brows. Should we move here? This question came to mind again, and it was hard to decide. Brother Shen, what should we do next? Shilei also looked sad and scared. Lu Shen thought for a moment and said, "It is not advisable to move the shelter here until we understand the patterns of the corpse's activity." Shilei sighed and said, "Understanding the rules requires a price. At least now, we are sure that the creatures will not continue to besiege the carriages. They will return after a certain amount of time. This means that we still have a chance." "Too much." Lu Shen stretched and continued. "You haven't slept all night? Let's rest first. When the weather calms down during the day, we will return to the shelter and gradually think about moving." They hardly spoke. After a short rest, they had a casual lunch. The meal was still hearty, with instant noodles and canned beef, but the atmosphere was no longer as cheerful as yesterday. Lu Shen had not taken the corpses seriously all this time. After all, there were relatively few of them, and there were very few of them in the vast snowfield. After yesterday's experience, he finally realized how hopeless the situation would be once the corpses started pouring in. No matter how strong they were, zombies could rely on human wave tactics to devour their enemies alive, leaving no one alive. Ka, the ideal shelter, will eventually have to be written off. Hey, daytime. Temperature, minus 17.4 degrees Celsius. Weather, light snow. Wind speed, 9. Radiation, moderate. If sunrise lasts longer than 86 minutes, radiation penetrates the human body. As night fell, the radiation levels would continue to rise. Lu Shen and Shi Lei took out their thermal underwear from their suitcases and put it on to try to stay warm. Finally, they left with another batch of food and medicine. Lu Shen filled his backpack to capacity, and so did Shi Lei. According to the previous plan, they did not take anything out, but simply transferred the supplies that were originally in the shelter to the wagon. But the threat from the zombies forced them to change their plans. Taking the necessary supplies with them, they went out into the snow and set off on the return journey. However, when the two of them approached Shi Lei's shelter and saw the scene before them, their hair immediately became disheveled in the wind. "I'll fuck you!" Shi Lei cursed loudly and saw that the door of the container shelter in front of him was completely open, and the supplies inside had been taken out. Almost nothing was left of food, wool, or basic necessities. Even tables and beds had been dismantled. But what is even more annoying is that someone had deliberately damaged the container, making a large hole in it, and the inside is already filled with snow. Face turned pale, and he roughly guessed what had happened. It must have been the three who had besieged him, who had found out the location of his hideout and had come to plunder it. I feel both angry and afraid. If he had not gone out yesterday and stayed in the shelter to recuperate, he would have faced the enemy head-on, and in that case, he would have definitely died. Lu Shen frowned and asked, "How many supplies were stolen?" "Food, blankets, pickled radish, and pickled vegetables, and more than 80 survival coins." Shi Lei almost gnashed his teeth. This was his entire inventory, especially those 80-odd survival coins that he had to exchange, almost selling some of his tools. Original plan was to collect 100 survival coins to upgrade his shelter, but now they've all been taken away. If he hadn't earned some money on the train, he would have been penniless and completely lost the chance to survive the apocalypse. Behavior was extremely disgusting. Not only did they plunder all the resources, but they also intentionally damaged the shelter. They had no intention of leaving Shi Lei alive. Face turned pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and a chilling rage was frozen in them. "Three beasts. Don't tell me who you are, or I will peel off your skin layer by layer." Lu Shen's eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was also burning with anger. The other person's behavior was too much. It was simply endless hatred. Rang out. "Don't worry, they should have collected enough survival coins and probably upgraded the shelter. Where do you think they will move the shelter after they obtain the independent shelter core?" Shi Lei's thoughts were racing. After 3 seconds of thought, he said word for word, "City, city, destroyed, ruins, Having lost his home, Shi Lei had nowhere to go, and he could not leave with Lu Shen. After these days of communication, the relationship between the two is no longer the same as before. The level of trust has increased significantly, and they also jointly own a huge fleet of railway cars. Therefore, even if this original hideout were to be discovered, Lu Shen would not be particularly concerned. When the two of them entered the thick ice brick fortress, Shi Lei was immediately astonished. "Brother Shen, your skills are incredible. Can you build this ice house by yourself?" Shi Lei touched the thick ice brick wall and suddenly felt something incredible. Most survivors come up with the idea of using ice bricks to build defensive structures, but only a few are able to do it. Above all, it's a matter of time. Survivors who have an independent shelter core still have a chance to do it. Secondly, the difficulty of construction. If Lu Shen did not have the advantage of his talent, he would not have been able to build such a perfect ice fortress in such a short time. Lu Shen also smiled, but an idea appeared in his mind. While in the initial shelter, he can create a fortress of ice bricks for protection and shelter. So, can a similar fortress of ice bricks be built in the train hangar to cover one or more cars? By improving stealth, it can also effectively prevent corpses from attacking. Even if there are a few holes left in the process of building the ice brick fortress, it can still be used to attack corpses. The more Lu Shen thought about it, the more excited he became. It seems he found a way to survive in the trailer. It remains to be seen whether it works or not, but it is certainly a good idea. The outside of the ice brick fortress is indeed very beautiful, but entering the underground shelter is a bit awkward. Shilei was huge and almost got stuck at the entrance of the shelter. He tried to squeeze in several times. Once inside, he couldn't even straighten his back and hit the roof of the shelter several times. He could only curl up in a corner. Shilei helplessly exclaimed, "Brother, are you robbing a wild beast's nest? This is completely immoral." Face instantly darkened. What kind of words were these? But when he turned around, he really couldn't refute it. It was called a shelter, but in reality, it was just a hole dug in the ground, with mud walls on all four sides, and the space inside was pitifully small. In the corner, looking at the two of them warily. This situation was really easy to misunderstand. Lu Shen was too lazy to explain. He lit the fireplace, baked a rice cake, boiled water, and served it to the snowcat in the corner. This guy was clearly very hungry. Despite his fear, he simply began to eat. Lian's gaze on Lu Shen also softened a little. Lu Shen tried to stroke his head, but the snowcat did not show any obvious resistance, but only retreated slightly, no longer as cautious as on the first day. "Shilei, what are your plans for the future?" Lu Shen asked, throwing wood into the fireplace. Shilei was still looking at the shelter with curiosity. Hearing the question, he was stunned and said, "What else can we do? Find a new shelter. Do you plan to return to the train shed? I dare not go back. Here, and many of them are above level 2. I'm afraid I won't be able to return." Shilei shook his head several times. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said fiercely, "It would be best to take refuge near the ruins of the city. Watch me kill these 3 beasts one by one." Lu Shen waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to take revenge. There will be many more opportunities later. Let's solve the problem of survival first." "Well then, Brother Shen, do you have any suggestions?" Shilei asked with a sigh. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen said, "In my opinion, the train compartment is still the best hiding place." "But..." Lu Shen immediately interrupted, "No, but the problem of rotting corpses is not insoluble. Have you found a solution?" Shilei asked excitedly. Lu Shen pointed at the ice fortress outside the shelter and said, "Once the snowstorm is over, it will be much easier to build a defensive fortress. This is the best example." Shilei's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, "Logical. If we use ice bricks to protect the entire carriage, even if zombies attack, they won't pose any danger to us. Brother Shen, this method is great." Lu Shen nodded slightly, but there was one more thing he didn't have time to say. Ice bricks may be good, but their durability is still too low. They may be able to block first-level zombies, but if they are stronger zombies, they will still likely break through. However, he can use his talent to compress ice bricks at a deeper level, making ice bricks of higher quality and harder than iron. It is for this reason that he chose to use the dangerous train ruins as his last refuge. Shilei nodded and said, "I think this method is reliable. Then let's stick to the original plan, return to the train station, and then start building a fortress with ice bricks." "Well, I originally planned to take my time and build the ice brick fortress gradually, but now that your shelter has been destroyed, it is necessary to speed up the process." Hearing this, Lei's heart flared up with anger again, but he suppressed his emotions and nodded slowly. This night may turn out to be the most depressing for First. He was almost killed, and then the shelter was destroyed. Either of these events could have doomed him to eternal damnation. If it weren't for the alliance with Lu Shen, I'm afraid I would have nowhere to go now, and could only wait for death in the snowstorm and radiation." Them lay in a small shelter. Survival radio was playing on the air, and various fresh information was coming into their ears. "Zhao Qiang, go to hell. I trusted you so much, and you dared to ambush me. Remember this. Sooner or later, I will avenge you. Red Poplar Forest, this is my territory, Wang Yue. If anyone dares to come here again, don't blame me for cutting you down with my sword. Zhang Yueqian, you scumbag. We were childhood friends, and you teamed up with this savage to steal things from my hideout? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, hey you brat, do you really think my Yuetian has feelings for you? Go ahead and dream. I'll gladly accept your braised beef, ha 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 ha. No big boss wants to take me. I'm starving. Please give me something to eat. Please, please. The communication was no longer peaceful. The number of mothers was growing rapidly. They no longer passed on useful information to each other, but increasingly used curses. The survivors began to communicate with each other. Instead of the friendship they imagined, there was only deception and intrigue. Disputes, murders, debauchery, fraud, violence are everywhere in this country of survival, and chaos often reigns among the survivors. Lu Shen's attention was also drawn to the following information. Hello, survivors. My name is Zheng Hai. We have gathered 4 mighty warriors with awakened talents and occupied the ruins of Qinghe City. We sincerely invite you to survive together and build a gathering place for survivors. Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Yunhui. I am a survivor in Bailing City and have awakened my physical talent. Is anyone willing to join me and help clean up the corpses in Bailing City? Then we can take over Bailing City together. Just a quick question. How did you manage to get out of the shelter and survive in the ruins of the city? Aren't you afraid of radiation? Hey, go home and drink some milk. This has nothing to do with you. Dear survivors, my name is Zhou Yunbo. Together with 2 like-minded people, I settled the ruins of Teeling City. If there are survivors anywhere, come and survive together, overcoming the dangers of the apocalypse together. Tiling City. Until they heard this message, Lu Shen and Wang Lei's gazes were fixed on the spot. Brother Shen, I remember the entrance to the city ruins. I think it was called Tai or something? Lei asked in a hushed voice. Lu Shen didn't say much, but he took out a stack of papers from behind his bed. It was the same one he had once found in the city ruins, a child's homework. On it, Tiling Elementary School, Class 3, Grade 1. He's really here. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows. It looks like they're the 3 who were besieging me. It looks like they really upgraded the shelter and officially moved into the city ruins. That as good. Eyes were full of anger. Lu Shen smiled and reassured him. Now you can rest easy. They will remain in Teeling. In the future, we will have the opportunity to deal with them. For now, let's return to the car ruins first. Brother Shen, I'm still a little worried. Wang Lei frowned and said, They have had conflicts and meetings with me before. If they see me again, they will definitely do it again. Just in case, why don't we go to the city ruins tomorrow and take advantage of the situation to get rid of them? Moreover, they have already occupied the ruins of the city and are even recruiting soldiers. If they become stronger, it will be difficult for the 2 of us to deal with them. Lu Shen did not answer. He clearly felt how deep Wang Lei's obsession was. But this is normal. The enemy always tries to kill us and even chased us to the shelter to silence us. Such hatred is incredibly strong. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, Dong Lei, although the 2 of us are quite strong, it will be difficult for us to defeat the other 3 powerful awakened talents without getting injured. Lei remained silent. Secondly, there is no need to worry about them growing too big. In an independent shelter of only 10 square meters, they are unlikely to grow much. Indeed, Wang Lei, after thinking carefully, finally suppressed the youthful and impulsive heart within him. Despite his anger, he still maintained his composure and understood that now was not the best time to take any action. For the 2 of them, the best choice now would be to completely occupy the ruins of the car, build a full-fledged shelter there, and be able to survive stably. With the supplies there, they won't be short of food for a while, and by selling their useless tools, they can get a lot of survival coins. Given some time, they will become quite strong and even have more potential than those who occupied the ruins of the city. At this time, if conditions allow, you can also gather other survivors and form a squad similar to the gathering place of survivors. Because of this, Lu Shen did not want to move at this moment. After all, now is their weakest stage, and there is no need to fight with others. After talking for a while, they fell asleep in the cramped shelter. The cold wind howled, the ground was frozen, and danger and loneliness were the main themes of this world. In the middle of the night, the snow cat huddled in a corner. As if from the cold, it carefully moved to the bed, curled up at Lu Shen's feet, and fell fast asleep. Brother Shen, what do you want to take with you? I see you have a lot of luggage. Wang Lei stood outside the shelter and shouted at the top of his voice. Lei, we still have time before we leave. Why don't you go inside the shelter first? While Lu Shen was packing up the things for the shelter, he looked at Wang Lei helplessly. Forget it. Your shelter is too small. I strained my waist after sleeping there all night. It's better to get comfortable outside. Lu Shen. Today, he had to hurry back to the remains of the car, so Lu Shen began to pack his luggage and take the necessary things with him. Now has a lot of resources, but it can't take them all back. It goes without saying that all the food will be brought. Although tortillas are not very tasty, they are still food and very filling. For many survivors, they are priceless. Also took with me pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, salt, honey, white wine, and clean water. I stuffed all this into my backpack to eat what was not eaten yet. The rest of the necessities, such as paper and pen, fireplace, flint, kettle, iron sheet, purple vine juice, corpse grass juice, compass, bowls, basins, etc., were also not left behind and were all packed. With so many necessities, it would be difficult for Lu Shen to carry them all on his own. Fortunately, Shi Lei was there, which made the task much easier. He is in good physical condition. His height of over 2 meters gives him confidence. He also awakened his talent for physical fitness and could easily lift a load. Shi Lei carried his luggage on one shoulder and Lu Shen's luggage on the right, looking extremely relaxed. Lu Shen only needed to carry a backpack. The shelter was empty, and in the end, only the fat cat remained, still huddled in the corner. Lu Shen looked at her, hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to come with me or stay here? If you stay, this shelter will be yours." The snow cat, of course, understood everything, but tilted its head and looked at Lu Shen warily. When it saw the person in front of it, its eyes were filled with kindness, but its throat seemed to be choking. Place? Of course you can place. I just want to see if this creature, mutated by radiation, can really understand human nature. If it is a purely wild creature, relying only on these two contacts, then its wildness cannot be eliminated, and it can be successfully domesticated. Lu Shen didn't need to waste time on the animal. He could just kill it, eat its meat, and make clothes from its fur to make the most of it. But if you really understand human nature, and have a certain level of intelligence, then you will definitely follow. You will be able to seek benefits and avoid harm, and make the choice most favorable to your survival. You will definitely actively follow. 3 minutes later. It turned out that the store's assessment was correct. Although Lu Shen was still afraid, the snow cat came closer and pressed itself against his pant leg. For him, the doomsday world is extremely dangerous. Getting food is incredibly difficult. He has to survive alone in the wild. If he is not careful, he will die. But by following this man ahead of him, he could get food for free and also have a warm place to live, which would certainly make his survival easier. Combined with simple wisdom, the choice is easy. By the time we finished packing, it was already noon, and the wind and snow outside the shelter gradually died down. It's time to go, Brother Shen. Shi Lei stood under the ice and snow fortress, his head about to hit the ceiling, and said in a muffled voice. Lu Shen nodded slightly and looked at the time and weather. It is now 13:58. A12 wasting temperature, minus 20.1 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow, wind speed 8. Wind. Radiation. Moderate. If you go outside for more than 120 minutes today, radiation will enter your body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. The weather was quite good. Although the radiation level was still moderate, the time allotted for walking outside was 120 minutes, which was more than enough for the two of them. I didn't expect that even with moderate radiation contamination, he would be able to go outside for 120 minutes Shilei exclaimed in surprise. Eyes trembled slightly, and he said, "When we first went out to explore, the radiation concentration was also moderate, but we only spent a little over 40 minutes there. It seems that as our physical fitness improves, our resistance to radiation also increases. This is how it should be, especially after the awakening of talent. The time you can spend outside increases and decreases at the same time," Shi Leisheng said with conviction. In addition, the time everyone can spend outside should be equal. Eyes moved, and he also glanced at the survival radio in Shilei's hand and found that the time of leaving had indeed changed. My time away from work was 120 minutes, and Shilei's time away was 116 minutes. The difference, although significant, was still obvious, probably because Shilei's injuries have not yet healed, which affects his resistance to radiation, so the time left is relatively short. This can also be considered a hidden rule, and Lu Shen firmly remembered it. "Let's go. Let's hurry." Once we reach the ruins of the train, we still have to build a fort out of ice bricks, and that will take a long time. Lu Shen went outside, braving the strong wind and snow, and walked with difficulty north. Shi Lei had an even harder time walking because he was heavier and carried a lot of luggage. Every time he stepped, he dug a hole half a meter deep. It's like wooden ski boots. If you put a wide wooden board under your feet, I'm afraid the depth would exceed a meter with each step. With each step, Lu Shen used his talent to return the snow to its original state after he stepped on it, so that others would not follow him. The snowcat was very smart and followed him, trotting forward and moving very flexibly. And after walking for a while, the snowcat demonstrated a unique way of moving. It drilled right into the snow layer, made a hole under the snow, and moved forward rapidly. Not only was its speed incredibly high, but its shape was also easy to discern. Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. The creatures that could survive in this doomsday world had unique skills that allowed them to avoid danger. The journey was boring. After walking in silence for 30 minutes, they came out again on the hillside around the ruins of the train. This time, they did not rush down, but stopped at the highest point of the hillside and looked around. On one side, Lu Shen was exploring the surrounding area, looking for timber resources and city ruins. The terrain in this area is quite hilly, with few slopes at high altitude and a few trees growing here and there. But further east, there are mountains with even more undulating outlines. There you can see huge and extremely dense forests of A. Currently, they are all covered in a thick layer of snow. When Lu Shen saw this forest, he first sighed in relief, but then a hint of caution appeared in his eyes. The appearance of mature forests means that there are abundant resources and a large number of heat sources. At least you don't have to worry about firewood. And there's a good chance there will be edible plants or animals, which are essential for long-term survival. However, Lu Shen still vaguely remembered that the large number of corpses that had previously besieged the train ruins had finally retreated to the east. What was happening in the east? What was the situation? Lu Shen also knew, but it was completely safe and necessary to investigate. I looked in that direction again, trying to find other clues, but the effect was not good. The dark sky at dawn, combined with the grey-green clouds that covered the sky, significantly reduced visibility. The wind and snow were so strong that it was impossible to see the situation in the distance. Lu Shen stood there for a while, then walked up the slope toward the train ruins. During the night, the ruins were covered with a thick layer of snow again, almost completely covering the train. Only when you got closer could you see the turquoise shell. If the rails had not been high, the entire train would have been buried under snow before it arrived. The snow around it was dug away, and the snow on the roof of the carriage was swept away before the entire carriage was exposed. According to the plan discussed last night, they would cover the entire carriage with ice bricks to create a thick ice fortress that could withstand the siege of corpses. Shi Lei looked around and asked, "Brother Shen, what should we do next?" Lu Shen put his luggage in carriage number 10 and said, "Let's first light the fireplace to melt the snow and make ice bricks." Shi Lei was in charge of boiling the water, and Lu Shen used the wood to make more than a dozen ice brick molds. The dimensions are approximately 50 by 30 by 20 centimeters. Simply put the snow into the mold, pack it tightly, and pour water. The melted snow water will solidify at low temperatures and eventually turn into solid ice. Lu Shen used his talent to speed up the process, but because the consumption was too high, he did not use his talent yet. I must say that using ice bricks to build buildings is really very convenient, especially in extremely cold conditions and snowstorms. It is almost easy to do. In just 30 minutes, Lu Shen made more than 30 ice bricks. If the snow had accumulated faster, the speed would probably have been even higher. As their movements became more and more refined, over the next 30 minutes they worked faster and made more than 50 ice bricks, but they were still very tired. Snow is not really heavy, but once it turns into ice, it becomes incredibly heavy. Each piece weighs about 60 kilograms. One or two pieces, once the number becomes large, Shirley almost died here from exhaustion. Moreover, 80 ice bricks are not enough. To build a whole ice fortress and cover a whole train car, they would need over 500 ice bricks. This amount of work is dozens of times larger than the size of a small 10 square meter ice brick fortress in the shelter. By the end of the time out, they had made 120 ice bricks. As the sky gradually darkened, although it was only a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was almost night, and the temperature quickly dropped to 25 degrees Celsius. The howling cold wind lifted all the snow from the ground and the sky, causing it to swirl freely in the sky like ice, and the wind and snow nearly tore my coat as they blew over me. The radiation conditions are actually the best. Although the radiation level has become high again, due to the independent core of the shelter, people still almost never have to go outside. "Shen brother, what should we do now?" Shilei shouted at the top of his voice. Lu Shen squinted, feeling the strong wind and snow hitting his eyes and ears, and his body was shaking. He used his talent to turn the snow on his feet into ice, wrapping his feet tightly to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Seeing that the ice fortress had not yet been built, Lu Shen frowned and said, "Let's build one part first. If we build it all during the research period, it will probably take 4 to 5 days. We can't wait that long." Shilei nodded and, following Lu Shen's instructions, moved the heavy ice bricks and stacked them layer by layer around car number Patavda. When building the original shelter, Lu Shen decided to build a semicircular fortress, both for its aesthetics and for its strength and stealth. But now, due to the large area, in order to reduce the consumption of ice bricks and make construction easier, he finally decided to build a fortress of cubic ice bricks. He only needs to barely cover a train car about 12 meters long, 3.5 meters high, and 2.5 meters wide. To prevent collapse, the top of the roof still needs to be made in the form of a semicircular arc, which contributes to the stability of the entire structure and better camouflage. Ice bricks are not enough, so Lu Shen plans to first build walls around it by simply stacking them one by one. But after some simple calculations, it turns out that it will take about 700 ice bricks to build 4 walls. When they finished building 120 ice bricks, they had only built half of the front wall of carriage number 1, 10, and both were exhausted. Shilei panted, Brother Shen, I'm fucking dying, Ie, hurry up." Lu Shen suddenly felt a little regret, thinking that his decision was clearly wrong. It should be used to perform the most difficult construction work in light wind and snow conditions, as well as in favorable weather conditions. When the wind is blowing hard and snow is falling, they can huddle together in the back of the car and do the easier work of making ice bricks. Not only will it be easier, but the overall pace will be much higher. As for today's work, that's all. The two did not live in carriage number 10, but moved the fireplace, bed linen, blanket, and food they were going to eat that day to the regular carriage number 7, where they were to spend one night. The main problem is that a large number of corpses will gather around and crush the ice wall next to carriage number 10. Moreover, carriages 9, 10, 11 and 12 were upper-class carriages. They planned to use them as shelters in the future. If they were frequently besieged by corpses, they would most likely be destroyed, which would not be worth the loss. Better to live in an ordinary carriage first, and then, having endured these 2 days, build an ice fortress entirely of bricks, and then move back to the upper-class carriage and live there. What followed was an ordinary night. But in fact, A was not quite ordinary. As they had expected, during the night the corpses appeared again, tightly packed, filling the entire carriage, biting and attacking like madmen, trying to tear the carriage apart. The sleeping snowcat, perhaps awakened by the noise or frightened by the terrible smell of the rotting corpse, jumped up in place. The fur on his back stood on end, and looked as if he was afraid of everything. He was very sensitive to danger and felt that he was on the verge of death, so naturally he was afraid. But this time, Lu Shen and the other man were clearly calmer and just watched silently. The carriage was of very high quality, and the material it was made of was very hard. Even with the white bones of the decaying corpses, it was impossible to tear it apart. Unless all the corpses of the besiegers were replaced with corpses of level 2 or higher, they could be destroyed. Thus, under the current circumstances, the two were relatively safe. Moreover, even if the carriage was destroyed, Lu Shen would still have the corpse breath grass juice on him, which could save 2 people and 1 life. I remained in a daze, half asleep, until about 8 o'clock in the morning, when the rotting corpses seemed to have stopped their work and gradually receded like a tide. Lu Shen calmly opened his eyes and peered out through the crack in the car door. The corpses headed east from the train ruins, but no one knew where they were heading. I saw one during the day, and then at night they all jumped out. It's really a strange phenomenon. Lu Shen muttered something under his breath, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. But behind any abnormal pattern there must be an unusual story. But Lu Shen and Chalet were not interested in this. The most important thing for them now was to build an ice fortress as soon as possible. After waking up Chalet, who was still sleeping, they ate a little snack and then went back to making ice bricks. It was completely dark outside, and when you stretched out your hand, you couldn't see your fingers. The piercing cold wind howled incessantly. The weather was terribly frosty, but they still resolutely left the carriage, leaving the snowcat to sleep by the fireplace. This guy was becoming more and more relaxed. He casually lay down on the blanket, curled up, looked at Lu Shen for a few seconds, and then continued to lie down. Reaching the back of the carriage, which is at an angle between the carriage and the slope, part of the cold wind is blocked. After making a fire, the two of them calmly began to make ice bricks. Cover it with snow, compact it, pour water on it, wait for it to freeze, and disband. Lu Shen never thought that when he lived in a civilized society, he dialed 996 every day, and now, in the Japanese world, he still avoids work. The same goes for Shilei. At 19, he truly faced the dangers of society. There is no light in his eyes anymore, only indifference to work. After working early in the morning, they finished at 11:30 a.m. and made a total of 350 ice bricks. I slept again, got up at 1:30 p.m. and continued working, building ice bricks. In the afternoon of the second day, the ice bricks needed to build the first ice fort were collected. After 113 minutes of research, Yi built the first ice fort. The surrounding walls were relatively easy to build and required only a little effort to erect. Only the top portion took a long time to erect. After that, given that the two of them would be living together full-time, they would both need a separate living area. So, after some discussions, they decided to build another ice brick fortress. It was the same process, and after about 2 days, a second ice brick fortress emerged from the ground. For almost a day, 2 solid fortresses of ice bricks surrounded Car's number, 10 and 12 respectively, forming 2 independent shelters. Looking at the high and solid ice wall, they both took a deep breath. These were certainly the most tiring 3 days. They worked almost tirelessly, and at night they had to deal with annoying corpses. Their bodies and minds were strained to the limit. However, the completion of the shelter brought solace to both extremes. Moreover, this shelter is much better than the original shelter, since the environment is extremely favorable in all respects, and it is quite possible to survive in it for a long time. This will be the basis for the survival and development of 2 future generations. The two had already agreed to share all the supplies equally, each taking half for themselves, and then to survive and develop independently of each other. After all, they were two boys and could live together every day. Of course, there will be fewer daily contacts, but outings into nature for study and daily development will be completely independent, which will also help avoid conflicts and reduce daily friction. This will also expand future opportunities and make each other's development more diversified. Lu Shen occupied 5 carriages, number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Among them, carriages. 12 and 13 are high-class carriages with complete interior equipment and can be used for living. Car 12 is covered with an ice fortress and will serve as the main shelter. Cars 14, 15 and 16 are normal cars with tables and chairs neatly arranged. The bodies and trash have been removed and will be used in the future as storage areas for various everyday items. At present, carriage number 14 contains a large number of suitcases containing supplies, divided equally between the two groups. In fact, according to the original plan, the best solution would have been to cover all the cars with ice brick fortresses and then connect the ice brick fortresses to form a small shelter. However, the amount of work required to build an ice brick fortress is too great, and the labor costs of 2 people are too high, so it is not practical to build too many ice bricks in a short period of time. Perhaps such a project can only be resumed when more people join in. For example, after you have a stable shelter, the most important thing is to find food and various resources necessary for survival. Lu Shen sorted out all the food and calculated that even if he ate sparingly, it would last him a month and a half at most. He should use this month and a half to study the environment as much as possible and find a way to get food stably to survive here. At the same time, inspect the ruins of the surrounding cities to see if there are any survivors and prepare for future development. When it was deep night, Lu Shen was lying in carriage number 12th. Lu Shen had completely dismantled the original expensive and luxurious equipment of the rooms. Many of them turned out to be useless, as he still valued practicality. For example, televisions, glass coffee tables, computers, and other items were thrown into carriage number 14. Car number 12 at this time looked much more spacious. In the deepest part of the carriage was a bed covered with a thick layer of bedding and clothes. Lu Shen had taken all the bedding, blankets, and winter clothes from the other carriages for daily warmth. The insulation in the carriage was not as good as I had imagined. Even through the snow-white glass, I felt the gloomy cold air coming in, and I often shivered from the cold when I went to bed. Moreover, there is a possibility that this train will run in the summer, and the bed linen and blanket are thicker than usual. These are just regular blankets, and they may still be quite warm at temperatures around 0 degrees. However, at temperatures around minus 20 degrees Celsius, the effectiveness of these thin blankets decreases. Strictly speaking, velvet retains heat even better than these blankets. It effectively prevents body heat loss and is still a very valuable heat-saving material. Therefore, Lu Shen still put a layer of velvet under the original bed linen, and the effect was surprisingly good. There is still a fireplace next to the bed. A fireplace is an integral part of the house. It can give a lot of heat. In addition to the bed, there are 2 more items in the carriage that were not taken out, namely, a sofa and a table. The sofa can be used for daily relaxation, while the table is only intended to accommodate everyday items such as a radio, mechanical alarm clock, compass, paper, and pen. In addition, above the windows on both sides, there are 2 rows of shelves for storing suitcases, which are now completely occupied and filled with a lot of food. Next to the table, there is a bed made from a suitcase filled with a lot of clothes. This is where the snowcat usually lives. But most often, the snowcat jumped right onto the bed to sleep, since it was obviously warmer leaning against the fireplace. Lu Shen looked at the rusty iron ceiling, the crackling of the fireplace in his ears. The snowcat slowly walked over and lay down at the foot of the bed. Today is day 11. Today is day 11 of Blizzard's doomsday. You have your own second shelter, which is relatively ready and can ensure your safety and survival in the future. The soft light of the fireplace illuminated the carriage, creating a feeling of complete safety. Lucian took out his walkie-talkie and took advantage of today's opportunity to refresh the store. I refreshed the store a couple of days ago, but unfortunately, there were no products I wanted to buy, and the quality seemed rather low. As the products rotated, 3 new products appeared. Name: pure water, 500 milliliters. Description: can filter radiation. Price: 12 coins. Name: rescue. Warm blanket. X1, 20 coins for begging. Name: mineral water, 1 liter, 10 coins. All 3 items were of good quality, but they were not urgently needed, so Lu Shen had no desire to buy them. A warm blanket. If you were in the first shelter, you would probably buy it, but there is no point in spending money now. The same goes for mineral water. Tablets are reusable, so there is no shortage of clean water sources and no need to buy them. The only thing that attracts your attention is clean water. This is due to another extremely important thing: planting crops. He tried to grow corn, but without success. He suspected that the soil was saturated with radiation, which prevented the corn from growing properly. Today, almost all plants visible to the naked eye on this land have been damaged by radiation and mutated. The harvested corn kernels were not affected by radiation, and the probability of their normal germination depends on growing them in clean soil. Purified water can remove some of the radiation from the soil, allowing corn to grow. Lu Shen bought it without hesitation. Speaking of which, I have quite a lot of money now. There are a lot of resources in the wagons, and many of them are useless, at least for now. So Lu Shen sold some of them and exchanged them for coins. For example, toys, power banks, rusty computers and other items, there are a lot of them in total. Although the price of each of them is small, but by selling them all, you can exchange for 234 Q coins. Lu Shen bought Jingfu water and thought silently, now that everything has stabilized, tomorrow I can start developing crops and exploring the surrounding area. I hope everything goes well. Right now, there are only 2 things that are most important to me. The first option is to build a stronger fortress around the carriage shed and develop crop and livestock farming. However, this is currently quite difficult. The first step is to explore the surrounding area and search for available resources and ruins of nearby cities. If possible, it is also necessary to investigate the location of the corpse. Thinking of the decomposing body, Lu Shen glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. It was almost time. Looking out the car window, I heard a faint growl, followed by an eerie howl of cold wind, and the sharp, piercing sound of claws scratching the ice wall. The corpse had arrived as promised. I was finally here. I hoped the ice brick fortress was strong enough. Maybe I might even be able to collect a batch of corpse radiation cores. Lu Shen was still very alert. He quickly got out of bed, wrapped himself in warm clothes, and took his new weapon, an iron spear. The thin wooden handle is made of a hard branch, and the tip is made of sheet iron. It's sharp and intimidating, and it has a specially made notch. It's a weapon I made specially in the last 2 days. It's handy for fighting corpses. Now that we have the ice brick fortress, the defensive effect of the shelter has increased significantly, and we have the ability to counterattack. Moreover, when constructing the ice brick fortress, several round holes with a diameter of about 8 centimeters were intentionally left. With such a small body, it is difficult for the corpse to accurately extend its body, but the iron spear can be extended and attacked indiscriminately. The location of the hole is also very specific. It is about the height of a person, at the level of the corpse's head, so that it can strike the corpse's vital organs. Lu Shen stood at the car door, holding an iron spear in his hand and striking it. Whenever a noticeable piercing sensation occurs, the spear will be used for continuous stirring, and the barbs on the tip of the spear will cause severe damage. After more than 2 hours of continuous attacks, Lu Shen stopped breathing. His face was covered in sweat, and his hands were shaking slightly due to fatigue. Damn, there are so many of them. I can't kill them all. Lu Shen cursed in his mind, pulled the iron spear aside to check, and found that the blade was completely bent, and the iron was pitted and heavily rusted. I thought that if I only attacked and didn't defend, I could easily deal with all the rotting corpses, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill them all. But reality hit me in the face. The hardness of the skull bones of corpses is not low, especially for level 2 corpses. The overall durability is greatly increased. Normal iron weapons are not very effective and can even destroy weapons. More importantly, the radiation in the corpse's mind is extremely dense, and direct contact with it is extremely dangerous for weapons. Looking at the corpses appearing one after another on the battlefield, Lu Shen couldn't help but rub his brows. If he continued to fight like this, he would die of exhaustion and still wouldn't be able to destroy many corpses. After thinking about it and confirming that the zombies would not be able to break through the ice brick fortress, Lu Shen put down his weapon and returned to the carriage to sleep. The next day, get up. The sky was as dark as ink, and there was no difference between day and night. Looking in the dim light, he saw that the tide of corpses had retreated, leaving only a few corpses and bloody rotting flesh covering the ice wall, causing Lu Shen to frown. I just finished building an ice fortress out of bricks. Yesterday it was brand new, but overnight it was ruined and now it looks like this. I am very upset. Only the sight of 12 corpses on the ground made it look a little better. Extracted were all level 1 corpse radiation cores, but they also cost 60 Q coins, which was a considerable income. By the way, I asked you to add a quest card to the quest. After completing half of it, you only need to search 2 level 2 corpses to get another 50 Q coins. There was no rush to return to the carriage. Lu Shen dug up the snow under the carriage in the ice fortress, revealing the frozen ground, and poured the last can of hot water onto it. Need to be conducted. The top layer of ice melted slightly, revealing the soil underneath. The soil was brown, hard, poor, and of poor quality. This soil quality is actually normal in nature. Lu Shen dug up several patches of frozen soil, but the soil was infertile and had been damaged beyond recognition by radiation, making it virtually unusable. But he still wanted to try. In the end, whether it was searching for food left over from a previous civilization or searching for wild fruits and vegetables in the wild, it was not a long-term solution. If the survivors want to survive on this land, they need to develop agriculture to get a stable and long-term source of food. Lu Shen dug out the frozen earth with great difficulty. Almost every piece of it was like a stone, completely dry and had a sharp smell characteristic of radiation. Although the role of an independent core of the shelter can guarantee the absence of radiation erosion in a certain range. However, the actual effect is not as good as expected. It only reduces the concentration of radiation in the air without affecting human health, but does not completely eliminate radiation in the soil and has no effect on the purification of water sources. Strictly speaking, whether you are in the original shelter or in an independent shelter core, radiation is only reduced, not eliminated. Living in such conditions for a long time still puts a lot of stress on the body. Over the past few days, he had heard other survivors talking about this issue on survival radio. Some survivors had relatively poor physical fitness and no awakened talents. Long exposure to apocalyptic conditions led to sore throats and respiratory infections. At first, I thought it was just a cold, but over time, my skin began to show signs of radiation damage. This helps more and more survivors realize that the so-called outer time does not mean that they are completely immune to radiation. It is just that the radiation exposure is not as strong during this time, and they will not mutate like corpses and mutants. But if you think about it, it's not hard to understand. Radiation is everywhere in the world, in the soil, in the water, in the air. How can you completely avoid exposure to radiation? A only has the awakening talent Eoris, which has high resistance to radiation and is not significantly affected. However, Lu Shen was not sure whether he would be immune to the effects of radiation if he lived in the post-apocalyptic world for a long time. No one knows the answer. All the survivors can only do their best to survive. Lu Shen put all the frozen soil he dug up into an empty suitcase, filled it up, and took it back to the carriage. The rocky soil was definitely not suitable for planting, so Lu Shen used the fireplace to boil several bowls of hot water and then poured it onto the frozen soil, trying to loosen it up as much as possible. But it was still pretty good. The soil is very poor, almost without nutrients, fragile like sand. Lu Shen frowned slightly. The radiation erosion in this world is deeply rooted. It is not suitable for growing crops and the survival of living beings. But he did not give up. After dumping the earth, he began digging deeper again. The surface soil had been exposed to radiation and was indeed unusable. But what about the deeper layers of soil? Lu Shen continued to dig downwards, using an axe to remove the surface gravel to reveal the softer soil underneath. To make digging easier, they even made a special shovel and pickaxe and dug a hole more than 1 meter deep. By this time, the extracted soil had turned dark brown and was slightly damp, already reminiscent of the normal properties of soil. A joyful expression appeared on Lu Shen's face, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It seems that the soil deep underground has not been completely destroyed by radiation." This is good news. This phenomenon means that there is still a way out for the survivors. On the one hand, deep underground, there is soil that has not been eroded by radiation, which means that it is difficult for radiation to penetrate deep underground, so the underground shelter is less susceptible to radiation exposure. This is equivalent to a relatively safe area for the survivors to survive. On the other hand, the soil used is conducive to the development of the crop industry, which is a guarantee of its future survival. Lu Shen dug up the dark brown soil and spread it out in the suitcase. He had to do was pour a little hot water on it to break up the ice in the soil layer, and the earth was ready for use. I drank half a bottle of Jinggradi water with excitement. At that moment, there was an instant hissing sound, as if it was not water that had been poured there, but sulfuric acid. Apparently, there were clouds of grey gas with a pungent smell rising. These must be radioactive substances in the soil, and there are quite a lot of them. Apparently, half a bottle of pure radioactive water was not enough. Lu Shen thought for a moment and poured out the remaining half a bottle. This time the reaction was more intense, and a large amount of radioactive substances appeared. The soil in the suitcase, which had originally had a grey tint, regained some vitality and began to exude a faint earthy aroma. It really works. Lu Shen smiled, but then a hint of sadness appeared on his face. The current situation is both good and bad news. Radiation in the soil can indeed be eliminated, and the crop industry can indeed be developed. But he doesn't have enough clean water to neutralize the radiation. How can he develop crop production with just a suitcase of land? Plant 2 corn plants at the same time? After 2 months of hard work, you only have 1 harvest left. Just when he felt a heaviness in his heart and was thinking hard, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he sat up abruptly on the sofa. There was only one thought running through his mind. What is the purpose of the purifying water? Isn't it just to draw out the radiation from the soil? But if he wanted to do it, it seemed like he could do it with his strength. Lu Shen suddenly remembered his innate strength. Talent, reliability. Introduction. Attract and gather quantity or substance. The more he read this introduction, the more profound it seemed to him, seemed to have many deeper applications that he had not suspected. From beginning to end, his understanding of this talent was limited to compressing a certain substance in order to give it a higher quality. Or he can change the shape of matter by stretching it, such as compressing sheets of iron and transforming the shape of iron axes, shovels, and picks. Judging by these aspects alone, this talent is already very strong and is much rarer than talents in the area of physical fitness. But now, looking at the introduction of talents again, I find that their power seems to be much broader. The quantity and content? He never tried to attract and gather the masses, but he actually used it in his life. Moreover, it was tried in cultivating crops. For example, in snow, the transformation of snow directly into ice, in addition to strong compression, also controls heat to a certain extent. But this takes away a lot of energy from it, even a lot. However, when it comes to adhesion and aggregation of matter, the consumption is equally less. Radiation refers to matter or quantity? Lu Shen wasn't sure, but he was sure that his talent had probably been damaged by radiation. At this moment, the carriage suddenly became quiet, and even the wind and snow outside the windows seemed to have stopped, leaving only the thump, thump, thump of his heartbeat. 10 seconds later. Lu Shen quickly jumped out of the carriage and dug another portion of soil from the ground. This time, he attached it to the ground, pushing the talent into his body, and the slight gravity began to fluctuate. The debris of the soil also shook slightly under the force. Lu Shen frowned. He had to overcome some difficulty. Then, you need to find the right person to use your talent on. He needs to go around the soil itself and find the radiation hidden in it. It's incredibly difficult and requires incredibly high talent. He tried for over half an hour and was almost exhausted, but he only managed to find traces of radiation in the soil. When he tried to pull out the earth, the grey smell gradually disappeared and the soil regained its original colour. Is this really a slave sleeping? Joy appeared in the depths of Lu Shen's eyes, and his excitement was indescribable. Remove the radioactive material. How important is this to the survivors? It's simply beyond imagination. In simple terms, in the future, it would be easy to create radiation-free soil, allowing the crop industry to operate smoothly. In other words, he could extract radiation from a specific area, creating a completely radiation-free zone and creating a true shelter. Moreover, radiation is the cause of corpses and mutants. If you can control radiation, then you have a way to deal with corpses and mutants. And finally, the most important thing. When extracting radiation, the process of finding it is indeed very long. But when the radiation is actually extracted, not much of it is consumed. Radiation, especially radiation in the soil and air, must also be a kind of matter, and it is also a very light substance, so it is not particularly difficult to extract. Having removed all the radiation from the soil in 2 suitcases, he began to actually try to plant plants. Find the treasured corn kernels and carefully bury them in the ground to a depth of 2 to 3 centimeters. Make sure the soil is loose and sufficiently permeable. Then water and wait for germination. Lu Shen calls this planting method random planting. Since he knows nothing about planting, all he knows is to plant seeds in the soil and then water them. If the seed sprouts, everyone is naturally happy. But if something grows out of it, no one can do anything. He worked until nearly noon, then stopped tiredly and sat down on the sofa to rest. The successful development of the plant industry and the benefits of developing his talents gave him confidence in his future life, and he was in an excellent mood. So I specially opened a pack of instant noodles, a can of beef, and a glass of white wine for today's dinner. Even the snowcat, in addition to the usual corn tortillas, treated him to an extra piece of beef to celebrate. But when Lu Shen thought about the problem of food storage, he was still a little worried. Although he had gotten some food from the train ruins, it was only enough for a month and a half at most, so he would have to find another way to get food in the future. Just when he was thinking about how to use today's time to explore, a message from Shilei came in. "Brother Shen, what are your plans for today?" Lu Shen sipped his noodles and said casually, "Let's explore the surrounding resources first. Look at the trees growing on the hillsides. Are there any valuable resources or food there? Wood is still a very important resource. Fireplaces consume a huge amount of wood every day, so the importance of wood resources is obvious. Oh, we don't have to worry about wood. The slopes around here are steep. When the time comes, we'll just cut down the entire tree and roll it down to the valley. It's that simple." Shi Lei showed no interest, then lowered his voice and said, "I have news. I wonder if you're interested, Brother Shen?" Lu Shen raised his eyebrows and asked, "What news?" Shi Lei collected his thoughts and lowered his voice. "I heard on the radio that about 5 kilometers north of Tiling City, there are ruins of a small city. It is quite large and is called Jingning City. The ruins of this city are relatively intact. Only a few buildings have collapsed. There are some resources inside. However, due to the large number of rotting corpses that had accumulated there, no survivors were able to occupy it. But recently, this policeman named Zhao Zhongyang plans to gather a group of survivors from the real world to clean up the city of Jingning together. When the time comes, we will split the profits equally and build a gathering place for the survivors. Brother Shen, let's take a look too. We are sure that we will benefit." After hearing this, Lu Shen did not answer immediately. After a short silence, he asked coldly, "Shilei, has anyone contacted you personally?" No, Shilei was clearly stunned. Lu Shen said calmly, "Firstly, I also follow the daily newsletter and did not hear this news in it. Secondly, how could an ordinary survivor know that there is a city ruin 5 kilometers north of Tiling City and know for sure that it is Jingning City? Are you kidding? Third, Zhao Zhongyang wanted to clear the city of ruins, but he called directly through the communication channel? Was he afraid that other survivors would become his conspirators? Fourth, brother, stop chatting. I was wrong. Someone came to me personally." Shilei hurriedly stopped him, his face sad. Finally, he figured it out a little. "Brother Shen, how could I hide everything from you? Are there really so many loopholes?" Lu Shen curled his lips and said, "No, I'm just making it up. It just seems to me that with your language organization, you can speak with such clear logic and detailed content. Shouldn't you copy what others say?" Shilei, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me what's going on." Shilei sighed and said, "When I was checking the communication channel, someone named Bai Linen added me as a friend and told me this." Lu Shen frowned. "Then how did he know that you were near Tiling and Jingning? Did you leak the information?" "Well, they certainly know. I had a quarrel with those 3 brutes from Tiling, so they guessed that I was also somewhere near Tiling." Lu Shen's face instantly turned green. "Is this guy blind? He has nothing better to do than swear on survival radio?" He sighed helplessly. He knew that Shilei was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. However, he always acted strangely and was impulsive. Shilei scratched his head and said, "Brother Shen, I'm sorry. I didn't agree with him at all. In such matters, it is still up to you to decide." Zhao Zhongyang, Bailin and Lu Shen thought for a moment and said, "Tell them to come to me and I will talk to them." Brother Xingshen. Soon, people found him in the messages and sent him a friend request. "My name is Bailin N. Hello, Mr. Lu. Nice to meet you. Can we discuss the details?" The calm and magnetic voice of a middle-aged man rang out. "Speak," Lu Shen said calmly. "There is no need for unnecessary empty talk between intelligent people." Bailingen continued, "Jingning is a medium-sized city with nearly 200 households. The population is probably over 1,000. It is the largest city in the county. We plan to clean it up and set up a gathering place for the survivors under Zhao Zhongyang's leadership. This will be a place to live for normal survivors and a place to trade for other survivors. But due to the large population, this city has a lot of rotting corpses and even hidden mutants. So now we are gathering survivors to try to clean it up. I wonder if Mr. Lu would like to join our operation. All the survivors are now living in isolation. If we can't unite, how can we survive in this harsh environment?" The overall situation and manner of speech were not much different from what Shilei had conveyed. After listening, after a long pause, Lu Shen was deep in thought. After a long pause, he asked cautiously, "I have some questions. Ask whatever you want. If you can answer, I will definitely answer everything I know. First, there are so many ruins in the surrounding cities. Why did you choose the most dangerous city, Jingning? Don't tell me that the biggest city doesn't necessarily make it the best place to gather survivors." Bai Linen's eyes narrowed slightly. The question was more complicated than he thought. Seeing Bai Linen's frozen expression, Lu Shen didn't give him time to think, but immediately asked the second question. "Secondly, how did you gain the confidence to build a gathering place for survivors in Jingning Village and allow other survivors to come and settle there? Just your independent shelter of 10 square meters? This is the question that interests Lu Shen the most. The survivors can be roughly divided into 2 categories. The first category are survivors who are less developed and still hiding in the original shelters and do not have the opportunity to move to improved shelters. Most of them do not have an easy life, and even survival is a luxury. They are already on the verge of death. They really need a gathering place for survivors where they can communicate with each other and barely survive. However, since these survivors do not have an independent shelter core, how can they leave the original shelter and go to Jingning City to live there for a long time? There is another type of survivor, those who have developed better and have already bought independent shelter core. Most people who can collect 100 survival coins in a short period of time and exchange them for independent shelter cores are not ordinary people. They can awaken their talents, join with other survivors to establish their own small gathering places, or find themselves extremely lucky and blessed. These survivors with special abilities can survive just fine on their own, so there is no need to join places for other people. So Lu Shen's first two questions were actually asking the same question. What was it about the so-called Jingning City that attracted other survivors and required efforts to clean it up? Hiss. Bai Lingen pursed his lips and took a deep breath. He clearly understood the problem of the person opposite him. It was extremely precise and complex. Compared to the previous fool, this person saw the problem more acutely and clearly. Bai Lingen thought for a moment, knowing that he would not get away with this. He said seriously, "Brother Lu, I see that you are not stupid. Therefore, I will not hide anything from you. I can reveal some important information to you. I hope you will think about it seriously. Let me listen." Lu Shen slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that important information was about to come in. "You are right. There are two important reasons for choosing Jingning City as the target for purification. First, the resources inside. We have already explored them. This city has not been explored by other survivors yet, so the materials inside are untouched. If we clear it of corpses, we can obtain a large amount of resources for survival." Lu Shen interrupted. "That is not the most important thing. Let's talk about the second point." Bai Lingen smiled bitterly and said, "The second point is indeed more important, or perhaps the most important factor. Previously, Officer Zhao Zhongyang explored Jingning City and used special methods to make his way through the rotting corpses into the city. There, he found a group of mutant plants that resembled willows. These mutant plants are truly unique." Lu Shen frowned and asked, "What is its special function?" "Isolate radiation." Just 4 words made Lu Shen's pupils suddenly shrink. Bai Lingen continued, "Officer Zhao Zhongyang has already tried this. The juice that comes out of this mutant plant after it is crushed can be mixed with walls and mud to effectively block radiation erosion. Anything further?" Lu Shen immediately understood the importance of this mutant plant. "What does that mean?" "It means that as long as there is enough mutated plant juice, a safe, radiation-free gathering place for the survivors can be built. In the surrounding area, all normal survivors who have neither awakening talents nor abilities, and who are on the verge of life and death, can come and live in the first-level shelter. Very likely that in a short period of time, a large number of survivors would gather here, forming a large gathering place for survivors." Lu Shen immediately realized that if this man's words were true, then Jingning City would most likely become a place where survivors could gather, trade, and socialize. Finally, Lu Shen took a deep breath, suppressed the confusion in his heart, and asked, "How many willows are there? How many survivors have you gathered?" Bai Lingen smiled and replied, "There are quite a lot of willows. There is an artificial lake inside, and the entire area around it is filled with these mutant willows. Of them, as for the number of survivors, if you and Mr. Shi are included, there are 12 of them, and at least 5 of them have awakened their talents." Lu Shen nodded slightly, frowned again, and asked, "This news shouldn't be kept a secret, right? Aren't you afraid that people from other small gathering places will also go there?" Bai Lingen smiled calmly. "I'm not afraid of them coming. The more people come, the better." Hearing this, Lu Shen was taken aback at first, and then nodded slightly. After all, whether it's cleaning up corpses or building gathering places, there aren't enough people. Once the important people come, everything else will be easy. Where exactly is Jingning City? When will it be put in order? Bai Linen smiled and said, Jingning City is located 15 degrees northeast of Teeling City, about 5.3 kilometers away. It's already late. I look forward to meeting you, Mr. Lu Shen frowned. The address is so detailed? Are you a local? That's not true. We found a map that clearly shows the ruins of the surrounding cities. Shit, give me one. Mr. Lu, please stop swearing. Once the gathering place is established, the map will be published immediately. End this conversation. Hey, Brother Shen, is everything reliable this time? If we miss this opportunity, we will lose a lot, Shi Lei sneered. Reliable donkey. Lu Shen couldn't help but curse. Do you know that a city with 1,000 residents is always full of rotting corpses? Do you really want to rush forward and become a pawn in someone else's game? Didn't you just agree? You don't agree. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows and said, We can go and check the situation. If it's dangerous, we'll run away. If it's not dangerous, we'll get some benefits. He was still a little curious about the situation in Jingning. Whether it was the huge stockpiles of supplies or the magical mutated willows, all of these could really affect the future. Lu Shen also lowered his head, thinking. Perhaps just thinking about the materials and effects of the mutated willow was not enough to make him excited. Ruins don't have many resources, but he also got a batch of food, so that's not a concern in the short term. While the city ruins do have various supplies, they're not necessarily better quality than the train ruins. As for the effect of the mutated willow, if it had happened before he discovered the effect of his gifted abilities, he might still have been tempted. But now, he could also use his talent to create a radiation-free zone and a safe gathering place, so the mutant willow didn't seem so important to him. The real reason why he was drawn there was because Jingning City could most likely become a trade and communication center for the next generation of survivors, and could also gather many powerful and capable survivors. He needs to understand the surrounding situation and trends so as not to be destroyed by time. But in any case, safety is the top priority. Get ready, we will go to Jingning City later. We will stay in the shelter for the next 2 days, and we will not idle around, Lu Shen said casually. It was almost noon, and it was time to continue exploring. Lu Shen donned his gear, holding an iron spear, an axe, a pickaxe, and a shovel on his belt, and in his backpack he carried a survival radio, a compass, and a mechanical alarm clock. Then put on gloves, a mask, and windproof goggles to protect yourself when in the radiation zone. He found all this equipment in the suitcase, but it was useless. When they entered the snow-covered carriage, Shi Lei, who was riding in carriage number 10, had just finished dressing and got out. They greeted each other. Brother Shen, where are you going today? Cut down the trees on the eastern slope of the hill. We are running out of firewood, Lu Shen shouted at the top of his voice. Although they were close to each other, they had to shout to communicate because the wind was so loud and harsh, as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring in their ears, causing their eardrums to hurt. Shi Lei shouted, Then look to the north. There is a mangrove forest there. Okay, just be yourself. They moved separately in different directions. Lu Shen chose the safest plan and went to a nearby hillside to scout out the situation and look for usable wood. This time, walking through the endless snow was a little different. I was accompanied by another person. The snowcat buried itself in the snow and walked forward much faster than Lu Shen, occasionally sticking its head out to look back. Of course, I'm not trying to be nice to Lu Shen. Snowcats are real wild predators. They are extremely alert and have excellent hunting skills. They are constantly aware of their surroundings. Even if placed in the world, a snowcat weighing more than 30 kilograms is not considered a cat, but a large predator from the feline family, equated with such dangerous animals as the Pallas's cat, lynx, and leopard cat. Even though they lived together and even slept in the same bed, Snowcat had a very cold personality and never allowed Lu Shen to touch him or hold him. But Lu Shen didn't care. He was more concerned about Snowcat's practicality. The man and the cat walked through the snow and up the hillside. Luckily, the slope was relatively gentle, otherwise the difficulty of the climb would have been much greater. The trees here are very different from those in the dead forest. They are relatively less hard, but they look brighter and larger. It is almost 4 meters tall, with lush branches and yellow leaves. I can't imagine how it survives in such low temperatures. These plants that survived and mutated due to radiation are very different from normal plants and have more or less their own characteristics and abilities. Lu Shen looked around and was about to pull out an axe to chop down the tree trunk. The snowcat suddenly jumped out of the snow, jumped straight onto the tree trunk with incredible speed and quickly grabbed the dry leaves with its sharp claws. Before Lu Shen could react, he had already grabbed a dead leaf in his claws. While he was thinking, the little cat under his feet began to struggle incessantly, making a chirping sound. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it was not a dead leaf, but a bird disguised as one. It was only the size of a palm, and its feathers were exactly like those of a fallen leaf. Unless you looked closely, you couldn't tell them apart. Then the dead leaves on the nearby tree shook violently again, and 2 dead leaves flapped their wings and flew away into the vast expanses of snow, almost disappearing without a trace. Apparently, there were several birds living in the surrounding trees that looked like dead leaves. Apparently, an independent ecological environment had developed here. This time, Lu Shen did not rush to cut down the tree, but looked among the thick branches and dry leaves. And indeed, in a secluded place, I found 2 birds' nests woven from dry leaves. They looked very fragile and warm to the touch. What's even more surprising is that 4 bird eggs were found, each one about the size of a pigeon's, which is truly amazing. Lu Shen stuffed them into his clothes without hesitation, using his body heat to preserve them. Because he couldn't be sure whether the egg was fertilized or not. Maybe if he took it back and incubated it for a few days, it might even hatch into a bird. Although the chances are relatively low, you can still try. As for the bird in the snowcat's mouth, Lu Shen grabbed it without thinking. Although the snowcat was a little angry, it only scratched its fluffy head with its hind legs and buried itself in the snow again. The next task was relatively simple. Lu Shen was chopping down trees with an axe while the snowcat wandered around, watching and simultaneously looking for prey. Today, he was gone for 113 minutes, plus 30 minutes with a gas mask, so he had a total of 143 minutes of active time. It is worth noting that he did not take the independent shelter core with him, but left it in the car. The most important reason is the plant-growing industry. Although he had transferred all the radiation from the soil, if the soil was exposed to radiation for a long time, it would still be affected by the radiation. Therefore, the soil needed to be contained within an independent defense core. This also made Lu Shen completely helpless. After all, he had to take the independent vault core with him for safety when he went outside many times, which was quite inconvenient. He also searched for a more suitable route. It took 30 minutes to cut down a tree with a diameter of about 35 centimeters and a height of 4 meters. Lu Shen was exhausted and out of breath, but the harvest was indeed small. The entire tree, including the trunk, branches, and leaves, was enough for him to last for several days. But no matter how much firewood you have, you can never have too much. On a cold and snowy day, firewood is even more important than food. After all, if you don't have enough food for the day, you'll starve to death. And if you don't have a fireplace to keep you warm for the day, you might freeze to death. So, if circumstances permit, you can definitely stock up on firewood. Lu Shen spent another hour to cut down 2 trees of the same size. There was only half an hour left, which was just enough time to transport the trees to the shelter. Since the slope here is quite steep, it is convenient to transport the wood, as it can simply be rolled down the slope. However, Lu Shen soon discovered that this method was impractical. Since the snow was very thick and the trees were light, they could easily fall into the snow and get stuck halfway, unable to slide straight down to the bottom of the valley. This forced Lu Shen to take action again and push it several times before it could slide down the hill again. This resulted in a significant reduction in the efficiency of wood transportation. In the allotted time, he barely managed to push 2 trees to the bottom of the valley, and the rest was left lying on the hillside. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, the snowstorm was getting stronger. and the wind and snow in the sky resembled rolling waves. Lu Shen was helpless and had to wait until tomorrow to get everything back. Drag both trees into the ice brick fortress. When the ice brick fortress was first built, it wasn't quite the size of a carriage. Some space was left around it for daily activities and storing some goods. These two wooden blocks can be placed directly under the trunk of the car, and you will not have to worry about storage space. After closing the thick ice door of the ice fortress, the whistling of the raging wind outside the window instantly died down by half. Suddenly, my ears became quiet, and a feeling of security came over me. Lu Shen took off his gas mask, windproof goggles, protective mask, and other equipment, threw his shoulders back into the car, and sighed with relief. The feeling of safety in the shelter had always brought him great comfort. Although the reconnaissance time was up, it did not mean that his work was over. Under the protection of the shelter, he can work under the ice fortress. Get dry wood and light a pile in the corner of the ice brick fortress to illuminate its interior as much as possible. After this, they pulled a large tree out from under the cart, cut off its thick branches and leaves, tied them into bundles, and carefully stacked them in the corner of the ice brick fortress. After this, the wood is split and sawed into pieces of wood of different thicknesses and sizes, and then stacked in the corners. Originally planned to entrust this job to the snowcat. With its sharp claws and powerful muscles, it should be easy for it to chop wood. However, Shui Mao simply ignored Jian's unreasonable request, turned around, got into the car, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Lu Shen worked alone until 7 o'clock in the evening and finally managed to cut 2 trees. Then he piled the wood against the wall of the ice fortress, taking up half the wall. The amount of wood was very small. According to the most conservative estimates, the wood from one tree would last him at least 3 days. After finishing his work, Lu Shen did not even have time to eat or rest. He worked hard to cleanse his body and returned as promised. Lu Shen restrained himself, rubbed his eyebrows, and then decided to return to the carriage first. He ate a packet of instant noodles, a piece of rice bread, and a small snack to replenish the energy his body needed. Now he usually eats twice a day. For lunch, I ate a piece of rice cake and a piece of pressed biscuit. I begged for good food, but all I wanted was to starve to death. The second meal of the evening usually consists of a bowl of instant noodles, a piece of rice cake, and a few pickles. This is a dietary configuration that many survivors do not even dare to think about. Except for the lack of vitamin supplements, almost all other needs of the body are met, and the level of satiety is also very high, which allows for high-intensity work. However, a lot of food is consumed, and in a few days he will have to worry about food. Moreover, snowcats also need to eat some food, although this is also a small consumption. Today, I caught a few small birds and 4 bird eggs, which barely added to my food supply, but it was just a drop in the ocean. After Lu Shen plucked and cleaned the bird, he placed it in a storage container made of ice bricks and froze it for later use. The eggs were placed in a suitcase lined with velvet next to the fireplace to keep them warm, in the hopes that they would hatch. Having done all this, the snowcat continued to sleep lazily, and Lu Shen also took up the iron spear and began his daily nightly occupation of piercing rotting corpses. The thing is, he has a perverted hobby, but not only is this job tiring, but he also collected a batch of radiation cores, which is of great importance to him. If you play for an hour or 2 every day, you can consistently get about 10 radiation cores, which can be called survival coins, falling from the sky. Other survivors have a very difficult time earning a survival coin, and they often have to take huge risks. Every night, if he worked for an hour or 2, he could get 50 to 60 survival coins for free, and there was no danger. Why not? After working for 2 hours mechanically, strictly according to the schedule, Lu Shen yawned, decided that it was time to call it a day, and went home to sleep. When I returned to bed, the snowcat was already sleeping near the fireplace, curled up like a snowball. Lu Shen took off his coat and lay down. He didn't seem to want to sleep at all, so he took out a piece of paper and a pen to write down some important information. 500 meters west of the first shelter is a dead forest. The wood is hard and fire-resistant and is inhabited by black stick insects. Available resources: hard branches, black stick insects, 3 survival coins. City, about 30 degrees northeast, about 2 kilometers along the river, where you can collect velvet grass is great for warming up. Shelter at the ruins of the train, eastern slope, yellow-leaved tree. Resources for collecting: wood, dead bird leaf fall, dead bird egg, leaf fall. Detailed information about these resource points may seem of little value, but no one knows whether this seemingly useless information will be of particular importance for future survival. Ah, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, ah. The mechanical alarm clock rang, and Lu Shen woke up. The familiar sound of the alarm clock made him feel as if he was back in the city. The snowcat was also scared and opened his eyes, looking around. Having made sure that there was no danger, he continued to lie down and sleep. In the semi-darkness of the carriage, only the weak light of the fireplace was visible. It's so cold. Sleep for another 5 minutes. 2 hours later, Lu Shen yawned and slapped the snowcat on the butt. You just know how to sleep. What time is it? You don't even know how to wake me up. What use are you? The snowcat tilted its muzzle and looked back. Its plump face was speechless for a moment, then it changed its position and continued to lie down to sleep. Lu Shen stretched, put on his suit, got out of bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then went to the ice fortress to pick up the harvest he had collected yesterday. But one look, and his eyes lit up. Is this a level 2 corpse? Among the decomposing corpses on the ground, a stronger corpse stood out. It was obviously a level 2 corpse. There were also 8 level 1 corpses with their heads pierced by iron spears. Lu Shen collected the radioactive cores and then threw the corpses aside to prevent contamination of the environment around the shelter. Lu Shen did not directly exchange the current radiation core for survival coins, but stored it in a box made of ice bricks. Under the ice fortress, 2 ice brick refrigerators were built in a train car to store the meat that needed to be kept fresh, as well as the radiation cores collected during those days. Lu Shen did a rough calculation and found that there were 32 radiation cores inside. They were as transparent as black stones, but the smell was very pungent. As for why he didn't exchange them for survival coins, Lu Shen also had his own thoughts. If the items recently updated in the shop are relatively common and do not require survival coins to purchase, then there is no need to exchange them. Moreover, after he discovered that he could use his talent to attract and concentrate radiation, he began to have some ideas about these radiation nuclei that might prove useful in the future. For example, when used as a weapon, when an enemy approaches, it will release a large amount of radiation to attack. However, he still decided to sell the second-level corpse core to the store. After all, it could be exchanged for a special upgrade card, which was very important to him. The quality of the goods that were upgraded a few days ago was so low that he felt like he had money, but no place to spend it. He opened a shop and took advantage of today's opportunity to upgrade. 3 goods in the shop were constantly flashing, and Lu Shen's heart was happy. Soon, 3 brand new items appeared. Name: Electric Fan X1. Price: 15 survival coins. Name: Water Purification Tablets X5. Price: 10 survival coins. Name: Dragon Fruit X1. Price: 5 survival coins. Lu Shen shook his head in disappointment. Nothing good there really. Why would he need an electric fan? And most importantly, there was no electricity. Water purification tablets should be a must-have for other survivors. But Lu Shen can directly use his talent to remove radiation from water, which is very simple and fast. So after thinking about it, he finally bought a dragon fruit. After all, it was a fruit, and eating it every day to replenish vitamins was also good for you. And the price was not high. Then he directly used the store upgrade card. Based on previous experience, the quality of the goods upgraded using the special store upgrade card will be greatly improved. 3 items, Purple Twilight Vine, Mission Card, and Corpse Breath Herb, have never appeared in regular shop updates and are likely only upgradable via special upgrade cards. After using the upgrade card, a faint halo appeared in the shop, and the positions of 3 items began to scroll continuously, and some unknown items continued to pass by. Soon, 3 brand new products appeared before my eyes. Name: bicycle times 1. Price: 30 survival coins. Name: special effect insect spiral, X1 box. Price: 20 survival coins. Name: level 1 slave corpse, X1. Introduction: a level 1 controlled corpse but unable to understand complex commands like a normal corpse. Price: 100 survival coins. Tip: since you are using a special upgrade card, you can choose one of 3 items and get it for free. If the item costs more than 100 survival coins, this feature will not work. Of course, all 3 items that appeared were unique and impossible to steal under normal circumstances. There was definitely no need to buy the first item, the bicycle. However, Lu Shen still decided to buy the second item, the incense with a special effect that repelled insects. Always been a problem with both the original canopy and the railway car canopy we have today. That is, small insects often appear. Lu Shen already roughly understood the reason. Most of the creatures in this world were underground, either sleeping or trying to survive due to the extreme cold. When they feel warmth, they try to get as close to its source as possible. The refuge, since the fireplace had been burning for a long time, was a real paradise for these wild insects, so they all naturally gathered there. This led to a significant increase in the number of insects in the refuge. If it had been an ordinary, harmless mosquito, it would not have mattered. But in a post-apocalyptic world full of radiation, insects like the black stick insect probably exist. Therefore, it is necessary to purchase special insect coils. As for the third point, Lu Shen hesitated. Scavenger slaves? One look at the name was enough to make him completely confused. It was the first time he had seen such an unusual product. 100 survival coins to buy a rotten corpse? It didn't seem like a good deal, but he vaguely felt that this product was not that simple. Firstly, since they are zombie slaves, they definitely won't attack humans, which ensures the safety of the zombies. Secondly, the ability to control corpses to a certain extent is equivalent to a strong combat skill, which can protect the shelter to a certain extent and increase one's own strength. Considering only these 2 points, the price is already quite reasonable, and the product can be considered very high quality. And another idea popped into Lu Shen's head. At this moment, Lu Shen's gaze was fixed on the rotting slave in front of him, and a question popped into his mind. Can this corpse slave increase its strength? Is there a way to upgrade the corpse to a level 2, or even a more powerful level 3 corpse? At least from Lu Shen's point of view, there shouldn't be any problems in theory. When I was in Teeling City, the first level 2 corpse I saw was right next to a building. There were also several level 1 corpses scattered around. Very likely that he successfully broke through by absorbing corpses of the same level. When Lu Shen thought about this, he couldn't help but feel excited. I know that there are hundreds of rotting corpses wandering around the ruins of the machine. If we could track down all these corpses, extract the radiation cores from their bodies, and use them to feed this corpse slave, then its power would surely increase to an incredible level. By then, I would have a reliable guarantee in this crisis-ridden apocalyptic world. After thinking about this, Lu Shen no longer hesitated and immediately spent 100 survival coins to buy this corpse slave. When a faint light flashed, a corpse slave instantly appeared before his eyes. This deteriorated body probably looked like a human, but it was ugly, with skin that looked like rotten skin. His eyes were empty and lifeless, without the slightest trace of life or emotion, and he let out a low roar every now and then. Lu Shen did not pay much attention to his image, but tried to give him some simple instructions. Run forward, attack in a certain direction, squat, etc. Luckily, this corpse can easily follow these simple instructions. Although his movements are slow, awkward, and extremely clumsy, he can at least follow orders and is more than capable of being a mechanized thug. However, once Lu Shen gave complex commands, the corpse was unable to respond and became somewhat confused and helpless, apparently having difficulty understanding Lu Shen's intentions. This situation is almost the same as when he introduced himself in the store. Obviously, this corpse is not much different from other ordinary corpses. Perhaps it just has a bit of wisdom. In essence, it is very different from a wild beast. However, in Lu Shen's opinion, whether this corpse has intelligence is not the most important issue. As long as he obeyed his orders and attacked him, that was enough. After that, Lu Shen took out a first-grade radiation core. He placed the radiation core in front of the corpse, his eyes full of anticipation. However, time passed with each passing second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the radiation core was about to be shoved into his mouth, the corpse remained motionless, looking at the radiation core in front of him with dull eyes. Hey, what's going on? Lu Shen was stunned and a little confused. Logically, if a corpse can increase its power by eating a radiation core, then it should have a huge desire to get the radiation core and will never be touched by it. Maybe you like this version of Fallout Core? But is there a way? Isn't it possible to increase its durability by absorbing the radiation core? Seeing this, Lu Shen couldn't help but frown. There must be some reason for this that he hasn't discovered yet. However, if you are asked to surrender like this, you will still be willing to do so. Finally, after a fierce ideological struggle, Lu Shen gritted his teeth and took a more rigid stance. Directly order the corpse to open its mouth and then inject the radiation core into it. But he never expected that this reckless behavior would almost cost the corpse's life worth 100 survival coins. Although the corpse seemed extremely resistant, it eventually swallowed the radiation core. However, literally a few seconds later, something terrible happened. The radiation component was not absorbed by the body as expected. On the contrary, when the radiation core was swallowed and passed through the mouth and throat, the powerful radiation energy began to furiously corrode the already spoiled flesh and blood. The mouth and throat of the rotting corpse instantly turned into a gaping hole from which black pus and blood continued to flow. The sudden intense pain caused the corpse to suppress a shrill scream. The sound echoed in the ice fortress, causing people's heads to go numb. Seeing this, Lu Shen was also frightened. He immediately used his innate ability and forcefully extracted the radiation core from the corpse's body. Fortunately, after some struggle, the corpse gradually calmed down. After hitting the wall, Lu Shen frowned, stopped, and fell into deep thought. If this were the past, I would definitely firmly believe that I could ascend only by absorbing the radiation core of his decaying corpse. However, after recent experience, this problem does not seem so simple. There is a high probability that the corpse does not need to directly swallow the radiation core to increase its strength, but there is another way. Moreover, there are some unusual points that are worth thinking about. Firstly, we saw no obvious signs of attack between the corpses. If they could increase their power by devouring each other, they would definitely be in harmony with each other. Secondly, I have never seen a level 1 corpse successfully break through to a level 2 corpse by absorbing the radiation core of another level 1 corpse. Moreover, Ye suddenly thought of a very important point. That is, except for the brain, the rest of the corpse is rotting fibrous tissue, and there are no internal organs. So, even if it absorbs the radiation core, how can it absorb the energy from the radiation core? Thinking about it, he slapped his forehead and realized that his behavior just now was a bit stupid. It was the same as throwing a radiation core into a pile of minced meat and having it swallow it. Lu Shen scratched his head helplessly, feeling a little disappointed for a moment. If this corrupted body couldn't become stronger, its value would decrease by at least tens of times. It would even be too slow for heavy work. Not only was it weak, but it was also ugly, and putting it in a shelter was simply disgusting. But he still spent 100 survival coins. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen felt a little humbled. So after thinking for a while, he decided to change his method, using a more direct and brutal method: direct traction radiation. Using his talent, he enveloped the powerful radiation energy of the first-level core and then forcibly sucked it into the mind of the first-level corpse. In fact, this attempt consumes very little energy. The radiation in the mud is completely different from the radiation in the radiation core. The radiation in the mud is like gas. It is very diffuse and rarefied, and only a small amount of force is needed to pull it out. The radiation level in the radiation core, both in quantity and quality, was much higher than expected, and this was extremely detrimental to him. But this time, the result clearly did not disappoint him. Under the influence of the solidification energy, the radiant energy approached the corpse's head. This time, the corpse did not show any obvious resistance, but on the contrary, desire flashed in its eyes. "It works." Lu Shen's face showed surprise. It drew dense, radiant energy like a black mist into the corroded head, enveloping its own radiant core. At that moment, the corpse underwent an obvious change. Its dull eyes seemed to waver slightly, its body continued to writhe, and a low roar came from its holy throat. This change lasted for about 5 minutes. The original rotten corpse became withered and rotten, ugly in appearance, and the pieces of flesh on its body hung carelessly like strips of cloth. However, now some muscle fibers began to harden and gain some strength, enveloping the bones. Although the change was very slight, Lu Shen still noticed it keenly. It seems that the corpse's body is very fragile and cannot withstand the energy of the radiation core. If you want to increase your strength, you must use the radiation core in your brain to absorb the energy of other radiation. Lu Shen thought with his head down and understood the principle in general. Although this method is more labor-intensive and requires more energy, but if he can improve his strength, it is worth it. Roughly estimated that extracting the energy from a level 1 radiation core would use up about 1/5 of his innate ability. This also meant that in one day, he could extract the energy of 5 radiation cores and let this corpse absorb it. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen picked up another radiation core and began to pull it out. He planned to use 3/5 of his innate abilities and keep the remaining 2/5 as a reserve to avoid unexpected situations when he went to explore. The rest of the process went extremely smoothly. The corpse stood there in a daze, allowing the powerful radiation energy to envelop the radiation core in his mind, while his power continued to grow. In his mind, the radiation core became deeper and deeper, and the energy became denser and more massive. Initially, the radiation energy in its radiation core was only the size of a bowl of water, but now it has increased by 50%. In fact, absorbing the radiation core does not convert all of its energy into its own. During the absorption process, a lot of material will be consumed, and the absorption rate will only be about 50%, so the improvement rate of this body is not as fast as expected. As the radiation core intensified, the dried and rotting flesh on the surface of the corpse's body became denser and harder, resembling a thick layer of old skin. Even the size of its body increased slightly, gradually approaching that of a level 2 corpse. After the 3 radiation cores were absorbed, the corpse's appearance changed significantly, and it looked much stronger. Lu Shen's face showed surprise. If the corpse continued to develop at this rate, it would soon reach the 2nd level. If he had a level 2 corpse protecting him, whether he was searching for resources or getting into conflicts with other seekers, it would pretty much guarantee his safety. Strictly speaking, a survivor who has awakened a physical talent is about as strong as a level 2 corpse. When 2 people fight to the death, the probability of each of them winning or losing is high, and their strength is equal. More importantly, the method by which the survivors can increase their strength is still unknown. But this corpse can continuously absorb the radiation core, thus gaining even more strength. A level 2 corpse is already so strong. So what about a level 3 corpse? Lu Shen could already imagine that this spoiled body could become his best protector. Okay, at noon, a simple meal of corn cakes and pickled radishes awaited us. Inside the carriage, Lu Shen drank warm water and ate dried radishes, periodically chewing corn cakes. The cobs were rough, and each bite left his throat sore. He rolled his eyes. The fireplace was still burning, and a plate of mosquito coils lay next to it. A faint aroma filled the carriage, adding a touch of warmth to the overall atmosphere. As for the rotting corpse, because it was too ugly and smelled strongly, Lu Shen did not let it into the carriage, but left it to wait quietly under the icy brick fortress. At the same time, in order to make it easier to name in everyday life, he gave this rotting corpse a name, Lu Shi. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to go outside every day. Lu Shen checked the weather today. Weather temperature, minus 16.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow, wind speed 9. Radiation, weak. If the sunrise time today exceeds 132 hours, radiation will penetrate the human body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Urgent reminder, a major snowstorm is expected in about 4 to 5 days. Temperatures will drop significantly, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will exceed 15, and radiation levels will increase. The time of investigation will be greatly reduced. Survivors, be prepared. In addition to the daily information, this weather situation has an additional emergency reminder. After checking, Lu Shen also frowned slightly. A severe snowstorm? Seemed to imagine how serious the disaster the system had called a major snowstorm would be. After all, the daily snowfalls and the living conditions of the survivors were bad enough. Countless survivors had died on this cold land, with no chance of survival. What would an even more severe snowstorm look like? Lu Shen was secretly making plans. Apart from going to Jingning in the coming days, there were still some preparations to be made for this severe snowstorm. For example, to prepare more firewood, to strengthen the shelter's defenses, or even to expand the shelter, etc. As for today's work, it is the same as yesterday. Continue to prepare wood and explore the environment. After putting on his gear, taking the snowcat and Lu Shu with him, Lu Shen went out to face the endless snow and wind. Everything was like yesterday. Lu Shen also prepared an axe for Lu Shu, the decayed corpse, and they chopped down trees together. However, the corpse's efficiency was significantly lower. Although their strength was no less than that of a human, their movements were very stiff, like an old car. Lu Shen only needed 20 minutes to chop down a tree, while it often took more than 40 minutes to destroy a corpse. But in the end, it means one more worker, so Lu Shen still feels relieved. It took 40 minutes to cut down 3 trees, which was enough for a while. Lu Shen stopped cutting trees. After all, resources should be used rationally, and there is no point in wasting them. As for the task of transporting the wood, now that there is a rotten corpse, Lu Shen does not need to do it himself. The corpse carried the heavy tree trunk all the way to the shelter. The speed was slow, of course, but overall, everything was done quickly. Each time, he worked hard and dragged a whole tree to the gate of the ice brick fortress, and Lu Shen only had to drag it. Lu Shen himself did not sit idle either. He began to repair and strengthen the ice fortress. Shelter is always the most important part of surviving the Day of Judgment. It provides safety and allows survival. Therefore, the strength of the shelter determines the difficulty of its survival. He had 2 thoughts about this fortification and repair. First, add another layer of ice bricks on the outer layer of the current ice brick fortress to strengthen the thickness of the ice wall and prevent it from collapsing during snowstorms and zombie attacks. Second, you need to expand the area of the ice fortress and, when the ice brick fortress was originally built, in order to save materials and speed up construction, its dimensions were designed to be only slightly larger than a train car, barely enclosing it, in the allotted space, let alone store other items. In order to better survive in the future, Lu Shen felt it necessary to expand and increase the scope of his activities. Having made a plan, Lu Shen began to act immediately. First, expand. At the back of the carriage, which is on the leeward side, there is a relatively flat area that is just right for setting up a shelter. Lu Shen took action and broke through the ice brick fortress at the back of the shelter, opening a door that is about 2 by 2 meters. Then made and stacked outside to form a small room that extended about 3 meters outward and was shaped like a rectangular block. So, a small cubic room, measuring 2 meters by 2 meters by 3 meters, was extended outwards from the original foundation of the ice brick fortress, measuring 12 meters by 2.5 meters by 3.5 meters, which can be used to store firewood and other items. And why is it made bigger? In fact, he had plenty of time. After all, he still had to fortify the shelter, so there was little time left. By the time I finished all this, more than an hour had already passed. Lu Shen hurriedly began making ice bricks, almost all the molds, and made them as quickly as possible. However, looking at the thick ice bricks, Lu Shen had just started to strengthen them when an idea suddenly came to him. Hey, my talent. If I use it on the ice bricks, will I be able to reduce their strength even more? Lu Shen immediately used the solidification method to compress the ice bricks, but gave up after a short attempt. This did not go without consequences. At the hard stage, the ice bricks actually shrink and become thinner. The color becomes unusually rich, the density increases slightly, and the hardness increases significantly. If all the ice bricks were compressed once, the protection of the entire ice wall would definitely reach an unprecedented height. However, the end is also very obvious. The consumption is too great. Direct compression of solids requires the expenditure of internal energy and is an even more complex process than the compression of steel. Perhaps only when he was strong enough would it be easier for him to compress it. As for this time, it was better to reinforce it honestly. He covered the outer layer of the original ice fortress with another layer of ice bricks. The job was quite simple. He had to do was attach the ice bricks to the original ice wall and pour water on them to harden them. So it took just over an hour to strengthen the ice walls on all four sides, increasing the thickness by about 5 centimeters. As for the arched ice wall on top of the ice brick fortress, it was already covered in a thick layer of snow. Lu Shen thought for a moment, then climbed up to the roof and cleared away most of the debris, leaving only about 10 centimeters. Water is then poured on the snow to melt it. At extremely low temperatures, the thick layer of ice quickly hardens, which is equivalent to reinforcement. When all this was done, the exploration time was almost over, and the rotten earth zombie dragged all 4 large trees back to the ice fortress. Today's work was considered a complete success. He also felt that the corpse was really wrong. He was strong enough and willing to work hard, which was equivalent to an extra free worker. If the corpses hadn't helped him today, he would never have been able to do so much work. Moreover, rotting corpses are eaten. It's much more profitable than a snow cat. This fat cat is becoming lazier and often lazy to work. If he looked cute, Lu Shen would have eaten him long ago. Returning to the shelter to reward the corpses for their hard work, Lu Shen once again used his remaining talent to transfer the radiation energy from the 2 radiation cores to the corpses to absorb. After absorbing it, the corpse's body became stronger again, getting closer and closer to a level 1 corpse. However, Lu Shen was still a little puzzled. How could the corpses floating outside increase his strength? The other level 1 corpses didn't have Lu Shen to help them draw out the radiation. So how did they break through? Just by absorbing the radiation energy in the air? It may be possible, but the absorption efficiency will certainly be very low, and the strength improvement cycle will be extended indefinitely. After some thought, Lu Shen came up with a solution. Getting out of the car, he walked over to the ice fort, made some ice bricks, and then built a 1.8 meter tall refrigerator, just big enough for one person to fit inside. Then, dozens of small niche-like compartments were dug inside the refrigerator and all the radiation cores were shoved into them. Then, let the spoiled body and the earthen corpse stand up and block the door. Thus, a relatively closed space is formed inside, filled with a powerful radiation core, which will certainly accelerate the increase in the strength of the corpse. At night, the wind and snow blew. The sky was dark. Woke up and cleaned up the rotting corpses near the ice brick fortress as usual, then went to the refrigerator to check. As soon as he opened it, his pupils froze, and then a surprised smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Did it work? The spoiled body in the refrigerator had grown much larger. Its originally shriveled muscle fibers were now full of strength, and even its eyes showed a glimmer of strength. Lu Shen could faintly sense a powerful aura. In one night, this level 1 corpse had broken through to level 1, and its strength had increased greatly. Of course, although the refrigerator is small, it is only a supporting tool. In fact, after absorbing 5 level 1 radiation cores yesterday, Lu Shu was already very close to turning into a level 2 rotten corpse and was only 1 step away. In the evening, he lived in an environment rich in radiation energy again, absorbing more radiation and finally completing his transformation in strength. Today, they were heading to Jingning City. How could Lu Shen not be happy that Lu Shu was able to break through and his strength had increased significantly? Originally, he was still a little worried about today's operation, but now with the help of the level 1 corpse, he has another powerful tool. Combined with Xiao Lei and his own strength, he is already a powerful force. Even when facing other survivors, he doesn't need to worry or be afraid. You can go to Jingning City with peace of mind this afternoon. At the same time, yay. Lei also sent a message in advance. Brother Shen, are we going to Jingning City today? Do we need to make any preparations? Just bring your weapons with you. Check your wounds and make sure you are okay before we go, Lu Shen replied casually. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the heavy snowstorm gradually subsided. It seemed as if the world around us had experienced a brief respite from the disaster, and the environment had returned to its ideal state. Compared to previous days, the weather today is very nice. The howling wind and snow had significantly weakened. The radiation level had also dropped to a moderate level, and the exit time was 152 minutes, which is considered a very long time in history. Lu took a deep breath. Despite the improvement in the situation, he still had to be extremely vigilant. After all, he and Wang Lei carefully stepped out of the train compartment and stepped into a world full of snow. With every step, I could hear the crunching sound of the snow being compressed, which was especially clear in this eerily quiet environment. Behind them, about 100 meters away, the level 10 corpses were hiding in the snow, always keeping a distance between themselves and ensuring that they would not be discovered. This was his trump card now. If he encountered any unexpected situation, this level 2 corpse would play a decisive role. Them continued on their way. The train ruins were about 3 kilometers away from the city of Jingning. This 3-kilometer journey is both long and short. Walking through this post-apocalyptic wasteland, every step requires the utmost concentration. Later, the outline of Jingning City appeared before their eyes. It is truly a huge city, standing quietly in the snow. From afar, houses standing tightly in the white snow can be seen. Most of them are 2- or 3-story houses built by farmers with their own efforts. May have once been warm and full of life, but now, after being destroyed by doomsday, they look dilapidated and gloomy. Streets wound between the houses, and some of the shop signs could be seen swinging dangerously in the wind and snow. Lu Shen and Wang Lei did not rush into the city immediately, but instead walked very carefully around the outskirts. They knew very well that unknown dangers could be hidden in this seemingly quiet town. Looking towards the city, one could vaguely discern the figures of many rotting corpses. These corpses were walking through the streets of the city like the walking dead. Some of them were dragging their mangled limbs, others were making horrible growls. There were at least 50 of them. Just looking at such a huge pile of rotting corpses makes my scalp itch. It was no wonder that other survivors did not dare to enter this city so easily. Even those survivors who had awakened their talents would have a hard time dealing with so many corpses. As the two of them were observing the situation in the city, the survival radio in their pockets suddenly began to buzz. In this silence, the sound seemed particularly sharp. Bai Linen's voice came from the radio. "Mr. Lu, we have arrived. We are in the valley to the east. Everyone can gather here." When Lu Shen heard this news, his heart sank slightly. What was about to happen could be one of the most dangerous stages of this operation. After all, the danger in the city ruins was still within his expectations. The danger was obvious, but he was not particularly worried. But what worries him most is the situation of the other survivors. Be able to be honest with each other? Will there be conflicts? Are there hidden dangers? They are still unknown. Lu Shen and Lei glanced at each other and finally moved towards the valley in the east. Their nerves were on edge the entire way. Soon, a valley appeared in front of them, where 7 figures gathered. Lu Shen and Wang Lei slowed down and began to observe what was happening more carefully. A quick glance showed me that most of the 7 men were standing in 2s or 3s, and they were very alert in their positions, as if they were ready to deal with any danger that might arise at any moment. Apparently, the other people weren't very familiar with each other either. When Lu Shen and Wang Lei appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. Everyone looked around curiously, casting their eyes at them. Seeing Wang Lei's height of over 2 meters and his robust physique, the young master couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. On this day of judgment, someone with the height and physique of Yi acts, even without awakening the talent Yi, is far stronger than ordinary survivors in terms of combat power alone. If his talent awakened, his strength would definitely become even greater. On the contrary, Lu Shen, who had a relatively ordinary physique, was naturally ignored by Li and Lei due to his tall and powerful figure. However, Lu Shen did not care. In fact, it was gratifying to be noticed. Moreover, to survive in this dark world, one needs not only a strong body, one also needs wisdom, courage, calmness, and determination in the face of danger. At this time, the atmosphere in the valley was a little gloomy and tense. Although everyone had gathered together, there was still a thin distance between them. No one knows that at a critical moment, those around them will stab them in the back and do everything they can to survive for the sake of these little resources. Ahem, people, please don't be so nervous. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Lingen. I believe you have addressed me before. The man next to me should also be familiar to you. His name is Zhao Zhongyang. The first to speak among the group was an elegant middle-aged man with a smile. Zhao Zhongyang also has a Chinese appearance, a square face, and the image of a leader. He looks meek and nods to everyone with a smile. Hello, my name is Zhao Zhongyang. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for giving me this face and for this system to gather here. Zhao Zhongyang said, after clearing his throat. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows. Why did he speak in such a formal tone? He would immediately fall asleep as soon as he opened his mouth. However, it can be seen that Zhao Zhongyang is most likely not an ordinary policeman, but a low-level official in the police station. Eyes were deep, and his voice was magnetic as he continued. We encountered an unknown disaster and ended up on this doomsday land together. Each of us is living in dire straits. I saw many people die. Some froze to death. Some died of starvation. Some died from rotting corpses. If this continues, sooner or later, all the survivors will die in this dangerous place, including you. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Perhaps you have all awakened your talents and possess powers that surpass those of ordinary people. But when the human population continues to decline and living conditions become increasingly harsh, will you be able to survive on this earth alone? So, the reason why I gathered everyone here this time is very simple. I want to build a safe, radiation-proof gathering place. In fact, ordinary survivors, those who have no way out, can have a chance to survive in the gathering place. Anyone can join the gathering place and become the first group of managers who will work together to ensure its safety. Of course, if you are willing to join the gathering place, you can use this place for trading and exchange. Briefly speaking, saying we have the opportunity to create a clean zone in this post-apocalyptic world and protect the survivors. The more Lu Shen listened, the more confused he became. He felt like he was in a Ponzi scheme. The familiar rhetoric and the exciting voice almost made him boil. However, his mind still controlled his emotions, causing him to think more deeply about the meaning of these words. In fact, in essence, there was nothing wrong with Zhao Zhongyang's words. If a gathering place could be set up, it would be a great thing for the surviving members of that generation. Regardless of Zhao Zhongyang's attitude and whether his words were sincere, the purpose of all this was correct. For these survivors who were living relatively well, having a gathering place where they could trade with each other was also a great help. Therefore, the few survivors around them fell into deep thought. Soon, a 30-year-old woman who had survived this suddenly said with a cold expression, "Officer Zhao, there is nothing wrong with what you said. I can accept it. But there are only 10 people here. You won't invite these people, right?" Zhao Zhongyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It is reasonable to assume that there will be some limit, but I don't know exactly how many people can come. Everyone present. I am TM. The thin old man behind said, there are at least 100 zombies in the ruins of this city. I'm afraid we won't be able to take this place with just our limited resources. Bai Lingen thought for a moment and said, to be honest, we didn't originally intend to take over the ruins of this city. Oh? What do you mean? This city is too big and there are too many corpses to clear it with just a few people. Zhao Zhongyang explained. Moreover, using the city ruins as a gathering place is too conspicuous. It's easy to be attacked by corpses and mutants, and other survivors may even become objects of their desire. So, we have only one goal: to get into the central part of the city ruins, find a special willow, gather a batch of them, and then build an underground gathering place around the city ruins. This place is not only more hidden, but also located close to the city ruins. We can continue to explore and extract resources from the city ruins to ensure future development. Understood. Lu Shen nodded slightly. If that was the case, then the plan was much more perfect and practical. If he really wanted to clear away all the corpses and take over Jingning City, he would definitely turn around and leave and never interfere in this mess. But even so, the difficulty is actually not that great. It's easy to imagine how dangerous the situation is in a place with such a high density of corpses, having to travel long distances to get to the city and then collect the mutated willows. So, what exactly should we do? Asked a young woman in the crowd who had survived the attack. In fact, this was exactly what others were doubting. When someone asked this question, everyone looked at Bai Lingen and Zhao Zhongyang. Bai Lingen thought for a moment and said, there is no plan. Everyone finds their own way. You can act alone or form a group. Have only one goal: to collect twigs from the mutant willows. Officer Zhao and I calculated that 1 pound of mutant willow twigs would be enough to build a 20 square meter collection area. Finally, we will plan the construction of the collection area based on the amount of willow twigs we collect. Those who collected the most would naturally receive the most when the goods were distributed. Everyone nodded. If they were really asked to act together and obey orders, they would indeed have a hard time. All the survivors have a high level of trust among themselves and trust each other, so naturally they all want to act independently. Zhao Zhongyang looked at the watch on his wrist and said, there is still plenty of time. Let's get started. Bai Li Neng and I will be together. We'll gather here again after this. What do you think? No problem. Then let's decide this way. Okay. As the group dispersed, everyone fell silent and slowly disappeared into the wind and snow. It was obvious that they were not going to take any joint action. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Shen suddenly froze in place and stopped. What happened? Brother Shen. Lu Shen did not answer, but looked back and said coldly, come out. How much longer will it take? The wind and snow howled behind him, and not a single sound could be heard. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The world seemed silent. After a few seconds, with his hair fluttering in the wind, Wang Lei scratched his head and said helplessly, Brother Shen, why are you doing this again? Everything seems to be fine. Let's go. Lu Shen did not flinch and only looked at him calmly. Do you think my talent is just for fun? When these words came out, Ye, Lei A was stunned, and a thought flashed in A's intelligent eyes. Lu Shen looked back, looking in a certain direction with a cold and indifferent gaze. Wang Lei realized that Lu Shen did not seem to be joking. A look of caution flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward with his fists clenched. Lu Shen's talent can only be used for movement. He usually uses it to imprint traces behind him and hide his location. As for today, since I had to meet other survivors, and so that my talent would not be discovered, I did not cover my tracks. However, he will still direct his internal energy to the surrounding snow, being in a state of readiness to pull, but not yet having pulled. This state can help him study the surrounding environment and avoid unnecessary trouble. As before, he distinctly felt a slight movement of snow behind him. Obviously, someone had stepped on it. If this noise does not disappear, then someone is watching you. After a full 10 seconds, a figure appeared from behind the rock. Is there really someone here? Eyes darkened, and his aura was exposed, as if he was ready to rush into battle at any moment. Lu Shen was equally vigilant, staring at the man. However, he could not see who it was because he was dressed in thick clothes. His head was covered by a hat, and his face was hidden by a mask. However, he vaguely remembered that this person had spoken before, and it seemed to be a young woman. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lu Shen asked in a deep voice. The visitor did not answer directly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is your surname Lu?" Lu Shen? Lu Shen? He clearly remembered that since he came here, he had not told his name to anyone. Of all the people present, perhaps only Bai Lin and Shi Lei knew his real name. "Bai Lin told you my name?" The man opposite shook his head and said, "No, I just feel like your voice is very familiar." She spoke. She took off her mask, revealing a gentle and intelligent face. Although her beautiful face was not made up, it was still eye-catching. Lu Shen raised his eyebrows and thought hard. Opposite her, the woman helplessly pursed her lips and asked, "Second brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Shen scratched his head, but his eyes were still puzzled. He nodded slightly and said, "I think so. But you have changed a lot. I don't recognize you. Are you okay?" Huh. The woman in front of him curled her lips, unable to bear this sight, and covered her forehead with her hands. She said, "I really don't want to scold you. I'm your girlfriend's roommate. We've only met once or twice." That's..." Lu Shen awkwardly touched the bridge of his nose. It had been a few days since that happened, and there were definitely some gaps in his memory. However, at this moment, some memories came to his mind, and he formed a certain impression of the person standing in front of him. Shui Ya, a student in the Department of Clinical Medicine, was in the same class as him and was his ex-girlfriend's roommate. Although they had met before, they were not very familiar. Lu Shen was very touched to suddenly meet a person he had met before in a foreign country. He never imagined that such a coincidence could happen. "Shui Ya, right?" Lu Shen smiled and said, "I thought I would never see my former classmates again after graduation, but I didn't expect to meet them here again. What a coincidence. I also felt like your voice was familiar, so I wanted to confirm it, but I didn't expect you to notice it yourself." Shueya put the mask back on, leaving only her eyes exposed. Lu Shen nodded slightly, but asked without further ado, "Putting everything else aside, what are your plans? Infiltrate the center of the city ruins? I am alone and not very strong, so naturally I will not go. I need to take a walk and gather some supplies," Shui Ya said calmly. "Not very strong," Lu Shen muttered, not really believing in his heart that since Bai Linen had specifically invited them, there was a high probability that they had awakened their talents. May not be that outstanding, but she certainly has her own unique characteristics. After all, a young girl who can survive in this era and seems to be doing well must have some means. What are your plans? You're going to sneak into the ruins of the city with this uncle? Uncle? Shilei looked around and, finding no one, pointed at himself in confusion. He's only 19. Just call me brother," Lu Shen explained helplessly, and then added, "We'll act according to the situation. If the situation is too dangerous, we will not go into details. Well, since each of us has our own plans, it is better for us to act independently," Shueya said, very tactfully. "Well, it is fate that we met here. We can contact each other if we need anything. Add a friend? Okay." Lu Shen entered the communication channel and sent a random message, and then Sui Ya pressed the Add Friend button. After a short exchange, they did not say anything else or take any joint action, but went their separate ways. Although we knew each other before, we were not familiar with each other and had not seen each other for a long time, so we did not understand each other. In his opinion, there was really not much difference between him and a stranger. But Shui Ya herself is of great value. Since she has a degree in clinical medicine and is reported to have passed the entrance examination for postgraduate studies, her level of clinical medicine must be very high. A doctor who can combat common diseases and cope with injuries is much more valuable than is commonly believed. For example, the serious injuries Shilei received from the surprise attack took a very long time to recover naturally, and he still has some serious wounds. It will take at least several months to fully recover, partly because the injuries were too severe, and partly because there was no professional doctor to treat him. Only thanks to his strong constitution, good living standards, and Lu Shen's help in healing and soothing his wounds, Shilei barely held on. If it were any other survivor, he would have died long ago. Therefore, it is possible that Zueya, a top student majoring in clinical medicine, is of great value. If the person is good and not disgusting, you will definitely be able to contact him in the future. This is also an important online resource with Dot. Lu Shen thought to himself as he walked to the edge of the city ruins and began to turn his attention back to this mission. Up until now, he had been a little hesitant about today's plan. Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen were indeed right. If a gathering point could be built, it would be a boon for all survivors. However, the task of collecting mutated willow branches in the middle of the city ruins turns out to be much more difficult and dangerous than anyone could have imagined. How many people could break through the crowd of rotting corpses and penetrate deep into the city center? At the very least, Lu Shen felt that it would be very difficult to accomplish this task on his own. On the contrary, if you only search for resources in the outer ruins, the danger level can be greatly reduced, and the chances of obtaining something are also not bad. So, should he go deeper into the city or explore the outskirts? Lu Shen was still hesitant. Shilei, what do you think we should do? Shilei scratched his head, squinted, looked at the ruins around him and said, I think for safety reasons. Lu Shen nodded and said, then let's explore the surrounding area and collect useful resources. There is no need to take such a risk. In this apocalyptic world, regardless of the circumstances and purpose, personal safety is the most important thing. There is no point in putting yourself in danger for the sake of other people's ideals. Lu Shen has always believed this. In this world full of destruction and danger, every decision can be a matter of life and death. Lu Shen and Shilei stood next to each other, aware of the dangers surrounding them, and slowly approached the edge of the city ruins. The once prosperous city of Jingning was now a dilapidated site, with only crumbling walls and endless silence remaining. They carefully entered the surviving houses and examined them, trying to find at least some remaining resources. The situation here is no different from the ruins of the city that we explored earlier. Inside, the building is old and heavily damaged. The mottled markings on the walls once reflected the bustle of the past, but now all that was left was desolation. There were also many holes in the roof, and through them a weak light penetrated onto the dusty ground. The amount of resources was negligible, as they had obviously been plundered countless times. Although the environment inside Jiangning City is very dangerous and it is difficult for survivors to enter it to search for resources, the surrounding areas are still looted, leaving only a few basic necessities. Lu Shen and Shilei searched room after room, not missing a single corner where supplies might be hidden. However, after searching all 4 buildings, the harvest was dismal. I found only 3 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and some stale and moldy bread. Brother Shen, we should have searched the outskirts. If we want to achieve more, we need to go deeper, Shilei said helplessly, his face showing disappointment. Judging from the meager supplies on the farm, although sugar and salt are good resources, this harvest is clearly not enough for them to survive. His eyes were calm. How could he not know this truth? However, there were a huge number of rotting corpses roaming around the city, and the danger was extremely high. When there were rotting corpses around, the consequences would be disastrous. His mind? Are you really willing to take such a huge risk just to mutate willow branches for some resources? But soon an idea occurred to him. Maybe it's not worth the risk. Since the danger comes from the zombies, let them go deep into the city and collect the branches of the mutated willow. Not only is it safe enough, but it can also bring a large reward. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen gave orders. Shilei, You stay here and collect resources. No matter how much or how little, you will loot as much as you can. I will go to the ruins of the city to inspect it and assess the situation." Shile frowned slightly and said with a worried expression, "Brother, you don't want to go alone, do you? Then why don't we work together? Maybe it's safer this way. Don't worry, even if I send you, I won't take any risks myself." Lu Shen curled his lips. Shile was stunned. "Brother Shen, you're so honest. Thank you very much. Stop wasting time and go gather resources." Lu Shen patted Shile on the shoulder, then left him alone and carefully approached the depths of the city ruins. The number of rotting corpses outside was indeed relatively small, so Lu Shen's journey was relatively peaceful. But after going about 2 or 3 houses deep, the number of corpses increased significantly. They either wandered aimlessly along the streets or gathered at the entrances of some houses, emitting quiet growls. Lu Shen did not dare to take rash actions. He found a relatively secluded room and crept in, then began to control the rotten zombies. Although Lu Shi never showed up, he always followed him at a distance of about 100 to 200 meters, ensuring that he could run up to protect Lu Shen at any time without being discovered by other people. Lu Shen concentrated on controlling him, feeling a vague connection between him and Lu Shi. An hour later, Lu Shi slowly walked over and stood in front of Lu Shen. Lu Shen made careful preparations, allowed Lu Shi to go deep into Jingning City, and ordered him to collect branches of the mutated willow. The branches of the mutant willow have a special purpose. If you manage to get them, they can be of great help in your future survival. He himself climbed to the attic of the 3rd floor of this self-built house in the countryside and observed the situation from a bird's eye view. From here, he could see most of the city. Although the view was a little blurry, it was enough to assess the overall situation. Controlling the ground corpse, he could barely control the actions of the other survivors. Information is a vital resource in any situation. Previously, Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang had described Jingning City in very general terms, and many details were unreliable. Lu Shen did not fully believe their words. He had to personally experience the specifics of life in the city. He saw that the corpse on land was approaching the depths, and none of the rotting corpses noticed anything unusual about this. The land corpse moved quickly and nimbly, cleverly avoiding the main road and moving along a relatively hidden path, trying not to attract the attention of other corpses and avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Shen silently observed the events around him, his sharp gaze calmly scanning everything without missing a single detail, and also noticing the actions of several other survivors. Judging from the previous encounter, there were only 10 survivors this time. It can be roughly divided into 6 groups. One group is a pair of allies, and the other group is independent survivors who decided to act alone. Among them, Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang, he and Shi Lei, and another pair of strangers, a man and a woman, all acted in pairs. The relationship between them is relatively close. After all, in difficult survival conditions, it is impossible to establish close relationships while being in a bad relationship. When you have allies, whether you're facing danger while going on new adventures or struggling with loneliness in life, you can look out for each other and get through it together, which is much better than going it alone. As for the other 4, Shui Ya was one of them. Lu Shen could easily determine their approximate location from the clear footprints in the snow. Shui Ya was not far away, perhaps trusting her friend, or perhaps subconsciously feeling that she would feel safer next to Lu Shen. She did not move far from him. The distance between them was very small, only about 30 meters. She also did not go deep into the city, but instead looked for the items necessary for survival in a relatively safe area. In addition, Lu Shen also saw 2 obvious footprints that stretched to the very depths of the city ruins, and both of them were double. Of course, Bai Linen, Zhao Zhongyang and another couple eventually decided to go to the city center to collect mutant willow branches. Mutant willow branches have exceptional significance in the modern environment. Lu Shen could also understand their choice. Personal safety is indeed important, but so are the branches of the mutated willow, and they are vital to future survival. If Zhao Zhongyang could really use the mutated willow branches to create a safe gathering place without the influence of radiation, it would definitely attract survivors from the surrounding area and settle there. It would be the first gathering place. If we can take part in the construction of this gathering place and give it certain rights and privileges, it will be of great help to future development. Always be people who dream of restoring order to this chaotic world and finding a relatively stable habitat or shelter free from radiation. For them, the value of the gathering place is very high, and the value of mutant willow branches will naturally increase as well. Perhaps that is why the man and woman thought so and were willing to take the risk, because they saw great potential in the mutated willow branches. Even if they did not build a gathering place, these mutated willow branches would be very useful. They could be used to build a shelter, and their effect would hardly replace an independent shelter core. Lu Shen simply silently watched and monitored Lu Shi's situation. However, when you thought everything was within your observation and expectations, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. After watching for a while, Lu Shen's eyes suddenly froze. His gaze fell on two directions southwest of the city, and he couldn't help but frown. Because in that direction, I actually saw some footprints. This sudden discovery shocked A, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Huh? What's going on there? There are only 10 of us, and we are all entering the city ruins from the eastern valley. According to common sense, all the tracks should have appeared from the east. How could they have appeared in the west and south? Moreover, he even saw several three-sided parallel tracks among them. If all the traces were added up, the number would obviously exceed 10. Are there other survivors here? And it looks like there aren't that many." Lu Shen frowned, 1,000 thoughts swirling around in his head. It turned out that although the situation in this ruined city was dangerous, it was at least under his control. After all, with just these 10 people, it was possible to roughly guess what each person was doing. But now these additional traces appeared out of thin air, complicating the situation even more. A group of unknown survivors, their exact number unknown. Their identity is unknown. As for the purpose of their arrival, this will not only intensify the competition for material goods, but can also easily lead to conflicts. Lu Shen frowned. His gaze was serious. After thinking for a while, he realized that this was not an easy matter. He took out the survival radio, found Bai Linen and Lei, and sent 2 messages to inform them of the situation. Wang Lei focused on collecting supplies. Hearing Wang Lushen's words, he looked at her in surprise. "What? Outsiders are coming? What should we do, Brother Shen? This place is already dangerous. If there are more outsiders, there will be more chaos." As Ash spoke, he subconsciously clenched his fists and his expression became more serious. "It's okay. Just be extremely careful. We don't know where these people are from or what their goal is, so please refrain for now." He nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, and I understand." Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang hid in a secluded spot on a deserted street. They looked relatively calm as they read the news they had received. He only raised his eyebrows slightly, showing no panic, and muttered softly, "It seems he has come, and it is not much different from the original plan." Zhao Zhongyang nodded and said, "Explain to Mr. Lu, although we have a plan, do not let others be endangered by our plan." Good. Soon, a message came. "Mr. Lu, don't worry too much. Everything is going according to plan." Bai Lingen said calmly, "The branches of the mutated willow are extremely valuable. With them, we can build a safe haven and a gathering place. Such a good thing will surely attract other survivors and call them to collect. Besides, it is too difficult for us 10 people to safely cross the city, avoid all the rotting corpses, collect the branches of the mutated willow, and then return back. The appearance of this group of people can only benefit our work. It will attract some of the corpses and increase the safety of the group. Just be careful and avoid conflicts as much as possible. If any problems arise, you can also ask for help." Lu Shen was slightly stunned, pondering Bai Linen's words in his heart. He felt that there was some truth in them, but he still felt that something was wrong. He continued, If there are too many of them, the situation will become chaotic. I'm afraid it will eventually be difficult to control. Is this also part of your plan? Bai Lingen smiled slightly, and a glimmer of determination lit up his eyes. Lu Shen, you should know that establishing a gathering place cannot be achieved by just one or two people. The more people that come today, the greater the chance of successfully constructing the gathering place. Hearing this, Lu Shen was stunned, as if he had realized something, and muttered to himself, "So that's it? Is this your original plan?" At this time, he vaguely guessed that it was most likely Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang who took the initiative and spread the information, allowing more people to know about the mutated willow branches and thereby attracting more survivors. Now, the survivors who were able to travel such a long distance and come to Jingning City to explore it are probably quite strong. This group of stronger survivors can, on the one hand, attract corpses, spread danger in the ruins of the city, and increase the success rate of collecting mutant willow branches. On the other hand, the survivors have different talents, and perhaps some of them have more unique abilities and can obtain mutant willow branches in a safer way. Perhaps, for Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen, today's goal is very simple. Just gather enough branches of the mutant willow and build a gathering place. Even to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to make the situation worse. He did not hesitate to put more people in danger, including himself. Lu Shen was quite surprised and could not help but look at Zhao Zhongyang with a higher opinion. To create a gathering place, they did not hesitate to make the situation as difficult as possible and involve many strangers. I couldn't help but sigh to myself, thinking that in this apocalyptic world, everyone will do anything to survive and achieve their goals. It must be admitted that Zhao Zhongyang is certainly far-sighted. In this doomsday era, any survivor should definitely not fight alone. The most suitable way is to build a gathering place for survivors. Let more people gather together and survive together on this doomsday. Whether they are survivors with smaller forces or groups of survivors with larger forces, it is of great importance to them. The process of creating a gathering place will probably require some people to shed blood and tears and pay a price. And all those who came to Jingning City this time are those who have shed blood and tears and must pay the price. If you can find the mutant willow branches, then in the future you will naturally be able to obtain higher privileges at the gathering place. However, if I fail and die here, no one will remember me. Lu Shen sighed. He clearly felt that Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang were determined to gather the mutated willow branches and set up a gathering place. The situation would become even more unpredictable. However, the survivors will indeed face trials and dangers. However, since we knew the situation in advance, we naturally had more time to prepare and not end up in a passive position. Hiding in the attic, he silently watched the receding figure of the corpse. At this point, his vision was extremely blurry, and he had walked away about 500 meters. The artificial lake in the city center is actually quite close. If you can get there without any problems, you can naturally collect a bunch of mutant willow branches. Because of the height, as the distance became greater and greater, Lu Shenji could no longer see the surroundings of the artificial lake. So I thought of another way. Slama, Lu Shen punched through the wooden boards in the attic and climbed straight out of the roof. He understood the principle that the higher you stand, the further you can see. But the roof was covered with a thick layer of snow, like a black curtain, blocking the way out. Lu Shen used his talent to melt the snow above his head and create a passage more than 1 meter wide before climbing out of the roof. This building is already tall, almost one of the tallest in the entire city of Jining. Although it has only 3 floors, taking into account the attic, it is equal to a 4-story building. Now, climbing up to the roof and all the way to the ridge is like climbing up to the floor. It feels like looking out at all the mountains. Almost the entire city of Jingning is visible. At this time, he could barely see the artificial lake in the center of the city. It was completely frozen, covered with a thick layer of snow, and it was almost impossible to tell that it was a lake. But here, a circle of willows surrounding the artificial lake was barely visible. However, these willows are very different from the usual ones. They are taller and stronger, but they looked drier, and their drooping branches looked like the claws of evil spirits, disgusting and frightening. At the same time, its color is very different from the color of ordinary willows. Both the branches and the leaves are light red. They are very noticeable against the vast snow and wind, and even seem a little strange. The land corpse, being a level 2 corpse, could move freely through the ruins of the city, which was full of dangers. The level 1 corpses did not dare to approach him at all, and allowed him to go all the way to the center. At Lu Shen's request, Lu Shixiao broke the branches of the mutant willow and hid them in the backpack on his back. However, the weave was too long, so only the root was in the backpack, and the back was dragging outside. After all, the intelligence of the corpse was still too low. He can only act on simple instructions and is unable to adapt. If they were people who could survive, they would definitely tie the willow branches together. It would be easier to carry and allow them to gather more. But it was obvious that Lu Shi did not have such a high intelligence. He simply gathered all the branches of the mutated willows at once. But in the next moment, Lu Shen's gaze shifted, and he suddenly looked at the surface of the artificial lake, vaguely feeling a hint of uneasiness. Suddenly, he vaguely saw that the snow on the lake had slightly collapsed. Although the image looked very blurry, it still caught Ye's attention. "What is this?" Lu Shen frowned. Snowfalls were common, but under the current circumstances, any slight movement was worthy of attention. And it soon became clear that this was no coincidence. The snow cover on the artificial lake collapsed again, and its area increased even more. Oh no, there was something wrong with the artificial lake. Although Lu Shenji did not see the whole situation, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He quickly mentally instructed Lu Shi to stop collecting willow branches and return as soon as possible. Lu Shi was clearly dumbfounded for a moment. His small brain was clearly slow in reaction. But after hesitating for a moment, he grabbed his backpack and ran out of the city. In just a few seconds, Lu Shen was glad of his determination. In the center of the artificial lake, the snow first collapsed slightly and then was lifted up, as if the ice city below had been broken by some creature. Soon, a blurry black shadow slowly emerged from the water. But before it could fully appear, it disappeared again. Although only a small part of it was visible, its colossal size could still be felt. Lu Shen's heart was pounding wildly. Even though the distance was huge and the view was blurry, he felt fear in his body and mind. It was the fear of huge and unknown creatures. I estimated that the exposed part was several meters in size, which showed how huge the creature underneath was. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. How could this happen in this small, artificial lake? Lu Shen couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he hadn't been careful enough, he would have been in trouble. Looking at Lu Shi, who was running towards the edge of the field while holding the branches of the mutated willow, he finally took a deep breath. Having calmed down, he began to think rationally. Perhaps I should have thought long ago that there must be unpredictable dangers around this mutant willow, and this danger is not weak. Previously, dangerous creatures like the black stick insect could only be found in a few dead trees, not to mention the large area of mutated willows here. Furthermore, why do mutant willows have the ability to absorb radiation? Perhaps this is done in order to attract certain creatures and hunt them. After all, the evolution of any organism in a natural environment is not without reason. There must be a reason for its evolution. At this point, the level of danger of the artificial lake in the eyes of Wang reached an incredibly high level. Without a good reason, Wang would never approach him. When he calmed down again and looked at Lu Shi, he suddenly frowned again. The situation had changed even faster than he expected. Lu Shen quickly took out his survival radio and transmitted a message to Shi Lei. "Shi Lei, stop collecting supplies and come here quickly. We have a problem." Lu Shi grabbed onto the branches of the mutated willow and ran towards the city. Standing on the hill, Lu Shen immediately saw that on the path Lu Shi was running on, not far from the city ruins, there were 3 sneaking figures. They were obviously the 3 survivors. Judging from their appearance, they most likely discovered the corpse and quickly hid. Lu Shen knew that he couldn't just sit and watch. The corpse itself was incredibly valuable, as were the mutated willow branches. So, even if it meant taking a risk, he had to act. When Wang Lei received this news, although he was at a loss, he did not hesitate to stop searching for supplies and quickly rushed towards Lu Shen. He also realized that Lu Shen would not be so anxious without reason. The two men met and nodded to each other. Lu Shen did not explain much. He waved his hand and walked straight towards Lu Shi's body. Before the three survivors took action, he needed to take care of Lu Shi in advance to make sure that both Lu Shi and the mutated willow branches were safe and sound. Outside. Lu Shi ran forward all the way. His movements were fast and swift, as if he was entering an empty city through ruins. When he passed the intersection and was about to run towards the ruins of the city, three figures suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. The three men who had survived in thick winter clothing formed a triangle in the wind and snow, slowly surrounding Lu Shi. Lu Shi was also clearly stunned. He roared and stopped 2 steps away, with fury in his eyes. But without receiving Lu Shen's order, he did not attack. What was going on with this rotting corpse? Why is he wearing a backpack, and his purpose is so obvious? The leading man looked at Lu Shi coldly with eagle eyes, and doubt flashed in his eyes. The other man nodded slightly, lowering his voice. This is definitely unusual. Even though it's a level 1 corpse, its intelligence shouldn't be that high. Also, the 2 straps on its back are supposed to be made of willow branches? Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. The end of the world is coming. What's so strange about that? If we just take action to eliminate these creatures, we can not only get the 2nd level radiation core, but also collect the mutated willow branch. Then our mission for today is half done. The last man, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, casually said, "Then let's do it. Ahem." Just when the 3 of them were about to take action, a loud cough rang out, breaking the silence. "My 3 friends, I hope you will think twice before acting." Lu Shen slowly walked up from behind, looking at the 3 people in front of him with a calm and deep gaze. Behind him, the 2-meter-tall Dong Lei followed calmly. His tall figure gave off a strong sense of oppressive power, like a city wall blocking a narrow street. Especially when he clearly saw the faces of the 3 people in front of him, his originally naive gaze suddenly became sharp. Lei snorted coldly, and an aura of aggression instantly erupted around him. He stared at the 3 in front of him, as if he was about to attack in the next moment. In an instant, the situation became tense. The 3 survivors took a step back and looked at Lu Shen and Wang Lei with some apprehension. "I don't know what A12 means." The first to ask was the young man walking in front, probably the oldest of the 3. "What's the meaning?" Wang Lei chuckled and clenched his fists. "Can you guess what I mean?" Then he turned his gaze to Lu Shen and said in a low, angry voice, "Brother Shen, it was these 3 who besieged me in Ling City last time and destroyed my hideout." "It is very likely that they did it." Lu Shen's gaze flickered. Judging from Wang Lei's behavior, he had already guessed something. He didn't expect that he was really an enemy. He chuckled and thought to himself that enemies often met on a narrow road. But at the same time, he was a little curious. Tiling City was very close to Jingning City, at least 5 kilometers away. It is surprising that these 3 came all the way here. However, they probably did not plan to return, but planned to stay here for the night. After all, they had most likely abandoned their original shelter and were now relying on the independent shelter corps to survive, giving them much more freedom of movement. The 3 people opposite froze for a moment, then stared at Elle and Lei. Meanwhile, the short, thin man behind me couldn't help but grin. Who was I thinking? It turns out it's that idiot from last time. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You were seriously injured, your shelter was blown up, but you're still alive? Repeated the other. However, the young man walking in front frowned slightly, quickly stopped the 2 people behind him, and said, "Shut up." He then looked at Lu Shen and the others. "My friends, we may have had some conflicts, but we can resolve them once we get out of here." Man cleared his throat and continued, "We're in the ruins of a city now. Everyone here has the same goal. No need to fight to the death, right? If we attract corpses, none of us will be well off. Brother, why waste time talking to them? With our strength, shut up. The man behind him wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a middle-aged man. Lu Shen's eyes darkened slightly. The leader of the other side was obviously very rational and intelligent. He understood the situation very well, which made him a little uneasy. If they were all brainless, he would have been able to handle them today. But out of the three of them, one had brains, which created some problems. Dong Lei refused to back down and said coldly, "Last time, it was 3 against 1, and I gave you the advantage. This time you can try, or I'll skin you alive." Ha ha! Last time, 3 on 1, we were able to seriously injure you. This time, 3 on 1, we can still kill you both. Seeing both sides becoming increasingly angry, the expressions of Lu Shen and the young man leading the other side also became increasingly gloomy. The situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Lu took a deep breath and said coldly, "You three, no matter how much you hated each other in the past, I give you a choice. Get out of here immediately and pretend that nothing happened. The past will all be written off." Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter rang out, and a disdainful smile appeared on the faces of the three. "Brother, are you a little confused about the situation? Can't your dog eyes tell who is higher and who is lower?" Humph. The young man walking in front no longer concealed his harshness and said, "Brother, I also advise you to leave immediately. I can also spare your life and forgive the past. In that case, there is nothing to talk about." Lu Shen's gaze was calm. The corners of his lips were tugged at the edges, and his innate talent was already making itself felt. On the opposite side, the survivor showed even more impudence, a powerful aura emanating from his body, and he took a step forward. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Shilei gradually suppressed his anger and came to his senses. He whispered, "Brother Shen, how dare you interfere in this? Stop talking nonsense. Killing a dog is not such a big deal." Lu Shen's gaze was cold. Shilei nodded and said, "They are all gifted awakeners. Both beasts behind them have physical talents, one leaning towards speed and the other towards strength. Yes, the last time I fought them, I felt they were average in strength. I could easily handle both of them, but the leader was stronger. The talent he awakened is truly unique. He can turn his fingers into metal. I can't move him at all. On the contrary, he easily breaks through my defense. The last wound was inflicted by him." Lu Shen nodded slightly. This man was definitely one of the strongest survivors, and he should not be underestimated. And what if they know our situation? The gap in strength can be bridged with just a few pieces of information. On the opposite side, the leader of the group, a middle-aged man, stood at the back, and the other two standing behind him took the initiative to attack. One of them was incredibly fast, rushing through the wind and snow, raising huge waves and rushing forward. Shilei was not at all afraid. He took the first step forward and stood in front of Lu Shen. His body was like a fortress wall, blocking the attack from the opposite side. His immense strength immediately knocked the short man, known for his speed, off his feet, throwing him aside and into the snow next to him. But immediately after, another survivor, relying on strength, delivered a powerful blow that seemed to explode in the air. Before Shilei could make a move, he made a blocking gesture with both hands, trying to block the opponent's attack, but at the same time managed to retreat. It can be said that although they all have physical abilities, the difference between them is still very obvious. Combat effectiveness was obviously much higher. Shilei was a typical fighter with high attack and defense, thick-skinned and incredibly strong. He could easily deal with two opponents at the same time without moving a muscle. Lu Shen also partly believed in this. It seemed that in a one-on-one situation, Shilei might indeed be at a disadvantage. But since he had suffered a serious injury last time, it must have been because of that middle-aged man. Lu Shen stood behind Shilei with his gaze downcast, silently observing the situation and not rushing to take any action. He needed to find an opportunity, an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to finally break the deadlock and end the battle. However, he was not the only one who thought so. Man on the opposite side did not take any action at first. He wandered around the periphery of the battlefield, constantly looking for Shi Lei's shortcomings. The strategies of both sides are surprisingly consistent. Awakened ones with good physical fitness always take the initiative and withstand the pressure on the front line. Then, especially gifted awakeners will coordinate the overall situation on the battlefield and look for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow and end the battle. The situation on the battlefield was about to change. After being knocked down by Shi Lei again, a strange smile appeared on the fast man's face. This time, he did not rush forward and attack again. Instead, he turned around and charged at Lu Shen, who was hiding behind him from an extremely tricky angle. The dagger in his hand was sharp, a cold light flashed, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Shi Lei couldn't help but turn around, shouting, "Brother Shen, you little beast!" But at this moment, while Shi Lei's attention was distracted, a middle-aged man on the opposite side quickly joined the battlefield. His fingers turned into metal, and he punched Shi Lei straight in. The initially equal situation changed dramatically in just 1 or 2 seconds. Eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I can handle it." After all, Shi Lei was experienced enough and easily fell for the opponent's trick of distracting the tiger from his body, but Lu Shen was not so easy to deceive. When the short, thin man flew up to him, he simply used the simplest way to deal with him. He formed an icicle in front of his feet. This simple method consumes very little energy, and the effect is very good. Suddenly, the short boy's spear fell back and fell right into the snowdrift. Due to his incredibly high speed, he fell with a loud bang, creating a huge deep hole on the ground. Lu Shen ignored him, instantly analyzed the situation, and helped Shi Lei. If Shi Lei were to be defeated on the battlefield and be seriously injured again by the enemy's surprise attack, the situation would become one-sided. Therefore, he would have to deal with the methods of another middle-aged man. Lu Shen took a step forward, plunged his hands directly into the snow, and quickly used his innate ability. At this moment, the loose snow around Shi Lei began to harden, forming a relatively solid snow wall that surrounded him. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man smirked and hit him as usual. The layer of snow that had not yet frozen was instantly blown away, and snowflakes swirled across the sky, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Do you think you can stop the steel of a small Snow White girl? I'm afraid this is just a dream. Man chuckled and looked at Lu Shen with a sneer. Even if she turned into an ice wall, he would still be able to smash it with his metal fist. Not to mention that it was just an extremely fragile snow wall. After striking, the middle-aged man no longer hesitated and kicked the snow wall on the ground that had not yet completely collapsed. The fragile snow wall opened up, and snowflakes as fragile as a sheet of white paper scattered across the sky. But immediately after that, a piercing roar was heard. Arch burst. Snow fog, accompanied by bloody fog, instantly spread across the snow, and bright red blood spilled onto the white snow, which was extremely beautiful. In an instant, everyone's eyes except Lu Shen were shocked, and their faces showed horror. Lu Shen slowly stood up and said coldly, "Shi Lei, what are you standing there for? Take action." Shi Lei immediately recovered from his surprise. A fierce smile appeared on his face, and he fiercely struck out, directly colliding with the surviving opponent. Due to the difference in size and weight, Shi Lei's strike was significantly more powerful, instantly knocking out the opponent. The situation changed dramatically again. All the people on the opposite side fell to the ground in the snow, with expressions of surprise and fear on their faces. The middle-aged man walking in front grabbed his legs tightly with both hands, wincing in pain. Looking down at his legs, he saw over a dozen extremely sharp and tiny ice needles embedded in his leg muscles. A large amount of blood quickly flowed out of the wound, almost turning his entire pant leg bright red. This method was specifically researched by Lu Sheng when he had nothing better to do, and was used specifically for fighting in the snow. He has a very clear understanding of his strengths and weaknesses. If he could compress all the snow into ice, his fighting power would be incredible. However, this would require a lot of energy and would be almost impossible. If you simply controlled the snow, the damage would be greatly reduced, and you could even say that it could barely withstand a single blow. So he decided to combine the two. The snow wall is just a cover. For him to make a loose snow wall, and it requires very little energy. But in the snow wall, he has compressed dozens of very small, sharp, and extremely hard ice needles. The thickness of the needle is only slightly larger than that of a medical needle, allowing it to consume less energy while remaining very powerful. However, its hardness was terrifyingly high. The entire ice needle was almost pitch black and many times harder than normal ice. With the snow wall as cover and the black ice needles as an attack, it was completely impossible to defend in this huge snowfield. The middle-aged man was seriously injured. He glared at Lu Shen and said fiercely, "Zhang He, Wang Bing, what are you standing here for? Quickly deal with the one behind you. This fool will be easier to deal with." Goorossish. The short, thin man fell and crawled out of the snow. His face was red from the recent humiliating fall. He grabbed the dagger again and quickly stabbed. Lu Shen chuckled, picked up a handful of snow from the ground, and walked towards the short and thin man. The middle-aged man, and the other survivor, a strong type, shouted almost in unison. This middle-aged man is still vivid in memory. The snow wall seems harmless, but in reality it is full of dangers. Even now, they still clearly imagine the abilities of this man standing in front of them. The short and thin man was frightened and quickly retreated back, covering his face with his hands to avoid injury from the impact. But the next moment, light snowflakes touched his face, causing a note of pain, and then disappeared along with the wind and snow. "Are you kidding me?" The short and thin man was furious and was about to get up and attack again. But the next moment, Lei Jing coldly snorted and slowly cooperated, punching the short and thin man Lei Jing right in the face, causing him to fall into the snow. Blood gushed out from his nose, turning the snow bright red again. When he tried to stand up again, his face was covered in blood. One eye was completely gouged out, and the blood had stopped flowing. Lu Shen looked at him with a smile, grabbed another handful of snow in his hand, and casually threw it at his face. This humiliating scene made him instinctively want to hide again. However, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. "Don't be careful. There really might be a catch this time." For safety reasons, the short and thin man gritted his teeth and decided to dodge, quickly stepping back. However, at this point, his steps became a little hesitant, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. This time, the snowflakes were blown away by the wind again, which was obviously also an illusion. Lu Shen was very happy that just a handful of snow could produce such a wonderful result. After all, it consumed almost no energy. This kind of fake and real method made him exist like an insect in this snowy area. His ability is hardening, but he doesn't need to harden everything. It's enough to add a little hardened weapon to a huge number of illusions to scare the enemy and make them more dangerous. In just half a minute, 2 out of 3 people on the opposite side were seriously injured. Except for the survivor with the power who didn't shed a drop of blood, the other 2 were in an extremely bad situation. Brother, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding between us." The middle-aged man lying on the ground finally became a little scared. He gasped, licked his face, and said with a smile, "What? A misunderstanding?" Lu Shen looked at him calmly. His tone was calm, but extremely dangerous. "Are you saying I hit the wrong person?" No, of course not." Man quickly waved his hand in denial and said with a smile, "We asked for this. We are both survivors, so why should we decide whether one or the other survives? Should we just end it here? Just give up? Do you think I am playing with you?" Lu Shen's eyes were full of rage. "We can make up for it," the middle-aged man said hurriedly. "The 3 of us have accumulated quite a bit of inventory over the past few days, at least hundreds of survival coins. We can use that as payment to ask our friends to spare us." He obviously realized that the situation was not in his favor and that there was almost no chance of winning, so he chose the last resort. begging for mercy. "Oh, by your life." Lu Shen slowly walked over, extended his hand, and said, "Let me check the survival coins first." Of course, of course." Man smiled and reached out to touch his hand, but as soon as he lowered his head, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. "Brother Shen, little one," Lei quickly shouted. But after 2 seconds, he realized that his shouts were in vain. Lu Shen held a handful of snowflakes in his hand, and as soon as the young man lowered his head, he poured them onto his face. The middle-aged man sneered for just a second, and in the next instant, he let out another furious scream, and this time the scream was even more heart-rending, as if his skin was being ripped off and his bones were being torn out. He covered his face and head tightly, but the pain was unbearable. The more he rubbed his face with his hands, the more bloodstains and abrasions appeared, and soon his whole head turned into a bloody mess. "Ah! What? What? Ah, you bastard! You bastard!" "Ah!" exclamation mark. This terrifying roar caused the other 4 people present to look at him in horror, their hair standing on end. Even Lu Shen himself couldn't help but touch the bridge of his nose, quietly muttering, "Does it hurt that much?" Hearing this, yeah. Akf, a strong survivor who was short and thin, couldn't help but get goosebumps. "You fucking hurt your arm and you're asking others if it hurts?" The short and thin men who were survivors were scared. They swallowed their saliva and took a few steps back. Lu Shen looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The method he just used was somewhat similar to the one he used before, the black ice needle. The black ice needles were about 10 centimeters long, thin and sharp, and could penetrate directly into the body and hide in the snow wall. Only when others actively destroy the snow wall can it show its powerful strength. And the more power it destroys, the more damage it will naturally receive. The method Lu Shen used just now was called snow sand, which is a dynamic attack method. Using the talent harden, he first compressed the soft snowflakes into snow grains, making each grain distinct and hard. He then used his talent again to compress the snow particles a second time, making them even smaller, down to a few tenths of a millimeter. During secondary compression, snow naturally condenses into burdock-like ice crystals that are virtually invisible to the naked eye. If snow gets on your skin, it will form tiny wounds. Throwing a handful of snow sand on your face will cause a burning pain. Repeated use at this point would cause secondary damage and rip open large wounds on the face and head. That's the principle of this segment. He also discovered this ability by accident. It didn't require him to have super complex control. It was a weapon created by the natural changes of ice during the process of compression. Lu Shen patted its head and casually glanced at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. He was curled up and writhing. His face was covered in blood and flesh, and it was hard to see him. And the moment he moved, the ground corpses on the outskirts of the battlefield also moved at high speed, biting the survivor in the back and seriously injuring him. The 3 people on the opposite side were seriously injured in a short period of time and collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. At this moment, their gazes as they looked at Lu Shen and Shirley were filled with horror and fear, and they crawled back one after another. Not only Lu Shen and the others, but everyone else looked at Lu Shi as if they had seen a ghost. This rotting corpse looked a little different from what they had expected. The corpse standing in front of them completely ignored the 3 people, even as they stood there in a daze. However, he decided to sneak attack them, which was really strange. However, Lu Shen did not explain anything to them. He looked at them coldly, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. Since the 2 were already married and the hatred was not superficial, it naturally could not end like this. Best to kill one of them. However, not long ago, he was just an ordinary city boy. Asking him to kill someone was still a serious challenge for him. Lu Shen's gaze darted around. He thought about the world he was in now. No morals, no laws, society had fallen apart. If he can't even ensure his own safety, how can he ensure it in the future? When he hesitated again and again and was about to get rid of the 3 people in front of him, he suddenly frowned and looked back. He quickly noticed the sound approaching, and it was not hidden. "Who?" he asked coldly. Shilei also snorted coldly, his body stained with blood. He looked around gloomily and apparently saw someone approaching. Soon after, two groups of people came into view. Looking at the first woman, Lu Shen was not very surprised. It was Zhui Ya, who was investigating the resources nearby. Since the two were relatively close and the fight was quite noisy, she obviously noticed the noise and came closer to check. However, she was hiding nearby and did not show up on her own initiative. Only after Lu Shen said this did he carefully walk out of the building and wave his hand. The two of them, Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen, slowly walked out of the snow, raised their hands and waved them, showing that they had no evil intentions. The two of them looked at the situation on the ground calmly and couldn't hide their surprise, looking at Lu Shen with admiration. He could clearly see that the three of them on the ground were very strong, and most likely they were people with awakened talents. It was logical to assume that 3 against 2, the advantage was obvious. However, Lu Shen and Shilei easily dealt with 3 people without any injuries. In this situation, there are 2 possible scenarios. Either the two of them have a huge difference in intelligence, or Lu Shen has a very special talent and is extremely strong. Either way, it's amazing, especially the deteriorated body on the side, which is clearly different from the ordinary rotting corpses. It seems to be controlled by humans, which is even more surprising. Zhao Zhongyang looked at the two of them in surprise, nodded slightly, and a thought appeared in his mind. These two in front of him are not ordinary people. Lu Shen looked calm, looked at Shui Ya and remained silent. Instead, he looked at Zhao Zhongyang and the other man and asked, "Friends, what happened?" Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and said, "I heard there was a fight here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Lu. We are only dealing with a handful of people who don't understand anything. Officer Zhao, don't worry about it." Lu Shen didn't want to talk to him anymore and quickly waved him off, but Zhao Zhongyang refused to give in. He smiled and said, "Master Lu, I never thought that you were so powerful. You easily defeated 3 awakened ones, and you even have the ability to manipulate corpses." Hearing this, Lu Shen frowned slightly. He didn't want anyone to know about Lu Shi's existence. However, things obviously didn't go as he expected. At least the people in front of him already knew about Lu Shi's existence. It's nothing special. It's an ordinary thing bought in a store. If you have the opportunity, you can buy it too. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Shen casually explained. Directly indicating the origin of Lu's body can prevent Zhao Zhongyang and the others from thinking crazy thoughts and can also prevent them from paying attention to him. Besides, the corpses were indeed bought from a store. If they were lucky enough to successfully revive them, it was no secret. If they were not revived, it was none of his business. The origin of Lu's corpse was not such a big secret. What really needed to be hidden was the method to increase Lu's corpse's strength. After all, it is difficult to quickly increase the body's strength using ordinary eat segments. It is necessary to use condensed eat segments to attract radiation power. This is the essence. Zhao Zhongyang nodded thoughtfully, without dwelling on this question. Instead, he looked at Lu Shen and said, "Mr. Lu, you are quite capable and have a decent character. Are you willing to join me in building a gathering place and protecting the survivors?" Lu Shen raised his eyebrows and looked at his sincere face with some surprise. Finally, he looked at the willow branches on the corpse once more, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He asked, "Are you trying to mutate the willow branches?" Ahem. Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat twice and waved his hand. The willow branches are indeed part of the reason. It is understandable why there is such a desire to involve those who know how to collect mutated willow branches. However, what I said is not a joke. I sincerely invite you to join the gathering. After all, it is not enough to rely on me alone to organize a large event. There needs to be other people to run it and strong people to ensure its security. Of course, if we can take over Juju, that will also bring some small benefits to the cabinet. This will provide a more convenient trading environment and support from Juju. I think the cabinet should see these benefits. Zhao Zhongyang spoke eloquently, pointing out all his needs as well as all the pros and cons. Lu Shen nodded after listening to him. The other person spoke very realistically. He didn't paint him a rosy picture or set a trap for him. He could take every moment into account. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, "If a gathering place can really be arranged, I wouldn't mind participating in it and providing some assistance. However, there is no need for a complete settlement. I have my own shelter and my own development plans. We can cooperate to fight certain threats together, but that is not a problem. Your words are enough." Zhao Zhongyang smiled and extended his hand to Lu Shen. After a simple handshake, both parties made a simple verbal agreement. "Officer Zhao, how many mutant willow branches does it take to build a gathering place?" "If there are many, it might be difficult," Lu Shen asked. "Whether you're venturing deep into the city ruins or collecting mutated willow branches near the Yai One, it's a very dangerous activity and a little caution can put your life in danger. If the required quantity is small, it is fine, but if it is tens or hundreds of kilograms, the possibility of successfully building a gathering place will be greatly reduced." Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment and then said, "I plan to build a shelter in a nearby valley. I need to mix the juice of the mutant willow branches with the soil from all 6 sides, from top to bottom, from left to right, and from the back. As I said, according to the most conservative estimates, a plot of 20 square meters will require about 1 kilogram of mutant willow branches." Lu Shen nodded slightly. "It's really a lot. An area of 20 square meters, plus 4 walls and a ceiling, is at least about 100 square meters, and it only requires a pound of mutant willow branches." "You're wrong. We don't extract CA from mutant willow branches. Instead, we boil the mutant willow branches, extract the essence, dilute it, and mix it with soil. So the amount needed is not as large as you might think," Zhao Zhongyang explained, and then continued. "In addition, collecting mutant willow branches is not as easy as it might seem. Picking them directly can be very dangerous. It is best to dig up some dried branches buried in the snow around the willow." Dig up the snow?" Lu Shen scratched his head. "What happened? Did you pick it up like that?" Zhao Zhongyang asked, somewhat confused. Then he looked at the bag in Lu Shi's hand and saw that the willow branches were quite intact. He held back the trembling in his voice and said, "You actually picked it by force? Officer Zhao, you didn't warn me in advance." Zhao Zhongyang touched his nose and said, "Indeed, not quite. No matter what method we use, if we can obtain the branches of the mutated willow, it will be good." Lu Shenshin looked at Zhao Zhongyang carefully and thought to himself, "This is not good." Probably knew about the dangers of Gong Lake and that he could pluck the mutated willow branches at will, but he just revealed this information. Perhaps the purpose was only one: to allow others to obtain large quantities of mutant willow branches in a faster and more extreme way. As for the danger, Zhao Zhongyang could also completely deny it. However, now that he saw that Lu Shen was really wrong and wanted to persuade him to his side, he told the truth. Due to this, Lu Shen also increased his vigilance. In this apocalyptic setting, there is no absolute good or evil. Most people have their own thoughts. If you listen, you can be found out. If he had been foolish enough to go out and collect the mutated willows alone, he would probably be in great danger now. Often, I can only blame others and be more careful and vigilant. In that case, how did you collect the mutated willow branches, Officer Zhao? Did you dig them up in the snow near Lake Gong? Lu Shen asked. You need to get closer to the industrial lake and dig just 100 meters away. There will be fewer rotten dry branches of mutant willows. It will be safer. Understood? Lu Shen nodded. Zhao Zhongyang looked at the time and said, "Okay, I have been talking with Mr. Lu for a while now, and we can collect data for a while. I'll be busy now. You can do your own thing." Okay. Watching the two of them disappear into the wind and snow again, Lu Shen turned his gaze to the snow again. Although the three of them were not able to act fully, they did not dare to act rashly because they were being watched by Shi Lei and Lu Shi. When he saw Lu Shen looking at him, a glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. Man quickly knelt down and said, "Brother, please spare our lives. We just saw that this corpse was special and wanted to steal his backpack. We really wanted to provoke you on purpose, so we..." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Shen interrupted him with a heavy voice and casually said 5 words. "Shilei, everything is settled." And as he spoke, the spear in his hand was already pulled out. No chance of recovery, the middle-aged man on the mountain glared at him. Without thinking, he launched a final counterattack. "Damn it, are you really going to kill us? If so, you might as well die." After saying that, he stepped out of bed. Lu Shen was quick-witted and agile, and once again used his talent to create a piece of ice on the ground that trapped the middle-aged man's legs, rendering him unable to move for a short period of time. Shilei followed suit and hit his opponent on the forehead with a rock, causing blood to flow and his entire forehead to sink into the water. A heart-rending scream rang out, instantly dissolving into the wind and snow. Lu Shen bit his tongue and drew his spear without hesitation. The iron spear pierced the flesh, ending a human life. Lu Shen clearly felt that his heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. The blood in his body was flowing quickly, and his stomach was churning. This was his first experience of killing, so he still felt, a little awkward. However, with his enormous willpower, he forced himself to suppress his nausea. As for the other 2, he dealt with them without hesitation. He didn't want to wait for them to improve, so it would be wiser to deal with them directly. The 3 bloody bodies were covered by the icy wind and snow, buried under the endless snowdrifts, and soon disappeared. Lu Shen looked at this scene and could not help but feel deeply moved. Probably countless more corpses like this hidden in these endless snows, and such murders will likely happen often. Meeting survivors not only reduces the difficulty of survival, but also allows them to help each other. In many cases, due to greed in the hearts of the surviving people, new conflicts and contradictions flared up, and many bloody murders occurred. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps creating a gathering place where laws, order, and morality would apply was indeed a good idea. Lu Shen sighed, cast aside his thoughts, took out his electronic alarm clock and checked the time, before the end of the exploration time. The return time is 40 minutes, which means they still have 20 minutes to explore. Lu Shen looked at Shilei, then looked at Shui Ya, who was standing next to him, and said, "Continue collecting supplies." Without saying another word, the 2 turned around and walked back to the same building to continue looting supplies. He took the backpack from Lu Shi's hands, took out the mutated willow branches from it, and then carried the backpack to Lu Shi again, wanting to use the last 20 minutes to collect another batch of mutated willow branches. This time, he was too close to the artificial lake and did some simple excavation at some distance from it, collecting a small amount of mutated willow branches. Continuing to move on land and armed with an iron pickaxe, he once again worked tirelessly in the depths of Jingning City. We stopped 100 meters away from the artificial lake and started digging the snow. Lu Shen saw the situation clearly, but he was not too worried. He returned to the building and started searching for resources. It is said that Jingning has many more things than Tiling. Some buildings even contain items that have never been looted, especially the buildings closer to the city center, although they look a bit old and the houses are damaged, causing a lot of snow to get inside. But there are still many essentials and resources that can be used. Lu Shen collected almost everything, including food, seasonings, warm clothes, pots and pans, and packed them all. But in fact, he looks a bit silly for some of the more common things, like spring and summer clothes, which don't keep you warm very well and are therefore not very practical. Moreover, he found dozens of suitcases full of clothes in the train wreckage, and he didn't have any of those things. Most concerned with food and other vital necessities, preferably food that can be stored for a long time and contains a lot of energy. He also looked for some snacks, but many of them were expired and badly spoiled and could not be used at all. But at the same time, he also found very valuable food. For example, in one cupboard I found 8 bags of salt, 4 packs of sugar, and 6 bottles of honey. These products are stored for a very long time and are very high in calories. They are hard currency in the world of doomsday. The amount of calories that a piece of white sugar can contain exceeds all your expectations. Generally speaking, if a person does not eat or drink, he can live a maximum of 3 years. But if you drink water, you can live 7 to 10 years. But if you add sugar to water, you can live at least 20 years. This is the effect of sugar. 100 grams of white sugar is equivalent to 2 large bowls of rice and contains 400 calories. When combined with other products, it not only enhances the taste, but also significantly increases the degree of satiety. As for honey, it contains more sugar and lasts much longer than white sugar and salt. These achievements are worth all the other achievements. Shilei was very depressed. He searched several buildings, and although he found some food, he did not find anything of good quality, such as sugar. His luck had indeed turned against him. But what made him even more angry was that he had found a whole jar of rice and a whole jar of flour, thinking that he would be able to reap a large harvest of food. On closer inspection, I discovered that the rice was full of dead insects. The rice was completely eaten, and the flour was also in a very bad condition and completely unusable. Moreover, a batch of corn was found in one warehouse, but it was also full of holes made by insects and had no practical value. These situations also made Lu Shen deeply realize that after so many years, many of the supplies in the city ruins could no longer be used. Relying on the city ruins for supplies was not a reliable thing to do. Sooner or later, they would be looted, and there would still be a shortage of food. In order to survive in the long term, it is necessary to develop the agricultural industry, as well as find useful items from the surrounding world in the conditions of the end of the world. For example, hunting wild animals and collecting edible plants are the only ways to survive for a long time. After spending some time searching, Lu Shen saw that the exploration time was approaching 40 minutes and began to prepare to return. After bidding farewell to Shueya, Lu Shen took Shilei with him and returned to the shelter. Returning to the compartment of the wrecked train, I found that the air outside had become dark, as black as the night, when it is impossible to see even a hand in front of your face. The whistling of the cold wind frightened people even more. Only when I lit the fireplace in the carriage did I feel a little safer. Shilei did not return to his carriage immediately, but first came to Lu Shen. The two of them needed to check the harvest and distribute it. The harvest this time could be considered very rich. It could be roughly divided into food, seasonings, necessities, and mutant willow branches. The amount of food was small. In addition to the sugar, salt, and honey collected by Lu Shen, Shilei also found a batch of corn untouched by insects, weighing about 30 grams. In addition, there are 2 tea cakes, very thick and light. The tea cakes are dried and contain little water, so they can be stored for a long time without rotting and retaining their aroma. However, they were both knowledgeable in the tea ceremony and could identify which tea seeds had a particularly aromatic scent. Tea can be compared to luxury items such as coffee, alcohol, and cigarettes. It helps relieve fatigue, increase comfort, and improve the quality of life of both parties. Moreover, after a while, they can be sold. Some survivors who live in good conditions and strive for quality of life are likely to buy them. In addition, there was another important achievement that greatly encouraged both of them. Shilei found 5 very heavy bundles of vermicelli, almost 12 pounds. Originally didn't have a very long shelf life, but due to the dryness and humidity, as well as the long exposure to low temperatures of 0 degrees, this batch of French fries did not rot or get eaten by insects and was still edible. This food can be consumed for a long time, which is of great importance for the future survival of both species. It is certainly one of the greatest achievements of our time. As for seasonings, I didn't bring much, mostly salt and monosodium glutamate, which can be used daily. The quantity is small, but sufficient. Of the essentials, I mainly brought a few iron bowls and an iron pot for cooking. In the end, only the mutant willow branch remained, which became the most important and special harvest of this time. Lu Shen quickly examined it and found that the quality was not easy. The first batch of willow branches collected directly weighed about 6 to 7 kilograms. They looked heavy and very juicy. After that, Lu Shu dug out some mutant willow branches from the snow. Since time was short, the amount was relatively small, only about a kilogram. Moreover, because it had been underground for a long time, there were some ice chips on it and it was slightly wrinkled, so its quality was not particularly good. Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it is dangerous to seek wealth and honor. Just a few minutes, we managed to collect mutant willow branches from the tree. Not only were there many of them, but they were also of very high quality. However, there is a real danger in the artificial lake. Even if you dig the ground for a long time, you can only dig up a small number of mutant willow branches, and their quality is relatively low. Between these two options, you will still have to make your own choice. We can only say that there are pros and cons. After distributing the harvest equally, except for the branches of the mutated willow, Shi Lei returned to his wagon. But before leaving, Shi Lei asked a question about shelter. The shortcomings of the covered wagons were gradually becoming apparent, the biggest problem being heat. Lu Shen didn't feel too cold because he had a fireplace to warm himself up, and at night he could put his feet in the belly of a snowcat, so he wasn't particularly cold. But Shi Lei didn't have a fireplace, so he could only light a fire. But if you want to light a fire in a car, you have to consider one thing. You need to disperse the smoke. So to disperse the smoke, it needs to break a small amount of glass, which makes the temperature in the car very low, and the heating effect is relatively weak. More importantly, the presence of a fire can easily cause a fire. In the short term, this is normal, but if the fire burns for a long time, no one can guarantee its safety. So, while train shelters seem safe, they actually have many drawbacks and are not necessarily better than underground shelters. Train cars do provide a solid fortress with complete protection, but there are still some issues that need to be addressed. Lu Shen put this matter aside. If there was a chance, he could dig a new underground shelter underground around the carriage. Especially now, with the appearance of mutant willow branches, many things would indeed become more convenient and provide more opportunities. While he was thinking, the survival radio in his hand rang, and he heard messages from Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang, who had added him as a friend. Bai Linen: Mr. Lu, Officer Zhao wants to talk to you about building a gathering place. Lu Shen simply replied, "Okay," and accepted Zhao Zhongyang's friend request. Zhao Zhongyang was a straightforward person and asked without much greeting, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I plan to meet tomorrow. We will still meet at the canyon today and bring you some mutant willow branches. Then we will discuss the construction of the gathering place, mainly the choice of location and the size of the shelter. I need to hear everyone's opinions." Lu Shen nodded in agreement. "No problem. If you have enough time, I can call." In fact, he could have saved all those mutated willow branches and built his own personal shelter. However, after careful consideration, he came to the conclusion that the existence of a gathering place was extremely necessary and could be invested in. If he could become the original shareholder of this gathering place, he would be able to reap many benefits when the gathering place developed. And as for the private reserves, there was no need to worry too much. Branches could continue to be collected, and after a while, a bank could be built. In any case, living in a train car was now not bad at all, for a while. On the contrary, building a gathering place might have to be put on the agenda. If we wait until most of the survivors die, the gathering place will become useless. By the way, how many branches of the mutated willow did you collect? If it is not enough, I may have to come again tomorrow, Zhao Zhongyang immediately said. Lu Shen thought for a moment and said, "About 5 jin. If we build a Zhao-type shelter, the amount should be about the same." He didn't plan to take all the mutated willow branches with him, as it would easily attract attention, so he kept a few for safekeeping. "So much?" Zhao Zhongyang asked in surprise. But after thinking about it, he immediately realized, yes, you plucked the willow branches directly from the mutated willow, which is certainly much faster, but this method is too dangerous. Next time, try to avoid it. Hearing this, Lu Shen's face darkened. "You want me to avoid it? If you had told me earlier, would I have avoided it?" He was too lazy to answer and simply put the survival radio aside. Tomorrow, he would think about the gathering place for the survivors. Right now, he had to take care of dinner first and get to work today. Dinner was not very luxurious. I still had trouble swallowing the corn tortillas, some pickles and pickled radishes, so I ate them all with hot water. This combination of foods is mainly for the feeling of satiety. Given his current living conditions, he can only focus on eating enough and cannot rely on proper nutrition. Of course, he would occasionally eat a pack of instant noodles and some snacks to fill his stomach with oil and water. After dinner, I continue my daily work. His work has been very intense lately, mostly dealing with plantation development, ice brick production, and chopping and storing wood. The problem with ice block production is mainly the expansion and strengthening of the shelter. This task takes a long time and cannot be accomplished overnight. To facilitate further construction and strengthening, he would pre-make ice blocks of the same size using templates in the ice fortress, then stack them together. When they were needed, he would push them forward to begin construction. In his opinion, it would never be a bad idea to produce building materials such as ice bricks. The best thing would be to cover all the wagons with ice brick fortresses and then connect several ice fortresses together. This way, the size of the shelter would increase significantly. Firewood is a long-standing problem. Each firewood consumption is a huge amount, and firewood is a necessary material during a snowstorm. Once the firewood runs out, it will be completely impossible to live. For such vital needs, you need to prepare as best as possible. After all, he can't go out every day to get firewood, and he has other things to do. Ice bricks and firewood are daily supplies. They only require time to prepare, and there is no limit to the quantity or complexity. However, the outlook for the planting industry is not very optimistic. This is a completely new task that requires great effort and requires great effort in all aspects. First of all, Lu Shen must ensure that the suitcase in which the rice is planted is always within the independent core of the shelter, to prevent the radiation from affecting the growth of the rice. Secondly, water the plants at a certain time every day and add organic fertilizers to make the soil more nutritious. Finally, he also needs to think about more questions and make more preparations for the future development of the plant growing industry. If rice cultivation fails, he still cannot give up farming, but must find other crops to grow. Because in the end, the problem still exists. Whether it's a city ruin or a train ruin, the food left over from the previous civilization can't last a lifetime. If you want to survive the Judgment Day, you have to find a new way out. But Lu Shen hasn't found it yet. Lu Shen completed these tasks step by step, and at the same time, he also placed Lu Shi, allowing him to return to the refrigerator and gradually increase his strength. After today's experience, Lu Shen increasingly felt the great value of this earthly corpse. In this doomsday world where the earthly corpse thrives, having an earthly corpse that is also a corpse can be very useful in many situations. Therefore, the plan to increase Lu Shi's power must be continued. Using the remaining internal energy, Lu Shen once again channeled the energy from the 2 radiation cores into Lu Shi's mind, which helped him quickly absorb the radiation and enhance his strength in a more efficient way. However, compared to yesterday, the changes after absorbing the radiation core today are obviously much weaker. After all, yesterday was a level 1 corpse. By absorbing the same level radiation core, its strength naturally grew faster. Now that it has reached level 1 to 2, the effect of the level 1 radiation core will naturally be greatly reduced, but I believe that with years of accumulation, it will still remain effective. When he finished these things, stretched himself, and was about to return to the carriage awning, he suddenly saw a snowcat with a furry body staggering out of the carriage. Lu Shen looked at it with some surprise. This guy had become even lazier since he lived with him. Except when they go out to chop wood, they usually stay in the shelter and warm themselves by the fireplace. Lu Shen wanted to kill him several times. If he could butcher him and make clothes from his fur, it would be an invaluable resource. But looking at his innocent eyes and the way he covered his legs every night, I finally couldn't do it. However, today was a strange day. He went for a walk by himself. But that's not all. The snowcat happily walked to the corner of the ice fortress and then began to dig in the snow, and soon dug a hole. Seeing this, Lu Shen was still a little confused, but a few seconds later, when he saw the objects on the snow, his eyes suddenly widened. Is this a dead animal? Managed to tear away the solid ice, and underneath it were two not-so-small corpses, a rabbit and a bird, yellow as a dry leaf. Lu Shen's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that these two bodies had appeared here for no reason. Moreover, it was obvious at first glance that there was blood on the snow, and the wounds on the corpse were very fresh, indicating that the hunt had taken place recently. Lu Shen looked at the snowcat in shock and couldn't help but ask, "Are you hunting this?" The snowcat sat motionless, scratching its head with its hind legs, its whiskers full of pride, and looked at Lu Shen with a puzzled expression. Lu Shen smiled helplessly. After studying the behavior of cats over the past few days, he realized that this little one wanted to eat meat. Because on weekdays, the snowcat often looked at the stewed beef like this. But how could Lu Shen provide him with such a strategic resource? Now, it seems that this guy went hunting alone. But that's not surprising. The snowcat weighs about 40 kilograms, which is quite a large animal in itself. In the wild, it is certainly a good hunter. Moreover, before it came to the shelter, the snowcat lived alone in the wild. To live to this age, his survival and hunting abilities must be very high. Lu Shen excitedly scratched the snowcat's head and pulled out two corpses from the snow. I weighed it in my hand and found that it was quite heavy, especially the rabbit, which weighed about 5 or 6 grams. The average weight of a dead leaf bird is only about half a meter, and after removing the fur, it should be even lighter. But even so, he was very pleased. In this doomsday world, where the entire sky is covered in snow, it is impossible to obtain even basic life resources, let alone meat. For any survivor, meat is a rare and valuable food. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen brought both bodies back to the train compartment and took out another leaf bird from the refrigerator. It was the first leaf bird that Snowcat had caught during the last forest clearing, but he had never dared to eat it. Seeing that Lu Shen had taken out all the ingredients, Shui Mao's eyes lit up. He jumped back into the carriage and even stood up to hug Lu Shen's legs. Lu Shen had never seen Snowcat so excited before. Apparently, eating rice crackers every day recently has tired the Snowcat, and now it urgently needs oil and water for nutrition. Lu Shen placed 3 frozen corpses next to the fireplace and defrosted them with the temperature, which made it easier to pluck the hair and drain the blood. First, let's take a look at the rabbit. This is a medium-sized snow rabbit with greyish-white fur. It should be hard to find in the snow. I don't know how the bloody cat caught it. It is clearly visible that this snow rabbit is very fat, with a bulging belly, which indicates that it eats well on weekdays. Lu Shen planned to remove all the fur to make warm clothes that would be of a higher quality than the clothes for spring, summer, and autumn. Of all the clothes created by humans, only the highest quality ones would be effective in the blizzard of doomsday. In this post-apocalyptic world, warm clothes grown naturally are actually much better than ordinary clothes, such as velvet grass. Using exquisite means, Lu Shenji completely removed the thick fur from the snow rabbit, then cut up, and as many large strips of meat as possible are cut off. It took Lu Shen about 50 minutes to cut the whole snow rabbit into 5 pieces. Especially the flesh, bones, rabbit heads, internal organs and fur are all resources used by humans, and their value is not small. There was a lot of meat and blood, some fat and fatty substances, and this was the most important meat resource. Lu Shen didn't plan to eat it today, so he froze it in the refrigerator. In today's living conditions, we still need to be aware of the need to stock up to survive in the long term. The same goes for the internal organs, which can replenish some microelements and are also very important resources. They are also kept in the refrigerator. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen saved the rabbit's bones and head and cooked them into food. 2 dead birds are relatively much smaller, but the resources that can be obtained from them are also greater. First, after the fur is removed and the feathers are plucked, they can only be thrown away and cannot be reused. The remaining meat and bones were so small that they were difficult to distinguish. After processing, only 7 tails of meat and bones remained. But looking at the bright red flesh and blood, Lu Shen was still very excited. He took out the pot he had just assembled, washed it with a brush, filled it with clean water, and put it on the fire to heat. After the water boiled, grind up the bones and head of the snow rabbit, as well as the meat and bones of the dead leaf roller bird, and throw them into the water. What follows is a long boil, and wait. Hot, bubbling steam rises, and the entire carriage is filled with the rich aroma of meat. Even the snowcat is excited. To improve the taste, Lu Shen also adds salt and MSG. A simple addition of seasoning is enough to significantly improve the taste. After a few hours of simmering, the soup turns snow white, with a layer of fat floating around. The rich aroma whets the appetite. Even though I had just had dinner, I still couldn't help but drool at the sight of this pot of broth. And why do we need to make broth after dinner anyway? In addition to encouraging the snowcat, Lu Shen has other ideas. The purpose of drinking broth is not to fill the stomach, but to increase the amount of fat and water in the body and store fat, which can help the body recover and achieve a better condition. It is more like supplementing nutrition, absorbing missing microelements and ensuring the body's health than eating. Lu Shen was impolite to the snowcat, who made an important contribution to the meat harvest. He immediately took out the meat of 2 dead leaf-eating birds, scooped up a large bowl of broth and put it in his special wooden bowl. Hot broth with tender beef and tender bones filled the large bowl. Snowcat immediately began to eat. As for Lu Shen himself, he mostly ate the remaining rabbit heads and drank some broth. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Shi Lei was still cold and hungry next door. So he prepared another bowl for Shi Lei and gave it to him. When Shi Lei saw the rich broth, tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to take it without hesitation. Unfortunately, the broth froze and turned into icy lumps just a few seconds after it was brought out. Shi Lei could only return to the shelter and warm it up once before eating. Lu Shen also tried to feed Lu Shi some broth, but he didn't seem interested, so he had to give in. The pot of broth was enough for 2 people, a cat, and a few others to be completely full. Although they did not feel particularly full, their bodies were warmed up and their depressed moods were somewhat lifted. When I was picking at rotting corpses at night, I felt much more energetic, and it was really exciting. And I certainly feel that the quality of my night's sleep has improved considerably. Being able to fall asleep faster was also a good thing. When I woke up the next morning, I felt my strength had returned. The dim light from the fireplace flickered, illuminating the pitch-black carriage. The snowcat slept at his feet, its thick fur wrapped around Lu Shen's feet. He clearly felt that the temperature of his feet was over 30 degrees Celsius, which was very pleasant. At this moment, Lu Shen also deeply felt that saving this snowcat was not in vain. Able to catch prey and provide a scarce life resource, meat. It can also have emotional value and help cover your feet, making it an ideal pet in case of an apocalypse. After resting for a while, Lu Shen got up from the bed, dealt with the zombies outside the ice brick fortress, and then brought the radiation core back to prevent it from being completely buried by the snow. Today, there were 12 of them, all level 1, and the number was about the same as usual, all thrown into the refrigerator where Lu Shu was. Looking at the refrigerator full of radiation cores, Lu Shen suddenly had an idea. Is there a way to pull the radiation from a first-level radiation core into another first-level radiation core, making the radiation inside more concentrated and thus achieving a higher quality? After thinking for a while, he felt that there was great potential here. If the radiation core is directly drawn into the mind of the ground corpse, it is relatively difficult, because in addition to Lu Shen needing to draw it in, the ground corpse also needs to actively absorb it. However, if the radiation energy is drawn into another radiation core, then it is only a change in position. The energy consumed should be less, and the process should be simpler. After thinking about this, Lu Shen began to try. Take 2 radiation cores, use the condensation talent to attract them, make the radiation energy migrate, and then compress it into another radiation core. This process went more smoothly than expected, didn't it? Energies in the different radiation nuclei did not repel each other, but rather merged very quickly. It is clearly felt that the energy in this radiation nucleus seemed to become more concentrated, and its quality also improved slightly. Lu Shen tried again, redirecting the energy from the third radiation core into this radiation core. This time, the difficulty is slightly increased. It seems that the space in the radiation core is filled with the energy of the first two radiation cores. It takes more effort to squeeze it back in. If we say that the first is pure thrust, filling the empty space. The second has a compressed density, which allows storing more radiation energy in the same space. After absorbing the energy of 3 radiation nuclei, the stone underwent obvious changes. His entire body darkened, and his appearance was getting closer and closer to that of a second-level radiation core. Lu Shen was quite surprised when he saw this scene. Perhaps this continuous compression method could actually be used to forcibly create a second-level radiation core. If the higher quality energy in the secondary radiation core was sent to the Earth's crust to be absorbed, would its strength be able to increase as quickly as before? The more Lu Shen thought about it, the more excited he became. His hands continued to move, constantly squeezing and stretching. However, it seems that there is a limit to all this. The energy of 4 radiation nuclei was compressed into the same radiation nucleus, which already contained the energy of 5 radiation nuclei, and the radiation concentration reached a very high level. At this time, this radiation nucleus is infinitely close to the radiation nucleus of the A level. Another opportunity is needed to reach a higher level. If you put this radiation core in a refrigerator, the released radiation energy becomes more concentrated than its radiation energy. After the corpse absorbed the energy, the rotting flesh on its body trembled slightly, as if it was madly absorbing the energy. This change also convinced Lu Shen that higher quality radiation energy could indeed bring greater improvement to the body. However, today is not a good day to try further, as I still need to go out during the day and conserve some of my natural energy. 1400 Lu Shen got dressed, took his equipment, and began to check today's weather. Weather temperature, minus 18.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, moderate snow, wind speed 9. Radiation, moderate. If the sun shines for more than 126 minutes today, radiation will enter the body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to increase. Urgent reminder, a strong snowstorm will begin in about 2 to 3 days. Temperatures will drop significantly, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will exceed force 15, and radiation levels will increase significantly. Exploration time will be significantly reduced. Survivors, be prepared. The weather is still fine today, but a heavy snowstorm is approaching, which makes Lu Shen a little nervous. But today's plan still needs to be continued. After getting dressed, Lu Shen took out the snowcat and helped it open a small door at the bottom of the ice wall to make it easier for him to enter and exit every day, saving him from having to dig holes every day. Although the snowcat resisted, it still staggered and walked into the snow. It must be said that, being the native inhabitants of this world, snowcats use much more scientific and rapid methods of survival and movement in the snow than humans. I saw it dive into a snowdrift, then begin to bend forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. This way of traveling has many advantages. First of all, it has a very high stealth ability and is not easy to detect by predators or prey. Secondly, the speed of movement is also very fast. At full speed, the snowcat is at least 6 times faster than Lu Shen. More importantly, walking on snow has a certain heat insulation effect, and the thick fur can maintain a constant body temperature and reduce unnecessary energy expenditure. It can be said that this is a very scientific and effective method of action, but it is a pity that people cannot learn it. Seeing the snowcat leaving, Lu Shen gathered together with Ye, Alay, and headed towards Jingning City. Lu Shi continued to follow Lu Shen, becoming his greatest guarantee of his strength. Today's plan is actually very simple and mainly involves discussing the location and size of the gathering place. If you have some spare time, you can continue exploring Jingning City, collect useful supplies, or continue collecting branches of the mutated willow. They quickly reached the valley where they had gathered yesterday, having walked the same distance. From afar, they saw two people already standing at the bottom of the valley, waiting. They were Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen. We need to be closer to Jingning City so that we can get back to the top faster. Mr. Lu, it seems you are the most punctual. Zhao Zhongyang greeted him with a smile. Lu Shen smiled slightly and said, "For something as important as determining the gathering place, we need to hurry." "Your Excellency, you are very considerate." Zhao Zhongyang's face showed a smile, and he looked at Lu Shen with satisfaction. Lu Shen did not pay attention to this and asked, "How many people came here today?" "No more than 5. Lu Shen frowned. "That's all? Yesterday, we entered the city center and collected some mutated willow branches, but this should be enough." Zhao Zhongyang's expression didn't change much, and he still spoke calmly. "May require only a few people to gather enough mutant willow branches. The most important thing is to inform more survivors about the gathering place, give them a chance to participate, and spread the word to attract more survivors. Moreover, the design of the gathering place is not suitable for accommodating too many leaders." After waiting for a few more minutes, someone finally came. However, the person who came was not one of the 10 from yesterday, but a completely unfamiliar face. His height is about 1.75 meters. When he wraps himself up completely, only his 2 eyes are visible. But you can probably see a green figure. "Hello, Officer Zhao," a clear voice rang out. Lai Yi greeted him and nodded to Lu Shen. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, "We were supposed to meet yesterday. You were about 50 meters away from me, digging mutated willow branches out of the snow. But I remember you had 2 companions, right?" Lai nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, we have something else to do today, so we agreed to meet you." Eyes shifted and he looked at this place carefully. It was easy to see that they had formed small clusters, perhaps 3 to 5 people each, and had the ability to survive this judgment day. Moreover, the internal discord was obvious, and the overall strength must be considerable. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why the other sole survivor couldn't come on time today. Even if we had collected mutant willow branches yesterday, we probably wouldn't have been able to get them 2 days in a row. After all, we still need to work hard to survive. Most survivors have 2 basic items for survival: food and wood. In addition, there are many people, and there is a high probability that an iron axe will not be available. You can chop wood in more primitive and inconvenient ways, which will significantly reduce the speed of work. Since many people went out to explore yesterday and today, they had to chop wood at home. Naturally, they had no time to come. Indeed, it is difficult for a group of people balancing on the edge of life and death, food and clothing, to have too much free time. There are even a significant proportion of people who probably haven't even upgraded their shelters or don't have independent shelter centers, and their lives are still very difficult. Today, those who can participate in building a gathering place are likely to be extremely strong and have basic survival skills. From simple conversation, Lu Shen also learned that this young man was named Zhang Shuo, 29 years old, and that he had also awakened his talent, making him one of the strongest survivors. He was cheerful and straightforward, and the 2 of them had added a way of communication that would facilitate future communication and transactions. Later, 2 more groups arrived. One of them was the only survivor, and one of the 10 people who had gathered in the valley yesterday. This person looks short, with a hoarse old man's voice. Most likely, he is a middle-aged man, not at all young, named Wang Haishan. Lu Shen was still somewhat surprised that he was able to come here at this time. To survive alone, to successfully collect the branches of the mutated willow yesterday, and to find time to collect them again today, all these conditions together indicated that this person's strength must be quite good. The other group walked in pairs. Both were male survivors of the disaster, about 30 years old, and they also needed to help each other survive. 2 of them also introduced themselves. The one in front was older. His name was Hu Lingyu. The other was younger. His name was Qin Lu. "It looks like we're the only ones left," Zhao Zhongyang said with a smile. There were 5 groups in total, and among the 10 people who gathered yesterday, there were only Zhao Zhongyang, Lu Shen, and Wang Hai. The other 2 groups gathered spontaneously in small groups. Hearing the news from other places, they came to Jingning town to collect the mutant willow branches. After much pleasantries, Zhao Zhongyang spoke directly. "The purpose of gathering everyone here this time is to collect the mutant willow branches and build a gathering place. What do you think? Since we are here, we will naturally do as you say, Zhao Jingguang," Zhang Shuo said with a smile. The old man, Wang Hai, also grinned and said in an old man's voice, "Yes, building a gathering place is a good thing. If it is truly feasible, we will naturally support it." Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyang calmed down a little. He said, "Thank you very much for your support. I have some important things to discuss with you, but that's okay. The first point concerns the branches of the mutated willow in everyone's hearts. The number of mutant willow branches that can be created depends on the number of them." Zhao Zhongyang looked at the crowd and first took out a cloth. Among them, there were quite a few willow branches dug out of the ground. Lu Shen was a little surprised. Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen dug 3.5 mutant willow branches out of the snow. It was a lot, which spoke of their experience. Wang Hai followed behind, taking a handful of mutated willow branches from the bamboo basket behind him and saying, "It's not much, just a little more than one. I noticed that something was wrong with the lake, so I didn't dare approach too close." Everyone nodded slightly. Those who had successfully collected the mutated willow branches and stood here to discuss it had more or less noticed the anomaly in the industrial lake. Moreover, having survived the apocalypse, the crowd had long been accustomed to being closely watched and were extremely sensitive to this hidden threat. "Fortunately, I asked Officer Zhao in advance how to collect mutant willow branches," Zhang Shuo said with a smile and took out a handful of mutant willow branches that looked like they were frozen in the snow. "Hey, I don't have anything here." After that, Hu Lingyu also took out a bag, but there were only a few mutant willow branches in it, just a little more than one. Obviously, although they had 2 bodies, they did not spend all their energy on collecting mutant willow branches. They probably spent a lot of time looting other supplies. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Shen and Shi Lei. Lu Shen didn't say much. He took out a large bag of mutated willow branches from his backpack, handed it to Zhao Zhongyang, and said, "There are about 5 of them here." Gaze changed, and they looked twice at Lu Shen and Lu Shen, their eyes filled with surprise and fear. Although the number of branches of the mutated willow does not mean anything, it can at least illustrate to a certain extent that Lu Shen's manpower and ability have multiplied. In the materially barren end of the world, the ability to gather supplies is also of some value. Moreover, Shi Lei is almost 2 meters tall and has the build of a small boy. He looks terrifying, and it is obvious that he is quite strong. "Mr. Lu, this section is really amazing." Zhao Zhongyang couldn't help but admire. Lu Shen smiled faintly. "I was just lucky. I was almost discovered by the creatures in Lake Cincinnati. Indeed, the creatures in Gong Lake are indeed quite dangerous. Otherwise, collecting the mutated willow branches would be a very easy task," the old man Wang Hai said in a low voice. Hu Lingyu also looked at Zhao Zhongyang and said, "Tell me the truth, Officer Zhao. Do you know what's inside?" Zhao Zhongyang thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I only saw the outline, but I don't know exactly what it is. But judging from the outline, it should be quite large." Everyone nodded slightly. Everyone noticed something and was acutely aware of the danger. Due to the lack of time, everyone in Gonghu did not talk for a long time, and Zhao Zhongyang began to discuss his problems. Secondly, we need to discuss the location and size of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang counted the number of branches of the mutant willow and continued, "Now there are a total of 13.5 branches of the mutant willow. Build a gathering place 3 meters high and make sure all 6 sides are covered with juice. That's all." XM Lu Shen silently calculated in his mind and said, If one rubbing can cover 20 square meters, then 13.5 rubbings can cover about 500 square meters. This calculation method is not just 13.5 times 20, but requires some additional calculations. Zhao Zhongyang took 500 square meters and calculated. He found that the difference was small, so he nodded and said, "Mr. Lu is right. Judging by our current mutated willow branches, we can probably build a 500 square meter gathering place. What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Hai frowned slightly and said hoarsely, "If we want to build a medium or large meeting place, wouldn't 500 square meters be too small?" "That's right." Hu Linyu also said, "The public area should be at least a third. The administration should take up part of the area. And finally, add private homes." "I'm afraid that won't be enough, right?" Zhao Zhongyang obviously foresaw this. It would be unreasonable to create a large gathering place solely based on mutant willows collected in a single day. Since everyone is unhappy with this area, do you have any good suggestions? Let's collect another batch of mutated willow branches and then build a gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang asked. Although Zhao Zhongyang was the leader in this matter, he did not have the final say, but gave everyone the opportunity to participate in the discussion. Lu Shen listened to the discussion with his eyes slightly lowered and then said, "Everyone, a meeting in an area of 500 square meters is actually not impossible." "Oh, Mr. Lu, what do you think?" Zhao Zhongyang asked. Lu Shen thought for a moment, went over his words in his mind and said, "If we are building an underground gathering place, then blindly expanding the area is not the best option, because it requires taking into account the terrain features and complex relief underground. And if the area is too large, then there is a high probability of a local collapse, and it will be very dangerous to live there. Thus, to a certain extent, a gathering area of about 500 square meters is precisely the most suitable and safe area." The old man, Wang Haishan, suddenly interrupted him and reminded him, "Young man, what you said makes sense. But what future development potential does a meeting place with an area of only 500 square meters have? I say it should be at least 1,000 square meters." Lu Shen shook his head. "If you feel that the area is not enough, you can expand it later. Also, instead of expanding the area on one floor, it is better to increase the number of floors in the gathering place. The first floor will have a gathering area of 500 square meters, and the two floors will have 1,000 square meters each. This will also allow for significant savings on the consumption of mutant willow branches." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They only think about expanding the area on the same floor, but forget that you can increase the number of floors in the gathering place, which is also a way to increase the area. Moreover, this method has even more advantages. After all, how much can you expand the area of the room? 1000 sadara meter? 2000 varg meter? If the stall is spread too wide, the risk of collapse will increase, and the terrain requirements will increase. However, although increasing the number of levels in the gathering place will also cause some problems, there will be clearly fewer problems. Hearing this, Wang Haishan said nothing more. Zhao Zhongyang said in time, "In that case, how about following Mr. Lu's suggestion and building a 500 square meter gathering place?" "No problem. Maybe, the gathering place needs to be built as soon as possible. 500 square meters will be enough." Then what are your ideas for the meeting place?" Hu Lingyu said, "This question, Officer Zhao, you have already started planning to build a gathering place. I believe you already have an idea." Zhao Zhongyang smirked and said, "I have some ideas. I think that for further expansion and resource development, the area around Jingning City is a good choice." Lu Shen nodded slightly. The gathering place was not built overnight. If the area continues to expand, the mutated willow branches will still be needed. Moreover, Jingning City is the largest urban ruin in the area, and there are still many unexplored buildings that can be used as research sites in the future. However, Zhao Zhongyang obviously had a more compelling reason for choosing this area. Who was standing next to him took out a map and said, "Officer Zhao and I discussed this. Judging from the surrounding conditions, Jingning City is indeed the best choice." "Oh? Tell me why." Bai Ling'an spread out the map. The map was very old, with obvious creases. The entire unfolded surface was very large and rustled in the wind. To prevent the map from flying away, they had to hurry. First, they found a house outside of Jingning City and went in to discuss the situation. After spreading the map on the ground, Lu Shen also looked back in surprise. In fact, he also tried to draw a map of the surrounding area based on the information he received from survival radio, but unfortunately, he failed. He only knew the relative positions of the cities of Tiling and Jingning. As for the ruins of other cities, he knew almost nothing about them and had only heard their names. So I was quite surprised to see a complete map of the surrounding area. Bai Linen pointed to the map and said, "We are currently in Jingning City, which is considered a relatively large city in this area. However, this is only a small town. In fact, 8 kilometers to the west of us are the ruins of a large city. Most likely, we are in the suburbs." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly leaned over, staring at the map on the ground with wide eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. Sure enough, the map clearly showed that 8 kilometers west of Jingning Town was the city symbol. The dense transportation network and rows of city buildings showed that this place was prosperous. Of course, it was once a prosperous place, but now it was probably in ruins. Lu Shen watched silently. The entire map was focused on the city. It must have been a city route map. The city is not small, at least level 2. In the eastern part of the city, there are many cities, densely located, like scattered figures, and these must be ruins that everyone is exploring. There is a high probability that the survivors in the surrounding area are near the ruins of these cities. Because he has never heard of survivors finding a city, and all they talk about is the ruins of small towns. To the east of Jingning City, forests and mountains can be seen in the distance. The terrain is hilly and covered with many trees, clearly indicating a wilderness. However, Lu Shen saw a railroad running through the mountains. Apparently, a certain section of this railroad is now a toll plaza. If you go by train, you will most likely find train ruins. From this point of view, the location of the train ruins shelter is still very good. In the west, it is close to the city of Jingning, and in the east, it is deep in the mountains and forests, so its development potential is very high. Although the mountains and forests are dangerous, they also represent enormous resources. In the future, if you want to develop and survive for a long time, you will still have to rely on the support of these natural resources. Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang's ideas were clearly not in line with his. Bai Linen looked at everyone and continued. In the long run, it will be difficult for Jingning City to maintain its development. If we want to obtain additional resources for survival, we must consider 2 aspects. First, we need to explore the ruins of the big city to find more supplies. We will be able to obtain a large amount of resources for survival, including food and other items. We are only 8 kilometers away from the city. It is difficult to get there now, but it is possible in the future. Secondly, we also need to consider the mountains and forests to the east. After all, the city has been abandoned for so long, and we don't know what's inside. And the risk is huge. There are a lot of rotting corpses in the city, which is very dangerous for us. Even exploring it is difficult. So we also need to pay attention to the mountains and forests to the east. There is a lot of forest, food mutated by radiation, and a lot of wild animals. Although it is no less dangerous, it is also a way to survive. The people present listened silently and nodded slightly. They were all stupid people, so naturally they understood these principles. The city is a road. Mountains and forests are also a road. City is located in the middle of these 2 roads. It is a place where you can attack or defend. No matter which direction you choose to develop, you can freely choose the future. If that's the case, then the location of Jingning Town is really very good. Wang Haishan nodded in agreement. That's right. Hu Lingyu agreed and added, in addition, since everyone can come here, this place should be quite far from Jingning City. If we use this place as a gathering place, it will be more convenient for everyone. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Zhongyang also spoke up. Since everyone agrees, the position will be chosen. I plan to use this place as a gathering place, about 800 meters northeast of Jining City. There is a relatively flat valley with some small bumps. It is quite a secluded place. How about using it as a gathering place? After thinking for a while, everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, then it's decided. Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, "There's still one more thing to discuss. And that's probably what everyone is most concerned about, namely the distribution of goods." When they heard the words distribution of goods, everyone's eyes lit up. We spent so much time and effort collecting the branches of the mutant willow and discussing building a gathering place. But all in vain, and besides, it's for charity. If there is absolutely no benefit, who will do this nonsense? Zhao Zhongyang smiled and said, "This is my plan. The benefits will be divided into land and survival coins, distributed according to your contributions. What do you think?" Several people looked at each other, but no one answered immediately. Hu Lingyu said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me in detail?" By land, of course, we mean the land at the collection site. Depending on how many mutant willow branches you contribute, each of you will be allocated a plot of land. It's like real estate, right? Zhao Zhongyang tried to explain in simple terms. I plan to divide the gathering area into two parts, a commercial area and a residential area. As for the area of land you want to get, you can choose for yourself. I divided the area as follows: 10 square meters for every kilogram of mutant willow branches. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Each person donated a total of 13.5 kilograms of mutant willow branches, equivalent to an area of 135 square meters. This is already too little for the entire collection site. If they wanted more, this gathering place would lose all meaning to exist, and there would be no place for other survivors to survive. Among the crowd, the richest were Lu Shen and Shi Lei. 5 kilograms of mutant willow branches were equivalent to an area of 50 square meters. Whether you live there yourself or sell it to other survivors, it is a very good choice and can ultimately yield huge profits. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Zhongyang continued. As for the remaining territory, it will be rented out or sold to other survivors, which will allow them to earn a relatively generous amount of survival coins. I plan to use 40% of this batch of survival coins to operate a permanent rally point. Another 40% will go towards expanding and building the rally point. The remaining 20% will be split between us, the original builders. How will you do this? After these words, there was a few seconds of silence, and then everyone frowned slightly. Wang Haishan, the eldest of the 8 generations, spoke first. 40% of the gathering place's activities is already a lot, but another 40% is needed for its expansion and construction. Is it worth it? Moreover, these two paths seem to overlap somewhat. Zhao Zhongyang shook his head and said, "The operation of a gathering place depends more on internal processes, such as the establishment and management of a trading market. This requires a large amount of startup capital. 40% is not much. As for expansion and construction, it will be more focused on building up a defensive force for the gathering place, exploring resources, resisting corpses and mutated creatures, and fighting other possible hostile forces. It is exactly the same aspect. One focus is on the inside and the other on the outside. Together, they make up 80%. I think that's too little. I suggest we reconsider these figures. Regarding the distribution of this portion of the survival coins, Zhao Zhongyang was extremely strict and looked very serious, not going to back down in any way. This surprised everyone. Zhao Zhongyang had always been relatively soft-spoken and accepted any suggestions. However, when it came to the specific operation of the gathering place, he was still extremely rigid. After several people discussed it again, they finally won Zhao Zhongyang over to their side and could only act according to his idea. However, they also found later that Zhao Zhongyang's ideas were more far-sighted and more in line with the needs of the gathering place's development. According to this ratio, Lu Shen would end up receiving about 7% of the income, which is already a large share. If the gathering place can develop successfully and produce a large amount of survival coins, its income will also increase. At the same time, this distribution method is equivalent to the attendees becoming shareholders of the gathering place. As the gathering place develops successfully enough, they will naturally gain more benefits. The interests of both sides are intertwined, which is equivalent to them being closely bound together in the gathering place, so that they prosper together and suffer together. Lu Shen was also moved. Methods were truly extraordinary. He spoke only a few words, contacted a group of survivors, and successfully built a prototype of a gathering place. He did not pay much, but easily attracted a group of survivors of different levels to his boat and formed a community of interests. Such abilities and means are definitely not available to ordinary people. However, whether this ship can sail smoothly in the future still depends on the ability of Captain Zhao Zhongyang. As the conversation was drawing to a close, Lu Shen suddenly frowned and asked, "By the way, Officer Zhao, is there any important aspect that we haven't discussed?" Everyone froze, vaguely guessing something, and looked at Zhao Zhongyang. Zhao Zhongyang smiled calmly and said, "Are you talking about digging and building a gathering place? Don't worry about it, just leave it to me." "Are you alone?" Lu Shen asked in surprise. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand and said, "I have a few survivors who will help me complete this matter. However, I will be the one in charge. I think everyone has awakened their talent, and mine is related to the earth." Hearing this, everyone reacted with understanding and looked at Zhao Zhongyang in surprise. It seems that Officer Zhao has many secrets. Talents related to soil should be more special and mysterious than talents related to physical fitness. But since Zhao Zhongyang didn't say anything, they didn't dare ask too many questions. Zhao Zhongyang said, "I will excavate and build a gathering place at the selected location soon. You can come and help or supervise. We still believe in Officer Zhao's character." "Okay, we will come if there is time." "No problem." Ah. After discussing everything, everyone dispersed. In addition to building a gathering place, survival is also important. During the allotted time, they either go to Jingning City to explore it or return to their shelters to stock up on food and firewood. Everyone was very busy, so they only discussed something for a short time and then went about their business. Lu Shen glanced at the time and saw that only half of the time had passed, so he was no longer in a hurry and led Shi Lei to Jingning City to scout. The division of labor between the two people was the same as yesterday. Shi Lei was in charge of collecting supplies, while Lu Shen led Lu Shu and went to the artificial lake to collect the branches of the mutated willow. He also planned to build an underground shelter near the train ruins, even build a place further away from the wagon. He understood the principle of a cunning rabbit with 3 holes very well. Although the quality of the wagon was good, he still had to be vigilant and provide several escape routes to avoid unexpected situations, control the landed corpse, and move towards the artificial lake. They began digging out the scattered branches of the mutant willow from the snow. Although the work was slow, it was now safe. After observing for a while and confirming that Lu Shu was not in danger, Lu Shen left the highest attic and went to other buildings to search for supplies. They still did not dare to go deeper into Jingning City, but simply looked around. But soon he saw a figure nearby approaching the building they were searching. Since there were other survivors nearby, Lu Shen didn't bother to cover his tracks. The others probably knew there were people here, but they still came closer. Lu Shen frowned slightly. He knew that someone was approaching him. There were probably only 2 situations. First, the other party wanted to discuss something with him. Second, the other party wanted to stir up trouble. When he approached, Lu Shen saw his face clearly. It was one of those who was just there, Hu Lingyu. I didn't see the man's face, but judging from his voice, he was probably middle-aged. He spoke calmly and measuredly, and looked quite imposing. It was very likely that he was the leader of the small town where he lived. True, there was another survivor next to him before, but now he was alone. Lu Shen's eyes trembled slightly. If this someone really wanted to cause trouble, he definitely wouldn't have come alone. If that was the case, then this person would definitely have something to discuss. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Can we chat?" Hu Lingyu asked calmly and reservedly. Okay. Lu Shen made an inviting gesture, inviting the other person to enter the building. I wonder what brought you here, Lu Shen asked. Hu Lingyu did not speak directly, but untied the bands wrapped around his head and politely revealed a face that resembled that of a middle-aged man, about 35. Then he said, Mr. Lu, I want to make a deal with you, and I come here with sincerity. A deal? Lu Shen was stunned. He wasn't selling anything, and he wasn't advertising anything. What kind of deal was he doing here? Hu Lingyu nodded and pointed to the tools on Lu Shen's waist. Seeing this, Lu Shen suddenly realized that the other party seemed to want to buy a batch of tools. But he still asked curiously, Mr. He, why do you think I sell the tools? Some of these things are incredibly valuable, and I need to store them somewhere. He clearly remembered that he had never said that he knew how to make these tools, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Hu Lingyu smirked and said, Mr. Lu, you don't need to hide this from me. I had a little intelligence to guess the situation vaguely, so I dared to come to you to buy it. Tell me about it. First of all, your tools are too new. I talked to other survivors and found some tools in the ruins, but they were all very old and almost rotten. Secondly, the material of your weapon seems to be a little low quality. Usually, tools are not made of such iron. Hearing this, Lu Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly. The other person's reasoning was so detailed that he was a little surprised. He himself noticed these 2 points and even hid them on purpose. For example, if an axe was too new, he would wrap it in strips of paper and take it out when he needed it. However, he did not expect that another person would find it anyway. This is enough to show that the person in front of him has extremely keen observation skills and is definitely not an ordinary person. As for the material of the instrument, it is made of sheet iron. The quality of the sheet iron is not very high, and Lu Shen was unable to suppress it, so the overall quality of the tool is quite average. Only experienced people can understand this. Having said this, Lu Shen no longer hid anything and said, To be honest, my friend, I do have the ability to make tools, but the price I pay is not small, I understand, Hu Lingyu said with a sincere look. I understand the importance of tools and the difficulty of making them. As for the price, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Could you please elaborate? After thinking for a while, Hu Lingyu said, I need 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. You can pay with Kyu coins. How about 30 each? It costs 120 coins to make 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. This business is definitely profitable. One can even say that the profit is not small. But Lu Shen thought for a moment, shook his head and said, I don't need money. I need food, fruits and vegetables, or food that can be stored for a long time. Hu Lingyu frowned slightly when he heard this. Mr. Lu, isn't this too much of a demand? Everyone is short of food. Asking me to buy tools with food is completely impossible. Even if I agree, the other survivors under my command will not agree. No room for negotiation? Hu Lingyu firmly stated, no way. If you have food, we are willing to buy it at a high price. Seeing the other person's determined gaze, Lu Shen only smiled bitterly. It seemed that everyone's most pressing problem that needed to be solved was food. But in the conditions of the apocalypse and snowstorm, food would certainly be in short supply. Hunger, extreme cold, radiation. These are the main themes here, and no survivor can escape them. He sighed helplessly and said, Then I need radiation cores from the brains of corpses. How about 6 first-level radiation cores in exchange for 1, or 1 second-level radiation core in exchange for 1? Hu Lingyu was slightly stunned and looked at Lu Shen in surprise. They would rather have nuclear radiation than create currency, which actually explains a lot of the problems. It was confirmed that Lu Shen had no shortage of survival coins, and this type of survivalist must have developed quite well. Have some level 1 radiation cores, but not 24, only about 13. Can I use the survival coins to buy the rest? Okay. Lu Shen nodded in agreement. No matter how this deal was done, it would bring in a huge profit, so there was definitely no reason to refuse. Moreover, he no longer cared about the piece of iron that he got first. Even in the future, when I make tools myself, I will most likely not use this piece of iron sheet as a material because its quality is relatively low and the hardness of the tools made from it is also limited. If I hadn't had the time lately, I would have upgraded it long ago and made better tools. You should know that E has another kind of material in his hands that is better quality, more common, and more suitable for making props. This is steel from a train wreck. The iron sheets found in the houses were soft, like plastic, and could only be used for everyday household purposes. However, the steel from the train wreck, especially the part used for the bracket, seemed incredibly hard. Even under natural compression, its shape was difficult to change. It is indeed a suitable material for making tools. Making 4 ordinary tools from iron sheets is easy, and you can earn 200 survival coins for free. Such good things do not happen often. After the conversation, the two sides added each other's contact information and agreed to conduct the transaction the day after tomorrow. However, after Hu Lingyu left, Lu Shen suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a snowstorm in the near future. Moreover, the system specifically warned of an extremely strong snowstorm, which is a large-scale disaster and its power cannot be underestimated. The weather conditions in the next few days will certainly be very bad, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to carry out normal operations as agreed upon the day after tomorrow. Lu Shen shook his head and did not pay much attention to it. In the apocalypse, there were a lot of uncertainties in the deals, and all of that was acceptable. Moreover, these issues can be discussed and resolved on survival radio, so they are not big problems. Putting this matter aside, Lu Shen continued to inspect the surrounding buildings for resources that could be used. Unfortunately, most of the surrounding buildings had been looted, and there were very few remaining items. After spending a few minutes, Lu Shen found a barrel of homemade bayberry wine in the warehouse. The alcohol content was very high, and it was drinkable. Lu Shen did not hesitate to pick up the entire glass bottle to get this precious resource, intending to take it back to the orphanage. This barrel of liquor is not small, weighing several kilograms. If it is exchanged for other resources in the future, it will definitely bring in a considerable profit. Seeing that time is almost up, Lu Shen also found Dong Lei, and Dong returned to Lu Shi and hurried back to the shelter. We both had relatively average incomes, not particularly rich, but not completely barren either. After surviving a heavy snowfall and returning to the train compartment, several of us began to check today's harvest. Lu Shen had brought only a large barrel of bayberry wine with him. Lu Shi brought back more than a pound of mutated willow branches. Wang Lei took many things, filling a large bag of small items, but there were few useful things. Among them, Lu Shen saw a 500 milliliter bucket of vegetable oil, a bottle of vitamin B, as well as cups, wooden barrels, and ladles for drinking water. Lu Shen flipped through it with some disdain and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this rubbish? I make everyday utensils myself, like cups and barrels, and the quality is better than this one. What are you trying to do with it?" Bailei scratched his head and said in a low voice, "If we really have nothing, we should bring something, right?" Lu Shen shook his head helplessly. Of all these things, only the barrel of oil was useful. Everything else, including the bottle of vitamin B, was junk, has an expiration date, and the quality seems to be pretty mediocre. Not to mention the amount of vitamins, the pills inside are already black and moldy. 99% of them are unusable. After throwing all the trash into the carriage, yay. Alei sat down on the sofa in the Lu Shen train carriage and had a short conversation. Now the two of us are like a small group of like-minded people and are close allies on this Judgment Day. We also need to discuss the future situation and development and jointly decide on some plans for the future. Brother Shen, a snowstorm is coming soon. Do we need to prepare in advance? Wang Lei's eyes flashed with worry. A snowstorm is not a good thing. Only knows what kind of troubles it will bring. Moreover, snowstorms can affect the time allotted for exploring nature and even make it impossible to go outside and explore the surroundings. By then, the resources will be exhausted beyond replenishment, and the survivors may not survive. Lu Shen's gaze flickered slightly, and he said, "We need to prepare something. From tomorrow onwards, we should try not to go far. Let's gather more firewood and fortify the shelter. Yes, I thought so too. I'm almost out of everything, Dong Lei said, scratching his head. Lu Shen was a little surprised and asked, "You didn't stock up on more firewood?" "We have enough wood in stock to make 2 trees, but after 2 days of inactivity, it's almost all burned up," Wang Lei admitted honestly. Lu Shen couldn't help but clutch his forehead and said, "Don't go anywhere tomorrow. Collect more than 4 to 5 trees and expand the ice brick fortress." Finally, after thinking for a while, he added, "When the snowstorm comes, we can try to move in together to reduce the consumption of wood. Then it shouldn't be a problem." Dong Lei nodded and agreed. Later, although it was almost evening and the sky was starting to get dark, they didn't take a rest, but continued working in the ice brick fortress. Lei is tall and strong, and is in charge of making ice bricks. Snow is brought from outside, placed in a wooden mold, and then filled with water to form ice bricks. Then they pile them up in a corner. After discussion, they came up with a plan to further expand the ice brick fortress and increase its area to more than 30 square meters. On the one hand, this ensures that even if you can't leave, you can still move around inside the ice fortress and perform tasks like decomposing wood and crafting tools. On the other hand, Lu Shen needs to reserve some space to dig an underground shelter. When I have nothing to do, I just dig an underground shelter. Then I just apply the juice boiled from the branches of the mutant willow to it and immediately fall asleep. Of course, Lu Shen had no plans to move the shelter anytime soon. After all, the train compartment was fine as is. However, an underground shelter that is completely free of radiation is very suitable for growing crops, and that is its most important purpose. Owning a piece of land without radiation and with a stable food supply is the greatest certainty in the end of the world, and this is the work that must be completed in the near future. The rhythm of life was measured and calm. Lu Shen and Shilei chatted casually while doing their own thing. Even when it was completely dark, the zombies still came in waves. It had become a daily routine, from the initial panic and fear to the current habit. Lu Shen glanced at his old friend who was approaching, habitually took out an iron spear and stuck it into the hole left in the ice wall. You can stably obtain about 10 radiation cores every day, equivalent to 50 Chu coins, which is not much different from the salary. Moreover, Lu Shenyi did not attach much importance to this money, so he put it all in the refrigerator where Lu Shu was, so that he could become stronger. Shilei simply did not return to his hideout tonight. He immediately moved the bedding, velvet straw, independent shelter core, and other items to the carriage where Lu Shen was and slept there for one night. After waking up the next day and eating a simple meal, the two of them continued making ice cubes without stopping. 2 days of continuous fighting had slowed their fight for survival. Now they had to fight against time, and they worked under the ice fortress almost all the time. By midday, the ice bricks had accumulated, almost completely filling the ice fortress. Even in the fortress itself, there were many of them. Seeing that it was time for reconnaissance, Lu Shengxiao took direct action and forcibly destroyed the firewood shed behind the ice brick fortress again. This small firewood shed is still too small and needs to be expanded. According to the plan of 2 people, they will most likely fill all the reserved space in the back of this carriage, which is about 35 square meters weather temperature, minus 20.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, heavy snowfall, wind speed 9 points. Radiation, high E. If the time today exceeds 106 minutes, radiation will penetrate the human body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Urgent reminder. A strong snowstorm is expected in about 1 to 2 days. Temperatures will drop significantly, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will reach force 15 or higher, radiation levels will increase, and exploration time will be significantly reduced. Survivors, be prepared. The temperature dropped, heavy snow fell, travel times were significantly reduced, and the environmental conditions were clearly worse than in the previous few days. Walking around the ice fortress, I noticed that the visibility outside was very poor. Everything looked grey and foggy, and the sky was covered in heavy snowfall, which was carried by a cold wind. Shilei, you are in charge of expanding the ice fortress. Just fold it up like I taught you. I'll go get some firewood. Hoarsely in the cold wind. Shilei made an okay gesture and began to pull the ice bricks from the ice fortress to the surface, and then began to expand it. Lu Shen did not hesitate. He took Lu Shu and the snowcat and stepped onto the endless snowfield. Here and there on the hillsides were scattered various trees, most of which were gathered together in groups of 7, forming a very small forest. There are several of these very small forests around, which are certainly a very rich resource of timber. Moreover, in most of the super small forests, the trees growing there are slightly different, and there are slight differences in species. Lu Shen accidentally found a large forest with several trees growing in it and began to cut them down. This type of tree is relatively strong, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters and a height of over 4 meters. In doomsday conditions, this definitely counts as a large tree. The trees in other forests were mostly short and thin, and many were leafless. Compared to this forest, the difference was enormous. Lu Shen about 20 minutes to cut down the tree with great difficulty, and then handed it to Lu Shu, who carried it back to the shelter. According to his calculations, one such large tree would last for 3 to 4 days, which is quite cost-effective. Then he chopped down 3 trees one after another and stopped only when he was sweating. It was not that he did not want to continue chopping, but the blade of the axe was bent and was about to fall out of the wooden handle, and the efficiency of chopping was becoming lower and lower. Moreover, the ice brick fortress has a limited area, and it is not easy to place 4 trees on it. Lu Shen wiped the sweat from his face and asked Lu Shu to take charge of the process, and he decided to go to the other side of the hillside. But the trees there were quite unusual and looked very much like pine trees. If it was a pine tree that had mutated due to radiation exposure, then there were likely some resources there, and he needed to go and check them out. On the backside of the hillside, halfway up the mountain, I saw a group of trees that looked like pine trees, and they were mostly very tall, about 15 meters high. But this wood is comparatively thin, only 10 centimeters in diameter. Logically, in the conditions of the end of the world and raging winds, such tall and thin trees would have a hard time withstanding the wind and would most likely be blown down. But this piece of forest stood high in the wind and snow, and was not damaged at all by them, and its branches did not even bend. This shows that the hardness of the wood is very high. Lu Shen took a closer look and found that the tree really looked like a pine tree. The dense needles were tightly packed together, and the emerald green color was very visible in the wind and snow. It was full of rich vitality, in the depths of Lu Shen's eyes. Pine trees in the wild are rare and valuable materials. A large amount of storage resources can be obtained from pine trees. Pine needles themselves are an excellent means for starting a fire. However, many do not know that green pine needles can be eaten or soaked in water. They contain many minerals and amino acids that replenish the body's reserves of substances necessary for the body and perform very important functions. Pine cones are a source of pine that can be used as food, and they themselves are a very good heating material and can be burned like wood. It is unclear what species of pine this refers to, as some pine trees have edible nuts and some do not. Finally, heavy. This is a pine tree, from which you can extract another valuable substance, pine resin. Pine resin, which is found on the branches of pine trees, is collected and used to make candles. Its value in the conditions of the doomsday is unimaginable. Most fireplaces are made of sheet iron and have no glass to let in light, making the entire room very dark. No matter whether it is day or night, the field of vision is always greatly affected by the surrounding environment. This is not only Lu Shen's problem, but also the other survivors. If candles can be made, they will certainly be a valuable resource on Judgment Day. After some thought, Lu Shen immediately returned to the train compartment and found a dozen plastic bottles and some strips of cloth. Cut a groove in the trunk of a pine tree from which the resin will flow. Then pass through a strip of cloth and drain into a plastic bottle for collection. Then, using another piece of cloth, tie the plastic bottle securely to the trunk of the tree. Almost every pine tree had a plastic bottle tied to it, and the slow process of collection began. Lu Shen roughly counted them and found that there were 19 pine trees in total. The number didn't matter, but he could collect some pine resin. Hopefully, the snow would come later, and I would be able to collect enough pine resin to make candles before the snowstorm came. After finishing all this, Lu Shen almost managed to collect a handful of green pine needles and a dozen cones and brought them back to the carriage. After returning, Shi Lei also completed the expansion of the ice fortress. An additional rectangular space of 35 square meters was formed behind the original ice fortress, and about 2.5 m high, which was a little shorter than the ice fortress in the train car. But inside, it is actually very spacious and very strong. It is equivalent to doubling the living space for the two of them. Even when a snowstorm hits, they can still carry out many daily activities under the icy brick fortress. Shortly after we returned to the shelter, the sky outside the window was covered in darkness. The huge snowflakes rained down on the ice fortress like a fierce storm, creating a frightening scene of impending doom. Shilei wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. The weather is really getting worse. I have no idea what the scene will be like when a real snowstorm hits. Gaze was equally solemn as he looked at the pitch-black darkness outside the window. It was incredibly oppressive and dreary, giving him a sense of despair. Don't bother. Just prepare as many supplies as possible. The snowfall will start today or tomorrow, and it is very urgent. Shilei also nodded and agreed. The two of them lit a fire in the ice brick fortress and then began chopping wood in the expanded area. Today, we cut down a total of 14 trees, all very large, and we managed to get a lot of firewood, wood from almost one tree to build half a wall. Two men swung their axes, first chopping off small branches and leaves, then tying the branches together to use as fire starters. The main branches were chopped into small pieces and carefully stacked in the ice brick fortress. It looked full and was said to last about a month. This would at least ensure that next month there would be no need to go out and kill firewood and still be warm. And the two of us also have more time to finish our work. Having chopped all the wood, they returned to the carriage to have lunch as usual. The lunch was quite filling. Usually corn tortillas or pressed biscuits, as well as snacks, dried radish, canned food, and instant noodles. But luckily, when the snowcat went hunting today, it managed to catch 2 leaf-eating birds. Lucian had no idea where he had picked it up, but he knew that when he went out, the snowcat had followed him. When he returned to the shelter, the snowcat was already sleeping there. Regardless, being able to get 2 dead birds as food was certainly a good thing. This will give them unnecessary fats and improve the taste. So, today's dinner consists of pressed biscuits, dried radish, and meat soup. The dead bird is processed as usual, plucked, cut into small pieces, boiled in an iron pot, and then seasoned with salt and chicken essence. The taste is very delicious. As for the distribution of meat, it was divided equally between 2 people and 1 cat, 3 people. Now snowcats have become the main workforce, can consistently bring meat and are excellent helpers of the shelter, so they cannot be treated unfairly. To a certain extent, it even needs to be well taken care of, well fed and watered, so that it can work better in the future. Today's survival team is no different. 2 humans and a cat were sitting by the fireplace, eating hot, steaming broth. The swirling hot steam warmed their bodies, and the dim light from the fire illuminated each other's faces, making them look quiet and peaceful. They were chatting casually. "Brother Shen, how is the quality of the goods in your shop recently?" "Everything is quite ordinary, just some insignificant props, and the things are very valuable," Lu Shen replied casually, gnawing on a bone. "Alas, you are the same." Ashile sighed helplessly and said, "For 3 days in a row, none of the goods I stole are worth buying. I'm almost going crazy." Lu Shen said with a calm expression, "The goods in the store are just the icing on the cake. If we want to truly survive, we still have to explore this world." "That's true, but I finally earned a few hundred survival coins. But in the end, I can't get out." Shilei looked like he deserved a beating. Lu Shen shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's save it. Once the gathering place is established, there will be nowhere to make money." "That's right." Shi Lei nodded, then turned his gaze to the snowcat and said, "Brother Shen, I always felt that I was unlucky and could not obtain high-quality products. How about giving this fat cat a chance?" Lu Shen raised his eyebrows. Snowcat clearly sensed malicious intent, so he stopped eating and retreated 2 steps. Meow. 10 seconds later, the snowcat's meat pillow was pressed on the survival radio, and 3 items began to update. Snowcat's mood was relatively stable. He silently removed his leg and continued eating in front of the bowl. 3 items also appeared in front of the 2 of them, and they couldn't help but express surprise. Name: Preserved Yellow Peach X1, 10 survival coins. Name: Potato X 500 grams, 20 survival coins. Name: Eggs X5, 20 survival coins. Brother Shen, this fat cat is really lucky. 3 pieces of food were refreshed at once, Shi Lei exclaimed in surprise. Eyes lit up, and he said, "This is not ordinary food." "Huh? What's unusual about it?" Shi Lei asked doubtfully. Lu Shen said seriously, "Potatoes are very filling and easy to grow, so they are definitely the most suitable seeds. If our method is correct, we can grow them for a long time. There are also chicken eggs. If they are fertilized, there is a chance that chicks will hatch from them. I have already found several eggs of dead leaf beetles. They lay in my suitcase for several days, but they never hatched." In such a situation, everything that can ensure long-term development and stable nutrition for many years must be the most valuable. And potatoes are the best among them. This pound of potato only costs 20 survival coins, but in Lu Shen's opinion, he would definitely buy it even if it cost 200 survival coins. Shi Lei scratched his head and asked, "Brother Shen, I heard that potatoes are not suitable for growing as a staple food. Although this crop is easy to grow and produces a high yield, its nutritional value is monotonous and it is inconvenient to store." Lu Shen looked at it and said, "It has little nutritional value. Can't you eat something else? It is inconvenient to store. Can you make potato starch from it? It's already good, but you're still so picky." "Well, that seems logical." Shi Lei also chuckled. They bought potatoes and eggs without hesitation. The potatoes are almost the size of ping-pong balls. They look very regular and of good quality. About the egg. It is the same as a normal one, but it is impossible to determine whether it is fertilized or not. It takes 5 or 6 days of incubation at a constant temperature of about 38 degrees Celsius to barely see if the eggs are fertilized, and only then can you know if they can hatch. Lu Shen put 5 eggs in a suitcase next to the fireplace, which was filled with warm clothes, and placed 4 bird eggs in the middle. Put 5 eggs in there and try to hatch them. If successful, the eggs may hatch into chicks, and perhaps they will even provide food for a long time. In such an apocalyptic environment, catching wild chickens or birds in the wild is much more difficult than hatching bird eggs. Looking at the harvest, Lu Shen couldn't help but admire. The snowcat's claws really were quite useful. In addition to catching prey, it can also bring good luck. Later, Lu Shen hugged the snowcat's fat body and pressed his claws on its survival radio again. He still had one more chance to upgrade. Soon, 3 brand new products appeared before his eyes. Name: Darkwood X1. Introduction: a special wood that has been mutated by radiation, capable of absorbing radiation by drawing the surrounding radiation into the tree when submerged in water, preserving it and preventing it from dissipating. Price: 15 survival coins. Name: Impact Stone X1. Price: 10 survival transformation. Name: Soul Condensing Potion X1. Name: Special item, especially valuable. A precious substance condensed from the radiation core of a level 2 or higher corpse, purified from its energy and its lowest radiation. Suitable for human consumption. Ingestion improves innate abilities to a certain extent. Cost: 50 survival coins. Damn, this is all good. Lu Shen's eyes widened. Apart from the stone, the other items were something he had never seen before. Without saying that it is better to stock up on more, and the price is not high, so you can just buy it. As for the dark wood, after carefully reading the introduction, Lu Shen thought deeply. A type of wood that can absorb radiation and store it inside itself, preventing it from escaping. The function of this wood is actually equivalent to that of mutant willow branches. If you have a lot of dark wood, you can also make shelters and gathering places, and the probability of the effect is quite high. But the principles underlying these two concepts are actually quite different. The sap of mutated willow branches is more likely to repel incoming radiation, preventing it from penetrating inside and thus creating a safe place. Dark wood absorbs all surrounding radiation and can also create a safe zone. In fact, the sunken wood has another effect. It can be used as a radiation core, and it is a better radiation core. It has now been confirmed that radiation is not completely useless. At the very least, the rich quality radiation can help corpses increase their strength, which is a very important effect in itself. However, the amount of radiation that can be stored in the first level core is actually quite limited. If you use dark wood to store radiation, the effect can be positive. It's a better, higher quality, and more recyclable fallout core. It may not be as valuable to other survivors, but Lu Shen could buy it and put it in the refrigerator where Lu Shi was to help him improve his strength. Or you can put it in other places with high radiation levels to absorb higher quality radiation, and then return it back to the corpse to absorb it. This is a very good choice. As for the last point, Lu Shen's eyes widened. Soul-condensing potion, the refined substance of the beneficial substances in the radiation cores above the second level, can be taken by people directly and improve their talents. The effect is simple and crude, and it is definitely the highest quality product in the entire store. When he received the Level 2 radiation core, he learned from the introduction that the Level 2 radiation core contains some substances that can be absorbed by humans. However, this part of the substance is smaller and cannot be extracted, so Lu Shen does not dare to take the second-level radiation core so easily. At that time, he also thought, if it were a third-level or even fourth-level radiation core that contained more useful substances, would people be able to perceive it directly? Unexpectedly, this special potion appeared in the store. It was an incredible stroke of luck. Moreover, he thought that the probability of a product of such level appearing was extremely low. Without thinking twice, he bought all three items. Dark wood is a piece of wood about 10 centimeters thick, the thickness of a baby's arm. It looks pitch black and unremarkable. However, if you place it outside the independent shelter core, you can clearly feel that it attracts radiation from all sides and accumulates it inside. And soon an area about 1 meter in diameter formed around it. In this area, there was no radiation at all. Lu Shen was also very surprised. Strictly speaking, the effect of this sunken wood was even better than the mutated willow branches, but it was a pity that there were too few of them. The soul-thickening potion was a bottle of milky white liquid, about the thickness of a finger. The amount seemed quite small, and there was a faint fishy smell coming from it. Brother Shen, this seems a little unfair. Shi Lei touched his chin and said seriously. Lu Shen's face suddenly darkened and he cursed, "Get out! No one will be able to think of this unless you say so yourself. I can't believe you haven't thought of this. Fuck you." Lu Shen couldn't help but roll his eyes. But this thing looked a little strange. However, what was extracted from the radiation core would naturally not look very good, which was actually quite expected. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen still drank it all. At first, there was no reaction. The smell, in my opinion, was average, cold, and even slightly sharp, with a slight smell of radiation. After only 5 minutes, my body underwent miraculous changes. First, the skin temperature on the surface of the body becomes higher and higher, sometimes exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, and the skin turns red. An inexplicable energy permeates the body. The heartbeat quickens, and the blood flow speed increases dramatically. He clearly heard his heartbeat, the blood flow speed, and he had an endless power. as if E was bursting out of his body. Damn, this thing is really powerful. Lu Shen covered his chest, feeling the power permeating his body. Even his talent, which was concentrated at this moment, became uncontrollable, as if it was making some inexplicable changes. Using talent is not like playing skills. It can be used just by thinking about it. This talent has never been given to others. It was Lu Shen himself who had it, and it was not awakened until he entered the Doomsday World and was awakened by a certain force. As the product says, it is the awakening of talents, not the gifting of talents. It is like an instinct embedded in the genes. When he needed to act and mobilize, a powerful force would emerge from the depths of his gene line and genes. Let him use condensation. At this moment, the force deep in his blood and genes seemed to have increased significantly. If the previous degree was 1, then at this point it became at least 3, which means it expanded. He could not withstand such a large-scale change in a short time, so his body was in great pain. It took him 30 minutes before he gradually accepted the expansion of energy. The high temperature in his body slowly dissipated, and the energy that continued to expand and overflow in his body slowly gathered together at this moment and returned to a state of rest. Challenge, Lu Shen took a deep breath and silently felt the change in his body. The energy of the concentration talent expanded, and she greatly improved her control over the talent and the number of times it could be used. Its strength also reached a new level. In addition, his physical fitness has improved significantly, his muscle lines have become more defined, his strength, endurance, and speed have increased. It is a comprehensive improvement, and it seems that Yi has overcome some limits and reached a higher level. Such a transformation is very mysterious. If it can't be described in words, it is equivalent to going from a rotten corpse of level 1 to a rotten corpse of level 2. Since the rotten corpse has level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, then do the surviving people also have the opportunity to break through? He hadn't thought about this matter before, but now he was almost certain that human strength would also increase. However, it was highly likely that a group of people with awakening talent could use some special means to increase their strength. This special method is likely to be very rare and rare. Most survivors still find it very difficult to improve their own strength. Including the words of the rotten corpses, it is extremely difficult to improve their strength. He has seen many rotten corpses, but only a few of them can actually reach level 2. It's logical to assume that after so much time has passed since the Day of Judgment, if the zombies had a way to constantly increase their strength, most of them would have increased to level or even level, and they wouldn't be wandering around among the rotting corpses of level 1. Moreover, rotten corpses cannot increase their strength by forcibly swallowing a radiation core, and they can absorb radiation secretly, which predetermined that their path to increase was very difficult. Loser can reach level 2 in a short period of time, which is also an advantage that Lu Shen gives by using his talent to help him absorb a large amount of radiation in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Lu Shen shook his head and put these thoughts out of his mind for a while. For all survivors, the most important goal is not to increase their strength, but to survive. Although his physical fitness has improved a little, and his talent and ability have also increased, it seems that it is of little use. He still felt very cold and hungry. When walking in a snowstorm, he was still easily blown away by the wind. This level of improvement would at best allow him to feel more confident when confronted with people and wild animals, and would not end up at the bottom of the food chain. But in front of this nature, he is still as small as dust. Shilei stared at Lu Shen. Seeing him gradually come to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Shen, how are you feeling?" "Fortunately, my strength has increased significantly. That's good." Lu Shen didn't say much, but only mentioned it. "This is good. The snowcat is really useful." It's true. Lu Shen said that after several days of continuous development, the useful product has not been updated. As a result, once the snowcat pressed the seed, the products that were refreshed twice in a row were all products of exceptionally high quality and high value. It seems that Ho Shuimao has another job. "Brother Shen, it's already 7 o'clock. Should we continue working or take a break?" Ashile asked, yawning. "Since the end of the world, my work and rest schedule has become much more standardized, especially my sleep time, which has improved significantly. I get up at 7 or 8 in the morning and go to bed around 9 in the evening. This is normal. After all, the workload on weekdays is very high, and if you don't get enough sleep, you will be very exhausted physically and mentally." After thinking for a while, Lu Shen said, "Let's rest later. The spoiled body will come later." That's right. Rotten corpses are being deposited on time every day, and they are constantly receiving a batch of radiation cores. Such goods cannot be wasted. Before the corrupted body appeared, the two of them walked to the expanded ice brick fortress and began to measure the land here. Lu Shen's gaze was calm, and he said calmly, "From tomorrow, I will be ready to dig an underground shelter, so the location is here. We will dig diagonally, extending downwards about 2 meters." Shilei listened carefully and said, "Okay, but how much earth should we dig? I have less than 4 kilograms of mutant willow branches here. Half of it to build an underground shelter of about 40 square meters, mainly for storing materials, growing crops, and preventing disasters," Lu Shen said seriously. He had been thinking about this for a long time. Then he continued, "I'll use the remaining branches of the mutant willow to build you an underground shelter after the snowstorm is over. The train car is nice, but without a fireplace it's not very warm. If you live in the underground shelter and build a brick bed, that should be enough to keep you warm." Hearing this, Shilei nodded. He didn't have a fireplace, and he suffered from the cold every night. This problem was familiar to him. After the two of them discussed it for a while, they vaguely heard the roar of corpses outside the ice brick fortress. "Let's talk about it tomorrow." "It's time to get down to business," Lu Shen yawned. The initial fear had subsided, and he picked up the iron spear lying nearby with both hands. The same goes for Shi Lei. He also has a spear that Lu Shen made for him. Lu Shen also deliberately made several holes in different directions of the ice brick fortress so that the two of them could push the rotting corpses against each other. The number of corpses surrounding the entire ice fortress was still enormous. Perhaps it was because these two were the only living beings in the area and happened to be in the line of sight of the corpses, so everyone surrounded them. Lu Shen was not polite either. He continuously stabbed with his iron spear, piercing the heads of his opponents again and again. It was like work. They have to arrive on time every day and go to bed after 2 hours of work. This has become a habit for both of them. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Shen yawned, put away his weapon, and returned to the train compartment to sleep. Get up the next day. Looking at the 26 level 1 radiation cores in his hand, Lu Shen nodded with satisfaction and threw them all into the refrigerator in the corpse room. At the same time, he said to Shilei, "I'll take your radiation core. I'll buy yours with 5 survival coins. Do you have any more?" Shilei was squatting in the corner, brushing his teeth, when he replied vaguely, "I sold them all. I'll give you the rest." "Okay." Compared to 5 survival coins, upgrading the durability of a land corpse is obviously more cost-effective. Lu Shen stood outside, looking at the pitch-black night and the dirty marks left by rotting corpses on the ground. A thought flashed through his eyes, and he looked to the east. What was going on there? Why did all the corpses disappear in the east during the day and reappear at night? How strange. This phenomenon has been going on for a long time, but he is not sure why. He has secretly decided that if he has the opportunity in the future, he will go to the forests and mountains in the east to see what is there. But now it seems he still has to work hard to survive, and he doesn't have many opportunities to travel far. Today, the work is still very intense, and we have to work hard to dig an underground shelter. There was little demand for underground shelters in the past, as train cars were sufficient for living, and growing corn did not take up much space. However, now that we have a pound of potatoes, it means that the sowing season can be completed completely, and we need to get enough soil dug up as soon as possible. He took some pieces of iron sheets from a train car, which were very hard, and using his talent for hardening, he compressed and deformed them into the shape of a shovel. The tool was made, and the quality was very good. To make subsequent excavation easier, only the edge of the shovel needed to be polished and sharpened. He and Shilei each took a sword and began to dig down into the deepest part of the sprawling ice brick fortress. Yesterday, the top layer of ice and snow was cleared. All that was left was to start digging from the permafrost layer. There is not much difference between solid earth and stone. Every time you dig the earth with a shovel, you have to put in a lot of effort to somehow dig it out. At first I thought it would be easy, but once I started working, I discovered that digging an underground shelter was extremely difficult. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be exhausted after digging only 2 or 3 shovels, and perhaps even the first shovel would not be able to get into the frozen ground. Fortunately, both of them awakened their talents, and Shilei is a power type. He is over 2 meters tall and has tremendous strength. With terrifying strength and endurance, he dug a huge hole in the frozen ground. But this also exhausted Shilei. He couldn't help but gasp and say, "Brother Shen, how about boiling some water and warming up the frozen ground? That way, we can dig faster." Lu Shen wiped his sweat and shook his head, saying, "No, boiling water requires a lot of firewood and we can't afford it. Besides, the air temperature is too low, and the hot water will freeze immediately after being poured out, which will only make digging more difficult. Damn, this will be tiring." Shilei looked like he had lost all hope in life. Lu Shen waved his hand and consoled him. "The permafrost above is becoming more and more difficult to dig. Wait until you reach the bottom. An hour later, the excavation depth reaches 2 meters. Shilei raised his head tensely and asked helplessly, "Brother Shen, the soil there is still so hard." "Well, maybe it's because of the environment that I feel colder." Shilei. After discussing, they finally decided to set the depth of the underground shelter to about 3 meters underground. Bury it as deep as possible to provide better insulation and prevent it from collapsing, but the load will increase slightly. 2 people dug diagonally downwards. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the angle was about 45 degrees and the depth was 3 meters, so the width of the excavated passage was about 4.2 meters. When the depth reached 3 meters, the soil did become a little soft, but since the temperature was too low and the soil was very hard, it was still a little difficult to dig. But it's not that bad. Since the soil layer is quite hard, the risk of collapse can be avoided and the underground shelter built will be more stable. From the depth of 3 meters, continue digging straight down. This is the main part of the underground shelter. At the height, the depth of excavation is expected to be about 3 meters. This means that the entire shelter is 3 to 6 meters underground, which is not very deep, but definitely not shallow. If only Lu Shen was using it, a height of about 2.5 meters would be enough. Unfortunately, there was also Shilei, and given his height of over 2 meters, he had to dig even deeper. Alone took 4 to 5 hours, indicating that the amount of work was colossal, far beyond anyone's imagination. As it was approaching midday, they decided to have lunch first, and then use their time as they saw fit. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lu Shen checked the weather for today, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. WEAT, ER temperature, 21.6 degrees Celsius. Weather, snow, wind, 10 points. Radiation level, high. If you stay outside for more than 32 minutes today, radiation will enter your body. As night falls. Urgent reminder. A severe snowstorm is expected tomorrow. Temperatures will drop significantly, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will exceed 15, and radiation levels will increase. Exploration time will be significantly reduced. Survivors, be prepared. This is the shortest time for nature exploration in history, only 32 minutes. The environment here is extremely harsh in all respects. Extremely low temperatures, strong winds and snowfalls, as well as high levels of radiation. Also clearly stated that tomorrow there will be a big snowstorm, which means that today is the last day we can go outside. And even if you go outside, you will not be able to explore far places, and at best you will be able to search for some supplies on your doorstep. Lu Shen thought for a while and came to an agreement. Chalet, let's go to the pine forest together and collect some resources that we don't have. I think we'll need them later. Chalet also nodded. After putting on all the equipment, the two of them went out onto the snow on a snowcat. The target was clear. It was the pine forest they had discovered yesterday on the mountainside, not far from the two men's shelter. They reached the pine forest in just a few minutes. Although the wind was howling and snow was flying outside, it was still relatively quiet inside the pine forest. Lucian first checked the resin and found that the amount in each plastic bottle was very small, only a thin layer at the bottom, about 2 to 3 grams at most. A dozen plastic bottles collected only 50 grams. It was noted that the collection rate was much lower than expected. But he also believed that originally on Earth, the rate at which pine trees collected resin was probably even lower than now, which would have been considered a bad harvest. Lucian was responsible for collecting resin from all the plastic bottles, then recut them and hung them up in silt to continue collecting resin. Chalet is in charge of collecting pine cones and needles, which are also two very important resources, and yesterday we found that some of the cones still had some pine nuts left in them. Although the kernels were not quite plump, they could still be considered food, so we were able to collect a batch and prepare them. He specifically asked Chalet to carry the largest backpack and basket so that he could bring back more pine cones. The two did not stay outside for long. It had even been 10 minutes since Lucian had collected all the rosin before they hurried back to the shelter. Due to the bad weather conditions, even when it was time to go out, it was still completely uncomfortable. The wind and snow literally blew people off the snow, and the radiation was so pungent that you could smell it even through your gas mask. For their own safety, they gathered some resources and returned to the shelter. Even at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the weather was at its best, the sky was as dark as twilight. The clouds were so thick that they seemed to be falling from the sky. It was a truly apocalyptic scene. They did not dare go outside anymore. Although the big snowstorm was not expected until tomorrow, the weather today was absolutely terrible. In the survival radio post, all the survivors were also discussing rest. Oh shit! Oh shit! This weather is so bad, I can't even go outside. It's only 20 minutes. Where will I go even if I go outside? I might as well just sleep in the shelter. Are you sleeping? Do you have enough food? Do you have enough firewood? You prepared anything warm? Don't ask. Who has food at home? Could you share with me? Who will accept me? I really want to die alive. I am a beautiful and sweet-voiced third-year student at Qingyuan College of Arts. Which brother would agree to survive with me? I can do many things. Oh, forget it. Who among us, who have no awakened talents, whose own survival abilities are weak, and who have insufficient resources, would want to survive with us? Even if you stay with us for nothing, it will not bring any benefit to many. Yes, our family is on the verge of life and death. It is already difficult for us to survive. Who can come to our aid at such a time? I suggest you find a way to survive on your own. In fact, there are very few useful items in this world yet, and you do not need to look for them in the ruins of the city. You can also think of other ways. Yes, I found a plant with a red root somewhere in the snow. It looks like a radish, but it tastes very sweet, and you can eat it. Wow, where did you find that? Why haven't I seen this before? It all depends on luck. Many plants grow only in certain places, and most of them are covered with snow, so finding them requires luck. There was no conflict, and the atmosphere was very peaceful. The survivors communicated with each other and shared useful information about survival. Hi, I heard that Officer Zhao Zhongyang is planning to build a gathering place so that more people can gather together and survive. Do you know if they have already started the operation? Brother, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? In this ice and snow apocalypse, can you imagine how much time and effort it would take to build a gathering place that could accommodate so many people? Really? Although I hope that's true, it's really too difficult. Let's think about it. Even in peacetime, how long would it take to build a small or medium-sized assembly area? Let alone now. But soon someone replied, but I heard that Officer Zhao and the others have already started taking action. Action is action, but who knows what the success rate is? The survivors' opinions were divided. Many knew about the gathering place, but everyone was skeptical about the truth of what was happening and the likelihood of success. Until a calm and even voice appeared, and the communication suddenly stopped. Hello, survivors. My name is Zhao Zhongyang. I heard you discussing the rally point, so I came out to answer. I hope this will be useful to you. The rally point is already under construction. We have also found a way to isolate the radiation source, creating a safe area for survivors to live in. At present, for various reasons, the collection area is determined to be 500 square meters, and the location is determined to be several hundred meters northeast of Jingning City.